The sun scorched his scalp. Lin Feng twisted the throttle of his little electric scooter all the way, its wheels kicking up a cloud of yellow dust on the rutted dirt road at the edge of the city. The yellow delivery uniform clinging to his body was already drenched, plastered tightly to his back. Lin Feng panted heavily, his gaze locked on the countdown ticking away on his phone screen. He was 1 minute away from exceeding the time limit. If this order was penalized, half a day of work would have been for nothing. With a sharp screech, he slammed on the brakes, the scooter skidding to a stop beside a rundown wire fence surrounding a shabby outdoor court full of holes. Lin Feng snatched up the takeaway box and sprinted toward the small kiosk by the court as if running a 100-meter dash. "Uncle Joe, your rice with shredded pork and chili. I'm not late, am I?" he shouted as he slammed the lunchbox down onto the greasy wooden table. Old Joe, the groundskeeper, was lounging with a cigarette between his lips, legs crossed as he watched the game, and he was startled by Lin Feng's sudden arrival. "You trying to scare me to death, kid?" Old Joe rolled his eyes and slowly pulled out his phone to scan the code. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and grinned. "Can't help it, Uncle Joe. If I'm late, they dock my pay. A pauper like me can't afford that." After paying, Old Joe's gaze dropped to Lin Feng's worn Warrior brand sneakers, their soles worn almost flat. "Got your boots with you?" Old Joe asked. "Sure." Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he patted the battered footboard at the front of the scooter. "Hurry and change." Old Joe pointed toward the wire fence. "The red team just lost a player, they're shorthanded. Go fill in." Lin Feng almost jumped with joy when he heard that. He wanted to play football so badly. He had wanted it ever since he was a child. But his family was poor. They couldn't even afford a proper pair of studded boots, let alone any kind of football training class. Usually he could only sneak over to this ramshackle pitch between deliveries to feast his eyes on the game, and if luck was on his side, he might catch a moment when someone needed an extra man and be allowed to run a few laps. Now Lin Feng stripped off his yellow delivery uniform in a few quick motions, revealing a faded old jersey, and pulled on his pair of double-star football boots, whose leather was already worn through. The tip of one boot had split open, his big toe nearly poking out. Lin Feng ignored it and jogged toward the pitch. "Hey, substitution," Lin Feng called toward the red team. The pitch had been a cacophony of shouts, but now a dozen players fell silent, turning in unison to stare at him. On the opposite side, a broad-shouldered man in a blue vest with a crew cut saw Lin Feng's getup and immediately burst out laughing. His name was Chang, the local bully of this makeshift ground who relied on his bulk to push others around. "Old Joe, what kind of joke are you playing sending this onto the pitch?" Chang bellowed, making sure everyone could hear. Old Joe blew a smoke ring from the sideline and shouted back. "Red team's short a man. This kid's just here to make up the numbers. Get on with it. Don't waste time." Chang threw his head back and laughed exaggeratedly. "Make up the numbers, huh? You're using a delivery boy to make up the numbers. We're playing football here, not racing electric scooters. Just look at those worn-out shoes of his. What kind of skills do you think he has?" The entire blue team burst into uproarious laughter. A fat man clutched his belly as he cackled. "Old Joe, this won't do. Are you giving him a perk for delivering your lunch? If he gets hit in the face, don't you dare come after us for medical bills. Delivery boy, you'd better go back to delivering food. This place isn't for you." The barrage of ugly words stabbed into Lin Feng's ears like knives. He clenched his fists so hard his nails were about to pierce his skin. His chest was tight with grievance. Why shouldn't a delivery boy be allowed to play football? Why did being poor mean he had to be looked down upon? The captain of the red team was a tall man wearing glasses. He walked over and sized Lin Feng up from head to toe, his brows knitted so tightly they could crush a fly. "Can you even play?" he asked, doubt written all over his face. I can run," Lin Feng replied through gritted teeth. The tall man sighed and reluctantly pointed toward the right back position. "Go stand over there. Don't run around randomly, don't stick your leg out blindly. If the ball comes, just clear it. Whatever you do, don't lose the ball, understand?" His tone was dripping with disdain. Lin Feng said nothing, just nodded hard, and ran to take his place on the right flank. The match resumed. Lin Feng held his breath, desperate to prove himself. But reality was brutally unforgiving. His technique was rough, untrained. He couldn't even bring the ball under control properly. Whenever the red team gained possession, they never passed in his direction. Even when he screamed for the ball, his teammates acted as if they hadn't heard. "Idiot, what are you sprinting for? You're offside, don't you know that? Pass the ball. Why are you dribbling? Are you blind? Mark that fat guy. Why are you hiding?" The red team players not only refused to pass to him, they treated him as their punching bag. Any mistake on the pitch was immediately blamed on Lin Feng. He gritted his teeth and ran himself ragged. If he lacked skill, then he would make up for it with sheer stamina. When others stopped running, he kept going. When others refused to challenge, he threw himself in. Like a rabid dog, he tore around the pitch, and several times he managed purely through speed to intercept the blue team's attacks. "Damn, this kid runs like a dog. He never stops." Chang cursed between heavy breaths. The match entered the second half. The score remained 0-0. The blue team won a corner. The ball was swung and bouncing chaotically through the penalty area. Lin Feng instantly judged where it would fall and leaped with all his might, trying to clear it away. But he was far too thin. Just as he was about to make contact, a Chong barreled into him like a heavy tank. A Chong didn't even look at the ball, simply drove his shoulder forward and slammed it brutally into Lin Feng's chest. With a thunderous thud, Lin Feng felt as though he had been hit by a massive truck. Agony exploded in his chest as his body was flung backward through the air. He crashed down heavily onto the stone-strewn dirt. The skin on his elbow was scraped away in a wide patch, blood streaming down. Curled on the ground from the pain, stars burst before his eyes. The referee's whistle shrilled. Goal stands. Lin Feng lay prone on the ground, watching a Chong swagger and celebrate not far away. A Chong turned and looked down at Lin Feng from on high, spitting onto the dirt beside him. With that scrawny body, you think you're fit to play football? Do yourself a favor and get back to delivering takeaway, you useless piece of trash. The blue team erupted into another round of shrill laughter. Not a single red team player came over to help Lin Feng up. Instead, they all started complaining. What rotten luck ending up with someone who can't play at all. Exactly. He can't even mark a man. What's the point of keeping him on? Get off the pitch, you're annoying to look at. Lin Feng dug his fingers into the yellow dirt, his knuckles whitening. The fire in his heart burned so fiercely it felt like his organs were being scorched. He was suffocating with frustration. He felt utterly pathetic. Was a poor man truly meant to be trampled underfoot forever? Just as Lin Feng's fury neared the point of explosion, an icy, emotionless mechanical voice suddenly echoed from the depths of his mind. Ding. Detected host possesses an intense desire to win. Green Pitch King system is initializing binding. 10%, 50%, 100%. Binding complete. Lin Feng lay sprawled on the dusty ground, completely dumbfounded. He had even forgotten the pain in his body. What was that sound just now? System. I read so many web novels in my daily life, and now it actually happened to me. Lin Feng stared wide-eyed, his gaze fixed on the empty air before him. A semi-transparent pale blue light screen visible only to him popped up directly on his retina. Host Lin Feng. Age 18. Occupation delivery driver. Physical fitness evaluation extremely poor. Football skill evaluation below average. Overall evaluation a chicken among chickens. Staring at the glaring data, Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. Bro, do you have to be so sharp-tongued? I may be poor, but don't I have any dignity? A mechanical voice rang in his mind again, ignoring Lin Feng's protest. Ding. Detected host's first time binding the system newbie gift pack is being issued. Would you like to open it now? Lin Feng shouted wildly in his mind. Open. I must open. Open now. If I don't open, I'll be laughed to death by these bastards today. Ding. Newbie gift pack opened. Congratulations, host has obtained the following abilities. First, Messi's peak dribbling talent permanent fusion. Second, Maradona's God's perspective permanent fusion. Third, exclusive shooting talent Thunder Beast Cannon permanent fusion. Prompt: the three abilities are undergoing gene level fusion. The process may be accompanied by mild pain. Please bear with it, host. Holy shit. Lin Feng's mind exploded with joy. Messi's dribbling. Old Moss God's perspective. And what's that Thunder Beast Cannon? This is taking off. This is directly invincible. It was like a beggar begging on the street when suddenly hundreds of billions fell from the sky and directly slammed into his bank account. Who could handle this? Before Lin Feng could finish his excitement, a surge of heat suddenly erupted from his heart, flowing through his blood vessels in an instant. It felt as if someone had taken apart all his bones and reassembled them. Muscles twitched, nerves jumped. Sigh. Lin Feng gasped in cold air, his hands gripping the dirt tightly. Pain. It hurts so damn much. System, you call this mild pain. But he gritted his teeth, not a sound escaped. To win, to smash that a Chong's stinky mouth, this pain meant nothing. After about 10 seconds, the heat gradually faded. Lin Feng felt his body undergo earth-shattering changes. The muscles that had been sore from long hours of delivery were now filled with explosive power. His legs became incredibly light, as if he could soar with just a slight push. His mind was clearer than ever, like equipping a high-precision radar. As soon as he closed his eyes, a three-dimensional image of the entire field automatically appeared in his mind. He knew every person's position and every breathing rhythm perfectly. This is the God's perspective. Too insane. Lin Feng felt ecstatic. With these abilities, if I don't make the opponents shit themselves today, my name is written backwards. Just then the system's voice came again, like a bucket of cold water poured over Lin Feng's head. Ding. Detected host has fully integrated the newbie abilities. Now issuing newbie assessment mission field comeback. Mission requirement: host must complete the field comeback series assessment within 30 days. Stage 1 of the mission: in this current street football match under unknown duels, successfully dribble past the opponent 3 times. Failure penalty system will permanently deprive host of all football abilities and permanently unbind. Mission countdown begins 10 minutes. Lin Feng was completely dazed. What the heck? Take away abilities. and unbind. I finally became the chosen one, haven't even warmed my seat yet, and you tell me you'll be back to nothing if I don't finish in 10 minutes. No, absolutely not. Lin Feng panicked. He would never allow himself to return to that life of being looked down upon, and called a delivery boy to his face. He suddenly sprang up from the ground. His movement was as fast as a cheetah. The complaining red team teammates were startled by his sudden rise. Hey, are you okay? The tall captain was taken aback and said in a bad tone. If you're injured, get off the field. Don't cause trouble here. Lin Feng patted the dust off his clothes, his eyes fixed on the opposing Chong. I'm fine. Lin Feng's voice was cold as ice. Give me the ball. The tall captain sneered. Give it to you. To let you embarrass us more. If you hadn't failed to block that fat guy, would we have conceded? You'd better go substitute. Chong from the blue team laughed loudly in the distance. Yo, the delivery boy stood up. What, still want to play? Don't end up with your legs broken from playing, then you can't even ride your bike. Haha. More laughter erupted around. Lin Feng paid no attention. He walked directly to his team's kickoff spot and stepped on the ball. I said give me the ball. Lin Feng raised his head, his eyes revealing a sharpness that made people dare not look directly at him. The tall captain was startled by Lin Feng's look, and the curse words on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back. Fine. If you want to lose face, go ahead yourself. Everyone ignore him. Let's see how he dies. The captain walked away angrily. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. 10 minutes, huh? Onion 3 times, huh? That's enough. He would make these dogs look down on people know what real football was in the remaining time. Only 10 minutes remained in the match. Red team to serve. Lin Feng stood at the center circle, the slightly worn football beneath his foot. By the small shop on the sidelines, old Joe shook his head, flicked his cigarette, but to the ground, and stamped it out. This kid had a stubborn temper, but it was a pity. The onlookers nearby began to jeer. Let's go, nothing to see here. Red team is clearly giving up, letting a delivery guy hold the ball in midfield. Yeah, he'll be tackled in no time. Chong stood about 10 meters in front of Lin Feng, a malicious grin on his face. What's up, kid? Think you can get past me? Chong flexed his thick neck, joints cracking loudly. Come on. If you get by me today, I'll call you Grandpa. Lin Feng wasted no words. He took a deep breath. System, it's your show. In that instant, within Lin Feng's mind, Lao Mas God's perspective activated. The entire pitch materialized like a chessboard in his mind. Chong's center of gravity leaned left, his footwork unsteady. A defensive gap existed on the left. 2 players behind were poised to double team. All the data processed instantly. Lin Feng moved. With the outside of his right foot, he nudged the ball gently. Such a simple motion, yet it carried an indescribable smoothness. As if the ball were glued to his foot. Seeing Lin Feng dribble toward him, Chong's contempt deepened. Asking for trouble. Chong lunged forward with long strides, intending to bulldoze Lin Feng with his physical advantage. Just as they were about to collide, Lin Feng's body suddenly dipped to the right, his shoulder jerking violently. Instinctively, Chong shifted a step to the right. Fooled. With the inside of his right foot, Lin Feng swiftly dragged the ball left, slipping past Chong. Elastico. Not only clean, but incredibly stylish. Holy crap. Those who had been about to leave on the sidelines stared wide-eyed. Old Joe had just pulled out a cigarette to light it, when the lighter's flame scorched his finger, making him yelp. What the hell was that move? Old Joe rubbed his eyes vigorously. I must have imagined it. The tall red team captain was dumbfounded, his mouth wide enough to hold an egg. How did he get past? Ding. 1 solo success. Current progress 1/3. The system's voice chimed on cue. Lin Feng felt an ecstatic urge to roar to the sky. This feeling was incredible. The ball was completely under his command, he could do whatever he wanted. Chong felt like a wooden post completely bypassed. He turned, face flushed crimson, and roared with shame and fury. Stop him. Hurry up and stop him. The other 2 blue team defenders immediately converged. 1 fat, 1 lanky. They flanked him left and right, sealing off the path ahead. Delivery boy, don't get cocky. The fat man shouted and lunged to poke the ball away. Lin Feng didn't even glance at him. God's perspective had already exposed both their weaknesses. Lin Feng feigned with his left foot over the ball, then his right. Stepovers. And they were lightning fast, continuous stepovers. Dazzling. The fat man and the lanky one were completely disoriented, their legs even tangled together. With the tip of his right foot, Lin Feng gently flicked the ball through the gap between them. He sprinted around the outside. Nutmeg. Ouch. The fat man and the lanky one collided and fell in a heap. Ding. 2 solo successes. Current progress 2/3. Beaten 2 men. The entire makeshift pitch fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at Lin Feng as if he were a monster. Was this the same delivery guy who couldn't even control the ball? This was a pro player sandbagging. Lin Feng was now over 20 meters from goal. Only the blue team's goal. The goalkeeper panicked. He had been on his line, but now he rushed out, flailing wildly toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at the goal. Exclusive shooting talent. Thunder Beast cannon activated. Lin Feng's right leg swung back high, his body like a drawn bow. The muscles in his thigh bulged, brimming with terrifying power. Boom. A thunderous sound. It wasn't like kicking a ball, but more like a cannon shot. The ball flew through the air with almost no spin, a white lightning bolt that skimmed the ground and rocketed toward the goal. The goalkeeper didn't even have time to raise a hand. He only felt a gust of wind rush past his ear. Whiz. The ball slammed into the corner of the net, the frayed mesh billowing high. One. Silence. Deathly silence. Then the whole field erupted into a frenzy of screams. Holy crap, that's amazing. That was a worldie. A low drive. Who the hell is this guy? He's insane. The red team went wild. The tall captain was so excited he wanted to hug Lin Feng, but froze awkwardly. Lin Feng stood at the top of the arc, breathing in the fresh air. The suffocating sense of frustration that had long oppressed him vanished in that moment. Damn, that felt good. This was the life he wanted. Just then Chang's eyes turned bloodshot behind him. As the tyrant of this pitch, he had never endured such humiliation. Made a fool of by a delivery guy. You delivery dog, go to hell. Chang charged from the side like a madman. He wasn't even looking at the ball. Both feet left the ground, studs gleaming silver, aimed straight at Lin Feng's. If that tackle connected, Lin Feng's leg would surely break. Look out behind you. Old Joe shouted hoarsely from the sideline. With God's perspective, Lin Feng had already spotted Chang's move. He snorted coldly. Instead of dodging, he nudged the ball slightly toward Chang's sliding leg. You want to kick? He'll give you all the kicking you can handle. Chang's stud slammed into Lin Feng's ankle. The immense impact hurled Lin Feng into the air. Lin Feng crashed heavily to the ground, writhing in agony while clutching his leg. Assault! Assault! The sidelines erupted in chaos. Everyone rushed onto the pitch. Chang scrambled to his feet and tried to kick Lin Feng again. Faking it, huh? He'll finish you today. Just as Chang closed in. Within Lin Feng's mind, the system's voice turned shrill. Ding. Host subjected to malicious foul detected. 3 solo successes. Mission complete. Congratulations, host, for passing the novice trial. Hidden talent unlocking at extreme speed. Warning. Warning. Host rage value at maximum. Berserk attribute activated. Lin Feng abruptly stopped writhing. He rose slowly from the ground. Dusted off his leg. His eyes locked onto Chang, a chilling red glint flashing in their depths. Finish me. Lin Feng cracked his knuckles, joints popping like firecrackers. Let's see who finishes who today. Lin Feng advanced step by step toward Chang. He walked very slowly. But with every step the aura around him grew colder. The berserk attribute the system had just prompted made Lin Feng feel as if all the blood in his body was surging to his head. Chang had been arrogant, thinking Lin Feng was nothing but a poor delivery driver. But now, staring into Lin Feng's bloodshot eyes, Chang's heart suddenly quivered with fear. What are you doing? Chang's voice began to tremble. I'm not doing anything, Lin Feng said coldly. Chang swallowed hard, forcing bravado. What? You want to hit? Everyone's watching. If you strike first, I'll call the cops and have you locked up. Lin Feng stopped half a meter. Call the cops. Lin Feng smirked. Was that a kick just now? No, that was attempted murder. Chang glanced guiltily at the turf under Lin Feng's foot, stubbornly refusing to back down. It was a fair tackle. You just lost your footing. So what? Fine. Lin Feng nodded. A fair tackle. The onlookers dared not utter a word. Even the tall captain of the red team stepped back a couple of paces, fearing involvement. Lin Feng suddenly turned his head, glancing at the soccer ball that had rolled to the side. His right toe flicked up sharply. The ball instantly flew up from the ground, hanging in midair. Then Lin Feng's right leg swung like a steel whip, arcing through the air. Bang! A sickening thud. The ball turned into a streak of white light, barely visible to the naked eye. With berserk force, it whizzed past Chang's left cheek. Even the fine hairs on Chang's face ached from the violent gust of air. Clang! The ball slammed heavily into the rusty wire fence a few meters behind Chang. The already corroded mesh was instantly dented into a massive crater by the impact. The entire fence trembled violently, emitting a loud, clattering roar. Due to the immense recoil, the ball bounced all the way to the road more than 10 meters away. Dead silence. The whole field fell mute. Chang was frozen stiff. He stood dumbfounded, cold sweat drenching his back instantly. His legs quivered like cotton shaken in the wind. With a thud, Chang's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, he felt as if the ball was about to crush his head. If the ball had actually struck his face, he would probably be in an ambulance by now. Lin Feng looked down at Chang. That's called a normal shot. See it clearly. Chang's lips turned white, unable to utter a word. The spectators finally snapped out of their shock, erupting in earth-shattering exclamations. Holy shit. What kind of power is that? Denting the fence. Is this Shaolin soccer? The delivery god is a beast. That was terrifying. The red team was frozen in shock, while the blue team dared not step forward to help Chang. Old Joe on the sidelines gaped so wide that he didn't even notice the ash falling on his trousers. Amidst everyone's astonishment, a crisp clapping sound came from the edge of the field. Clap, clap, clap. Nice shot. What incredible power. But even more brilliant was the rhythm of those dribbles. Everyone turned to look. A middle-aged man in a dark blue suit and gold-rimmed glasses walked over. He carried a genuine leather briefcase looking utterly out of place on this dilapidated pitch. He adjusted his glasses, his eyes locked on Lin Feng, as if beholding a rare treasure. "Who are you?" Old Zhou couldn't help asking. The middle-aged man ignored Old Zhou and walked straight to Lin Feng. "Hello, my name is Gao Yuan." Gao Yuan extended his right hand. Lin Feng frowned, glancing at the man. "Something wrong?" Gao Yuan smiled and withdrew his hand unruffled. "Young man, I was just passing by on my way to handle some business when I heard the commotion and stopped to take a look. Little did I expect to find an uncut gem." Gao Yuan's eyes lit up. Those 3 dribbles. The first was an elastico, the second was a double step-over followed by a knock-and-go, and the third was an incredibly precise stop-pattern. You rely not on physique or speed, but on an unparalleled sense of rhythm. This kind of touch. I've scoured youth academies across the nation for years and never seen it in any young player. Gao Yuan's words left everyone bewildered. Rhythm. Youth academy. Who is this guy? But Lin Feng's heart stirred. This man really knows his stuff. He saw through my system's divine-level dribbling at a glance. "What are you trying to say?" Lin Feng asked bluntly. Gao Yuan pulled a black gold business card from his card case and handed it to Lin Feng. "Let me reintroduce myself. I am the chief scout of Tianhai Club in the Long Super League." At the mention of Tianhai Club, the whole field exploded. "Holy crap! That's the Chinese Super League giant Tianhai. This guy is a scout for Tianhai. Is that for real?" The delivery guy is about to take off. A Chong sat on the ground, his eyes nearly popping out, utterly incredulous. Lin Feng took the card and glanced at the text. Gao Yuan patted Lin Feng's shoulder. "Young man, you have incredible talent. Though you're a bit lean, your touch is extraordinarily rare. You shouldn't waste your brilliance and time on this shabby pitch with these people. Next Wednesday, Tianhai Club's youth team will hold an open trial. This is your trial invitation card." Gao Yuan pulled a hard paper card stamped with the club's emblem from his briefcase and pressed it into Lin Feng's hand. "Remember, 9 in the morning. Don't be late. I'm looking forward to seeing you in a professional jersey." With that, Gao Yuan turned and left. As he reached the edge of the field, he glanced back at Lin Feng and waved. Lin Feng clutched the trial card, light in his hand, yet weighing 1,000 pounds. His heart began to race wildly. A professional team. He really had a chance to join a professional team. Just then the system's mechanical voice rang out. Ding. Host detected to have obtained a trial qualification. Main quest updated. Quest passed the Tianhai Club youth team trial and signed an official contract. Reward 100 cash, plus a silver-grade treasure chest. At the mention of 100,000, Lin Feng's eyes blazed like light bulbs. 100 grand. I'm rich now? Night had fallen and the alleys of the urban village were thick with the greasy fumes of cheap fast food. Lin Feng maneuvered his battered, paint-peeling electric scooter through the narrow, winding lanes. He finally stopped beneath a dilapidated self-built house. Carefully, he tucked the trial card into his innermost pocket, pulled out the scooter key, and went upstairs. The stairwell was pitch black without even a motion sensor light. Lin Feng pushed open a rickety wooden door on the second floor. Mom and back. The room was small, no more than 20 or 30 square meters. On a worn-out folding table sat a plate of stir-fried greens and half a bowl of cold rice. A middle-aged woman with graying hair and a haggard face sat under the dim glow of a desk lamp, rapidly threading plastic beads by hand. This was piecework brought home. Threading 1,000 beads earned 8 yuan. "Finger your back." Lin Xiaolan looked up, her face full of tender affection for her son. "There's more rice in the pot, I'll heat some up for you. You must be exhausted from delivering food all day, right?" "Don't move, Mom, I'll do it myself." Lin Feng quickly put down his helmet and stopped his mother. Lin Xiaolan noticed the scrapes on his elbow, and her expression shifted instantly. "What happened to your arm? Why is it bleeding? Did you fall off your bike? I keep telling you to ride slowly, but you never listen." Lin Xiaolan hastily set down the beads and turned to find iodine in the cabinet. Lin Feng felt a pang in his chest. He didn't want to worry his mother, so he quickly hid his hands behind his back. "It's nothing, Mom. I just scraped it on an uneven road while delivering today. It hasn't hurt for a while." Lin Xiaolan came over with the iodine, her eyes re-dimmed, and gently dabbed the medicine on his arm. "You always tell me the good news and hide the bad. If anything happened to you, how could I go on?" Lin Feng's nose tingled. Ever since his father passed away from illness years ago, the family had been buried in debt from medical costs. For the past few years, his mother had worked day and night to repay the loans, nearly ruining her eyes. Lin Feng himself had dropped out of high school to deliver food and help support the family. Poverty was their family's greatest sin. "Mom." Lin Feng looked at his mother's calloused hands and took a deep breath. "I want to talk to you about something." "What is it?" Lin Xiaolan asked without looking up, still blowing on his wound. Lin Feng pulled the exquisite trial card from his pocket and placed it on the worn table. "I'm going to the trial. To play football." Lin Xiaolin's hand jerked to a halt. She lifted her head, stared at the card on the table, then looked at Lin Feng. Play football. Lin Xiaolin's brow furrowed deeply. Finger, have you gone crazy from delivering food? Mom, I'm not crazy, Lin Feng said urgently. A scout from Tianhai Club gave this to me. He said I have talent. If I pass the trial next week, I can sign a professional contract and earn a huge salary. Lin Feng's face flushed with excitement. Then we can pay off all our debts. You won't have to stay up all night making those cheap beads anymore. We'll move into a big house. Lin Xiaolin looked at her son's fervent expression, but there was no joy in her eyes. Only deep worry and helplessness. Finger, Lin Xiaolin sighed, her voice heavy with exhaustion. Mom knows you've loved playing football since you were little. But kids from poor families like ours don't deserve to have such dreams. Lin Xiaolin pointed at the crumbling walls around them. We haven't even paid next month's rent yet. The 20,000 yuan Uncle Li lent us has to be repaid by the end of the year. Right now you deliver food every day and earn 100 or 200 yuan. We scrape by if we're frugal. If you go play football, can you eat that? That's a game for rich kids. Can we afford a pair of shoes that cost thousands? Or the huge training fee? What if you get hurt playing football, break a leg? This family would collapse completely. As Lin Xiaolin spoke, tears slipped down her cheeks. Mom is begging you. Can't we just live a steady life? Don't chase after those empty, flashy things. Hearing his mother's tearful plea, Lin Feng's heart ached like needles piercing it. He knew his mother was right. Before today, he had thought the same way. Poor people had to budget even their breaths. How could they afford dreams? But now everything was different. He had the system. He had fused the peak talent of a football king. He didn't need to spend money on training. He was already the most promising prodigy in the world. Once he crossed this threshold, he could change his family's fate forever. Mom, trust me one last time. Lin Feng grasped his mother's hand tightly, his gaze unshakably determined. Just next Wednesday, one day. If I don't get selected, I'll never touch a football again and deliver food for the rest of my life. But if I do get in, our hard days will be over. Lin Xiaolin looked at her son's stubborn eyes. Her lips moved, but no words came out. She knew her son's temperament. He would never turn back, even after hitting a wall. After a long silence, Lin Xiaolin slowly withdrew her hand and wiped her tears. Go if you must. I can't control you anymore. The rice is in the pot, eat it yourself. With that, she turned around, picked up the beads again, and bent her head to thread them, leaving only a thin, aging. Lin Feng stood there, his fists clenched so tight his knuckles cracked. He said nothing more. Words were useless. He would use action to put money on the table so his mother would never have to depend on anyone else's goodwill again. After dinner, Lin Feng returned to his tiny cubicle. He dragged a dusty old cardboard box from under the bed. From it, he pulled out a pair of double-star canvas football shoes with soles nearly worn smooth. This was the only piece of equipment he owned for playing football. Lin Feng carefully folded the trial card and tucked it into the right shoe. He lay on the hard wooden plank bed staring at the water-stained yellowed ceiling. In his mind, the scene from the day's pickup game, dribbling past two opponents, replayed over and over. That feeling of controlling the ball under his feet, as if it were a part of his life, it was utterly intoxicating. System, open the panel, Lin Feng murmured in his heart. A translucent light screen immediately appeared. Current talents: Messi's dribbling, Maradona's gods, I Thunder Beast Cannon. Current mission: pass the trial. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Tianhai Club, huh? Professional youth training camp, huh? Next Wednesday, I'll show you what real domination looks like. The following Wednesday, the weather was clear and sunny. At the Tianhai Club youth team trial base, the pristine green pitch was meticulously maintained, natural turf trimmed by dedicated groundskeepers. Rows of luxury cars lined the edge of the field: Mercedes, BMWs, Porsches. Teenagers clad in the latest Nike and Adidas kits stepped out of those high-end vehicles. They chatted and laughed, each carrying a pair of limited edition professional boots. This was the threshold of professional football, where the wealthiest, most influential, and most talented young prospects from the entire city, even the whole province, had gathered. Just then a jarring screech of brakes shattered the atmosphere. Scree clank. A dilapidated yellow food delivery moped came to a halt outside the iron gates of the trial base. Lin Feng dismounted from the moped, wearing a faded old jersey and a pair of worn-out double-star sneakers. The chain had fallen off during the ride, leaving his hands smeared with black grease. He wiped his hands carelessly on his trousers, locked the bike, and strode into the base. Yo, where did this beggar come from? A piercing voice reached him just as he approached the locker room door. A tall young man with permed hair decked out in the latest full gear blocked Lin Feng's path. His name was Zhao Chuan, a hot prospect in the trials, rumored to come from a wealthy family that owned a chain of hotels. Beside him stood his lackey Lu Ming, also dressed in designer brands. Zhao Chuan looked Lin Feng up and down, then covered his nose in disdain. Hey delivery boy, you're in the wrong place. This is the Tianhai Club trial base. Leave the food orders at the back gate security room. Lu Ming laughed loudly beside him. Brother Chuan, look at those shoes he's wearing. Does anyone still play football in those cheap, ragged things these days? They'll probably burst open the moment he kicks the ball. Ha ha ha. The other trial players, drawn by the commotion, gathered around to watch the spectacle. Everyone sneered at Lin Feng's shabby appearance. Without even glancing at Zhao Chuan or Lu Ming, Lin Feng pulled out a slightly creased trial card and waved it before them. Blind. I'm here for the trial. Move aside. His voice was icy cold. Zhao Chuan's expression darkened, feeling humiliated. You? A trial? Do you even know where you are? This is a Super League powerhouse. You can't even afford a ball, and you want to compete with us. Dream on. Just as Zhao Chuan was about to shove Lin Feng, a piercing whistle cut through the uproar. What the hell are you all doing? Is this a marketplace? Fallen. A stocky middle-aged man with skin tan like charcoal strode over. He carried a tactical board, and his eyes swept over everyone like knives. This was Yanli, the head coach of the youth team, known for his iron fist and fiery temper. He showed no favoritism. Everyone immediately shut their mouths and obediently ran to the center of the field to line up. Yanli took out the registration list and called out names one by one. When he reached Lin Feng, Yanli paused and looked up at him. You're the one recommended by Scout Gao Yuan. Yanli frowned, scrutinizing Lin Feng from head to toe. Yes, Lin Feng replied loudly. Yanli, seeing Lin Feng's frail frame, didn't hide his disappointment. Old Gao must have gone blind recommending such a stick figure. He grabbed a megaphone. Listen up. Football is a man's sport. It's not embroidery. Without physicality, all technique is useless. With that build of yours, you'll have your bones shattered 2 minutes into a match. Be careful in the scrimmage later. Don't try to scam the club for medical bills. Muffled laughter rippled through the crowd. Zhao Chuan shot Lin Feng a triumphant, gloating look. Lin Feng pressed his lips tightly, the fire in his eyes burning brighter. Weak body. Stick figure. Fine, today he would teach them what it meant to crush the opposition with pure skill. Next came the group scrimmage trials. 50 players were divided into 5 groups, each playing 10 minutes against another. Lin Feng was placed in the weakest group, E, while Zhao Chuan and Lu Ming were in the strongest group A. As luck would have it, Group E faced Group A. The match began. Group A, relying on their physical strength and superior technique, pinned Group E in their own half from the start. Players from Group E couldn't keep possession for even 3 seconds before being dispossessed. Lin Feng, positioned as an attacking midfielder, kept calling for the ball, but his teammates ignored him, thinking passing to him was a waste. Give me the damn ball. Lin Feng roared at a teammate who had just intercepted. Startled, the teammate hastily kicked the ball toward him. The pass was terrible, a half-height ball. Zhao Chuan saw the ball heading for Lin Feng, and his eyes lit up. Perfect. He charged like a wolf. You broke bastard. I'll smash you right back to your delivery station. Yanli shook his head on the sideline. It's over, that kid's getting carried off. But in that split second, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. The God's Eye view activated instantly. Every player's run, center of gravity, and gap on the field became crystal clear in Lin Feng's mind. He didn't retreat. He didn't even glance at Zhao Chuan. As the half-height ball descended, Lin Feng's right instep lifted lightly, absorbing the fierce impact like a sponge and bringing the ball under perfect control. Flawless first touch. Then, facing Zhao Chuan's charging tackle, Lin Feng's left toe swiftly flicked the ball behind him. Using the momentum of the flick, he executed an unbelievable 180-degree turn with the ball, a Marseille roulette. Zhao Chuan's entire weight was committed forward. He couldn't stop. He barely grazed Lin Feng's jersey, losing his balance completely from the silky smooth turn. With a thud, Zhao Chuan's legs twisted like pretzels, and he slammed face first into the turf. The entire field went silent for a second. Yanli, who had been looking down at his tactical board, caught the scene from the corner of his eye and dropped his pen. Holy shit. That turn. Yanli swore. But it wasn't over. After beating Zhao Chuan, Lin Feng didn't pause. He dribbled straight toward the penalty area. Lu Ming and another center back immediately double-teamed him. Don't let him through. Lu Ming shouted. Lin Feng curled his lips in a cold smirk. You think you can stop Messi's dribbling? Lin Feng began swaying his body violently left and right, his feet flickering over the ball at an incredible speed. Left, right, right. Lu Ming and the other defender were dizzy, completely unable to guess which way Lin Feng would go. Whoosh. Lin Feng suddenly poked the ball between Lu Ming's legs, a nutmeg. He whisked past both defenders like a gust of wind and burst into the box. Unknown with the keeper. The goalkeeper rushed out frantically, spreading his arms to narrow the angle. Lin Feng was only 10 meters from goal. He didn't advance any further. His right leg tensed instantly, explosive power surging from thigh muscle to instep. Signature talent, Thunder Beast Cannon. Lin Feng unleashed a thunderous shot. Bang! An earth-shattering crack echoed across the pitch. The ball turned into a blur too fast for the naked eye to track, rocketing straight into the absolute top right corner. The goalkeeper didn't even have time to blink. A strange tearing sound followed. The ball, carrying terrifying kinetic force, slammed into the net, and actually snapped a tough nylon cord in the goal mesh. Goal. 1-0. The entire trial base fell into dead silence. Players on the field and parents watching on the sidelines were frozen stiff, as if struck by a paralysis spell. Li stood on the touchline, his tiger-like eyes wide open, staring fixedly at the ball still spinning in the net. The head coach, who had called Lin Feng a stick figure, now trembling as if electrocuted, he slapped his thigh and roared madly. "What the hell are you staring at? This is the most insane talent I've ever coached." A sharp, piercing whistle blast exploded across the training ground. Li, clutching the iron whistle around his neck, strode across the field in astonishment, charging into the pitch. His eyes, hardened by years of wind and sun, were now fixed unblinkingly on Lin Feng, who stood on the grass. The entire trial base fell so silent that the drop of a pin could be heard. The parents who had driven their luxury cars to send their children for the trial moments ago, engaged in flattery, now fell silent, their eyes wide, as they stared at Lin Feng. What the hell kind of godly shot was that? That explosive strike just now had snapped the net's rope. Li rushed up to Lin Feng, his chest heaving from the sprint. "Kid, that Marseille turn and the finishing technique with that last shot. Who taught you?" Li's voice trembled as he locked eyes with Lin Feng. Lin Feng rubbed his ankle numb from the recoil of that powerful strike and looked calmly at Li. Lin Feng said casually. Li's eyes bulged as if he had heard an incredible joke. "No one taught you." Li's voice boomed like thunder. "You think I'm a 3-year-old? The footwork rhythm of that Marseille turn and the way you press the ball with your instep before shooting. That takes at least 8 to 10 years of top-tier professional youth training to pull off. Tell me honestly, which professional club's youth academy did you train in?" Lin Feng sighed helplessly. "Coach, I really never attended any youth training camp or played in any professional academy." Lin Feng shrugged and pointed at the battered yellow electric scooter by the field. "I usually deliver food racing against time for a few dozen yuan in overtime fees. When I have time, I kick around with a bunch of uncles on the broken-down wire-fenced pitch next to my village. Today is the first time I've ever set foot on such soft natural grass." A broken-down wire-fenced pitch. At those words, Li looked as if he had been struck by lightning. The trial players watching nearby were dumbfounded, and a commotion erupted. "Holy shit, is he joking? Playing on a broken-down pitch? How is that possible? He's definitely bragging. He doesn't want to reveal his old club. Can a broken-down pitch produce that kind of explosive shot? Even Newton's coffin would burst open. That explosive burst he used to get past Zhao Chuan just now. Even the first-team stars of our Tianhai team couldn't pull it off that smoothly. He says he practiced by delivering food." At that moment, Zhao Chuan finally picked himself up from the ground. His head and face were covered in grass clippings and black mud, his expensive perm hairstyle completely ruined, making him look like a stray dog that had just rolled out of a mud pit. Zhao Chuan spat out a mouthful of muddy water, his face flushed with extreme shame and anger. He pointed at Lin Feng's nose and began cursing loudly. "You're full of shit." Zhao Chuan roared furiously. "A lousy food delivery guy who can't even afford a decent pair of cleats. How could you make a shot like that? You just got lucky. That shot was a fluke." Lin Feng glanced coldly at Zhao Chuan, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "A fluke?" Lin Feng sneered. "Then you show me one. Just now someone charged over like a clumsy bear, didn't even touch a hair on my head, and fell flat on his face. You can't even defend against a food delivery guy, so what right do you have to yell here? You're asking for it." Zhao Chuan, spoiled since childhood with millions in family assets, had never suffered such humiliation. His eyes turned red and he clenched his fists ready to charge at Lin Feng. Lu Ming quickly grabbed Zhao Chuan. "Chuan, calm down. Don't lower yourself to this poor bastard. We're in a trial." Lu Ming pleaded obsequiously. "Enough. This is Tianhai Club, not your backyard." Li roared like a thunderclap. Zhao Chuan shuddered and stopped in his tracks, but his eyes still fixed on Lin Feng like a venomous snake. "Coach Yin, I don't accept this." Zhao Chuan gnashed his teeth, pointing at Lin Feng. "That guy was just lucky. That half volley landed at a weird angle, and I slipped on the grass. That's the only reason he got through. That doesn't prove his skill. It was pure dumb luck." Li ignored Zhao Chuan's excuses, instead circling Lin Feng with blazing eyes, as if beholding a rare treasure. "You're telling me you've only ever played on a broken-down pitch? This is your first trial?" Li asked again sternly. Lin Feng nodded. "Yes. Lying wouldn't get me anything." Lin Feng said bluntly. "Great. Wonderful." Li suddenly burst into wild laughter, slapping Lin Feng's thin shoulder heavily. "If you're lying, I have ways to find out. But if this is all true, then I've stepped in dog shit today and found a gem." Lu Ming stepped forward, unwilling to accept it. "Coach Yin, he really is just a delivery guy?" Lu Ming pointed at Lin Feng's shoes. "Look at those worn-out double-star sneakers, the soles are almost gone. This low-class poor wretch. How could he possibly join our Tianhai youth team? This is a Longqiao Premier League Giants Academy." Li whirled around, his eyes cutting like knives. "You don't know a damn thing." Li cursed bluntly. "Football is about skill. About how well you control the... It's not about how many thousand yuan limited edition jerseys you wear. We're the best gear, but if you get played like a fool on the pitch, you're still useless. Lu Ming shrank back, unable to retort. Zhao Chuan gritted his teeth, jealousy surging like wild. Coach, I still don't accept it. I don't believe he has real ability. Zhao Chuan screamed hysterically. Lin Feng picked his ear. If you don't accept it, keep it to yourself. No one's asking you to. Lin Feng said flatly. Delivery boy, don't get too cocky. Zhao Chuan pointed at Lin Feng. Dare you compete with me again? There's a live scrimmage coming up. Today I'll shut you down. You won't even touch the ball. Yin Li raised his hand and cut him off. Enough. Stop arguing. Yin Li announced loudly. Since some people aren't convinced, well, move straight to the next stage. Full team scrimmage. Let's see if you're the real deal, or just a flash in the pan. The crowd dispersed, and everyone's gaze toward Lin Feng had completely changed. Some were envious, some astonished, but most wore expressions of anticipation. Everyone wanted to see if this shabbily dressed delivery boy would be exposed in a real match. Lin Feng stood still, his expression unruffled. With my system in hand, why would I fear you greenhouse-grown flowers? Just then a cold mechanical system prompt rang deep in Lin Feng's mind. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully caused extreme shock and attention from the head coach. Hidden condition fulfilled. Congratulations, host. Unlocked subskill goal-scoring instinct. Skill description: within the dangerous 30-meter zone of the opponent's half, the host gains exceptional spatial awareness, allowing a half-second prejudgment of the ball's landing point and defensive gaps. Lin Feng's heart pounded wildly after hearing the prompt. Goal-scoring instinct. Half-second prejudgment. That's insane. On a football pitch, half a second is the difference between life and death. Half a second is enough to decide whether a shot arcs into the top corner or is saved by the keeper. With this skill, even if the opponent sets up a bus, he could find cracks and squeeze through. As Zhao Chuan passed by Lin Feng, he sneered in a low voice. Poor bastard, you got lucky just now. In the real scrimmage, they'll show you that football isn't a one-man game. Lin Feng didn't even glance at him. Is that so? He'll be waiting. He cracked his neck. Yan Li stood at the sidelines holding a tactical board, his stern gaze sweeping across the field. Everyone gather. We will now commence the formal practice match. Red team, main lineup. Zhao Chuan, you play as the defensive midfielder, and Lu Ming, you play as the center back. The rest of you from the youth team, get on the field. Blue team substitutes and trial players. Lin Feng, go put on the blue vest and play as the attacking midfielder. Yan Li shouted at a nearly 2-meter-tall goalkeeper Shen Hao. You guard the goal for the blue team. Keep your eyes wide open. Don't act like you haven't eaten. Shen Hao nodded, quickly putting on his gloves marked with signs of previous saves, and jogged into the penalty area. Lin Feng casually grabbed a somewhat stale blue vest from the nearby rack and put it on, positioning himself near the center circle. Beep. With Yin Li's whistle, the practice match officially began. As soon as the game started, Lin Feng immediately felt an intense sense of suffocation. The red team consisted entirely of the main players from the youth team. They trained together every day, and their tactical coordination was ingrained in their bones. Their passing speed was incredibly fast. In just a few quick exchanges, they could tear apart the blue team's defense and send the ball into a dangerous area. Meanwhile, the blue team was made up entirely of hastily assembled trial players and fringe substitutes. No one knew each other, and there was absolutely no chemistry among them, resembling a pile of loose sand. What made Lin Feng feel even more disgusted was that a few familiar faces among the blue team's substitutes had clearly received prior instructions from Zhao Chuan. Before the match started, Zhao Chuan had specifically pulled a few substitute defenders from the blue team aside for a quiet chat. At this moment, an extremely bizarre scene unfolded on the field. A blue team defender finally intercepted the ball and was about to launch a counterattack. Lin Feng immediately raised his right hand high in the empty space. Over here. Pass it to me. I'm wide open here. Lin Feng shouted at the defender with the ball. The defender had already lifted his foot, preparing for a long pass. He glanced at Lin Feng, then at Zhao Chuan, who was glaring at him from a distance. The defender shrank back in fear, forcibly altered his kicking technique, and casually passed the ball back to goalkeeper Shen Hao. The ball didn't reach the well-positioned Lin Feng at all. Shen Hao collected the ball in the backfield as the red team's forwards rushed in to pressure him. Lin Feng decisively chose to drop back to support. Shen Hao, give it to my feet. Lin Feng shouted. Shen Hao looked at Lin Feng, who had run into position, just as Zhao Chuan on the outskirts deliberately cleared his throat, glaring threateningly at Shen Hao. Panic surged through Shen Hao's heart, and he dared not pass to Lin Feng. Gritting his teeth, he swung his right leg and sent a haphazard booming kick toward the front. The ball flew through the air, tracing an ugly arc, and went directly out of bounds. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. Lin Feng ran tirelessly on the field, drenched in sweat, with his clothes completely soaked. Yet he hadn't even touched the ball once. Whenever the blue team gained possession, they preferred to make elementary mistakes or kick the ball out of bounds rather than pass it in Lin Feng's direction. They had completely isolated Lin Feng. Zhao Chuan jogged nearby, emitting a piercingly harsh laugh. Huh. Delivery boy, weren't you quite impressive earlier? Zhao Chuan laughed so hard he bent over. How come you can't even touch the ball now? Are you practicing sprints out there? Should I order takeout for you so you can eat while you run? Lu Ming joined in, loudly mocking. Brother Chuan, he's practicing how to deliver takeout quickly on our field. Once he fails the trial, he can go back to the delivery station and surely become the king of deliveries. Huh. The entire red team joined in uproarious laughter. Lin Feng stopped, leaning on his knees, gasping for breath. His eyes coldly swept over the dodging blue team teammates. He understood everything in his heart. These guys were playing a game of cold violence to isolate him. They wanted to use this dirty tactic to expose him in front of Yanli. An attacking midfielder who couldn't touch the ball was less than an invisible man on the field. He was a complete failure. On the sidelines, Yanli furrowed his brows tightly, his knuckles turning white as he gripped the tactical board. How could an old hand like him fail to see the tricks on the field? These little brats dared to play such underhanded tricks right under my nose, Yanli thought, bitterly grinding his teeth. However, Yanli did not blow the whistle to stop the match. He wanted to take this opportunity to observe Lin Feng's psychological quality. On a professional field, desperation and targeting were everyday occurrences. If Lin Feng collapsed and cursed in such a completely isolated situation, or simply gave up and strolled around the field, then regardless of how good his skills were, he wouldn't deserve to pursue a professional path. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead with determination. He straightened up suddenly. All right. You won't pass the ball, huh? You all want to see me make a fool of myself, huh? Since you won't give me the ball, then I'll just have to take it myself. The match continued. The red team launched another attack. Zhao Chuan received the ball in midfield, proudly raising his head and directing his teammates' movements. Move to the left. Lu Ming, push forward and get ready for my deadly pass. Zhao Chuan shouted, feeling like a world-class midfield maestro. Just as Zhao Chuan lowered his head to look at the ball, preparing for a long pass, an extremely fierce gust of wind suddenly swept past him from behind. Zhao Chuan felt a shadow flash before him, and suddenly there was nothing under his feet. He looked down and the ball was gone. What the hell? Who stole my ball? Zhao Chuan screamed in terror. Lin Feng, who had moved like a leopard catching the scent of blood, appeared from Zhao Chuan's blind spot. He extended his right foot, deftly poking the ball away cleanly from under Zhao Chuan's feet. Stealing your ball. Lin Feng shouted coldly, his voice hitting Zhao Chuan like a block of ice. This sudden turn of events caught everyone on the red team off guard. After intercepting the ball, Lin Feng didn't even glance at any of his blue team teammates. Since no one would cooperate with me, since you all refused to pass me the ball, then I will handle the battle alone. I will tear apart your proud defense like ripping paper. With Messi-level dribbling talent, Lin Feng exploded into action. He carried the ball forward like a heavy cruise missile, charging straight into the red team's half. Stop him. Quick, stop him. We must not let him enter the penalty area. Zhao Chuan screamed frantically from behind, chasing back like a rabid dog. A defensive midfielder from the red team rushed forward ferociously. Lin Feng didn't even look at him. Under the divine perspective, the midfielder's center of gravity and defensive flaws were magnified 100 times in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng lightly nudged the ball outward with the back of his left foot. The midfielder thought Lin Feng was going to charge from the left, shifting his weight heavily in that direction. In that instant, Lin Feng swiftly pulled the ball back with his right foot, twisting his body in an uncanny manner. An extremely crisp and clean nutmeg. The midfielder was completely deceived, his legs getting tangled and losing balance as he fell hard onto the grass. One down. Lin Feng didn't slow down at all. Instead, he ran even faster. Only two center backs from the red team remained ahead. One of them was Lu Ming. They tried to sandwich Lin Feng between them with their physical advantage. Delivery boy, stop right there. Lu Ming shouted with a face full of rage, directly colliding into Lin Feng's shoulder. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. The awakened instinct in front of the goal was instantly activated. Lin Feng's mind immediately painted a clear picture of Lu Ming's defensive move. Half a second later, there was an extremely subtle fleeting space on Lu Ming's right side where he was charging in. Lin Feng's body suddenly sank, and with a delicate flick of his right foot's toe at the bottom of the ball, he propelled it forward. The ball flew through the gap between Lu Ming and the other defender's waist, as if it had autopilot, obediently gliding past. At the same time, Lin Feng's speed erupted, slipping by Lu Ming like an eel. Ball and man separated. The red team's ironclad defense was forcibly torn apart by Lin Feng, creating a huge gap. Lu Ming turned his head sharply, staring at Lin Feng's disappearing figure with wide eyes nearly popping them out. What the hell? How did he get past? Lu Ming screamed in shock. The red team's goalkeeper watched Lin Feng charging in alone, his palms slick with cold sweat from tension. The goalkeeper rushed out of the goal. He spread his arms wide like a big clumsy bear, attempting to block all of Lin Feng's shooting angles with his massive body. Lin Feng was less than 8 meters away from the goal. He watched as the goalkeeper charged at him with claws bared, lifting his right leg high behind him. The muscles in his thigh tightened, seemingly containing an incredibly terrifying explosive power. Everyone on the red team couldn't help but gasp in shock. Just a few moments ago, Lin Feng had used this very terrifying burst of power to kick the nylon net of the goal. The goalkeeper turned pale with fear, instinctively closing his eyes and shielding his chest and face with his hands, terrified of being struck in the head by this shot. However, the thunderous sound of the ball striking did not occur as expected. Just as Lin Feng's raised right foot was about to make contact with the ball, with overwhelming force, all its violent energy suddenly dissipated. His right foot gently brushed the side of the ball with incredible tenderness. A feigned shot turned into a The ball did not fly towards the goal like a cannonball, but rather rolled slowly along the grass, tracing a hidden path towards the right rear of the goal. At that moment, a substitute forward named Wang Dachui from the blue team stood dumbfounded at the right rear point. He had not even moved into the penalty area to provide support. He had already convinced himself that someone isolated like Lin Feng could not possibly pass the ball, let alone break through the encirclement of 4 players. As a result, the ball rolled precisely and comfortably, as if it were being fed to him, directly coming to rest at Wang Dachui's feet. In front of him was a huge, empty goal with no goalkeeper. "Kick it in. What are you dawdling for?" Lin Feng shouted impatiently at the dazed Wang Dachui. Wang Dachui snapped back to reality at Lin Feng's shout. He didn't even need to adjust. Instinctively, he stretched out his toes and poked the ball. The ball rolled smoothly into the pristine white net. The entire stadium fell silent. There were no cheers for the goal, no shouts, only a series of gasps. Even Wang Dachui, who scored, couldn't. He looked at his foot and then at the ball in the net. "Did I just score?" Wang Dachui murmured. Lin Feng did it all by himself. He had completed a steal from halfway, racing past all 4 main defenders of the red team, all while being completely isolated by his own team, with no one stepping forward to assist with positioning or passing. Single-handedly, he turned the pride of the red team's defense into a pile of mud. In the end, he calmly deceived the goalkeeper with a feint and provided an assist for an empty net shot. Li stood on the sidelines. The tactical board he had been gripping tightly fell to the ground with a thud, yet he remained completely oblivious. Li's eyes widened to the size of saucers, his chest heaving violently. At that moment, Zhao Chuan stumbled over from the backfield, panting heavily, his face flushed as if he had experienced a great shock. "That goal doesn't count. It can't possibly count," Zhao Chuan shouted, unwillingly waving his arms. "He just got lucky. Purely luck. Yes, that's just sheer luck." Lu Ming chimed in, trying to agree fervently. He had almost messed up his last touch. It was only luck that allowed him to poke the ball through. He doesn't have that kind of skill. "Shut up." Li suddenly erupted with a thunderous roar. The entire stadium fell silent in an instant. The sound of the wind rustling through the grass could be heard clearly at that moment. Li strode to the sidelines, his finger pointing like a gun at Zhao Chuan's nose. "Luck? You're telling me that was luck?" Li's face was ashen, his eyes blazing with fire. "The precise steal he executed in the midfield was bad luck for you. And a perfect nutmeg past our main defensive midfielder was also luck. He managed to break through your tight encirclement with a skillful touch, and that was luck." Finally, facing the advancing goalkeeper, he feigned a shot and tricked everyone, comfortably feeding the ball to his teammate for an empty net finish. "You dare call that luck?" The more Li spoke, the louder he became, his emotions escalating as he spat saliva all over Zhao Chuan's face. "If you had that kind of luck, you should be playing in the top 5 leagues instead of wasting my time here." Zhao Chuan was scolded to the point of being speechless. His head hung low as he bit down on his jaw, his nails digging deeply into his flesh. Li took a deep breath, turned his head, and looked at Lin Feng in the distance with an incredibly complex expression. He stared at Lin Feng for a full half-minute, his eyes filled with fervor and admiration. "You must be Lin Feng, right?" Li's voice suddenly became deep, carrying a hint of seriousness. "Yes," Lin Feng replied calmly with a nod. Li nodded as if talking to himself, yet also raising his voice for everyone in the stadium to hear. "I Li have been a coach for over 10 years, traveled the country's youth training camps, and seen many talented young players. But someone like you, someone who can treat a professional team's defense like a morning road strolling through at will. I have never seen anyone like you in my life. Someone who can change the course of a match." As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of astonishment spread through the crowd. All the parents and trial players gasped in unison. This was the highest praise from the notoriously strict and sharp-tongued coach, Li. The always proud Zhao Chuan felt a deep sense of powerlessness and insane jealousy upon hearing this. Why should a delivery boy who can't even afford a meal receive such high praise? Lin Feng looked at Li, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly in a confident arc. "Coach, does this mean I passed the trial?" Lin Feng asked straightforwardly, without any circumlocution. Li opened his mouth, but before he could utter a good word, in Lin Feng's mind, that abrupt mechanical voice rang out once again with an overwhelming intensity. "Ding!" Congratulations to the host for shocking the entire crowd and completely impressing the head coach. The main storyline beginner trial task has been completed successfully. The task reward of 100,000 yuan has been legally transferred to the host's bank account. The silver-level system treasure chest has been issued to the system backpack. It has been detected that the host has officially stepped into the realm of professional football. The system is about to release the ultimate series of main storyline tasks. Task content: use absolute strength to seize the captain's armband of the Tianhai youth team and lead the team to win the national championship in the National Youth League in 1 month. Task failure punishment: the system will randomly strip the host of 1 divine level talent. May I ask if the host will accept this immediately? Upon hearing this long prompt in his mind, especially the news of 100,000 yuan arriving, Lin Feng's eyes instantly lit up in shock. Enriched. Finally, I won't have to watch my mom stay up late to string beads. As for winning the championship, seizing the captain's armband. This sounds interesting. Lin Feng slightly lifted his chin, staring directly at Zhao Chuan and Lu Ming in the distance, his eyes filled with unmasked coldness and provocation. The real show is about to begin. The summer sun was so scorching it could melt the asphalt, and the broken fan at the delivery station outside the village creaked as it turned, blowing nothing but hot air. Lin Feng, your delivery is about to exceed the time limit again. The customer has already called twice to urge you. The delivery station manager, Brother Ma, with a beer belly, pointed at the wall clock, spitting saliva all over Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead, grabbed a takeout box from the table, and haphazardly stuffed it into the yellow thermal box behind him. Brother Ma, my electric scooter broke down halfway. Oh, I pushed it for a full 2 kilometers before finishing the last order. Lin Feng's tone was somewhat helpless as he glanced down at his shoes. Brother Ma followed his gaze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Oh my, what do you think this is? Look at those shoes you're wearing. The pair of worn-out double-star canvas sneakers had soles that were completely worn down, and the big toe of his right foot had a large gaping hole revealing a sock that was filled with dust. You were delivering takeout, dressed worse than a beggar under the overpass. Would the customers dare to eat the food you deliver? Hurry up and go change your shoes. Brother Ma waved a fan impatiently, his face full of disdain. Lin Feng remained silent, merely tightening the strap of his helmet. Right now he had 100,000 yuan quietly sitting in his account, deposited by the system. As long as he wanted, he could take off these tattered clothes at any moment and throw the money in Brother Ma's fat face. But he couldn't. That 100,000 yuan was his lifeline. His mother stayed up late, every night stringing plastic beads, nearly blinding her eyes, yet she earned less than 1,000 yuan a month. Next month's rent, the 20,000 yuan high-interest loan due at the end of the year. This 100,000 must first be used to patch up the family's financial troubles, and also to get his mother a rental room with a window. Brother Ma'll finish this delivery and then clock out. Lin Feng's tone was eerily calm. Clock out. If this order gets complained about and you lose money, you won't see a single cent of today's pay. Brother Ma snorted coldly. Lin Feng did not argue. He twisted the throttle of the electric bike and plunged into the sweltering heat. At 8 in the evening, in the cramped rental room of less than 30 square meters in the village, the air was filled with a musty smell. Under the dim light, Lin Xiaolan was bowing her head, her fingers swiftly threading one plastic bead after another onto the fishing line. The door creaked open and Lin Feng walked in, carrying a tattered black plastic bag. Xiao Feng is back. The food is warming in the pot. How many deliveries did you make today? You must be exhausted. Lin Xiaolan stopped her work and looked at her tired son with concern, her gaze unconsciously falling on his feet. The hole in his worn double-star shoes seemed to have gotten bigger. Xiao Feng, I just received a bit of pay today. You should buy a new pair of shoes tomorrow. You have to run so much delivering food every day. Worn-out shoes can hurt your feet, Lin Xiaolan said, pulling out several crumpled coins from her pocket. Lin Feng looked at the warm coins, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. He walked over and gently pushed his Mom, I have money. Where did you get money from? Didn't you already pay your rent with your salary? Lin Feng took a deep breath, pulled out his domestically produced phone with a cracked screen, opened the banking app to show his balance, and held it out to Lin Xiaolan. Mom, take a look at this amount. Lin Xiaolan leaned closer to the phone, squinting at the screen for a moment, then suddenly her entire body trembled, and the beads in her hand scattered all over the floor. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Lin Xiaolan abruptly raised her head, her face pale, her voice trembling. Xiao Feng. What have you done? You mustn't do anything foolish. We're poor, but we can't resort to stealing or robbing. Seeing her mother on the verge of tears, Lin Feng quickly squatted down and held her rough hand. Mom, what are you thinking? I didn't steal or rob. This is the signing bonus from the trial training I did yesterday for the Tianhai Club's youth team. The coach was impressed with me and directly gave me 100,000 yuan. Trial training. Tianhai team. Lin Xiaolan was stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief. Is that the football team that's on TV every day? They want you. Yes. Mom, I was selected. Starting today, I am a professional player. From now on I will receive a salary every month. This 100,000 is just the beginning. Tomorrow we will pay the rent, repay the high-interest loan, and then rent a new house with big windows. Lin Feng said excitedly. Lin Xiaolan stared blankly at her son, her eyes instantly reddening, and tears the size of beans began to... Good. My son is successful now, he can play professionally. She wiped her tears while smiling, but the next moment her expression turned extremely worried. Xiaofeng, I know you love playing football, but that's a professional team. Those kids have private coaches from a young age, and they eat and dress well. Can your body handle it after delivering takeout every day? What if you get injured by those strong men on the field? Your whole life would be ruined. Lin Xiaolan tightly grasped Lin Feng's hand, pleading, how about we return this money? Let's stick to delivering takeout. I can string 2,000 beads a day, and we can slowly pay off our debts. Lin Feng felt a pang in his heart. He understood his mother too well. She was afraid of being poor and of losing her only son. Mom, rest assured, Lin Feng said with unwavering determination in his eyes. No one can hurt me on the field. I promise to make a name for myself. After much persuasion, Lin Feng finally managed to soothe his mother to sleep. The night was deep and quiet. Lin Feng returned to his small partitioned room made of wooden boards. He took out the worn double-star sneakers from the delivery box and carefully placed them at the head of the bed. This was his only pair of battle shoes. Tomorrow he would officially begin training with the youth team, and wearing these worn shoes would surely lead to mockery from Zhao Chuan and his group of rich kids. But now the 100,000 yuan had to be used to pay off debts and rent. He still had no extra money to buy a good pair of soccer shoes. While Lin Feng was staring blankly at the worn shoes, a sudden cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detecting that the host is facing a tremendous physical challenge. Triggering hidden reward task, King of the Devil's Training. Task requirements in tomorrow's first Devil-style physical training with the youth team. You must crush all teammates with absolute superiority and secure first place in the physical test. Task reward 1 silver level exclusive item, physical enhancement potion. After use it will permanently increase the host's cardiovascular function and endurance limit by 30. Task failure penalty, randomly strip the host of 1 already fused divine level talent. Lin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. To lose a divine level talent. This penalty was utterly devastating. But that reward. A permanent 30 increase in physical limits. On the football field in the last 20 minutes of the second half, no matter how skilled you are, without physical support, all your moves will be compromised. Having absolute physical strength equates to having absolute dominance on the field. Lin Feng clenched his fists, knuckles turning white. First place, huh? Tomorrow I'll show you pampered kids just how terrifying the stamina from running deliveries in wind and rain. At 8 in the morning at the Tianhai Youth Team Training Base. The sun had just risen, and the scorching rays had already caused the lush green grass to emit a rubbery scent. More than 30 players of the youth team lined up lazily, yawning continuously. When Lin Feng pushed his battered electric bike into the base, a few sharp laughs erupted from the crowd. Hey, our team's delivery boy has arrived. Zhao Chuan shouted loudly, spinning a set of car keys in his hand, his face full of disdain. So did you pack the lunchboxes for today? The sycophant Lu Ming quickly chimed in, pointing at the pair of worn-out sneakers on Lin Feng's feet, laughing uncontrollably. Chuan, go look at those shabby shoes of his. The hole from yesterday is even bigger today. He can't possibly think that wearing such rags will make him look hard-working, right? What a pathetic sight. Facing the mocking crowd, Lin Feng cast a cold glance at Zhao Chuan, too lazy to engage, and directly walked to the end of the line. With a system task at hand, all he could think about was prioritizing his physical fitness. Just then head coach Yinli walked over. Walking beside him was a man as sturdy as a black tower, dressed in tight black training gear, his muscular build bulging, and his eyes exceptionally fierce. Silence! Yinli shouted sternly, and the entire place fell silent instantly. Let me introduce you to your new physical coach, He Tao. Coach, he used to be an athlete in track and field, and he is in complete charge of today's class. Anyone who dares to slack off will be kicked out of the youth team immediately. He Tao coldly scanned the team, deliberately lingering his gaze on Lin Feng for a few extra seconds, a barely perceptible cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yesterday Zhao Chuan had specifically called him, instructing him to take good care of this ignorant delivery boy today. He Tao stepped forward holding an electronic stopwatch. Without further ado, today's physical test is very simple. A 1,000 meter speed run. As soon as he finished speaking, the team erupted into chaos. 1,000 meters. Are you insane? It's over 30 degrees today. And it's a speed run. Aren't we going to be throwing up blood? A few pampered players immediately began to complain quietly. Shut up. He Tao yelled. What? If you can't handle this little hardship, how do you expect to turn professional? Get ready to run. Beep. With the sound of the whistle, everyone burst forward like wild horses. Zhao Chuan and Lu Ming started out running extremely fast, intentionally brushing past Lin Feng and provocatively bumping his shoulder. "Delivery boy, enjoy the dust behind us." Zhao Chuan arrogantly turned back and gave him the middle finger. Lin Feng did not speed up, but activated his old horse emperor's perspective. In his mind, the rhythm of every runner, the amplitude of their strides, even the frequency of their heartbeats, all transformed into data. A bunch of fools sprinting right from the start. "Let's see how long you can keep this up," Lin Feng sneered, maintaining a very steady pace, controlling his breath, and making each step deliberate. After 2 kilometers, the atmosphere on the track changed completely. Zhao Chuan and Lu Ming, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, now looked pale, their chests heaving violently as they gasped for air, their steps heavy, as if filled with lead. Lin Feng had not broken a sweat, his breathing rhythm frighteningly steady. He slightly increased his speed and directly overtook Zhao Chuan. "Excuse me, if you can't run, move to the side and don't block the way." Lin Feng coldly sneered as he left this remark behind. Zhao Chuan, infuriated, felt his vision darken, gritting his teeth to pursue him, but after just 2 steps his legs went weak, nearly causing him to fall flat. "Chuan, go, I can't do it anymore, my lungs are going to explode." Lu Ming clutched his stomach, wailing in pain. On the sidelines, He Tao's brows furrowed tightly at this sight. He had originally wanted to see Lin Feng make a fool of himself, but instead this kid not only held on, but was actually getting faster. "Everyone on my command. Final 3 kilometers, accelerate to sprint. Anyone who falls behind will not be allowed to go to the cafeteria for lunch." He Tao shouted into a bullhorn. The team erupted into a chorus of desperate curses. He Tao fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, who was running in the lead, a malicious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He suddenly blew the whistle and marched to the edge of the track, pointing at Lin Feng. "The one in the yellow vest. Yes, you. Your running form was extremely unorthodox. Go to the side and do 50 burpees before continuing to run." Everyone froze. This was clearly a deliberate attempt to make things difficult, stopping to do 50 high-intensity burpees in the midst of a long-distance run. This would not only disrupt the heart rate, but would also directly drain the bonus energy reserves. Head coach Yin Li frowned, about to intervene, but Lin Feng had already decisively stopped, walking to the edge of the grass. "What, just some burpees?" Lin Feng understood well that He Tao was acting on Zhao Chuan's orders. Without a word, he dropped to the scorching grass, executing each movement with textbook precision, jumping up frantically. 1, 2, 3. Lin Feng counted loudly. His thigh muscles trembled violently, sweat pouring down like a torrential rain. The condition of this body was indeed too poor. His heart raced as if it would burst from his chest, and his throat was filled with a strong metallic taste of blood. Tearing pain spread throughout his body. But he could not give up. He had been climbing 6 floors daily in the urban village, delivering dozens of pounds of food. This little hardship was nothing. 49, 50. Lin Feng suddenly sprang up from the ground, wiping the sweat from his chin, and glared at He Tao like an enraged wolf. "Coach, I'm done. Can I continue running now?" Lin Feng shouted, his voice booming. He Tao looked into Lin Feng's fierce eyes and felt inexplicably startled. Grinding his teeth, he waved his hand. "Get back to running. In the last 2 kilometers, if you don't finish first, you can still get lost." Lin Feng said nothing and dashed back to the track. At this moment, the team was already nearly 400 meters ahead. "Delivery boy, what are you going to chase with?" Zhao Chuan glanced back and laughed triumphantly. Lin Feng closed his eyes. The image of his mother staying up late to string beads flashed in his mind, the promise of 100,000 yuan in prize money and the system's enticing reward for physical enhancement. Breakthrough. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, his legs unleashing an incredibly terrifying power, propelling him to the limit of his sprinting speed. On the sidelines, He Tao stared at the speedometer in his hand, his eyes nearly popping out. This is impossible. His heart rate is about to hit 200. How can he accelerate further? Isn't he afraid of sudden death? 1 lap. Half a lap. The final 100 meters. Lin Feng tore through like a gust of wind, overtaking one youth team main player after another. In the terrified gaze of everyone, he was the first to crash through the finish line. Thud. The moment he crossed the finish line, Lin Feng's legs went weak, collapsing onto the ground, greedily gasping for air. Every muscle in his body twitched violently, the pain reaching its peak, yet a fervent smile hung on his lips. He had won. In his mind, a crisp mechanical voice echoed wildly. Ding. Congratulations, the host has completed the task with absolute crushing superiority. Reward silver level exclusive Tao enhancing potion has been automatically used. Cardiopulmonary function and endurance limit permanently increased by 30. In an instant, a cool stream surged into Lin Feng's limbs, as if the parched earth had welcomed a torrential rain. His heart, which was about to burst, calmed instantly, his breathing miraculously becoming smooth, and fatigue dissipated completely. Lin Feng stood up, moved his shoulders, feeling an inexhaustible energy coursing through him. He walked up to Zhao Chuan, who was sprawled on the ground vomiting like a dead dog, and looked down at him with a cold smile. You think you can target me with this little stamina? Next time remember to eat more before coming. Zhao Chuan's face turned ashen with anger, unable to utter a complete curse. Li stood not far away watching Lin Feng, with eyes filled with extreme shock and ecstasy. This kid is simply a monster with no limits. But can he sustain this madness in tomorrow's high-intensity youth warm-up match? At the Tianhai City Sports Center's secondary venue, the atmosphere was incredibly lively. The Tianhai youth team faced off against the dominant Feng youth team from the neighboring province. This was a major warm-up match surrounded not only by scouts, but also by numerous local sports media. The match had entered the 80th minute of the second half with a glaring score of 0-1, the Tianhai team trailing behind. On the sidelines, a young female reporter named Mia, dressed in a light-colored professional outfit and sporting a ponytail, was fiddling with her DSLR camera out of boredom. The new recruits of the Tianhai team this year are terrible. The core player named Zhao Chuan has been invisible on the field, being knocked around so much he can't even hold onto the ball. There's no breaking news today, Mia complained to the cameraman beside her. Just as the cameraman was about to pack up, the booming voice of head coach Li suddenly echoed from the sidelines. Lin Feng, warm up. Get on the field immediately. Position yourself as an attacking midfielder and tear apart their defense. Mia curiously turned her head, pointing her camera at Lin Feng, who had just taken off his substitute vest and was running onto the pitch. Zoom in, this player looks unfamiliar. Wow, look at those shoes on his feet, the cameraman exclaimed. Mia quickly looked through the viewfinder and gasped in astonishment. He was wearing a pair of worn-out double-star sneakers with a large hole in the toe of the right shoe, exposing the white sock inside. Is he here to be a joke? Mia excitedly pressed the shutter button. Rapidly, quick, take the shot. This is definitely a sensational highlight. On the field, Lin Feng stomped down firmly on the somewhat slippery grass. The physical enhancement serum from yesterday made him feel like a powerful bull with a raging flame of energy wanting to burst forth from within. Hey, does the Tianhai team have no one left? They brought in a beggar. A tall midfielder from the Feng team pointed at Lin Feng's shabby shoes and laughed mockingly. Lin Feng didn't even glance at him, turning directly to his teammates and shouting, "Pass the ball to me." The match, a Tianhai defender intercepted the ball and sent a long pass straight to the midfield. The tall midfielder immediately charged towards the landing point like a tank, preparing to physically overpower Lin Feng. Lin Feng activated his old horse emperor perspective, accurately predicting the landing point, and met the ball with his chest. You're asking for death. Get out of my way, the tall midfielder yelled as he crashed in. Bang! The two bodies collided violently in midair. To everyone's surprise, it was the tall midfielder who flew backward. He fell hard onto the grass and didn't get up for a long time. Lin Feng landed like an unyielding rock, the ball obediently sticking to the top of his foot. What terrifying core strength! Li on the sidelines clenched his fists in excitement. Mia shouted excitedly, focused the camera on him. Hurry up! Lin Feng took possession of the ball and instantly activated his max-level Messi dribbling talent. He surged towards the Feng team's penalty area, moving like a flash of yellow lightning. Two defenders attempted to close in on him from both sides. Lin Feng feigned left with a convincing shoulder shimmy, then flicked the ball with the back of his right foot in the opposite direction. A tail whip pass. The movement was smooth and flawless. The two defenders collided into each other. The crowd erupted into a wild frenzy. Oh my God! Is this move even possible for a domestic youth team? Lin Feng surged into the top of the penalty area just 25 meters from the goal. With only two central defenders left in front of him, he hesitated not at all, raising his right leg high. The Thunder Beast Cannon exclusive talent instantly ignited. Bang! A dull sound like thunder exploded across the stadium. The ball transformed into a white aurora that was nearly impossible to track with the naked eye, descending with a terrifying arc directly into the absolute dead corner of the net. The goalkeeper didn't even have time to lift a hand. 1-1. A stunning equalizer. The entire stadium fell silent for 2 seconds before erupting into a terrifying scream that could topple the roof. Lin Feng excitedly ran to the corner flag, tearing off his jersey to reveal his toned muscles, and howled to the sky. Happy, exhilarated, all the pent-up frustration he had held in for so long was finally released at this moment. Lin Feng excitedly ran to the corner flag, tearing off his jersey to reveal his toned muscles, and howled to the sky. Happy, exhilarated, all the pent-up— This is big news. We've definitely captured a major story today, Mia shouted with her face flushed. The match ended, and thanks to Lin Feng's world-class goal, the Tianhai team had narrowly escaped defeat. The next morning, a local sports morning paper created a tremendous sensation in Tianhai City. The front page featured a visually striking high-definition image. In the photo, Lin Feng was wearing those ragged toe-exposing double-star shoes, executing a midair volley, his eyes fierce like a lone wolf. Accompanying it was an extremely eye-catching blood-red bold headline delivery guy becomes a green field war god. A thunderous shot creates a miracle for the common man. Or just a flash in the pan of capital hype. The article went viral online with comments exploding everywhere. Can this delivery guy really play professionally? Don't mess with me, this must be staged. Those broken shoes crack me up. Is the Tianhai team really that poor? Can't even afford a decent pair of soccer shoes. This kid from the street soccer scene is just lucky to get one in, but in a real match he'd break a leg with any real challenge. I can't wait for the National Youth League a month from now. Let's see how this delivery guy shows his true colors. Outside the Tianhai training base, Lin Feng had just ridden his little electric scooter when he was blocked by a crowd of journalists with cameras. Mia squeezed to the front with incredible agility, thrusting her microphone towards Lin Feng's mouth. Player Lin Feng. Now over 80% of fans online believe that you were just lucky, and some even mock you for not being fit to play professional football. What do you have to say in response? Lin Feng stared coldly at the camera, showing no signs of stage fright. Luck. A smug smile curled at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. In the National Youth League a month from now, I will let all my doubters know what a true dimensional strike is. Anyone who disagrees, let's meet on the pitch. The crowd of reporters gasped in surprise. This delivery guy was too arrogant. Just then a glaring red warning prompt popped up in Lin Feng's mind. Ding. Detection indicates the host has become the center of public attention. Hidden difficulty activated. In next month's Youth League, you must complete a hat trick in the first match. Otherwise, your football career will be immediately erased. Lin Feng pushed his bike into the base's main gate, leaving the group of reporters howling behind him. The moment he stepped into the training hall, he spotted Li pacing back and forth with an extremely peculiar expression on his face. Standing beside Li was a middle-aged man in an expensive suit with slicked back hair, casually twirling 2 walnuts in his hand. Lin Feng, you finally made it in. Those media vultures didn't eat you alive. Li hurried over. Lin Feng dusted off his clothes. Coach, they're just a bunch of clowns. I couldn't be bothered with them. What's up? No extra training today? Li lowered his voice. Training? Forget it. We've got a big shot here. This is General Manager Song Qiming of the Tianhai Divine Dragon team from our country's top-tier league, the Dragon Super League. Lin Feng was taken aback. The Dragon Super League. The highest-level professional league in the nation. The Tianhai Divine Dragon team was a local powerhouse. How could someone of that caliber be interested in a rookie delivery boy who had just joined the youth team? Song Qiming stopped twirling his walnuts, walked over with a smile, and sized up Lin Feng. So you're the young lad Lin Feng, right? Young and promising. Your build doesn't look like someone who spends all day biking deliveries. Lin Feng frowned, disliking this sly, smiling tone. Hello, Mr. Song. Is there something you need? Song Qiming didn't beat around the bush, his face creasing into a grin. Lin Feng, I read yesterday's newspaper carefully. That long-range shot was brilliant. You really brought glory to the grassroots of Tianhai City. Li quickly chimed in with a flattering smile. You flatter him, Mr. Song. The kid's still growing, his techniques still rough. Song Qiming waved his hand. Coach, Yin, don't be modest. I have a soft spot for talent. Lin Feng, do you want to see a real top-tier arena? Do you want to wear the first-team jersey of our Divine Dragon team? Lin Feng's eyes instantly lit up. Playing in the Dragon Super League would multiply his salary dozens of times over. His mother would never have to stay up all night stringing cheap plastic beads again. Mr. Song, you mean you want to sign me? Lin Feng asked bluntly. Song Qiming burst into laughter. Straight to the point, I like that. Our Divine Dragon team can offer you a short-term trial contract. Perform well, and you'll be promoted anytime. Li's face changed color. He tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve under the table, but dared not speak up. Song Qiming pulled a contract from his crocodile leather briefcase and handed it directly to Lin Feng. Take a look. This is a dream opportunity for many academy kids. 1-month contract with a monthly allowance of 10,000 yuan during the trial. Lin Feng took the contract, glanced over it casually, and his face sank instantly. The contract was densely packed with clauses. One of them was highlighted in bold red letters. During the trial period, Party B must unconditionally cooperate with Party A in commercial promotions, including, but not limited to, filming funny short videos in delivery uniforms on the pitch and participating in the club's live streaming sales. What the hell? Was he recruiting a player or a clown for internet fame? Lin Feng lifted his head, his gaze icy. Mr. Song, do you want me to play football, or do you want to make a monkey out of me to scam money for your club? Li was startled and quickly pulled Lin Feng back. Lin Feng, how dare you speak to Mr. Song like that? Apologize now. Song Qiming's smile faltered for a second, but quickly returned to its condescending facade. Xiao Lin, you're overthinking. Football needs hype these days. Your delivery boy background is so... Shoot a few skits, let everyone see your hard work. ITLL definitely boost your fame, right? Lin Feng tossed the contract back onto the table. Sorry, I only know how to play football, not how to be an actor. No skits. Song Qiming's face fell completely, and he squeezed the walnuts until they cracked. Kid, don't bite the hand that feeds you. Do you really think one lucky long-range shot can earn you a spot in the Dragon Super League? I'm giving you a chance because I value the buzz around you. When it comes to actual skill, you couldn't even make it past the gates of our reserve team. Yanli was sweating profusely. Mr. Song, the kid's stubborn. Please don't take it personally. Lin Feng let out a cold laugh. Is that so? If Mr. Song thinks him unworthy, then just take the contract back. Song Chiming snorted. If the club owner hadn't insisted I come after reading the newspaper, do you think I'd stoop to visiting this dump? Fine, you don't have to sign the commercial terms. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. The Divine Dragon training base, an internal trial match. Do you dare to come? If it's football, I'm always up for it. Lin Feng didn't flinch. Song Chiming threw down a visitor pass and strode away. Tomorrow I'll show you just how vast the gap is between a street pitch and top-tier professional football. After Song Chiming left, Yanli slapped Lin Feng on the shoulder. Are you crazy? That's the Divine Dragon team. You're going there to get destroyed. Lin Feng picked up the pass and glanced at the matchup list printed on it. Coach, who did he arrange as my trial opponent? Yanli leaned in to look, sucked in a sharp breath, and his face turned pale. Damn, that bastard Song is ruthless. He's paired you against Han Lai. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Han Lai, that local star forward. Yanli jumped in anxiety. Star is an understatement. He's the absolute core of our Tianhai Divine Dragon team. Fierce temper, brutal footwork. In the Dragon Super League, he even bullies foreign mercenaries. With your skinny frame, trying to guard him, he'll eat you alive. Lin Feng stared at Han Lai's name on the pass, a fervent smile gradually curling on his lips. Star forward. Let's see if he can stand my tackles. On the afternoon of the second day, Lin Feng arrived punctually at the luxurious training base of the Tianhai Shenlong team, riding his small electric scooter. The quality of the grass and the facilities here were more than 10 times better than those of the youth team, resembling a football palace. Lin Feng changed into a regular training outfit and walked to the sidelines, where he was immediately met with numerous hostile and mocking gazes. Under the sunshade of the stands, Song Chiming sat with his legs crossed, holding a cup of iced coffee. On the field, several seasoned veterans of the Shenlong team were warming up. A tall man with dyed yellow hair and tattoos all over his arms walked over, sizing up Lin Feng from head to toe. This is the star forward of the Shenlong team, Han Lai. Oh, so this is the so-called delivery king that the newspapers have been raving about. President Song, are you really treating this place as a shelter for strays? Bringing in all sorts of riffraff. Han Lai laughed unabashedly, and the other veteran players joined in the laughter. Lin Feng remained silent, merely tightening the laces of his worn-out sneakers. Song Chiming shouted from the sidelines. All right, enough nonsense. Get ready for the team matchup. Lin Feng, go play as the attacking midfielder for the blue team. Han Lai, you're on the red team. Song Chiming subtly signaled to a few veteran players on the blue team. The veterans shared a knowing smirk. The match officially began. Lin Feng actively moved around the midfield, activating his godlike perspective as the openings on the entire field registered in his mind. Here, pass to me. Lin Feng reached out for the ball in a crucial gap in the opposing defense. The blue team's midfielder glanced at him, turned around, and forcefully passed the ball back to the defender. Lin Feng frowned. 2 minutes later, he once again found space. Pass. Lin Feng shouted. The blue team's winger acted as if he hadn't heard, directly forcing his way through, allowing Han Lai to easily intercept the ball. For a full 10 minutes, Lin Feng appeared as an invisible ghost on the field. He had created countless perfect opportunities, yet none of his blue team teammates passed him the ball, not even once. Whenever Lin Feng raised his hand, his teammates preferred to kick the ball out of bounds rather than let him touch it. Han Lai strolled around the field watching the sweating Lin Feng and laughed loudly in mockery. Delivery boy, are you just practicing your running back and forth on the field? Why not ride your electric scooter here instead? At least that would be faster. The veteran players erupted in laughter. Song Chiming took a sip of his iced coffee, a smug expression on his face. You want to challenge me? I'll make sure you can't even touch the ball on the field. Oh, let's see how you perform. This is the consequence of your refusal to cooperate on the video shoot. Lin Feng stopped, panting heavily. He looked at the so-called professional players with their mocking faces, and the anger inside him ignited like gasoline thrown on a fire. So you're all in on this, huh? You think I can't touch the ball? Lin Feng gritted his teeth, a terrifying red light flashing in his eyes. The match continued, and the blue team's defender intercepted the ball once again. This time the defender didn't even look at Lin Feng and intended to kick the ball forward with all his might. Just as the defender lifted his leg, a yellow figure suddenly burst out from behind him. Lin Feng didn't wait for the opposing red team to challenge. He charged straight towards his teammate. Lin Feng slammed his shoulder against his own defender, causing him to stagger, then deftly poked the ball away from under his teammate's foot. Everyone in the stadium was stunned. Was this guy insane? Stealing the ball from his own teammate. The blue team's defender was furious, shouting profanities. Are you crazy? Why did you steal my ball? Lin Feng ignored him, turned with the ball, and faced the red team's defense. Since you won't pass, I'll just take it myself. Lin Feng shouted coldly. Han Lai was momentarily stunned, then immediately furious. You little brat, how audacious. Get someone to break his legs. Two defensive midfielders from the red team charged at Lin Feng like rabid dogs, one on the left and one on the right, ready to take him down along with the ball. Lin Feng showed no signs of panic. You think I can't touch the ball? Lin Feng gritted his teeth, a terrifying red light flashing in his eyes. The match continued, and the blue team's defender intercepted the ball once again. Fighting tackle. The player on the right followed closely, but Lin Feng's feet moved like they were equipped with springs, rapidly flicking the ball from one foot to the other. Fried meatballs. The two sturdy professional midfielders didn't even come close to touching Lin Feng's clothes before crashing into each other, falling in a very awkward heap. Damn! Song Chiming on the sidelines was so shocked that his hand shook, spilling iced coffee all over his dress pants. Having dribbled past two players, Lin Feng's speed didn't decrease as he charged towards the red team's penalty area. Han Lai, furious, personally withdrew from his forward position to defend. I won't let you off today. Han Lai's face twisted in rage as he brandished his sharp cleats, viciously flying into a tackle aimed at Lin Feng's ankle. If that tackle connected, Lin Feng's leg would definitely snap in two. Lin Feng had already seen through Han Lai's movement from his godlike perspective. Instead of retreating, he charged forward to meet Han Lai's flying tackle. Just as Han Lai's cleats were about to make contact with Lin Feng sharply flicked the ball with his toes. The ball floated gracefully, just clearing Han Lai's head. Simultaneously, Lin Feng leaped high into the air, soaring over Han Lai. A rainbow flick followed by a perfectly timed pass. Han Lai missed, crashing to the ground and landing face first in the mud. Lin Feng landed steadily on the grass, showing no intention of looking back at Han Lai. Han Lai, covered in mud, lay on the ground like a dead pig, howling loudly. What the hell? What kind of divine move is this? Several substitute players on the sidelines were wide-eyed in shock. They knew just how brutal Han Lai's flying tackle could be during training. If anyone dared to pass him like that, they would end up being carried to the hospital. Has the delivery guy gone mad? He really dares to step over Han Lai's head. Lin Feng completely ignored the astonished cries around him. At this moment, the ball fell just half a meter in front of him, 35 meters away from the goal. The blue team's goalkeeper, who had been munching on sunflower seeds and enjoying the show, was terrified as he saw Lin Feng ghosting past Han Lai, dropping his seeds all over the ground. Stop him. For God's sake, stop him. The blue team's goalkeeper yelled frantically. Two center-backs hurriedly turned around and risked everything to rush towards Lin Feng. Too late. A flash of red light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. His exclusive shooting talent, Thunder Beast Cannon, ignited instantly. His left foot sunk heavily into the grass, as if he intended to carve a large pit into the ground. His right leg was pulled back high, his entire body resembling a bow drawn to its limit. The muscles in his thigh felt like they were about to explode. Then, with terrifying power, the back of his foot struck the ball squarely in the center. Bang! A deafening sound exploded in the air above the training ground. This was not the sound of kicking a ball. It was akin to cannon fire. The ball transformed into a white flash of lightning. There was no arc. It was pure violence, pure straight-line force. The blue team's goalkeeper only saw a white light flash by. He didn't even have time to raise his hands before he heard the net behind him being violently tugged. The ball crashed into the top right corner of the goal and kept spinning wildly in the net, producing a burnt smell. The goal was valid. A world-shaking shot from 35 meters away. The entire training ground was instantly plunged into a deathly silence. Even the wind seemed to have stopped. Clatter. On the sidelines, Song Chiming could no longer hold his iced coffee, and the cup fell to the ground, splattering coffee all over his expensive leather shoes. How is this possible? Song Chiming's lips trembled. 35 meters a shot from a standstill. Is this the kind of power that domestic players can achieve? Is this guy really just a delivery worker? Yanli beside him was so excited he was rubbing his hands together, his face flushed red. Awesome. So awesome. Mister Song, I told you this kid is a treasure. Just look at this power and accuracy. How many forwards in the Longchao League can kick like this? Song Chiming swallowed hard, staring intently at the scrawny figure in worn-out shoes on the field, unable to. He had arranged for an isolation tactic, instructing Han Lai to play rough, just to make Lin Feng embarrass himself, to quell the kid's spirit and force him to sign that commercial contract that was akin to a selling agreement. And the result? This kid directly snatched the ball from his teammate, passed by two mainstays of the first team, and toyed with the star player like a dog, ultimately scoring a desperate long-range shot. His face was slapped hard. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Han Lai, still lying on the ground. Brother Han, that ball was lucky, right? Lin Feng asked with a smile, but his gaze was colder than ice. Han Lai sprang up from the ground, covered in mud, his expression twisted, as if he wanted to eat someone. He wiped the mud off his face and pointed at Lin Feng's nose, shouting, "Damn it! Stop pretending here. It's absolutely just luck. Han Lai trembled with rage. With your skinny legs, how could you possibly kick such a ball? Are you brave enough to challenge me? I want to onion with you. Han Lai's words snapped everyone around back to reality. That's right, it must. How could a delivery guy kick a ball like that? Exactly, Han Lai just got careless. If it were a proper onion, this kid could barely kick a ball. The veteran players of the first team hurriedly chimed in, for Han Lai was their boss, and they needed to protect him. Upon hearing this, Song Qiming's eyes lit up. Yes, it must have been luck. Song Qiming quickly shouted to the field. Lin Feng, since Han Lai is not convinced, you should compete again. If you really have the skills, let your strength make him shut up. Yanli was anxious. Mr. Song, how can this be? Lin Feng has already scored. How else can he prove himself? Han Lai is just being a sore loser. Song Qiming shot Yanli a cold glance. Shut up, I call the shots here. Lin Feng looked at the furious Han Lai, and then at the calculating Song Qiming, suddenly smiling. Alright, let's have the rematch. Lin Feng shrugged. How do you want to play? Han Lai approached menacingly. It's simple, he'll defend, you attack. 10 minutes. If you can score another goal, Han Lai will call you dad, right in front of everyone. If you can't score, get out of the base and never touch a football again. The people around gasped in shock. Playing so big. Before Lin Feng could speak, a crisp mechanical sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has completed a shocking strike, causing the main forward of Long Chao to be defenseless. Hidden achievement, unlocked. Congratulations, host, your exclusive shooting talent Thunder Beast Cannon has been successfully upgraded. New feature unlocked, Double Force. Can forcefully change the trajectory of the ball at the moment of shooting, increasing explosive power by 50%. Lin Feng's heart jolted, a wave of ecstasy surging through him. Double Force. Isn't this the divine skill that will utterly despair the goalkeeper? He raised his head and stared directly into Han Lai's fiery eyes. No need to call me dad, I don't have a son as old as you. Lin Feng pointed at his pair of worn-out shoes. If I score, you must buy me 10 pairs of the latest top-tier football shoes and personally deliver them to my delivery station. Han Lai gritted his teeth. Alright, I promise you. Let's see how you cry later. Lin Feng stepped on the ball slowly, preparing his stance. Then come on, let me see what kind of stuff this star forward is made of. The result of the final playoff match was utterly predictable. With his newfound second-level strength, Lin Feng took less than 3 minutes to execute an extraordinarily powerful strike, driving the ball through Han Lai's legs and into the net. The ball not only went through Han Lai's legs, but the sheer force of the spin almost ignited the goalkeeper's gloves. Han Lai was left dumbfounded, kneeling on the grass for a long time without getting up. Song Qiming was completely out of patience. For the sake of the club's performance and the boss' strict orders, Song Qiming reluctantly gave Lin Feng a temporary substitute contract. There were no commercial terms, it was purely based on match bonuses. A week later at the Tianhai City Olympic Sports Center. In the 7th round of the Long Chao League, the Tianhai Shenlong team faced their fierce rivals, the Jiangnan Tiger team. Today the stadium was filled with over 40,000 fans, the atmosphere electric with drums and cheers. However, the score on the field left the Tianhai fans utterly disheartened. In the 80th minute of the second half, the score was 0-1, and the Tianhai Shenlong team was trailing. The Jiangnan Tiger team had set up a solid defense in the penalty area, clearly intending to defend their one-goal lead. The star striker of the Shenlong team, Han Lai, seemed to be in a daze today. He couldn't find his position, and when he received a perfect opportunity for a onion, he inexplicably kicked it against the goalpost. The entire crowd was booing furiously. Han Lai, get off the field. Substitution. What kind of rubbish are you playing? Head coach Zhang was sweating profusely on the sidelines, nearly crushing his tactical board in frustration. Coach, let me come on, a calm voice sounded from behind Coach Zhang. Turning around, he saw Lin Feng, wearing a substitute vest and those worn-out double-star shoes. Who are you? Zhang was momentarily taken aback. He had been too busy studying tactics over the past few days to check on this new recruit signed by Song Qiming. Yanli quickly ran over. Coach Zhang, this is the young player Lin Feng that President Song just signed. He has an extremely powerful long-range shot. Breaking through the solid defense depends on long shots. Zhang gritted his teeth and glanced at the time. There were only 10 minutes left, he might as well give it a shot. Go warm up. Get on the field immediately. Substituting Han Lai. The fourth official raised the substitution board. Number 18 off, number 99 on. When Han Lai saw that he had been substituted by a newcomer, he nearly smashed his water bottle in anger. He walked to the sidelines and viciously bumped Lin Feng's shoulder. Kid, this is the Long Chao field, not your casual backyard match. Don't go up there and embarrass yourself. Lin Feng didn't even glance at him, running straight onto the field. The entire crowd fell silent at the sight of this unfamiliar face. The commentator's voice came over the loudspeaker. Oh, the Tianhai Shenlong team made a substitution at the last moment, taking off the underperforming Han Lai and bringing on a player we've never seen before. Lin Feng, where did this player come from? Wait a minute, the director is giving a close-up. Oh, what kind of shoes is this player wearing? Are those cheap canvas shoes? The big screen clearly magnified Lin Feng's patched-up shoes. The crowd erupted in a wave of laughter. The Jiangnan Tiger team fans were laughing harder than anyone. Has the Shenlong team gone bankrupt? Can't even afford a decent pair of shoes. What a disgrace. Hurry up and get off the field. Tiger team's defensive player, Zhou Qiming, glanced at Lin Feng approaching with a look of disdain. Kid, you haven't even grown hair yet. And you dare to play in the long chow. Just wait, they'll show you what true defense is. Zhou Qiming was known as a ruthless player in long chow, tackling viciously. The Tiger team's goalkeeper Gu Yin shouted from the goal. Old Zhou, show him what he's made of. Don't let this delivery boy dirty our penalty area. Lin Feng stood in the midfield listening to the jeers from all around, taking a deep breath. The air was thick. He had waited too long for this day. The match resumed. The Tiger team completely ignored Lin Feng, with Zhou Qiming leisurely trailing behind him. In the 89th minute, the Shenlong team's midfielder managed to intercept the ball, not even glancing, and simply booted it forward. The ball was sent soaring high, completely outrageous. Oh no, that pass is too far. There's no way to reach it, the commentator's side. Zhou Qiming chuckled coldly, preparing to see the ball fly out of bounds. At that moment, Lin Feng moved. He exploded with terrifying speed like a cheetah. His extraordinary dribbling talent not only gave him great ball control, but also an incredible burst of physical power. In just 3 steps, Lin Feng forcibly caught up to the ball that was about to go out of bounds, gently nudging it with his right foot at the sideline, skillfully bringing it under control. The whole stadium gasped. How is that speed possible? Zhou Qiming's expression changed. He cursed silently and hurriedly lunged forward like a mad dog. Kid, keep that ball for me. Zhou Qiming directly dove in with a tackle, his studs aimed straight for Lin Feng's shins. He intended to lay down the law in the harshest way. Lin Feng activated his godlike perspective. Zhou Qiming's movement appeared as if in slow motion to him. He did not dodge. At the moment, Zhou Qiming slid and Lin Feng lightly flicked the ball with his right foot, sending it perfectly through the gap between Zhou Qiming's legs. Through the legs. At the same time, Lin Feng leapt like a feather, soaring over Zhou Qiming and landing smoothly to receive the ball. And he passed through the legs. The top defender, Zhou Qiming, was outsmarted by a substitute making his debut. Wow, what a goal! The Shenlong team fans in the stands jumped up excitedly. Lin Feng surged into the penalty area. The Tiger team's defense was thrown into chaos. Goalkeeper Gu Yin yelled, rushing out of his goal, arms spread wide like a mountain, diving toward Lin Feng. The 2 fullbacks were also frantically closing in. With the goalkeeper in front and pursuers behind, Lin Feng found himself in a deadlock. The commentator shouted, Lin Feng is being double-teamed. He has no shooting angle. Just when everyone thought Lin Feng would be dispossessed, a cold smile crept onto his lips. Who said I was going to shoot myself? Lin Feng raised his right foot high, executing an incredibly realistic, powerful shot. Gu Yin closed his eyes in fright, shielding his face with his entire body. The defender closing in from the left also instinctively turned sideways to block the shot. Everyone assumed that this young player, known for his long-range power, was about to forcefully strike. Yet just as the instep was about to contact the ball, Lin Feng sharply twisted his ankle. The shooting motion instantly transformed into a gentle push. The ball skimmed the grass as if endowed with eyes, slipping with extreme precision under Gu Yan's armpit and gliding toward the right rear post of the goal. That area was completely empty. Wang Dachui, the substitute forward of the Shenlong team, had been running a token route, never expecting Lin Feng to pass the ball out under the tight marking of 3 opponents. Then the ball rolled lightly right in front of him, facing a 2-meter-wide gaping goal. Kick it in. Lin Feng roared, his voice piercing through the noisy stadium. Wang Dachui snapped back to reality and quickly extended his foot for a gentle tap. The ball rolled into the net without suspense. The score became 11. A stoppage time equalizer. Beep, beep, beep. The referee immediately blew the final whistle. The entire stadium fell dead silent for a second, then exploded. 40,000 home fans went completely wild, furiously waving scarves and chanting in unison. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. How did he make that pass? Was it God's view? The delivery guy is awesome. So awesome. Wang Dachui rushed excitedly toward Lin Feng and tackled him onto the grass. Brother, you're amazing. You practically fed the ball into my mouth. Other teammates also charged over, frantically piling on top of Lin Feng in celebration. On the sidelines, Coach Zhang was so moved his eyes nearly teared up. A gem. A true gem. Only Han Lai in the rest area had a grim expression, the towel in his hands torn into shreds. He had played 80 minutes on the field without scoring a single goal. This delivery guy had been on the pitch for less than 10 minutes, yet with 1 nutmeg and 1 godlike assist, he had instantly become the team's savior. It was like slashing his face with a knife. After the match, the locker room atmosphere was extremely odd. Some substitute players gathered around Lin Feng and Wang Dachui to celebrate. Another group, the first team regulars, all surrounded Han, Lai staring at Lin Feng with hostility. Han Lai kicked over the tactical board with a bang and strode in front of Lin Feng. The entire locker room went silent instantly. You're pretty pleased with yourself, aren't you? Han Lai stared down at Lin Feng, his eyes brimming with jealousy. Why didn't you shoot that ball yourself? Did you look down on the opposing goalkeeper, or did you want to deliberately show off your passing skills to steal the spotlight? Lin Feng didn't even look up while taking off his worn-out shoes. Because from that position Dachui had a better chance to score. Bullshit. Han Lai roared in fury. You just wanted to show off? Let me tell you, don't think one assist can make you a fixture in Longchao. Next game you won't even make the bench. The others quickly held Han Lai back. Han, go forget it, the kid was just a blind chicken finding a worm. Pure luck. Exactly. The Tigers definitely haven't studied him. Next game, once the opponent figures him out, he'll be exposed as worthless. In the corridor outside the locker room, reporter Mia held a microphone doing a post-match live report. Dear viewers, although Lin Feng's last-minute assist was dazzling, many skeptical voices have emerged on the scene. Some believe it was merely luck. His worn-out sneakers have also become the focus of online mockery. Whether this delivery guy can go far in professional soccer remains a huge question mark. Lin Feng sat in a corner listening to the ridicule in the locker room, his heart completely calm. He dried his sweat, pulled out a broken phone with a shattered screen from his old backpack. As soon as he unlocked it, an unread email popped up in his inbox. No subject. The sender was an extremely complex overseas domain. Lin Feng opened the email. Inside was just a short line in English. We saw your performance. Wait for our call. The signature was a dark golden team crest. Lin Feng stared at the crest, his pupils sharply constricting. It was the mark of a top-tier club from Europe's 5 major leagues. His heart began to race wildly. How could they have targeted him? What was going on here? Lin Feng stared at the dark golden team emblem on his phone screen, his fingers trembling. Even though he was just a delivery guy and had never really watched more than a few live broadcasts of European leagues, this emblem was known to everyone who played football around the world. This was a prestigious club from Argentina. No way. Lin Feng mumbled to himself, flipping the email over and over, reading it 3 times. We saw your performance. Wait for our call. Just this one line with no signature, only the emblem, and a sender named Carlos Mendez. Hey, what are you crouching there for? Wang Dachui came out from the shower bare-chested and saw Lin Feng huddled in the corner, staring at his phone, leaning over to take a look. Holy crap. Isn't that the team's emblem? Wang Dachui's eyes widened in surprise, his voice rising an octave. Lin Feng quickly covered his mouth. Keep it down. Wang Dachui nodded vigorously. Lin Feng released his hand, and Wang Dachui lowered his voice, his face filled with disbelief. Bro, has a South American powerhouse set their sights on you? Is this for real? It's not a scam, is it? I don't know either, Lin Feng frowned. It's just one email, it doesn't clarify anything. Are you going to reply? Lin Feng didn't speak, shoving his phone into his pocket, grabbing his worn-out shoes, and stepping out of the changing room. The night breeze made him feel much clearer. He rode his electric bike towards the city village, and all the way his mind was filled with that email. Argentina. That place was more than 10,000 kilometers away, requiring over 30 hours of flight. He didn't even have a passport and had rarely left his province. Suddenly his phone rang. An unfamiliar number with the location showing as overseas. Lin Feng's heart raced, and he stopped by the roadside to answer the call. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Feng? A man's voice came from the other end, speaking Mandarin fairly well, but with a distinct foreign accent. It's been 8 years, and he hasn't even called back. Lin Feng's heart felt as if it had been tightly clenched. How did you get my email? Mr. Gao Yuan gave it to me. Carlos laughed softly. I've been friends with Gao Yuan for a long time. We met at a scouting seminar in South America 10 years ago. Gao Yuan. Lin Feng paused. The scout from Tian High Club. Yes. He sent me the complete video of your match today. Carlos' tone became serious. Mr. Lin Feng, I don't like to beat around the bush. I am an observer from Argentina, specifically looking for talented young players worldwide. I have watched the video of your match 7 times. 7 times. Yes, 7 times. Especially that move where you nutmegged Zhou Qiming in the last 10 minutes, and that fake shot that turned into a pass at the end. Carlos paused. Honestly, I have seen thousands of young players in South America. Your physical attributes aren't top tier, but your ball sense and game reading ability are extremely rare. So what do you want? Lin Feng stood under a streetlight, the wind causing his delivery uniform to rustle. I want to invite you to Argentina for a 2-week trial. Trial? Yes. Every year we select 3 to 5 young players from around the world to bring to Argentina for a closed trial. If you pass, you will have the opportunity to enter the South American youth training system. Lin Feng was silent for a few seconds. What are the costs? We cover your airfare and accommodation. But there's one condition. What condition? You must pass all assessments within 2 weeks. If you don't, you will have to buy your own ticket back. Alright, I'll think about it. Don't take too long, give me a response within 3 days. Carlos provided a WeChat ID. Add me, ask me anything if you have questions. After hanging up, Lin Feng stood by the roadside for a full 5 minutes. Argentina. The country where he looked down at his worn-out shoes, and then at the delivery bike parked beside him, suddenly feeling that all of this didn't seem very real. Early the next morning, Lin Feng didn't go to deliver food. Instead, he rode his bike directly to the training base of Tianhai Club. He found Gao Yuan's black Passat in the parking lot. Gao Yuan was leaning against the car door smoking. When he saw Lin Feng approaching, he stubbed out the cigarette. Did Carlos call you? Did you send him my video? Yes, Gao Yuan nodded slowly. I've known Carlos for almost 10 years. His insight is sharp. If he wants to see you, it means you truly have something special. Then why didn't you tell me in advance? Gao Yuan looked at Lin Feng and smiled. If I had told you in advance that a South American scout was watching you, do you think you would have played as freely as you did yesterday? Lin Feng opened his mouth, unable to refute. Gao Yuan was right. If he had known someone was observing him secretly, he would have definitely been nervous, and his movements might have been affected. Gao, I want to ask you something. Speak. Is going to Argentina for a trial reliable? Gao Yuan fell silent for a moment, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and lit one. It's reliable, but I have to be honest with you. He exhaled smoke, his expression turning serious. Going to Argentina is like starting from scratch. The fame you've built up here is worth nothing there. The young players there start formal training at 5 or 6 years old, and by 12 or 13, they're already playing in leagues. And you, 18 years old, coming from street football, without any formal youth training experience. Lin Feng clenched his fists. Are you advising me not to go? That's not what I mean. Gao Yuan shook his head. I'm saying you need to think clearly. Once you go there, no one will be nice to you just because you're Chinese. The football environment in South America is 10 times more brutal than here. The kids there play football to eat to survive. Can you endure that kind of hardship compared to them? Endure hardship. Lin Feng suddenly laughed. Gao Gu, I've been delivering food since I was 14, running for more than 10 hours a day, riding my bike under the scorching sun in summer at 40 degrees, and delivering the last order on cold winter nights at -10 degrees. Do you think I'm afraid of hardship? Gao Yuan looked into Lin Feng's eyes, remaining silent for a while. And there's one more thing you need to know. Gao Yuan extinguished his cigarette. You are currently signed under a temporary substitute contract with Tianhai. If you go for the trial in Argentina, Song Qiming will definitely not let you go. He will think you've grown wings and want to run. I can't worry about that too much. You might not worry, but he will. Gao Yuan lowered his voice. Song Qiming is a petty person. If you run away without informing him, he has 100 ways to block you. By the time you come back from Argentina, you might find that you don't even have a spot on the bench anymore. What will you do then? Lin Feng frowned. Then what do you suggest? I will find a way. Gao Yuan patted his shoulder. I will communicate with Yan Li, and I will also find someone to speak on your behalf with Song Qiming. But you need to think clearly about one thing. What thing? Once you go to Argentina, you will have no way back. It's either you make it in football, or you come back and continue delivering food in shame. There's no middle option. Lin Feng looked down at his calloused hands, worn from 4 years of delivering food. Gao Gu, I've never had a way back in my life. Gao Yuan stared at him for a few seconds, and suddenly smiled. Alright, I support you. But there's one thing Carlos didn't tell you on the phone. What thing? Gao Yuan pulled out a chat record from his phone and handed it to Lin Feng. It was a conversation between Gao Yuan and Carlos, all in English. Lin Feng's English was not good, but he understood the last sentence. Scaloni wants to see him in person. Scaloni wants to see you in person. Lin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. Scaloni, the head coach of the Argentine national team. Gao Gu, are you not lying to me? Why would I lie to you? Gao Yuan put away his phone. Carlos said, Gao Gu, are you not lying to me? Why would I lie to you? Gao Yuan put away his phone. Carlos said that Scaloni asked about your situation after watching your video. But don't get too excited, as Scaloni watches hundreds of young players every year, and less than 1% make the cut. Lin Feng took a deep breath, the fire in his chest, making him feel as if he was burning. Scaloni wants to see him play. This statement exploded in his mind like a bomb. When Lin Feng rode his electric scooter back to the village in the city, the sky was already pitch black. 2 of the street lights in the alley were broken, leaving it dark with only a faint light from a convenience store in the distance. He locked the electric scooter to a crooked iron pipe downstairs, took a few deep breaths, and slowly walked up the stairs. With each step, his heart felt heavier. He had thought about the trip to Argentina all day long. After leaving the training base, he pondered while delivering takeout, nearly exploding from the thoughts racing in his mind. He was not afraid of hardship starting from scratch or being looked down upon. What he feared was the woman upstairs who was stringing beads. When he pushed open the door, Lin Xiaolan was indeed sitting at the old square table, stringing plastic beads under the desk lamp. A small basket of colorful beads was piled on the table, next to 2 neatly finished products. Mom, have you eaten? Yes, I left some food in the pot for you. Oh, just heat it up, and you can eat. Lin Xiaolan didn't look up, her fingers moving quickly as she strung the beads. Lin Feng went to the kitchen, heated the food, and sat down at the table. A bowl of white rice accompanied by a plate of pickled radishes, as well as half a bowl of leftover shredded potatoes from lunch. He took a couple of bites of rice, then paused with his chopsticks. Mom, moi, I have something to tell you. Lin Xiaolin's hands stopped momentarily, and she looked up at him. She dreaded hearing this phrase. The last time Lin Feng said, I have something to tell you, it was to inform her that he was going to play football at Tianhai Club. Go ahead. Lin Feng put down his chopsticks and recounted everything that had happened today from start to finish. The email Carlos called Gao Yuan's analysis, and that heart-racing line. Scaloni wants to see you in person. He tried to downplay it as if it were just an ordinary matter. After Lin Xiaolin heard this, she fell silent. She lowered her head, continuing to string beads. 1 bead, 2 beads, 3 beads. Her fingers moved at the same speed as before, as if she hadn't heard anything. Mom, I heard you. What do you think? Lin Xiaolin still did not speak. The room was silent save for the faint sound of beads clinking. Lin Feng waited for a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. He could not hold it in any longer. Mom, say something. Finally, Lin Xiaolin's hand stopped. She put down the beads, slowly raised her head, and looked at Lin Feng. The light from the desk lamp illuminated her face, and Lin Feng noticed that the corners of her eyes were filled with fine wrinkles, more than a few new ones since last month. Where is Argentina? In South America, it takes over 30 hours by plane. Is that a foreign country? Yes. Lin Xiaolin was silent for a moment. Can you speak the foreign language? Not really, but I can learn when I get there. What do they eat? Can you get used to it? Mom, that's not important. How is that not important? Lin Xiaolin's voice suddenly rose. You've had a weak stomach since childhood. Eating cold food gives you diarrhea. Can you handle the foreign food they eat, like bread and cold water? Lin Feng opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. Lin Xiaolin lowered her head again, picking up the beads to continue. Her fingers trembled, several beads slipping through her grasp and rolling around on the table. How long will you be gone? 2 weeks. How long? I don't know. Lin Xiaolin's hands completely froze. She placed the beads on the table, crossed her hands over her knees, and stared at the dim desk lamp for a long time. Are you going to starve while you're away? Just those words. The voice was very soft, almost like she was talking to herself. Lin Feng's nose tingled. He knew what his mother was asking. She wasn't asking if he would go hungry. She was asking if he would return empty-handed, if he would be bullied, if he would come back hurt, if he would return in disgrace. She was asking if her son would safely return from such a distant place. I won't. Lin Feng's voice was slightly hoarse. Mom, I won't starve while I'm away. Lin Xiaolin did not look at him, her eyes already reddening. Your dad said the same thing when he left, that he would go work and earn big money, and what happened then? It's been 8 years, and he hasn't even called back. Lin Feng's heart felt as if it had been tightly clenched. He dreaded when his mother mentioned his father. That man left to work when Lin Feng was 10 years old and never returned. Whether he died or ran away was unknown. In any case, from that day on, this family was left with just the mother and son. Mom, I'm not my dad. I know you aren't. Lin Xiaolin wiped her eye. But this is also your first time going far. You've hardly taken the train a few times, and now you're going to fly to a foreign country. Lin Feng stood up, walked beside his mother, and squatted down, pulling out his phone to show her his bank account balance. Mom, look. Lin Xiaolin glanced at the screen. This is the bonus from the previous contract plus the prize money from the competition. There's still 68,000 left. I'll leave it all for you. I don't want your money. Mom, just let me finish. Lin Feng held his mother's hand, her hands rough like sandpaper, the joints misshapen. This money is enough for you to pay half a year's rent and to pay off the remaining debt. You won't have to stay up late stringing beads anymore, nor will you have to pick up discarded vegetable leaves at the market. Lin Xiaolin's tears fell like raindrops, splashing onto the back of Lin Feng's hand. I don't want your money, I just want you to be safe. I will be safe. Lin Feng's voice trembled, but his gaze was firm. Mom, I want to make sure you don't have to string beads anymore. I want you to live in a big house, to have heating in winter and air conditioning in summer. I want you to go to the market without having to count every cent. Lin Xiaolin was crying so hard she couldn't speak. I know playing football comes with risks. I know going to Argentina might yield nothing. But if I don't go, I will never forgive myself for the rest of my life. Lin Feng pressed the bank card into his mother's palm and gave it a firm squeeze. 2 weeks. Just 2 weeks. If I'm not selected, I'll come back, continue delivering takeout, and continue taking care of you. But I cannot miss this opportunity. Lin Xiaolin clutched the bank card and cried for a long time. Finally, she wiped her tears, stood up, and rummaged through the cabinet for a while, before pulling out an old plastic bag. Wait a moment. She took out a brand new pair of black football socks from the plastic bag. Last week, when you said your socks were torn, I spent 15 yuan at the night market to buy these for you. I was going to give them to you on your birthday, but take them now. Lin Feng took the socks, his nose tingling, as if it might burst. 15 yuan for socks. She had to string 2,000 beads to earn that money. Mom, thank you. Lin Xiaolin turned her face away, returning to the table to pick up the beads. Go ahead. Just don't starve while you're away. Lin Feng held the socks for a long time, forcing back the emotions welling up in his eyes. He turned and went back to his small cubicle, closed the door, and slowly slid down against the wall. His phone screen lit up. Carlos sent a WeChat message, "See you in Buenos Aires in 3 days." For the next 3 days, Lin Feng lived as if he were at war. During the day, he trained at the training base, secretly applied for his passport and visa in the afternoon, and at night rushed back to the village to deliver the last few takeout orders. He requested a half-month leave from Master Ma, who rolled his eyes and said, "For a writer like you who counts down the days every month, leaving is just perfect to pass the orders to someone else." The matters of the passport and visa were handled by Gao Yuan. He knew many people in the circle and made a few phone calls to expedite the process, completing all the paperwork within 3 days. The plane ticket has already been issued by Carlos, with a flight at 2 p.m. the day after tomorrow, flying directly from Shun City to Buenos Aires with a transfer in Dubai. Gao Yuan handed Lin Feng the printed itinerary. Lin Feng looked at the string of English place names on the itinerary, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions. "What should I bring, Gao Go?" "Just bring your soccer shoes," Gao Yuan thought for a moment and added, "By the way, don't bring that worn-out pair. It would be embarrassing to have them over there. I had someone prepare 2 new pairs for you. Go grab them from my car later." "No need, I'll wear my own," Lin Feng replied. Gao Yuan frowned. "Why are you being so stubborn? Those shoes are about to fall apart." "I'm wearing these," Lin Feng said, lifting the worn-out sneakers, which had already been glued at the toe twice, and the soles were so thin that he could feel the temperature of the ground. "I entered the game with these shoes, and I feared changing them might alter my feel for the ball." Gao Yuan shook his head helplessly and said no more. The night before departure, Yanli called Lin Feng to the tactical room at the training base. There were only the two of them in the room, with the whiteboard filled with formation diagrams and running routes. "Sit down." Yanli pointed to the chair across from him. Lin Feng sat down, looking at Yanli's face. Today, the usually irritable head coach appeared unusually serious, not even uttering a single curse. "Do you know what you will face in Argentina?" "I know, starting from zero." "You don't know." Yanli shook his head. "You think starting from zero means retraining and recompeting. It's not that simple." He pulled out a USB drive from the drawer, plugged it into the computer, and opened a video. The video showed a group of Argentine youth players training. They seemed to be around Lin Feng's age, but every one of their technical movements flowed with mechanical precision. Passing, receiving, turning, dribbling, there was almost no excess connection between the actions. "Did you see that? They are your opponents." Yanli pointed at the screen. "They started playing football at the age of 5 or 6, entered formal youth training at 12 or 13, and trained 6 to 8 hours every day. In terms of basic skills, you are at least 10 years behind them." Lin Feng stared at the screen in silence. "What is your advantage?" Yanli asked. "Dribbling, shooting, and game reading ability." "That's right. Your talent is indeed rare, but talent does not equal strength. Your skills show clear signs of street football. Your movements are too broad, your center of gravity too high, and your adjustments before receiving the ball are too slow. These flaws may not be noticeable domestically, but in Argentina, they will spot your weaknesses at a glance." Yanli stood up and walked to the whiteboard, drawing a simple formation. "Tonight I will give you an additional 2 hours of practice, focusing on 3 things. He wrote 3 lines on the whiteboard. First, the accuracy of the first touch. Second, control of center of gravity during high-speed runs. Third, transitioning after receiving the ball with your back to the opponent. If you master these 3 things, you won't be eliminated on the first day in Argentina. For the next 2 hours, Yanli personally fed Lin Feng the ball, repeating one action over 100 times. Lin Feng practiced until he was drenched in sweat. His jersey could be wrung out. Yanli shouted from the side. "Lower your center of gravity. Lower it. Your waist is bent like a shrimp. If someone bumps into you, you'll fall easily. Relax your ankle when stopping the ball. Why are you so tense? The ball isn't a bomb. Turn. Look in the direction before you turn. If you look after turning, the opportunity will be gone." Lin Feng was scolded thoroughly, but he remained silent, getting back up whenever he fell and restarting when he made mistakes. 2 hours later, Yanli finally blew the whistle. Lin Feng leaned on his knees, gasping for breath as sweat dripped onto the grass. Yanli walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "That's enough, we're almost done." Lin Feng looked up and saw a complex expression in Yanli's eyes. "Coach, Yan, if you have something to say, just say it." Yanli was silent for a few seconds. "I've coached for over a decade, and I've seen many talented young players. Some of them had more talent than you, but in the end they never made it. Do you know why? Why? Because they weren't ruthless enough. Not ruthless enough with themselves, not ruthless enough with fate. On the path of football, talent alone is not enough. You need to push yourself to the limit to have a chance to break through." Yanli looked into Lin Feng's eyes, speaking each word carefully. "You are different from them. You came up from the streets, and you have a fierce spirit inside you. Don't lose that spirit. Don't lose it when you get to Argentina." "Thank you, Coach Yan." "Don't thank me. If you embarrass yourself over there, I'll be the first to deal with you when you return." Yanli turned to leave, but paused and looked back. "By the way, have you arranged things with your mother?" "It's all good. Go get some sleep, but we have an early flight tomorrow." It was almost 11 when Lin Feng left the training. Good. Go get some sleep, but we have an early flight tomorrow. It was almost 11 when Lin Feng left the training base. Stairs and opened the door. Lin Xiaolan was sitting at the table with an old pair of socks spread out in front of her. They weren't the new ones he had bought last time, but the old ones Lin Feng usually wore, which had a hole worn in the heel. His mother was carefully stitching the hole. The stitches were tight, and even slowly sewing one stitch at a time. Mom, why aren't you asleep yet? I'm mending your socks, Lin Xiaolan replied without looking up. Take the new pair with you, and this old pair is also mended, so take it as a spare. There's no need to mend it, I can just take the new ones. Lin Feng stood at the doorway for a moment, then walked over and sat beside his mother. The old ones are more comfortable, the new ones rub against my feet. Lin Xiaolan bit off the thread and folded the mended socks neatly into a plastic bag. She then took out a lunchbox from beside her. These are the tea eggs I made this afternoon, I'll take them with you to eat on the way. I don't know if the food on the plane will suit your taste. Mom, there's food on the plane. Can food made by foreigners be good? Lin Xiaolan stuffed the lunchbox into Lin Feng's backpack. The tea eggs won't spoil. Eat them if you get hungry. Lin Feng didn't refuse anymore. He packed everything his mother had prepared into the old backpack: 2 pairs of socks, a box of tea eggs, a pack of tissues, and a tube of essential oil. If you feel dizzy on the plane, just smell the essential oil. Lin Xiaolan finally looked up at Lin Feng. Under the light, her eyes were red. Son, remember to eat. When you get there, don't be stingy. I know. If you get hurt, don't tough it out, go see a doctor. I know. If you miss home, call. If you can't get through, send a text. Mom, I know. Lin Xiaolan nodded, stood up, and cleaned up the beads on the table. Go sleep, we have to get up early tomorrow. She walked into her room and closed the door. Lin Feng heard the sound of suppressed crying from behind the door, very soft, as if afraid he would hear. He stood outside the door, pressing his palm against the door panel, unable to utter a word. After a long time, he turned and returned to his small compartment, lying down on the wooden bed. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Gao Yuan. I'll pick you up at noon tomorrow, and we'll go straight to the airport. Lin Feng replied with a single word, okay. He placed his phone by his pillow and closed his eyes. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host is about to leave the domestic competition area. System mode switching. The host confirms the journey to the South American training area. The international challenge mode is about to begin. The rules of the international challenge mode are as follows. First, in all matches, the opponent's strength will automatically increase by 1 level. Second, the difficulty of the system tasks will be fully upgraded and the penalties for failure will be doubled. Third, a new talent lottery pool will be unlocked containing peak skills of legendary players from the 5 major leagues. Fourth, hidden task lines will open with unknown completion conditions. Warning: once the international challenge mode is activated, there is no way to exit midway. Does the host confirm? Lin Feng stared at the light screen before him, his heart racing. The opponent's strength automatically increases by 1 level. Penalties for failure doubled. This means that in Argentina, every opponent he faces will be stronger than their actual level. However, the new talent lottery pool with peak skills from legendary players of the 5 major leagues. This reward was too tempting. Lin Feng did not hesitate. Confirm. Ding. The international challenge mode has been activated. The first international task will be automatically issued after the host arrives at the destination. Good luck to the host. When the plane landed, Lin Feng's legs had already gone numb. Over 30 hours. The longest he had ever sat on any mode of transport was that old electric scooter he used for deliveries running from the east of the city to the west, which felt far even at 40 minutes. Now he had been curled up in an economy class seat for over 30 hours, his waist feeling like it might break. During the layover in Dubai, he nibbled on a tea egg his mother had packed for him, spending the rest of the time either sleeping or staring blankly at the back of the seat in front of him. The moment the airplane door opened, a wave of humid air mixed with the scent of grass rushed in. Lin Feng grabbed his old backpack and stepped out of the jet bridge, still feeling dizzy. The arrivals hall was packed with people, and the walls were covered with billboards filled with incomprehensible Spanish. He stood there dazed like a fish thrown into unfamiliar waters. Lin Feng, a middle-aged man in a dark gray polo shirt, squeezed through the crowd, his skin a sun-kissed tone typical of South Americans, with a high-nose bridge and a neatly trimmed beard on his chin. Carlos. Yes, it's me. Carlos' Mandarin was heavily accented, but much clearer than over the phone. He grasped Lin Feng's hand and shook it vigorously. Welcome to Argentina. Did you sleep well on the plane? Not bad, Lin Feng replied, tugging at the corner of his mouth. Following Carlos was a Chinese woman in her 30s with a ponytail, wearing a blue and white striped sports jacket and a work badge pinned to her chest. This is Susan, your accompanying translator, Carlos introduced. She has been in Buenos Aires for 8 years and speaks Spanish better than I do. She will be with you for the next 2 weeks. Susan smiled at Lin Feng. Hello, Lin Feng. Just call me Sister Sue. Hello, Sister Sue. Let's go, the car is waiting outside. Carlos grabbed Lin Feng's backpack and walked out. The three of them exited the airport, and the Argentine sun hit Lin Feng's face, making him squint. Beside the parking lot, a black van was waiting. The driver was a chubby Argentine man waving to them, while chattering a string of Spanish. He said, "Welcome to you," Susan translated. Lin Feng nodded and climbed into the car. The vehicle drove out of the airport and merged onto the main road. Lin Feng leaned against the car window, looking outside, his eyes almost glued to the glass. The buildings lining the streets resembled those of European cities he had seen on television, with stone facades, wrought iron balconies, and graffiti covering the walls. But what shocked him was not the architecture. It was the jerseys. The streets were filled with people wearing blue and white striped jerseys. The old man at the roadside barbecue wore one, the child riding a... The blue and white stripes were everywhere, like the city's second layer of skin. A boy around 7 or 8 years old was juggling a ball barefoot on the sidewalk, with 2 stray dogs chasing after the ball. The boy's skills were astonishingly refined, his control of the ball surpassing that of most adult street players Lin Feng had seen back home. "Are all the kids here like this?" Lin Feng asked. Carlos glanced at him through the rearview mirror. "What do you mean? Go check out the slums. Kids start playing at 3. Their balls are made of newspaper and tape, and the fields are concrete. If they fall, they can scrape off a layer of skin. But they don't care because soccer is their only way out." Lin Feng fell silent. He thought he had it tough enough. He started delivering food at 14, bullied and mocked on the street soccer fields, wearing shoes worth just a few dozen yuan. But these Argentine kids had been fighting hard since they were 3. He was 18 before he truly set foot on this path, a full 15 years later than them. "Feeling nervous?" Susan noticed the change in his expression. "No," Lin Feng said, drawing back his gaze and leaning against the seat. "I just feel like this place is crazier than I imagined." "Soccer in Argentina is not just a sport, it's a religion," Susan said. "If you make a name for yourself here, all of South America will know you. If you fail, no one will remember you came. Then I'll make a name for myself." Susan smiled but did not respond. The car drove for about 40 minutes, passing through a long tree-lined avenue and turning into a quiet side road. On either side were neatly trimmed green belts, and in the distance outlines of several soccer fields could be vaguely seen. Lin Feng straightened up. "Are we there?" "Almost." Carlos' tone suddenly became somewhat formal. The car stopped in front of an iron gate. 2 security guards stood at the entrance. Upon seeing the license plate, they waved for them to enter. The iron gate slowly opened, and the car drove in. Lin Feng saw a vast training facility. 6 standard soccer fields were lined up side by side, the grass as green as emeralds, even more level than the Tianhai Club's home ground. The facility building beside the fields had a modern feel, with glass curtain walls reflecting the sunlight. A few players in training gear were warming up on the nearest field, their blue and white training vests particularly glaring in the sunlight. Lin Feng's heart suddenly raced. Blue and white. Those were the colors of the Argentine national team. "Wait a minute." Lin Feng turned sharply to look at Carlos. "Where is this?" Carlos laughed. "Didn't you want to know what Scaloni wanted to see you for? Is this the national team's training base? Is a training center shared by the Argentine national team and youth team?" Carlos parked the car at the roadside and turned to look at Lin Feng. "We were supposed to let you rest for a day to adjust to the time difference, but today happens to coincide with the national team's training camp. Scaloni heard you were arriving today and asked me to bring you directly here. Now. Lin Feng looked down at himself. His crumpled delivery shirt, faded jeans, and the pair of worn-out double-star shoes that had been glued back together twice. He hadn't showered in over 30 hours and his hair was greasy. "Like this. Do you think they care what you're wearing?" Carlos opened the car door. "They care about how you play." Lin Feng took a deep breath and pushed open the car door. His feet stepped onto Argentine soil. The air was mixed with the scent of grass and earth, and the distant sounds of a ball hitting the grass and players shouting to each other in Spanish echoed around him. His heart thundered in his chest. Susan walked over to him and lowered her voice. "Lin Feng, when we go in, no matter who you see, don't panic. Remember, you're here for a trial, not to chase stars." "I know. You don't know." Susan stared into his eyes. "Because the people sitting inside are the ones who just won the World Cup." Lin Feng's throat tightened. Carlos had already walked briskly toward the entrance of the training building, turning back to wave at him. "Hurry up. Scaloni doesn't like to wait." Lin Feng tightened his grip on the backpack strap and quickened his pace to follow. As he passed the training field, he caught a glimpse of a short player practicing passing. The player's movements were neither hurried nor slow. Each kick of the ball was as precise as if it had eyes, and his Bodis rhythm was out of sync with everyone else around him. That silhouette. That number. Lin Feng paused for a moment. Then he averted his gaze and quickened his steps into the entrance of the training building. Carlos led him down a long corridor, the walls lined with photographs. Celebratory photos from winning the World Cup, moments from lifting the Copa America, and a series of black and white old photos from Maradona to Kemp's to Batistuta. This corridor was the history of Argentine football. And now he was walking in this corridor. Carlos stopped in front of a door at the end of the corridor. There was no nameplate on the door, but a blue and white striped team badge sticker was affixed to the doorframe. Are you ready? Carlos asked. Lin Feng looked at that door, his mind buzzing, his heart pounding so fast he could hear it. But he nodded. I'm ready. Carlos pushed the door open. As the door opened, a wave of mixed scents, sweat, muscle spray, and leather hit him in the face. Lin Feng stood at the doorway, frozen in place. It was a vast changing room. Curved rows of lockers were lined up one after another, each adorned with names and numbers above the doors. The floor was covered in deep blue anti-slip tiles, and a massive carpet featuring the emblem of the Argentine national team sprawled in the center. At this moment, there were a dozen people sitting in the changing room. Some were changing into training shoes, others were wrapping their shins, and a few leaned against the lockers drinking water. The sound of the door pushing open made everyone turn their heads simultaneously. Dozens of eyes turned toward Lin Feng. He felt as if his blood had frozen in an instant. He recognized every single face. The closest one, in the third position on the left, had a buzz cut and shoulders as broad as a wall, currently wrapping bandages around his calves. DePaul. Further along, a lean figure with slicked back hair and an energy bar hanging from his mouth. Lautaro. The tall guy on the right was changing his shoes, lifting his head to reveal an exceptionally youthful face. Alvarez. In the corner, leaning against the wall, was another man wearing shin guards, staring at him expressionlessly. Romero. And the bulky goalkeeper, using a towel to dry his hands, his sharp eyes peeking out from the towel's edge. These names, these faces he had seen countless times on television. World Cup champions. Every single one of them. Lin Feng's legs felt as heavy as lead, and his throat tightened, unable to squeeze out a single word. Carlos said something in Spanish, and though Susan didn't translate it, Lin Feng could guess from the expressions it was probably an introduction. DePaul put down the bandages, sized Lin Feng up, and murmured something in Spanish to the person next to him. Lautaro smirked, clearly amused. Susan leaned closer to Lin Feng's ear, whispering the translation. DePaul said, "This kid looks like he slept at the airport for 3 days." Lin Feng indeed looked like he had just woken up from an airport nap. He glanced down at his wrinkled t-shirt and worn-out shoes, then looked at the custom Adidas training gear worn by the stars around him, the disparity vast, as if they belonged to two different species. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, a voice emerged from the farthest corner of the changing room. It was soft, calm, yet everyone involuntarily fell silent for a moment. "Come sit over here." Lin Feng followed the voice's direction to the deepest part of the changing room against the wall. A man of short stature sat there, wearing a plain blue training t-shirt and shorts, his shoes untied. His hair was somewhat long, casually falling over his forehead. He appeared thinner than on television, with a slight stubble on his chin. He looked like the most ordinary middle-aged man. Yet that face was one no football player in the world could fail to recognize. Lin Feng's mind was blank. Messi nodded his chin toward the empty seat beside him. Lin Feng's legs moved, though he couldn't tell if he was walking or if his body was moving on its own. He approached the empty seat and sat down mechanically. As soon as his bottom touched the chair, he felt as if everything was unreal. He could smell the sweat spray on the man beside him and see the tiny scars and calluses on his hands. Too close. So close it felt unreal. "What's your name?" Messi asked, speaking in English slowly with a heavy Argentine accent. "Lin Feng." Lin Feng's voice was dry and frighteningly hoarse. "Lin Feng." Messi repeated his pronunciation slightly off with a lilt at the end. Then he turned his head, looked into Lin Feng's eyes, and asked a question that made Lin Feng's scalp tingle. "I heard you were playing in the Longchao League just an hour ago." Susan whispered the translation next to him for confirmation. Lin Feng opened his mouth. "An hour ago?" No, he had been playing in Longchao over 30 hours ago. But that was unimportant. What mattered was that Messi knew him. Messi had seen his match videos. Messi had just called his name. "Yes." Lin Feng nodded, his voice still trembling. Messi responded with a sound of acknowledgement, then reached into the nearby locker to retrieve a neatly folded jersey. Blue and white stripes. The number printed on the back. Number 10. Not the starting 10, but the number 10 of the reserve training kit. But that number was enough to make Lin Feng's heart skip a beat. Messi handed over the jersey. "Wear this during... I have several of them." Lin Feng reached out to take the jersey, his fingers trembling. DePaul suddenly interjected something in Spanish, his tone filled with amusement. Susan translated. "He said you can wear number 10, but don't let it be better than Leo, or the whole team will have to kneel and bow to you." Laughter erupted in the changing room. Even Lautaro was chuckling. Lin Feng clutched the jersey tightly, his throat constricted, forcing out a stammered English, "Thank you." Messi nodded, bending down to tie his shoelaces. It was as if everything that had just transpired was merely a commonplace occurrence. Lautaro stood up, waving at Lin Feng in English. "Hey, the one from China. What position do you play?" "Attacking midfielder." Lin Feng replied. "I can also play as a second striker." Lautaro raised an eyebrow, exchanging glances with Alvarez. Alvarez shrugged, clearly conveying a sense of "let's see how it goes." Romero walked over from the corner, standing in front of Lin Feng. The defender looked even more muscular in person with his shoulder muscles straining against his training kit. How much do you weigh? Romero asked in English. 70 kilograms. Romero frowned. Too light. I could knock you out with just one shoulder. But you'll have to hit me first. Lin Feng didn't even know how those words slipped out. The changing room fell silent in an instant. Romero stared at him for 2 seconds, then smirked, turned, and walked away muttering something in Spanish. Susan leaned closer, her face pale, whispering, "He said he'll see you on the field later." Lin Feng's back was already drenched in cold sweat. But he had learned to be tough since he was 14. In street soccer, if you show weakness, everyone will step all over you. DePaul stood up, clapped his hands, and said something in Spanish loudly. Susan translated. He said not to scare the kid, and to head out for training first. The players began to rise one after another and walk out. As they passed Lin Feng, some patted his shoulder while others didn't even glance at him. When Martinez walked over, he paused, looked down at Lin Feng's worn-out shoes. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately just shook his head and walked away. The changing room gradually emptied. Lin Feng sat there clutching the number 10 jersey, his knuckles turning white. He looked down at the number on the back of the jersey. 10. Then he slipped the jersey on. The moment the fabric touched his skin, a jolt of electricity shot up his spine. This was not a dream. He was truly here in the changing room of the Argentina national team, wearing the number 10 jersey. Susan was still standing at the door waiting for him. Lin Feng, hurry up, the coach doesn't like to wait. Coming. Lin Feng stood up, tightening the laces of his worn. The glue on the shoe's tip had cracked slightly, revealing the canvas beneath. But he didn't change. Wearing these shoes, he had scored goals, dribbled past defenders, and had kicked his way from the street soccer fields to here. He pushed open the door of the changing room, sunlight flooding and causing him to squint. At the end of the corridor at the exit leading to the training ground, a figure was leaning against the wall waiting. In his 50s, with neatly combed gray hair, dressed in a gray coaching outfit, arms crossed over his chest. His face was even colder and stricter than on television. Scaloni. Scaloni watched Lin Feng emerge from the corridor, his gaze sweeping from his face down to his feet, pausing for a second on those worn-out canvas shoes. Then he looked away, saying nothing. Carlos stepped forward and spoke a few words in Spanish. Scaloni simply nodded and turned to walk toward the training ground. Lin Feng followed behind, his heartbeat quickening with each step. Susan walked beside him, lowering her voice. He doesn't greet people. Don't take it personally. I don't. Your face is pale. It's the jet lag. Susan couldn't help but laugh, but she quickly They walked out of the tunnel, and the training ground opened up before them. On the largest of the 6 pitches, the entire Argentine national team was already on the field. Split into 2 groups, doing passing warm-ups, blue and white training vests moving back and forth under the sunlight, the rhythm so fast it was dazzling. Lin Feng stood on the sidelines watching them pass and receive. One-touch passes, no unnecessary movements. The receiver didn't even need to look, a simple stretch of the foot, and the ball arrived at the most comfortable spot. The speed, power, and curve of each pass were as precise as if measured with a ruler. It was nothing like what he had seen back home. The Tianhai youth team's passing was considered decent, but compared to these players, it was like the gap between school kids and PhDs. Lin Feng clenched his fists. Scaloni walked to the edge of the field and whistled. Everyone stopped, eyes converging on him. Over 20 pairs of eyes fixed on Lin Feng at once. The gaze of World Cup champions. Each one carried the weight of scrutiny. Lin Feng felt like a prisoner under a spotlight. Some whispered among themselves, some raised an eyebrow, others remained expressionless. DePaul elbowed the nearby Lautaro and said something. Lautaro replied, and both of them laughed. Susan didn't dare translate from the sidelines, but Lin Feng could read it from their expressions. They were making fun of him. An 18-year-old kid in worn-out shoes from the Chinese Super League, standing among world champions. It looked like a joke. Scaloni faced all the players and spoke a few lines in Spanish. Susan whispered the translation in Lin Feng's ear. He said today's training will include a trial player from China named Lin Feng. He'll be training with the team for the next 2 weeks. Treat him normally. Treat him normally. Easier said than done. A young defender approached Romero and asked something softly in Spanish. Romero replied in a flat tone. Susan translated. That defender asked Romero who this kid is. Romero said don't know. Carlos found him online and got excited after watching 2 videos. Another voice came from the left, a midfielder in his early 30s with a short beard. Susan translated. He said lately too many geniuses are fished out online, 9.5 out of 10 show their true colors once they step on the pitch. He's seen it too many times. Lin Feng's temples throbbed. He didn't understand Spanish, but he could read their expressions and tone clearly. Disdain, doubt, and a hint of curiosity. It was exactly like his trial at Tianhai, only with different people, a different language, a different level. But essentially nothing had changed. They were waiting for him to embarrass himself. After finishing his speech, Scaloni turned to face Lin Feng. For the first time, he looked Lin Feng straight in the eyes. Those eyes were cold as winter lake water, showing no emotion. Neither appreciation nor hostility, just pure assessment. He wrote 3 lines on the whiteboard. First, the accuracy of the first touch. Second, control of center of gravity during high-speed runs. Scaloni asked in English. His voice was low, commanding respect. No, Lin Feng answered. English. A little. Scaloni grunted. Then he turned and walked toward the center of the pitch, tossing out a sentence without looking back. Susan's voice trembled as she translated. He said, get on the field first. No more talk. Lin Feng's heart tightened. Just like that. No training instructions. No telling him which group he was in. Get on the field. No more talk. Scaloni had already picked up his tactical board and showed no intention of explaining further. Carlos patted Lin Feng on the shoulder from behind. Go on, stand with the blue team. Just play along, don't overthink. Play what? Small-sided match. 11 against 11. Lin Feng looked at the pitch. Most of the players on the blue team, he recognized. DePaul was in midfield flexing his ankles. Alvarez was bouncing on the spot up front. Romero was stretching his thigh muscles at the back. And the white team opposite was even more intimidating. Lautaro stood at center forward doing his final warm-up runs. Behind him, the short figure was bending over to tie his laces. Messi straightened up after tying his laces, tilted his head, and glanced at Lin Feng. That glance was brief, carrying no special meaning. As casual as looking at a newly bought training cone. But that single glance made Lin Feng's back tense instantly. He was going to be on this pitch with these people playing 11 against 11. Lin Feng took a deep breath and stepped onto the field. His worn-out dual-star shoes pressed into Argentina's turf, emitting a faint creak. The cold mechanical voice in his mind sounded right on time. Ding. Detected host entering international trial scenario. First international mission released. Mission name, prove your existence. Mission requirement during the training match against Argentine national team players, complete at least 1 successful dribble and 1 effective shot on goal. Time limit before the end of this training session. Failure penalty, random removal of 1 god-level talent. Additional note, international challenge mode activated. All opponent abilities increased by 1 tier. Current opponent, base level world class. After upgrade, legendary. Lin Feng read through the mission, and a faint smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Legendary. Standing before him were world champions enhanced by the system. DePaul walked over, looked down at him, and said in English, kid, take the attacking midfield spot. We'll give you the ball. See if you can handle it. Lin Feng cracked his neck, a series of pops sounding from his joints. He walked to the attacking midfield position and stamped his feet on the grass. Argentina's turf was softer than back home. The touch felt completely different. The white team across from them had already formed their formation. Lautaro stood with his hands on his hips, a slight smirk on his lips. Behind him, Messi stood at the right side of midfield, arms hanging naturally, his gaze serene as water. These were his opponents. Scaloni stood at the sideline, placing the whistle into his mouth. As the whistle blew, Lin Feng's mind had not yet reacted when the ball was already at DePaul's feet. It was fast, too damn fast. DePaul struck the ball, sending it accurately to Enzo. Without even raising his head, Enzo used the outside of his foot to flick the ball, transferring it to McAllister on the left flank. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Lin Feng stood in the attacking midfielder position and instinctively ran a couple of steps to the left front, hoping to receive the ball. But it didn't come his way. After receiving the pass, McAllister took a step forward and directly launched a long pass to the right. As the ball flew over Lin Feng's head, he could even feel the wind created by its spin. Hey! DePaul's voice came from behind, clearly filled with displeasure. Susan, standing on the sidelines, did not dare to translate, but Lin Feng understood the meaning in that tone. You're out of position. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and quickly returned to the center. After regaining possession, the white team launched an attack. Lautaro received the ball in the front, turned his back to hold it, and spun away from the blue team's center back. Lin Feng withdrew from the attacking midfielder position to assist in defense, but just as he stepped out, Lautaro had already passed the ball to the advancing winger on the right. The speed of the transition between attack and defense was at least a level faster than in the long Super League. No, it wasn't just a level. It was 2 different worlds. When he was in Tianhai, Lin Feng had enough time to observe, judge, and make decisions. But here he was given only a fraction of a second. A moment of hesitation and the ball was gone. The blue team regained possession and Romero intercepted the ball in the backfield, sending a long pass to DePaul. DePaul stopped the ball with his chest and turned to face the front. Lin Feng saw an opening. There was a space between the 2 midfielders of the opposing white team. If DePaul passed the ball now, he could turn and directly face the defense. Lin Feng raised his right hand and shouted, here, in Chinese. He shouted in Chinese. DePaul didn't even glance his way and simply played the ball back to Enzo. After receiving the ball, Enzo advanced 10 meters and then passed it sideways to McAllister near the center circle. The entire attack completely bypassed Lin Feng. It was as if he was transparent. Lin Feng's fist tightened. This was exactly the same as when he was in Tianhai. No one passed him the ball. The difference was that in Tianhai it was because Zhao Chuan was playing tricks. Here it was because no one knew him, no one trusted him, and no one knew where he would appear. To these people he was just an unnecessary stranger. In the next 10 minutes Lin Feng touched the ball only The first was a back pass that rolled to his feet without any contest. Just as he was about to look up and observe, Enzo ran over and poked the ball away from his feet while muttering something in Spanish. Susan's face looked bad as she translated, "He said you're too slow." The second time was during a mistake by the white team. The ball bounced in front of Lin Feng, and he instinctively used his right foot to stop it. The quality of the stop was decent, but the next second he realized he was surrounded by 3 white team players. Lautaro charged at him from the front, moving as fast as a cheetah. A midfielder on the left was also closing in. Lin Feng wanted to use Messi's dribbling talent to break through, but before his body could respond, Lautaro was already there. Quick and decisive, Lautaro poked the ball away. The ball didn't even stay at Lin Feng's feet for a second. After regaining possession, Lautaro didn't even glance at Lin Feng and directly advanced with the ball. Lin Feng stood there feeling a pressure in his chest. It wasn't a matter of skill. It was the rhythm. The pace of these players was too fast. By the time his brain processed the information, his body was already too late. Back home, his God's perspective allowed him to see the entire field clearly. But here everyone was moving at high speed, and the situation on the field changed every second. His eyes could see, but his feet couldn't keep up. In the 15th minute, Scaloni on the sidelines blew a short whistle, signaling a pause for hydration. Bending over, Lin Feng placed his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. As DePaul walked past him to grab a water bottle, he shot a glance at him. "Your positioning is all wrong," DePaul said in English, his tone not too harsh, but definitely not friendly. "You can't just run wherever you want. You need to know where the ball will go next." "I know where the ball will go." Lin Feng straightened up and looked at DePaul. "Then why do you stand in places where no one passed?" Lin Feng didn't answer. Because he didn't know where the ball would go. His God's perspective allowed him to see the passing lines. But the problem was he had no understanding of these Argentine players' passing habits. He could see the space, but he didn't know which direction DePaul preferred to pass, what Enzo's first choice would be after receiving the ball, or McAllister's running path. He felt like a chess player thrown into a completely unfamiliar game. After the hydration break, the training continued. Lin Feng forced himself to calm down. "Don't rush. Look first. Remember first." He began to suppress his urge to hold the ball, using his eyes to record each teammate's habits. DePaul liked to take 2 lateral steps before passing after receiving the ball. Enzo's first choice was always a direct pass forward. McAllister would feint to create space before receiving the ball. "Don't rush. Look first. Remember first." He began to suppress his urge to hold the ball, using his eyes to record each teammate's habits. All to midfield. This time Lin Feng didn't make a blind run. Instead, he observed the white team's defensive positioning and then made a diagonal run 2 steps toward the left front. This time Enzo seemed to catch a glimpse of him, but the ball still didn't come. Enzo chose to pass sideways to DePaul. Lin Feng didn't stop running. He continued forward. DePaul received the ball and looked up. In that instant, the white team's defense shifted right half a position to follow the ball. A half-meter wide gap appeared in Lin Feng's left front. He saw it, but he wasn't sure if DePaul would see it. Then the ball came. It wasn't passed by DePaul, but rather came from behind him. A perfectly weighted ground pass, as precise as if it had been measured with a ruler, angled perfectly to pass through the gap between the 2 white team midfielders, the speed allowing Lin Feng to receive it without slowing down. Lin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. He turned his head to glance at the passer, the short guy from the locker room. Messi. When did he get the ball? When did he run to that position? These questions couldn't be pondered. The ball was flying toward him at a perfect Lin Feng exploded into action, extending his right foot. The moment the toe of his shoe made contact with the ball, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Romero. That wall of flesh was rushing toward him at a terrifying speed. Lin Feng felt a sense of pressure on his back, like a truck was approaching. He had less than a second to make a decision. Control and turn. Or pass it immediately. The God's perspective in his mind activated instantly, transforming the field view into a top-down perspective. He had less than a second to make a decision. Control and turn. Or pass it immediately. The God's perspective in his mind activated instantly, transforming the field view into a top-down perspective. A thought flashed. Lin Feng didn't stop the ball. At the moment the ball arrived, he lightly flicked it with his toe, nudging it half a meter to the right front, while his body swiftly darted to the left. Romero's shoulder brushed against his back as he rushed past, creating a gust of wind. He didn't collide. Lin Feng quickly stepped forward to chase the ball, and the field opened up before him. But before he could make his next move, another white team defender had filled the gap in front of him, forcing him to pass back. This touch of the ball lasted less than 2 seconds. But Scaloni on the sidelines made a note with his pen. He wrote a word in his notebook. On the field, Messi stood 20 meters away, hands in his pockets, slightly tilting his head, looking in Lin Feng's direction. That gaze was faint, as if he were looking at a somewhat interesting math problem. Then he withdrew his gaze and rejoined the attack. Lin Feng's heart raced in his chest. That last direct pass wasn't just a random pass. It was Messi testing him, probing to see if he could handle a ball of that level. He caught it. Though he couldn't take a shot, he caught it. When the whistles signaling the end of training rang, Lin Feng's legs were already weak. In 45 minutes of competition, he had touched the ball effectively 7 times, completed no dribbles, and made no shots. The system task still lingered, coldly reminding him. Complete at least 1 effective dribble and 1 effective shot. Time limit before the end of this training session. And the first session of training had already concluded. Scaloni blew a long whistle, signaling a 15-minute break before the second session. Lin Feng stood in place, soaked through his chest, heaving heavily. 15 minutes later, there was still 1 session left. That was his last opportunity. During the 15-minute break, Lin Feng gulped down 3 bottles of water. He squatted on the grass at the edge of the field, eyes closed, replaying all the scenes from the previous 45 minutes. The positioning habits of each teammate, the defensive stances of every opponent, the rhythm of passing, the timing of receiving the ball. A god's perspective is not given for free. Maradona's talent allowed him to see things others could not. But merely seeing is not enough. He also had to synchronize his body with the speed of his mind. When playing in his home country, the opponent's pace was slow, and he had time to process information. But here everything was happening at double speed. His brain could perceive the space, but his muscles could not keep up. Therefore he had to anticipate. Others made decisions when the ball arrived. He had to decide before the ball came. 1 step ahead. No 2 steps ahead. He no longer tried to chase the ball, but began to anticipate its path. With a god's eye view operating at full capacity, the entire field appeared in his mind like a real-time tactical board. In the 3rd minute, Enzo received the ball at midfield facing forward. Lin Feng's brain instantly calculated 3 possible passing routes. The first option was a direct pass to Alvarez ahead. It had the highest probability since Alvarez was making a run to the flank. The second option was to pass back to DePaul. This option had a moderate probability, but only if the path ahead was blocked. The third option was a diagonal pass to find space on the left. It had the lowest probability, but if the white team's midfield shifted right, a large area would open up on the left. Lin Feng's eyes were fixed on the positioning of the white team. Sure enough, both midfielders of the white team were pressing towards Enzo's passing direction, leaving the left side open. Lin Feng started running before Enzo looked up. He made a diagonal run to the left front, slicing through the gap between the white team's midfielders and defenders like a knife. Enzo looked up. He saw Alvarez, but that passing line was blocked. He saw DePaul, but the back pass felt too conservative. Then his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the left front. A player in a blue vest was rushing towards that empty area at high speed. Enzo hesitated for half a second. That position was indeed empty, but that Chinese kid had started running too early. If he passed now, the ball would arrive before the player got there. However, Lin Feng's speed was faster than he imagined. Enzo gritted his teeth, pushed the ball with the inside of his left foot, and sent it skimming along the grass. Lin Feng caught the moment the ball was struck out of Enzo's foot and accelerated. His speed suddenly surged, as if he had pressed the fast-forward button. By the time the ball arrived, Lin Feng was right on time. Not a second off. He touched the ball with his right foot, keeping it firmly under control. At that moment, there was only one defender from the white team in front of him. The god's eye view was calculating furiously. The defender's weight was leaning left with his right foot as the pivot. If Lin Feng changed direction to the right now, the defender would need at least 0.3 seconds to adjust his balance. 0.3 seconds was enough. Lin Feng lightly flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot, sliding it half a meter to the right. The defender's body instinctively tilted to the right. In that instant, Lin Feng arched his left foot, bringing the ball back to the inside of his left foot. He changed direction. The defender's weight was completely off, and his legs crossed, stumbling almost to the ground. Lin Feng zipped past him on the left, driving the ball into the edge of the penalty area. A low gasp arose from the sidelines. The system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Successful dribble completed. Lin Feng had no time to feel joy, because Romero was charging in from the middle like an armored vehicle speeding at full throttle. A shot. He had to shoot. Lin Feng pulled his right foot back, preparing to unleash a thunderous strike. But he knew that from this distance, an angle, a powerful shot, would give the goalkeeper enough time to react. The god's eye view provided the answer. The goalkeeper was positioned slightly to the right with space in the lower left corner, but it required a precise ground shot. Lin Feng adjusted his power, transforming his explosive shot into a low-driven strike. His right foot struck the lower middle of the ball, sending it skimming along the grass towards the lower left corner of the goal. The goalkeeper Martinez reacted extremely quickly, diving to the left. His fingertips grazed the ball. The trajectory of the ball shifted slightly, striking the inside of the goalpost and bouncing out. It did not go in. Lin Feng's movements froze. At the moment the ball rebounded, Alvarez made a timely run, easily slotting it into the net. But it was just a training match. Scoring was not the most important thing. The system prompt sounded again. Ding. Successful shot completed. Task prove your existence successfully accomplished. Rewards will be distributed shortly. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, resting his hands on his knees. But what concerned him more than the system reward was that Enzo was running towards him. Enzo reached him, his expression complex, a mix of surprise, confusion, and a hint of displeasure. How did you know I would pass there? Enzo asked in English, speaking rapidly. I guess, Lin Feng replied, panting. Liar. You started running before I even played the ball. Enzo's brow furrowed tightly. I thought you were just running around. I almost passed to the other side. If you had started half a second earlier, I wouldn't have looked in that direction at all. Then I'll start half a second later next time. Enzo stared at him for 2 seconds, then twitched the corner of his mouth. You'd better not be lying to me. With that, Enzo turned and ran away. Lin Feng straightened up, the thrill in his chest still surging. This was the first time on this field that someone had formally communicated tactics with him. Though Enzo's tone was hardly friendly, at least he no longer regarded him as invisible. Training continued. With the first successful collaboration, Enzo began to be willing to pass to Lin Feng. Not every time, but at least he no longer completely ignored him. In the 28th minute, a similar scene occurred again. The white team's attack was intercepted, and the blue team launched a counterattack. Enzo advanced with the ball facing 2 passing routes. Lin Feng activated early once more. This time he ran to the right front, cutting into the space between the white team's left back and center back. When Enzo looked up, he saw Lin Feng. This time he hesitated not at all and passed directly. The ball arrived and Lin Feng received it, taking 2 steps forward. But the white team's reinforcements were too fast. The 2 defenders closed in at the same time, blocking his path to break through. Just as Lin Feng was about to be forced into a corner, the God's Eye view suddenly captured a piece of information. To the right rear, 8 meters away, a person was moving with an odd rhythm. That person's running pattern was not straightforward like the other players. He moved in an arc, slightly cutting inside, his foot speed fluctuating, creating a rhythm that made it impossible for defenders to anticipate. Lin Feng did not turn to look, but the God's Eye view told him who that person was. Messi. Messi was moving in his direction. Not meaningless running. He was positioning himself to support him. Lin Feng made a decision. He did not force his way through, nor did he pass back. He lightly nudged the ball with the inside of his right foot, sliding it diagonally behind him. No looking back. A blind pass. The ball threaded through the legs of the 2 defenders, accurately rolling to Messi's feet. Messi's receiving motion was effortless. With a touch of his left foot, the ball stuck to his foot. Then he accelerated, slicing into the penalty area from the right, curling a shot towards the far corner. The ball went in. But Lin Feng couldn't even bother to check if it had scored. He stood still, heart racing, as Messi came running towards him. The short man came up to him without any exaggerated celebration, just reaching out his right hand to lightly pat Lin Feng on the shoulder. Then he spoke. In English with a heavy accent, his voice was not loud, but each word was clear. You saw what others could not see. Just those words. After speaking, Messi turned and ran back to his position as if nothing had happened. But Lin Feng stood there, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. Messi said he saw what others could not see. Messi, the man hailed as the god of football by the whole world, said this to him. Lin Feng felt a sudden sting in his nose. He remembered the night at age 14 when he delivered takeout in the pouring rain, the afternoon when he was laughed at on the village football field, and the worn-out double-star shoes with their soles worn through. Climbing up from those muddy fields all the way to here. Standing on the grass of Argentina, wearing the number 10 jersey recognized by Messi. He blinked hard, forcing back the emotional sting. Then he took a deep breath and threw himself back into training. On the sidelines, Susan's mouth was open wide enough to fit a fist. She had been in Argentina for 8 years, seen countless national team training sessions, and had never seen Messi say such things to a newcomer during practice. Never. As training concluded, the Argentine sun had already begun its descent. Orange-hued light blanketed the 6 pitches, stretching everyone's shadows long. Players meandered in 2s and 3s toward the locker room, some chatting and laughing, others doing cool-down stretches. Lin Feng sat on the bench at the edge of the pitch, his legs as heavy as if filled with lead. Today's training intensity was the highest he had ever experienced in his life. It wasn't the physical toll, though his stamina was nearly depleted, but the mental strain. With his God's perspective running at full power for nearly 90 minutes, his mind now buzzed with a dull hum, like a broken computer running 20 background programs simultaneously. Susan handed him a bottle of water. Still alive. Half a life, Lin Feng replied, gulping the water. Do you realize how insane that Nalu pass was just now? Susan lowered her voice. I've watched 8 years of national team training and only seen 2 people make that kind of pass. One is Messi himself, the other is Di Maria, who's already retired. I just happened to know he was there. Happened. Do you have eyes on the back of your head? Lin Feng didn't answer, continuing to drink his water. Of course, he couldn't tell Susan it was because of the system's God's perspective. To others, he could accurately deliver the ball to Messi's feet without looking back. either pure luck or some extraordinary spatial perception. Regardless of how others understood it, the effect was achieved. He had proven he wasn't there just to fill a spot. DePaul paused as he passed by Lin Feng. You played much better in the second session than the first. Just that then he walked on. Lin Feng watched his back, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. From every position you took was wrong, to you played better than the first session. Progress was decent. Alvarez also passed by, patted the back of his head, and said in English, "Not bad, the one from China. Keep it up tomorrow." Enzo walked past without a word, but shot Lin Feng a glance. That look carried less disdain and more recognition than at the start of training. The players gradually left. Lin Feng was about to stand up and head to the locker room when out of the corner of his eye he spotted two people standing beside the side entrance of the training building in the distance. Scaloni and another man around 50 years old. The man was half a head shorter than Scaloni, wearing a baseball cap and holding a stack of papers, saying something. From the gestures, it looked like he was reporting something. An assistant coach. Lin Feng recalled Carlos mentioning that Scaloni had an assistant named Tardelli responsible for player data analysis. The two were not far away, but they were speaking Spanish, which Lin Feng couldn't understand a word of. As he was about to leave, Susan suddenly tugged his sleeve. "Wait, don't go." Susan's eyes were fixed on the two men, her ears slightly tilted. "Can you hear what they're?" Lin Feng asked. "If the wind direction is right, I can catch some." "Don't talk." Lin Feng fell silent. Susan listened for about half a minute, her expression shifting several times. First a frown, then surprise, and finally an indescribable look. After the two finished speaking, Tardelli nodded and walked away with the papers. Scaloni stood alone for a few seconds, then turned and entered the training building. "What did they say?" Lin Feng asked. Susan turned to look at him, her expression strange. "Tardelli was reporting today's training data to Scaloni. He mentioned you." "What about me?" "Tardelli said your data is interesting. Pass completion rate 73%, running distance 9.4 kilometers, sprint count 17 times. For a first day at this level of training, that's already high. But..." Susan paused. "But what?" "Tardelli said he's worried about one thing. You have 0 official international match experience. You've only played 1 match in even the domestic top league. Training performance doesn't reflect actual competition. Historically, many players shine in training, but shrink in real games. He suggested Scaloni not hold too high expectations for you, at most let you train with the youth team for a while." Lin Feng's heart sank. "Then what did Scaloni say?" Susan's lips twitched. After listening, Scaloni was silent for about 5. Then he opened the notebook in his hand, which had many things written in it. "I couldn't see exactly." He flipped to one page, pointed at something, and said one sentence to Tardelli. "What sentence?" Susan looked into Lin Feng's eyes. "He said some people play for 10 years and still don't have his eyes." Lin Feng was stunned. "He said one more thing," Susan continued. "He said he watched every touch of that Chinese kid today. At the 28th minute of the second session, that Naluk pass wasn't luck, it was vision. That kind of vision can't be trained, it's innate." He finally told Tardelli, "Continue observing tomorrow, and in the day after tomorrow's scrimmage, give that kid more possession to see his limits." Lin Feng's fingers tightened around the water bottle, the plastic crunching under pressure. Scaloni had recorded every single touch of his today. Every single one. That man who had never said a superfluous word to him, whose expression was as cold as ice, had been watching him all along. "He also said one word," Susan added. "What word?" "Diferente." "What does that mean?" "Different," Susan said. "He said you're different from other trial players." He didn't elaborate on how, but he used that. Lin Feng drained the last mouthful of water from the bottle and stood up. His legs still felt weak, but his spine straightened. "What time is training tomorrow?" 7:30 in the morning. "All right." Lin Feng picked up his bag and headed toward the locker room. After 2 steps, he stopped and looked back at the pitch. The setting sun dyed the turf golden, and the air still carried the scent of grass kicked up during training. On this turf had stood Maradona, Messi, and all those legends. Now he had stood here too. Tomorrow he would stand here again. The day after as well. Until no one called him the one from China anymore, but spoke his name. Lin Feng turned and walked into the corridor leading to the locker room. Behind him, in a second-floor window of the training building, Scaloni stood there, still holding the notebook filled with notes. He watched Lin Feng's back disappear into the hallway, then lowered his head and flipped open the notebook, writing another line under today's date. Carlos appeared beside him at some unknown moment, peeking at the notebook. "What did you write?" Scaloni closed. "Put him on the white team tomorrow." At 7:15 the next morning, Lin Feng was already standing at the edge of the training ground, stretching. Buenos Aires' dawn carried a damp, grassy chill. The sun had yet to fully emerge, and the artificial irrigation on the pitch had just ceased, leaving dewdrops clinging to the blades. Sushan arrived yawning, holding 2 cups of coffee. "What time did you get up?" 5:30. "Are you in?" Sushan handed him a coffee. "Still jet-lagged." "Doesn't matter either way." Lin Feng took the cup, but didn't drink, setting it on the ground as he continued to stretch his legs. I've been moved to the white team today. Sushan paused. How did you know? Carlos sent a message this morning. Sushan opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end, she just shook her head. The white team. That was Messi's team. The players arrived one by one. DePaul was the first to notice Lin Feng had changed his vest color and came over to look him up and down. Oh, white, DePaul said, slapping him on the shoulder with considerable force. Yesterday you were on my side, today you're the enemy. Fast learner, Lin Feng replied in broken English. DePaul laughed. Don't blame me if I go hard later. Bring it on. The training match lineup was posted on the changing room door. White team lineup: Messi, Lautaro, Lin Feng, Enzo, McAllister, with a defensive pairing of Romero and Otamendi. For the blue team, DePaul led the charge with Alvarez playing forward. Lin Feng was placed just behind Messi, second striker. He understood better than anyone what this position meant. Playing behind Messi meant either becoming a finisher who converted passes into goals or turning invisible. There was no middle ground. As Scaloni blew the whistle, Lin Feng took a deep breath. God's eye activated. The entire pitch transformed into an overhead view once more. The position's orientations, centers of gravity, and breathing rhythms of all 22 players flooded into his brain like data. Faster than yesterday. His brain's processing speed had quickened. 3 minutes into the match, the blue team pressed hard. DePaul picked up the ball in midfield and immediately launched it toward Alvarez, but Otamendi headed it clear. The white team launched an attack. Enzo received the ball, dribbled laterally a couple of steps, and scanned the field ahead. Lin Feng didn't raise his hand to call for the ball. He was waiting. Enzo passed to McAllister, who faked a move to shake off the blue team's fullback, then knocked the ball back to him. The moment the ball returned to Enzo's feet, Lin Feng moved. He made a diagonal run toward the near post, not fast, but his path precisely sliced into the gap between the blue team's two center backs. Enzo saw it. The rapport from yesterday hadn't been wasted. Without hesitation, Enzo threaded a through ball. As the ball reached his feet, Lin Feng sensed a presence behind him. Rodriguez, the blue team's defensive midfielder, charged in from an angle, his shoulder nearly brushing Lin Feng's. The intensity of this guy's physicality was on a completely different level from back home. Lin Feng's body wasn't robust enough. The system gave him talent, but not 80 kilograms of muscle. Rodriguez, standing 185 centimeters and weighing at least 85 kilograms, would send him flying if a real collision happened. But he didn't need to fight Heaton. God's eye told him that Rodriguez's center of gravity leaned to the left, so he would go right. Lin Feng nudged the ball with his right foot half a step to the right, shifting his body accordingly. Rodriguez's shoulder grazed past his back without a full impact. But the second wave of pressure came immediately. The blue team's center back stepped up from the front, completely blocking his path forward. Lin Feng didn't force it, because he had already seen it. Messi was about 20 meters to the left, moving in an eerily strange rhythm. He looked like he was strolling, but the direction and frequency of his steps were off. He was creating space. Lin Feng pushed the ball gently with the inside of his foot, threading it through the gap between the blue team's center back and Rodriguez straight to Messi. A simple pass. Clean. Messi received the ball as naturally as breathing his left foot, tapping it to make it stick. He took 2 steps, drawing 2 defenders, and then flicked it with the outside of his foot, sending it right back. It returned to where Lin Feng was. No, not where Lin Feng was, but where he was about to be. Lin Feng hadn't stopped moving after releasing the pass. He immediately sprinted toward the penalty area, trusting completely that Messi would return the ball. By the time it arrived, he had already breached the box. Only the goalkeeper stood before him. But the angle was extremely tight, almost zero. The blue team's keeper had sealed off the near post with defenders rushing back. Lin Feng didn't hesitate. He chose not to shoot. Instead, he slid the ball across the goal mouth. As it rolled past the 5-meter line, Lautaro surged in from the far post and slotted it into the net. After scoring, Lautaro raised his hands, ran a few steps, then turned to look at Lin Feng. How did you know I was there? Lautaro's English was more fluent than Enzo's. I wasn't even sure I'd make it myself. Your running pattern, Lin Feng said, panting. You always cut to the far post on counterattacks. You've only been here one day, Lautaro frowned. It's enough. Lautaro stared at him for 2 seconds, then shook his head and extended a fist to bump Lin Feng's. It was the first time since arriving in Argentina that someone had voluntarily fist bumped him. The match continued. After the white team took the lead, the blue team accelerated. DePaul personally drove forward, dribbled past 2 men, and sent a through ball that Alvarez converted into a unknown equalizer. Over the next 20 minutes, the two sides traded blows. Lin Feng touched the ball 14 times, more than twice his total from the previous day's entire session. He was no longer the invisible man. At the 38th minute, the blue team earned a corner. The ball was floated into the box. Amid the chaos, it bounced out to the edge of the area. DePaul won the first ball and wound up for a long-range shot. Lin Feng charged in from the side and chested it down. DePaul couldn't pull back, and his knee slammed into Lin Feng's outer thigh. Pain. Not ordinary pain. Lin Feng staggered 2 steps, nearly collapsing to his knees. His outer thigh felt as if it had been struck by a hammer. DePaul stopped and looked at him. You okay, eh? I'm fine. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and straightened up. The ball was still at his feet. Gods, I told him the blue team's defensive focus was still inside the box, not yet repositioned. Between the arc of the penalty area and the opponent's goal, there was only one defensive midfielder. Messi and Lautaro were up front, but both were marked. There was only one path. Go himself. Ignoring the searing pain in his thigh, Lin Feng dribbled forward 3 steps. That blue team defensive midfielder closed in, spreading his arms to block the route. Lin Feng feinted a rightward cut with the outside of his right foot, and the midfielder shifted his weight accordingly. In that instant, Lin Feng planted his left foot on the ball and spun his entire body sharply left through 180 degrees. A Cruyff turn. The midfielder was completely fooled. By the time he reacted, Lin Feng had already glided past his left side. Ahead was open space. At the edge of the box, the goalkeeper rushed out. Lin Feng raised his right foot, the power of the Thunder Beast cannon building in his muscles. But he held back. No need for full force. At this distance, precision outweighed power. He struck the lower center of the ball with his right instep, sending it skimming along the grass toward the bottom left corner. The goalkeeper dove. His fingers grazed the ball. But the spin and speed were too great. It slipped past his fingertips and nestled into the net. Scored. Lin Feng stood still, breathing heavily. His thigh still throbbed, but he didn't care. Lautaro was the first to rush over, leaping onto his back from behind. Enzo came too, patting him on the head. On the sideline, Scaloni closed his notebook. After training, the players headed to the changing room. Lin Feng walked at the rear, limping. His outer thigh was sure to be bruised. A hand tapped the back of his head. He turned. Messi was passing by. A faint hint of a smile tugged at the corner of the short man's mouth. He tilted his head slightly towards Scaloni. He's not here to adapt. He's here to change the rhythm, Messi said softly, his English barely audible. Only Lin Feng could hear. Then he walked off unhurried, as always, hands in his pockets. Lin Feng stood rooted, his heart pounding wildly. He wasn't sure if Messi meant those words for him or was just muttering to himself. But either way, he heard them. He was here to change the rhythm, not to adapt. Su Shan ran over from the sideline. Phone held high, her expression as if she'd seen a ghost. Your phone, Su Shan gasped, shoving it into his hands. It's been going off nonstop since morning. Lin Feng took his battered phone with its cracked screen and lit it up. WeChat messages 99+. From Gao Yuan, from Yin, Li, from Mia, from Wang Dachui. And one from an unknown number. Lin Feng opened that message. Just a single image. A blurry, candid photo. Him wearing a white training vest, dribbling on the Argentine training ground. Beneath the photo was a line of English text. Who is this Chinese kid training with Messi? The source of the photo was a Twitter account of an international sports media outlet. The retweets had already exceeded 20,000. Lin Feng's phone had been incessantly buzzing since that afternoon. Gao Yuan sent over 20 voice messages. The first was relatively normal, but the last few were shouting, "You brat, call me back, are you dead, or what?" Lin Feng returned Gao Yuan's call. You finally picked up. Gao Yuan's voice came crashing through. Do you know that it's gone crazy back home? Crazy about what? Your training photos have been posted on Twitter, and now they're going viral. Search the keyword Chinese youth trains with Messi. It's trending in the top 10. Who took it? Lin Feng frowned. I don't know. It could be someone from the training facility, or it might have been captured by someone with a long lens from outside. The photo was blurry, but it was clear it was him. His outfit was too recognizable, being the only one in the entire Argentinian training facility wearing worn-out canvas shoes. Lin Feng glanced down at his shoes, noticing the glue at the toe had come apart a bit. What's the public opinion back home? Gao Yuan paused for a second. It's polarized. Half the people think you're the light of the national team, while the other half believes it's just hype. Hype. Exactly. Some say you bought your training spot, others claim it's a marketing ploy by the Tianhai Club, and there are those who say the Argentine Football Association has a commercial partnership with a certain Dragon Country brand, and you're just a promotional gift. Lin Feng chuckled when he heard the last part. A promotional gift. Don't laugh. Gao Yuan's tone turned serious. This is more complicated than you think. Song Chiming can't sit still. They held an emergency meeting this morning, and he wants to terminate your Tianhai contract while you're abroad. The reason is that you left the country without the club's approval. He dares. Not only does he dare, but he's already in the process of doing it. Yin Li is helping you out, but what he says doesn't carry much weight in front of Song Chiming. You need to be mentally prepared. You might not have a team to return to. Lin Feng tightened his grip on his phone. Then I won't come back. There was silence on the other end for 3 seconds. What did you say? I said I won't come back. Lin Feng's voice was calm. If I can make it in Argentina, who cares about the substitute contract with Tianhai? Do you know how arrogant that sounds? I know. Gao Yuan let out a sigh on the other end. All right. You focus on playing over there, it'll handle things. But Lin Feng, there's one thing you must remember. What? You're no longer just yourself. You are the first Dragon Country player to enter the Argentine national training system. If you perform well, more kids from the Dragon Country might have the chance to take this path. If you fail, then this path will be forever blocked. Lin Feng remained silent. I'm not trying to pressure you, Gao Yuan added, just a reminder, don't think only of yourself. I understand. After hanging up, Lin Feng leaned against the locker room wall, staring blankly at his shattered screen phone. Susan pushed the door open. There are reporters outside. What reporters? 2 local Argentine sports reporters, and 1 from Britain. They're blocking the entrance to the training facility, demanding to interview you. I won't see them. Carlos said the same. He's already had security send them away. But, Susan hesitated. There's one person Carlos didn't send away. Who? Susan handed over her phone, the screen displaying a WeChat message. Send her, Mia. Content: Lin Feng, I have arrived in Buenos Aires. We need to talk. Lin Feng was taken. How did she get here? She's a sports reporter, no visa issues. She probably saw those photos online and bought a ticket to fly over. What does she want? To interview you, Susan said, but she claims it's not for the news. She said she wants to help you. Her exact words were, if you don't respond to the online doubts, they will only become more absurd. You need a controllable official voice. You can't let others speak for you. Lin Feng thought for a moment. Mia was the first reporter to cover him back home. That article, delivery boy scores a world-class goal, made him famous overnight, but at least it was objective. She hadn't fabricated anything. All right, he'll meet her. That evening, Lin Feng met Mia at a small cafe near the training facility. Mia was wearing a dark trench coat, her hair tied in a ponytail, and her eyes had dark circles, looking like she had just gotten off a plane. You look stronger than you did back home. I've only been here 3 days. How could I be stronger? Your spirit seems different. Mia took out a recorder and placed it on the table. Let me ask you first, is it okay to record? Sure. Good. First question. There are claims online that you bought your training spot. How do you respond? Mia paused, then laughed. I can't write that. Can we rephrase? Then write this: the Argentine Football Association doesn't sell training spots, and Scaloni isn't someone who can be swayed by money. I stand on this field by my own merit. Second question. Some say you're only there as a sparring partner and won't get an official match opportunity. I can't answer that. Lin Feng pondered, because I don't know myself. But I'm not here to be a sparring partner. What are you here for? To play football. That answer is too simple. The truth is that simple. Mia looked at him, her pen pausing momentarily. All right. Last question. Mia's expression turned serious. You are now in the Argentine national training system. Do you understand what that means? If Argentina wants to call you up in the future and the Dragon Country also wants to call you, how would you choose? Lin Feng did not answer immediately. This question was too significant. Too significant for him to give a definite answer at this moment. Right now, I just want to focus on my training here, Lin Feng said. The rest will come later. Mia nodded and turned off the recorder. All right. He'll compile this into a formal interview and send it. He'll help you with the wording so that no one can take it out of context. Thanks. Don't mention it. Mia stood up, slinging her bag over her shoulder, and turned back at the door. By the way, about that training video. What video? Not the photo. It's a video. Mia's expression was subtle. Someone posted a 15-second video on Twitter this afternoon. The footage is shaky. It looks like it was filmed with a phone from outside the training facility wall. What did they film? Mia said the scene of you getting past 2 players during a scrimmage. The quality is poor, but your movements can still be made out. How many shares does it have? Right now? Mia glanced at her phone. 47,000. And it's still rising. Lin Feng tapped his fingers on the table twice. What do the comments say? Mia smiled slightly, but there was an indescribable nuance in that smile. Half say you're a genius. And the other half say that when the official matches come you won't even touch. Mia pushed open the cafe door and stepped outside. Buenos Aires night was deepening, and the street lamps cast a long shadow behind her. Lin Feng remained seated, unmoving. Official matches. He had yet to receive any news regarding official matches. But he knew that day would eventually come. His phone lit up again. A message from Carlos. After tomorrow's training, Scaloni wants to see you alone. He has something to discuss with you. Lin Feng stared at the message for a full 10 seconds. Scaloni wanted to speak with him alone. Since he arrived in Argentina, this man had never spoken a word to him privately. Until now. The third day of training was slightly easier than the first 2. Scaloni arranged a recovery-focused small-sided game, 5 against 5 on a half pitch. The intensity wasn't high, but the demands on footwork were greater due to the confined space with almost no room to turn. Lin Feng thrived in such tight quarters. Messi's dribbling talent shone even brighter in cramped spaces, and with his god's eye view of every player's positioning, he performed even better in 5-a-side than in 11-a-side. After training, the players returned to the locker room. The locker room culture in Argentina was completely different from that back home. In Tianhai, everyone just changed and left after a couple of words at most. But here it was different. After training, everyone lingered in the locker room for at least 40 minutes. Some played music, some played cards, some scrolled through phones, sharing videos and laughing hysterically. The music was Latin with heavy beats and a bass line that made the walls tremble. Lin Feng sat quietly by his locker, changing his clothes. His locker was in the corner, next to Messi's. Messi had already changed and left for physiotherapy. In the center of the locker room, DePaul turned up the music even louder. Lautaro, bare-chested, wrapped his arms around Alvarez's neck from behind, while Alvarez swayed his hips to the rhythm. Mac Allister snapped his fingers and shouted something to Alvarez, making everyone laugh. Lin Feng didn't understand a single word. He lowered his head, continuing to change. Then DePaul's voice rang out. Hey, Chino. Lin Feng. DePaul was waving at him. Chino is a common Spanish term for Asians. Not an insult, but hard. In Argentina, anyone with Asian features gets called Chino. Come here, DePaul called in English. Lin Feng hesitated, then stood and walked over. DePaul pulled him to the center of the locker room, and all eyes focused on him. Can you dance? DePaul asked. What? Dance? DePaul wiggled his hips in an exaggerated spring-like motion. Every newcomer has to perform a show in the locker room. Singing or dancing. Pick one. Lin Feng's face froze. He couldn't sing. He couldn't dance. The only skill he had was unloading a delivery from a bike and carrying it up 6 flights within 3 minutes. I can't, Lin Feng admitted. The locker room fell silent for a second. Then Lautaro laughed. Can't sing or dance. Then what can you do? Play football. That doesn't count, Alvarez interjected. We all play football. Then I really have nothing else. Mac Allister muttered something in Spanish to the person next to him, and a few of them laughed together. Lin Feng didn't understand, but he could tell from their expressions it wasn't malicious. They just found it amusing. They thought this Chinese kid was too different from them. He couldn't speak Spanish, couldn't dance, didn't laugh much, didn't fit in. Like a square block forced into a round hole. Lin Feng stood there slightly embarrassed. He didn't know what to do. Back home he was ostracized because of his poor background, shabby clothes, and lack of connections. Here the reasons were different, but the feeling of not belonging was the same. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, DePaul clapped his hands. All right. He swept his gaze around the locker room, then put an arm around Lin Feng's shoulder. It's okay if you can't dance. Next training match, if you score, I'll teach you. I won't learn. That's not your choice. DePaul pulled him closer. In this locker room, a forward who can't dance is incomplete. Look at Lautaro, the dance he does after scoring. Don't mention it. Lautaro rolled his eyes. Last time I did it, my wife scolded me for a week. Because you danced like you were having a seizure, Alvarez said. Shut up. The locker room erupted in laughter. This time Lin Feng felt the laughter wasn't aimed at him. DePaul still had his arm around his shoulder, and the gesture felt less like bullying and more like a big brother pulling a new kid into the circle. How much English do you understand? DePaul asked. 60 to 70%. And Spanish. How much English do you understand? DePaul asked. 60 to 70%. And Spanish. Don't worry about the meaning. Next time you get fouled, just shout it. A few people nearby laughed again. 4. Past. Passe. Third, mierda. What does that mean? A swear word. Don't worry about the meaning. Next time you get fouled, just shout it. A few people nearby laughed again. 4th. DePaul thought for a moment. Hermano. Brother. Hermano. 5th. DePaul patted the back of his head. This one's the most important. Vamos. What does it mean? Go. Charge. DePaul's expression grew slightly more serious. On the pitch, shout this to tell someone to move. Don't stop. Vamos. Lin Feng repeated it. Wrong pronunciation. Lautaro leaned over from beside him. The accent is on the first syllable. Vamos. Vamos. Still wrong. Alvarez also leaned in. You're not opening your mouth enough. Do it like this. He exaggeratedly opened his mouth wide. Vamos. Vamos. Good enough. DePaul released his shoulder. All right, 5 words. Today's homework is done. Tomorrow I'll teach you another 5. In 2 weeks you'll at least be able to swear. Lin Feng nodded and returned to his locker to finish changing. This was the first time since arriving in Argentina that had spoken so much in the locker room. It wasn't a deep exchange, but at least the invisible wall had begun to crack. When he finished changing and stepped out, Susan was waiting for him in the corridor. Scaloni wants you in his office at 3. Lin Feng glanced at his watch. 2:30. Did he say what about? No. Susan's expression was solemn. But Carlos said there's another person in Scaloni's office. Who? The competition director of the Argentine Football Association. Lin Feng stopped in his tracks. Competition director. The person in charge of match registration and player eligibility. Susan looked at his face and said softly, it might have to do with your eligibility to play. Lin Feng took a deep breath, clenched his fists, turned around, and headed toward the training building. On the 3rd floor of the training building, the door at the end of the corridor was tightly closed. Lin Feng stood at the doorway, raising his hand to knock, only to find his knuckles trembling slightly. Susan stood 2 steps behind him, whispering, do you want me to go in and translate for you? No need. Lin Feng took a deep breath. I'll do it myself. He knocked 3 times. Come in. Came Scaloni's voice from inside, still in that tone, flat as a lake without wind. Lin Feng pushed the door open. The office was small, with a dark wooden desk and a wall covered with tactical diagrams from Argentina's history, while the opposite wall displayed dozens of group photos. Sitting directly opposite the door was Scaloni, his graying hair neatly styled, wearing a gray coaching uniform zipped up to his chest, and holding a pen in his hand. To the left of the desk sat a bald, middle-aged man in a suit and tie, a pen tucked into his chest pocket with a stack of documents spread out in front of him. Sit. Scaloni gestured to the chair in front of the desk. Lin Feng took a seat. The bald man looked up at him, opened the first page of the documents, and spoke a string of words in Spanish. Scaloni waved his hand and switched to English. He is the competition director of the Argentine Football Association, Fernandez. Fernandez adjusted his glasses and spoke in heavily accented English. Mr. Lin Feng, I need to confirm a few things. You have not signed any formal national team call-up agreements with any national team, correct? No. Your registration with the Longwa Football Association is as a temporary player with no formal A-level registration. Lin Feng paused for a moment. I'm not very clear about that. Fernandez glanced at Scaloni. Scaloni interjected, your contract with Tianhai is of a temporary substitute nature, and your registration level with the Longwa Football Association is quite low. This means one thing. He paused. If you are willing, we can apply for temporary eligibility to compete for you with the Argentine side through FIFA's relevant provisions. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? It means that you may represent Argentina in the upcoming friendly matches. Scaloni put down his pen, leaned back in his chair, and for the first time his cold eyes met Lin Feng's. You could potentially represent Argentina in the upcoming friendly match. Lin Feng's mind went blank for 3 full seconds. Representing Argentina. A friendly match. Him. A person who had spent 4 years delivering takeout from a rural city football field. However, Fernandez flipped to the 3rd page of the document. This process has prerequisites. First, you need to waive your priority for call-ups from the Longwa national team. Second, this is just temporary playing eligibility, not a permanent change of nationality. Third, you need to pass FIFA's review, proving that you have not represented Longwa in any A-level international events before. I haven't, Lin Feng almost blurted out. I haven't even made it into the Longwa youth team. Fernandez nodded and checked a box on the document. Then this condition is satisfied. Scaloni stood up and walked to the window, turning his back to Lin Feng. I watched your training for 3 days. Your first day, you couldn't keep up with the pace. On the second day, you started to adapt, and on the third day, you were able to coordinate with Messi. 3 days. He turned around. I've coached teams for 15 years. Never has a newcomer changed my plans in 3 days. Next Tuesday, Argentina will face Colombia in a friendly match. Scaloni's voice was flat, as if he were stating the weather was nice today. I plan to include you in the squad. Not on the edge of the bench, Scaloni returned to the desk and pulled out a paper with a dense list of names. Your position is as a free attacking player in the front line. A free attacking player in the front line. Not a defensive midfielder, not a winger, not a shadow striker. A free attacking player. In Argentina's tactical system, only one person has played this position. Messi. You are not Messi's substitute. Scaloni seemed to see what he was thinking. You are another option. When Messi is on the field, you are his connector. When Messi is off the field, you are the primary playmaker. Lin Feng's mouth opened slightly, wanting to say something, but his throat was too dry to utter a sound. Fernandez pushed the document in front of him. This is the application form for temporary playing eligibility. Once signed, we will submit it to FIFA, and under normal circumstances it will be approved within 3 to 5 working days. It should be completed before next Tuesday. Lin Feng looked down at the paper. The Spanish form was mostly incomprehensible to him, but he recognized the top line. AFA, Argentine Football Association. If I sign this, Lin Feng's voice was a bit hoarse. Will the Longwa side find out? FIFA's system is public, Fernandez said. Once your temporary eligibility is approved, the Longwa Football Association will be notified. Lin Feng closed his eyes for a moment. Gao Yuan had mentioned that Song Qiming was already trying to find a way to terminate his Tianhai contract. He had never felt any sense of belonging to the Longwa Football Association. He had never even touched the door of the youth team. But taking this step meant there was truly no turning back. Give me a pen. Fernandez handed him the pen. Lin Feng wrote his name in the signature field. The sound of the pen gliding across the paper echoed sharply in the quiet office. After signing, he returned the pen and looked up at Scaloni. Scaloni's expression remained unchanged, just giving a slight nod. You may leave now. Training will proceed, as usual, tomorrow. The official squad will be announced the day after tomorrow. Lin Feng stood up, his legs feeling a bit weak, but he held himself steady. As he reached the door, Scaloni's voice came from behind him. Lin Feng. He stopped, turned around. Scaloni was leaning against the desk, arms crossed. After the squad is announced, the whole world will see your name. At that point, it won't be training anymore, it will be a match. In the match, no one will go easy on you just because you're a newcomer. I know. Are you sure? Sure. Scaloni's lips twitched slightly, though it was unclear if it counted as, let's go. Lin Feng pushed the door open and stepped out. Susan was still waiting in the corridor, and upon seeing his expression, she immediately knew. What did they say? The squad? Lin Feng's voice was a bit dreamy as if he were dreaming. I made it. Susan's eyes widened. Officially? Yes. Next Tuesday against Colombia. Free attacking player in the front line. Susan's mouth hung open, unable to close for a long time. Are you crazy? You just arrived 3 days ago. Those were Scaloni's exact words. Susan leaned against the wall, taking several seconds to recover. What about the domestic side? If you signed that document. Signed it. You do know what this means, right? The whole internet is going to explode. Longwa fans, the Longwa Football Association, the media, everyone is going to explode. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment. Then he continued walking. Let them explode. As he reached the corner of the training stairs, Lin Feng saw a familiar figure leaning against the wall. Messi, dressed in a black hoodie, holding a bottle of water, looking like he had just finished therapy. Messi signed it. Lin Feng was taken aback. How did he know? Carlos told me. Messi seemed to see his confusion and spoke in a calm tone. Congratulations. Thank you. Messi opened the bottle cap and took a sip, then said something that sent chills down Lin Feng's spine. You'll be starting in the match next Tuesday. Scaloni asked for my opinion. Lin Feng's pupils contracted. Starting. Not a substitute. Starting. I told him. Messi capped the bottle again, his calm face showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. This kid isn't suited to sit on the bench waiting for opportunities. He needs to be on the field from the first minute. Lin Feng's heart raced as if it would leap from his throat. Messi had spoken up for him. It wasn't a decision from the coaching staff, nor was it a result of data analysis. It was Messi himself who told Scaloni to let him start. Don't be nervous. Messi walked past him, giving his shoulder a light pat. You just need to do one thing. What? Messi had already taken 2 steps outside, turned back to look at him. Give me the ball. After saying that, he left. Lin Feng stood in the stairwell, his palms slick with cold sweat. His phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out to see a message from Carlos. The squad will be announced the day after tomorrow. But the news has already leaked. On the domestic side, Gao Yuan said his phone has been blown up with calls. Lin Feng scrolled to the next message. Gao Yuan's message. Bro, you're really crazy. The Longwa Football Association just called me asking if you really want to represent Argentina. I said I didn't know. What's going on with you? Call me back quickly. Lin Feng didn't return the call immediately. He leaned against the cold wall, looking up at the fluorescent light on the ceiling. The rural city football field. The takeout box under the 40-degree sun. The worn-out Adidas shoes. His mother staying up late to make beads. And now this. The Argentine national team squad. A free attacking player in the front line. Starting. The system's prompt sounded in his mind. Detecting that the host is about to represent the national team in an official match, the international challenge mode enters the second phase. New task released in the friendly match against Colombia: complete at least 1 goal or 2 key passes. Failure penalty: permanent deprivation of Messi's max-level dribbling talent. Lin Feng clenched his fists. This wasn't a random deprivation. It was Messi's max-level dribbling. That was his most essential weapon on this field. If he lost it, he would be nothing. The morning after the preliminary squad announcement, the atmosphere at the training base shifted, not for the worse, but with palpable tension. Everyone knew the roster for next Tuesday's friendly match now included an Asian face no one had ever seen before. The locker room still buzzed with easy banter, yet every glance cast toward Lin Feng carried a new layer of scrutiny. Prove yourself on the pitch. That was the unspoken code of professional footballers. A name on paper meant nothing, only the ball beneath one's feet commanded respect. Promptly at 9 a.m., Scaloni stood at the edge of the pitch, clipboard in hand, flanked by 3 assistant coaches. Today's session has been adjusted, Scaloni said, scanning the circle of players. His voice was quiet, but absolute silence fell instantly. Next Tuesday is our official match. Starting today, every player named to the preliminary squad must undergo pre-match evaluations. Those who fail will be removed from the list. As he delivered that final sentence, Lin Feng felt at least 5 pairs of eyes lock onto him simultaneously. He feigned indifference. Scaloni flipped the page of his clipboard. First evaluation: sustained ball control under extreme pressure. 3 defenders apply relentless pressure within a 10-meter zone. The target player must receive and manipulate the ball continuously. No stepping out of bounds, no losing possession. 5 rounds per player, 30 seconds each. Lin Feng did the math. 30 seconds sounded brief, until one imagined enduring it inside a cramped 10-meter square hunted by 3 world-class athletes. It bore no resemblance to being chased across a dusty urban court by 5 neighborhood uncles. Lin Feng. Scaloni called his name directly. Every gaze snapped toward him. You're first. Lin Feng stepped into the center of the marked zone. 10 meters by 10 meters. Crisp, white lines etched sharply into the turf. 3 pressers took position along the perimeter. Enzo McAllister. Romero. Lin Feng nearly swore aloud. Enzo ranked among the planet's finest midfield interceptors. McAllister's spatial awareness and anticipation were elite, even by Premier League standards. Romero needed no introduction, a physical force capable of launching opponents clear out of South America. Ready? Scaloni asked. Ready. The whistle pierced the air. An assistant passed the ball in from outside the zone. Lin Feng cushioned it with his right foot, and Enzo was already on him. Too fast. Lin Feng deftly nudged the ball left with his instep, shielding it behind his body, just as Enzo's toe grazed its surface. Mac Allister closed in from the right. Lin Feng faced away, but his God-Save view rendered Mac Allister's approach from the 2 o'clock direction with crystalline clarity. Lin Feng dropped his center of gravity, planted his left foot hard on the ball to halt momentum, then swept it with the outside of his right foot toward the 9 o'clock direction, sliding cleanly between Mac Allister and Enzo. But Romero already blocked that path. Lin Feng's mind raced. His God-Save view mapped each defender's position, weight distribution, and trajectory in real time. Romero advanced Hedon, Enzo recovered from the rear left, Mac Allister circled wide to the right, forming a perfect triangle. Within that 10-meter crucible, escape seemed impossible. Before the ball reached Romero's interception range, Lin Feng lifted it gently with the top of his right foot. Romero lunged to cut it off, but Lin Feng followed through with his left heel, knocking the suspended ball backward over Romero's head, landing it precisely behind him. Lin Feng darted past Romero's flank and surged forward to retrieve the ball. Round 1, 30 seconds, complete. No turnover. DePaul whistled appreciatively from the sideline. Not bad. Round 2 began. Enzo adapted instantly, pressing tight, denying Lin Feng any space to turn. Lin Feng received the ball with his back to goal. Enzo's chest nearly pressed against his spine. He could feel the man's breath. Too tight, Lin Feng muttered in English. Get used to it, Enzo replied, voice low beside his ear. Lin Feng rocked back slightly with his hips, creating half a step of separation, then flicked the ball backward with his heel, threading it between his own legs to land behind him. Enzo froze for a full second. Lin Feng spun, sprinted after the ball, and surged forward. Mac Allister slid in frontally. Lin Feng planted his right foot firmly on the ball, halted it dead, and leapt left with one explosive stride. Mac Allister's tackle skidded empty across the grass, sending him sliding 2 meters beyond. Mierda, he cursed, scrambling upright. A few players laughed from the sideline. Round 2 passed. Rounds 3 and 4 followed. Both survived. Though in round 4 Enzo nearly dispossessed him, Lin Feng barely retained control with a lightning-quick stop-hand turn. Round 5. The final round. Lin Feng's stamina was severely depleted. Sustained high-intensity combat within such a confined space demanded extraordinary cardiovascular endurance. After 4 grueling rounds, his thighs burned, and even his God-Save view processed spatial data half a beat slower. The whistle blew. The ball entered the zone. Enzo, Mac Allister, and Romero converged, not in spaced formation, but as one unified front, compressing the available space to its absolute limit. The moment Lin Feng controlled the ball, pressure arrived from all 3 directions. He retreated, then again, already nearing the boundary line. One more step, and he'd be out. Failure. Enzo, spotting Lin Feng's retreat, accelerated. Lin Feng knew this was his last chance, and chose not to drive forward. He turned, back to all 3 pressers facing the sideline. Everyone assumed he'd crossed the line. But the instant Enzo closed and Lin Feng executed a move. Right foot planted on the ball. His body pivoted violently around his left foot, completing a full 180-degree rotation while dragging the ball in a sharp arc past Enzo's right side. A variation of the Cruyff turn, faster, wider, and more deceptively angled. Enzo's fingers brushed Lin Feng's jersey, but the centrifugal force of the spin tore them loose. When Lin Feng completed the full rotation, space opened before him. Suddenly, all 3 defenders stood behind him. He stood once more at the exact center of the 10-meter square. The whistle blew. Round 5, completed. All 5 rounds passed. Silence held for 2 seconds on the sideline. Then DePaul began to applaud. Lautaro joined, then Alvarez. Enzo approached Lin Feng and studied him for several long seconds. That final turn, he said, slowly enunciating each word in careful English. How did you rotate with the ball? Enzo approached Lin Feng and studied him for several long seconds. That final turn, he said, slowly enunciating each word in careful. Enzo frowned, clearly skeptical, but asked no further. Mac Allister approached from behind and slapped Lin Feng's back. You made me miss a tackle. I haven't missed one in ages. Sorry. Don't be. Mac Allister grinned. Next time I'll be faster. Scaloni jotted something on his clipboard, then called the next player's name. The evaluation continued, but Lin Feng knew those 5 rounds had already spoken volumes. He caught Scaloni's gaze lifting toward him, a look transformed. No longer scrutiny. Now confirmation that this was no fleeting flash of brilliance. Confirmation that he belonged on that list. After training, Lin Feng sat on the sideline, unlacing his boots. Carlos approached from the training building, phone in hand, his expression unreadable. What's wrong? Lin Feng asked. The official squad has just been announced. on the Argentine Football Association's website across all social platforms. Your name is on it. What's the domestic reaction? Feng asked. Carlos's expression grew even more complex. You tell me. He scrolled to the next screen. His name appeared under the forward section followed by his designated role Delantero Libre, free forward. What's the domestic reaction? Feng asked. Carlos's expression grew even more complex. You tell me. He scrolled to the next screen. It was a screenshot of domestic social media. Trending 1, shocking. Dragon Nation player selected for Argentina national team. Trending 2, delivery rider makes Argentina national team. Trending 3, Dragon Nation FA issues urgent statement. Feng tapped the third headline. The FA's official statement contained only 3 lines. We have noted the inclusion of player Feng in the Argentina national team's preliminary squad. Upon verification, the player has never represented our nation in any senior international match. We will continue monitoring developments related to this matter. The tone was icy. Feng returned the phone to Carlos. Let them monitor. Carlos held his gaze. You understand, don't you? Once you play an official match for Argentina, even a friendly, you'll likely never represent Dragon Nation again. I know. No regrets. Feng glanced down at his worn double-star cleats. The glue at the toe had split again, revealing his socked big toe. Regret what? When the Dragon Nation FA didn't even know my name, Scaloni placed me on his list. He brushed grass clippings from his trousers and walked toward the locker room. Oh, and one more thing, Feng added, turning after 2 steps. For next Tuesday's match, Messi told me I'm starting. Carlos's mouth hung open, unmoving, for several seconds. What did you say? Feng didn't turn back. He was already gone. Carlos stood frozen, the phone trembling in his hand, vibrating again. He glanced down the 37th missed call, from Gao Yuan. 4 days after the announcement of the roster. 3 days remain until the warm-up match against Colombia. Scaloni has increased the intensity of the training. An 11-a-side tactical drill was conducted, perfectly mimicking the rhythm of a match day. Feng was assigned to the white team positioned behind Messi. In the past 2 days of training, he and Messi have developed a basic understanding. When Messi has the ball, Feng knows where to run. When Feng has the ball, Messi appears in the most reasonable position for support. But today is different. From the very beginning, Messi has been testing him. In the 8th minute, the white team controlled the ball in the midfield. Enzo took 2 lateral steps and passed the ball to Messi. The moment Messi received the ball, Feng had already started moving, darting diagonally to the left front, ready to receive Messi's through pass. But Messi did not pass. He glanced at Feng and then gave the ball to Mac Allister on the right. Feng had run for nothing. He stopped looking back at Messi. Messi had a blank expression, already turning to run. Good. The first time. In the 12th minute, a similar situation occurred again. Feng found a gap. Messi received the ball, but still did not pass. The second time. Feng frowned, but said nothing. In the 15th minute. This time Messi finally passed. But the angle of the ball was extremely tricky. The ball was not passed in front of Feng, but rather 2 meters behind him. Moreover, it was coming at high speed, almost skimming the grass as it shot past. Feng was running forward, and the ball came from behind him. This was a completely unconventional pass. Under normal circumstances, when you pass to a teammate making a forward run, you should send the ball ahead of their path, allowing them to receive it without slowing down. But Messi passed it behind. This meant Feng had to come to a sudden stop, while running at full speed, turn around, retreat, and then deal with the ball before the blue team's defenders reacted. The entire process would not take more than a second. Feng's brain made a judgment within 0.3 seconds. He did not come to a sudden stop. He did not turn around. He used a crazier approach. While running at full speed, he stretched his right foot back, and his heel precisely struck the ball coming from behind. With a light flick of his heel, the ball changed direction by 90 degrees and shot out to his right side. At the same time, Feng turned sharply to the right, and within 2 steps caught up with the ball he had deflected. The entire movement was seamless. The heel stop and the turn were connected. It was executed while running at full speed. DePaul on the sidelines was wide-eyed. What the hell, DePaul exclaimed. How did he know the ball was coming from behind? Enzo also noticed, hesitating, but Feng had no time to savor this moment. The ball was at his feet, and in front of him were 2 center backs from the blue team. The God's perspective was activated in an instant. The left center back was leaning right, preparing to block his cutting path. The right center back was closing in, trying to form a wall with the left. The gap between the two was narrowing at half a meter per second. In another 0.5 seconds, the gap would close completely. Feng did not hesitate. He did not choose to dribble past. He opted to pass. With a gentle push from the inside of his right foot, the ball skimmed the grass and slipped between the 2 center backs. The direction was backwards. A reverse through pass. The ball was going back. Everyone was stunned. Facing the goal with the ball at his feet, he neither shot nor broke through, but instead passed the ball backwards. But Messi was not stunned. Because the ball landed precisely at Messi's feet. Messi was 12 meters behind Lin Feng, and all the blue team players' attention was on Lin Feng, leaving Messi unmarked. When Messi received the ball, he was faced with an open space. All the blue team defenders were drawn to the front edge of the penalty area by Lin Feng's run, creating a huge vacuum between the midfield and the defense. Messi took 2 steps and then shot. With his left foot, he curled the ball around the retreating defenders and into the far corner of the goal. It was a goal. The white team players raised their hands in celebration, but the sound was not loud. After all, it was just a training match. Messi did not celebrate. He stood still looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng also looked at him. The distance between them was over 10 meters, surrounded by running teammates and noisy shouts, but in that moment it seemed like it was just the two of them. Messi walked over to Lin Feng. He walked slowly as usual with his hands hanging naturally at his sides. He stopped 1 meter in front of Lin Feng. "How did you know I was behind you?" Messi asked in English, his voice not loud. "I saw you," Lin Feng replied. "You were facing away from me." "I know, but I saw you." Messi squinted slightly. Lin Feng had seen that expression countless times in match footage. That was the expression Messi wore when he was contemplating something. "That last pass," Messi said, "I intentionally passed it behind you." "I know. You know. You wanted to see if I could handle it without being prepared." Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead, right? Messi's lips twitched slightly. "Not just that. What else?" "I wanted to see if you would panic." Messi's tone was calm. Many people, when receiving an unexpected pass, first react by stabilizing the ball, then looking up, and then making a judgment. 3 steps. But you are not like that. "I skipped the middle step." "You skipped 2 steps, Messi corrected him. "You neither stabilized the ball nor looked up. The moment you touched the ball, you were already passing. You knew where I was before you touched the ball." Lin Feng remained silent because Messi was right. The God's perspective allowed him to remember the positions of everyone on the field in his mind before he even touched the ball. He didn't need to stop the ball to observe, because the scene was constantly updating in his mind. This ability, Messi's gaze sharpened, becoming more focused, is not something you can practice. "What do you mean?" "I've seen many players with vision. Xavi, Iniesta, Ozil. Their vision is developed through training. Thousands of hours of practice have given them instinct. But you are different." Messi paused. "Your vision is not instinct. It is talent." Lin Feng's heart began to race. He didn't know if Messi had seen through something. But Messi's eyes were too sharp, as if he could see through the skin to the bones. "The match next Tuesday," Messi said, not delving further into the topic. "Colombia's defense is very rough. They will mark you tightly." "I know. What will you do if you are tightly marked?" "They'll pass to you." Messi looked at him, his expression. "What if I'm marked tightly too?" Lin Feng thought for a moment. "Then I'll handle it myself." Messi's lips finally formed a noticeable curve. Not quite a smile, but much more expressive than his usual blank expression. When Lin Feng returned to the dormitory after training, his phone was nearly exploding with notifications. 99 unread messages, 27 missed calls, and the WeChat group messages simply displayed ellipses. Susan stood at the door, her expression a mix of shock and speechlessness. "Don't open Weibo yet." "What? You've trended." "Not just 1 but 3 times. Lin Feng unlocked his phone and Weibo notifications popped up. Trending first, a delivery guy from Longwa has been selected for the Argentina national team. Trending fourth, who is Lin Feng? Revealing the football genius who emerged from the urban village. Trending 7th, the Longwa Football Association responds to the Lin Feng incident. Lin Feng scrolled through the comments, his finger pausing. "What the hell is this?" Susan leaned over to take a quick. The top comment read, "Another internet celebrity riding on Messi's coattails. He will fade away in a few days." It had 37,000 likes. The second comment, "Did the Argentina Football Association get paid? Longwa people can just buy their way onto the roster." 29,000 likes. The third comment, "To be honest, anyone can take training photos in a formal match. He wouldn't even be a substitute. Just wait and see." 24,000 likes. Lin Feng threw his phone onto the bed. "Are these people out of their minds?" Susan sighed. "Don't take it too seriously. There will always be voices like this online." "I don't give a damn." Lin Feng lay back on the bed. "Let them say what they want. After the match on Tuesday, they'll shut up on their own." His phone vibrated again. It was Gao Yuan's voice message. Lin Feng opened it, and Gao Yuan's voice came through with a hint of agitation. "Listen carefully. The public opinion at home is exploding. Do you know what they're arguing about in the Weibo super topic? Some say you bought your spot, others say you weren't even on the roster, and it's all photoshopped, and some claim the announcement from the Argentina Football Association is fake. I received calls from over 30 reporters today, all asking about your background." Lin Feng replied with a voice message. "Just tell them my background is that I'm a delivery guy. Can you be serious for once?" Gao Yuan's second voice message was even louder. "Song Chiming is also causing a stir. He's made it known that you left the team without permission, and Tianhai Club reserves the right to pursue legal action." "What is he going to pursue?" Lin Feng turned over. "It's a temporary substitute contract with a duration of 3 months. I reviewed it before signing, and there are no clauses restricting me from going abroad. When did you look at the contract? I checked it before signing. I've been scammed 3 times while delivering. You can't not read contracts. Gao Yuan fell silent for 3 seconds. Alright, I'll handle this for you. Just focus on training and ignore the noise online. Lin Feng hung up the voice message but couldn't help but open Weibo again. Not looking was one thing, but seeing nearly made him laugh out loud. A verified sports blogger with the ID Zhang Ran chatting about football boasting over 400,000 followers had posted a lengthy Weibo. The title read regarding Lin Feng, I have something to say. Lin Feng clicked in to read the first 2 lines. First of all, I do not know Lin Feng and have no vested interest related to him. But as someone who has watched football for 20 years, I must ask how many of you who criticize him for riding the wave have actually seen him play. The post included 3 screenshots, all showcasing Lin Feng's match data during his time with Tianhai. In the long chaos 7th round, he played for 10 minutes and made 1 assist. He nutmegged Zhou Qiming and deceived Gu Yan with a feigned shot. You can go watch the replay and tell me which internet celebrity could pull that off. The tone of the comments suddenly shifted. Someone replied, wait, he nutmegged Zhou Qiming. That's the best defender in Longchao. Someone else said, I went to check the match footage. That nutmeg was indeed impressive, but 1 match doesn't prove anything right. Zhang Ran added a reply in the comments. Hold on, the main event is below. Then he posted a second Weibo. I just received a video from Argentina's training base. I can't disclose the source, but I guarantee its authenticity. Take a look for yourselves. The post included an 18-second video. The footage was a bit shaky, clearly shot from a distance, but it was still discernible. In the video, Lin Feng was wearing a white training vest surrounded by 3 people in a 10-meter square area. 3 people. Enzo Mac, Alistair Romero. In the video, Lin Feng was wearing a white training vest surrounded by 3 people in a 10-meter square area. The final move was a Cruyff turn with the ball tracing a curve almost along the sideline, leaving all 3 opponents behind. The video ended. The comments section exploded. What the hell is this real? Enzo. The one from Chelsea. The World Cup champion, Enzo. Wait, was the nutmeg on Romero? The Romero from Tottenham. I've watched it 3 times. What was that last turn? A 180-degree turn with the ball. What about those who said he was riding the wave? Come out and show yourselves. Are Enzo and Romero hired to be practice partners? Within 5 minutes, this Weibo had over 10,000 shares. In 10 minutes, it reached 30,000. In half an hour, it hit 120,000. Zhang Ran posted again. I'm done talking. You all feel free to share. Lin Feng looked at the phone screen, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Susan leaned over to glance at the statistics. Who filmed this video? I don't know. Lin Feng locked the screen, but it was well done. Aren't you worried? If the training video leaks, will Scaloni? If he cared about that, he wouldn't have included me in the roster. His phone rang again. This time it was Mia. Lin Feng. Did you see the trending topic? I did. That video was sent to Zhang Ran by me. Lin Feng was taken aback. You? Yes. I've been hanging around outside the training base since I arrived in Buenos Aires. 2 days ago, I captured several clips with a telephoto lens and sent Zhang Ran the clearest one. Why didn't you send it directly? It wouldn't help if I sent it myself. Ooh, I only have 30,000 followers. Zhang Ran has 400,000 followers and influence in the sports circle. His post would have a completely different effect. Lin Feng was silent for 2 seconds. Thanks. Don't mention it. Mia's voice was filled with excitement. Do you know the current sentiment in the comments section? It's completely flipped. Those who criticized you before are all silent now. Everyone is asking when you will be playing. Tuesday against Colombia? Yes. Starting. There was silence on the other end for 3 seconds. What did you say? Starting. Lin Feng, are you serious? You're starting in the warm-up match against Colombia for the Argentina national team. Messi told the coach to let me play from the first minute. Mia let out a sharp scream followed by the sound of something falling to the floor. Just wait, I won't announce this news yet. I'll wait until the match day to blow it up. Whatever you want. Lin Feng hung up the phone, lying on the bed and staring at the ceiling. The phone screen was still lit up with the Weibo notification number climbing to over 900. He didn't open it again. There's training tomorrow. There's a match on Tuesday. Let those keyboard warriors say what they want. All he needed to do was score in the match. The system task was still active: complete 1 goal or 2 key passes in the warm-up match against Colombia. Failure would result in the permanent deprivation of Messi's max-level dribbling talent. Lin Feng closed his eyes. He could not afford to fail. 2 days before the match, Scaloni gathered all the players on the roster in the tactics room. The projector was turned on, and the screen displayed a technical analysis of Colombia's last 3 matches. Their defensive formation is a 42, but in practice it operates as a 42-31. Scaloni's voice was calm as he drew lines on the screen with the laser pointer. The 2 defensive midfielders play very deep, and the midfield is compact, preferring to press for mistakes. Lin Feng sat at the back row, while Susan quietly translated beside him. The space for the forwards will be compressed. Their two center backs are well positioned and can anticipate the runs. Scaloni's laser pointer stopped at the forward area. Lin Feng. Everyone turned to look at him. Stand up. Lin Feng stood up. Your position is between Messi and Lautaro. Scaloni looked at him. Do you know what that? After Susan finished translating, Lin Feng thought for 2 seconds. It means that when I have the ball there will be people around me in all directions. I either need to pass immediately or break through myself. Scaloni nodded slightly. Colombia's defensive midfielders will focus on you. They have watched the training videos. Lin Feng frowned. The training videos were not the leaked ones. Scaloni's tone held no reproach. It doesn't matter. Even if they saw them, it won't help. Because my tactical instructions for you are very simple. First, don't hold the ball for more than 2 seconds. Second, if you see Messi, pass to him. Third, when Messi is tightly marked, you decide for yourself. No restrictions on the third point. None. Scaloni's eyes were sharp. You have proven in training that your judgment is faster than what I draw on the tactics board. I want to impose restrictions on you. Lin Feng was taken aback. This was the first time a coach had told him, I won't restrict you, since he started playing football. During his time at Tianhai, Yinli appreciated him, but each game had specific positioning requirements and passing directions. Scaloni, however, had completely let go. Play however you want. This represents either immense trust in the player or a trap. Messi sat in the front row, slightly tilting his head without looking back, but Lin Feng felt he was smiling. After the tactics meeting on the training ground, it was an 11-a-side practice match. The white team was the starting lineup for match day: Messi, Lin Feng, Lautaro, Enzo, Mac Allister, De Paul, and the regular defensive line. The blue team was the substitutes, simulating Colombia's tactical approach. The whistle blew. In the first 5 minutes, everything ran according to the tactics board. Enzo controlled the tempo while De Paul and Mac Allister spread wide on the flanks, with Messi roaming on the right. Lin Feng's position was slightly advanced in the center between Messi and Lautaro. The problem arose. When Lautaro called for the ball, he moved closer to the center. When Messi dropped back to receive the ball, he also moved toward the center. The three of them often found themselves in the same area. In the 6th minute, Enzo intercepted the ball in midfield and pushed forward. Lin Feng made a run to receive it, but Lautaro was also running towards that spot. The two nearly collided. Enzo hesitated for a second and passed the ball to the flank. Lautaro turned to glance at Lin Feng. You just took my position. I saw an opening. That was also my opening. Lin Feng didn't respond. In the 9th minute, a similar situation arose again. Messi dropped back to receive the ball, and Lin Feng instinctively moved to Messi's left front, but Mac Allister was also moving in that direction. There wasn't enough space. The three of them were crowded together, and the ball couldn't come out. The blue team seized the opportunity to intercept and counterattack, almost scoring. Scaloni blew his whistle from the sidelines. Lin Feng stopped. You don't need to look for the ball. Scaloni's voice was not loud, but very clear. Let the ball come to you. After Susan finished translating, Lin Feng was stunned for a second. Let the ball come to me. Messi walked over and said in English, you are running too much. When you stand still, you're actually the most dangerous. Lin Feng understood. He had been too eager, rushing towards openings every time and ending up colliding with teammates. What he should do was to stand in a key position and wait for the ball to come to him. Because he had a god's eye view. He could see everyone's positions and movements. He didn't need to fight for space, he just needed to be in a position that no one else could see. The position that the match resumed. Lin Feng changed his playing style. He no longer actively made runs forward, but instead stood in the area between Messi and Lautaro, waiting. With his god's eye view fully activated, he could see Enzo with the ball and the positions of all 10 teammates and 11 opponents on the field. He could see the space opening up on the right when Lautaro ran left. He could see the subtle movements Messi made before receiving the ball, hinting at which direction he would pass next. In the 14th minute, Enzo got the ball and prepared to pass forward. Lin Feng didn't move. He stood in the gap between the two defensive midfielders of the blue team. Not a single step. But he knew that in 3 seconds this position would become the emptiest spot on the field. Because Lautaro was pulling wide to the left, drawing one defensive midfielder's attention. Messi began to cut in from the right, and the other defensive midfielder instinctively moved in that direction. Both defensive midfielders were drawn away. Enzo looked up and saw Lin Feng. A direct pass. The ball skimmed the grass and reached Lin Feng's feet. The moment Lin Feng received the ball, there was a vacuum in front of him. The blue team's center back rushed out to cover. Lin Feng didn't stop the ball, he passed it immediately. With the inside of his right foot, he pushed the ball diagonally forward. Lautaro had just completed a reverse run, suddenly changing direction from the left flank and slicing into the center of the penalty area. The ball landed perfectly on Lautaro's running path. Lautaro didn't need to slow down, he shot with his right foot. It was a goal. Lautaro raised his arms, turning to point at Lin Feng. How the hell did you know I was going to make a reverse run? Lin Feng shrugged. When you trained a couple of days ago, 70% of the time, after pulling wide to the left, you would reverse run towards the center. I took a gamble. Lautaro stared at him. Did you memorize my running patterns? I memorized every once. Lautaro opened his mouth and after a long pause blurted out, "You're a freak." But after saying that he extended his fist. Lin Feng bumped it. Enzo ran over from behind and slapped Lin Feng on the back. How long did it take you from receiving the ball to passing it? I don't know. A fraction of a second. 4/10 of a second. I counted. Enzo's eyes lit up. Did you already know where to pass before receiving the ball? Yes. How did you do it? Just watch. Enzo stared at him for 2 seconds and shook his head. Monster. Training continued. For the next 20 minutes Lin Feng fully integrated into this lineup. He was no longer the extra person running around the field. He had become a node. A transfer station through which all balls had to pass. When Messi passed to him, he distributed immediately. When Enzo passed to him, he either returned the ball or made a direct pass. The connection between Lautaro and him was completed 4 times within half an hour, 2 of which resulted in shots. When the training ended with the whistle, DePaul came over and put his arm around Lin Feng's neck. Kid, you finally played like an Argentine player today. Lin Feng looked down at his worn-out double star shoes, noticing a new crack in the glue on the sole. Messi passed by and quietly said something that only Lin Feng could hear. On Tuesday, play just like that. Lin Feng nodded. As he returned to the sidelines for water, Carlos approached with a strange expression on his face. What's wrong? Scaloni just said something to me. What did he say? Carlos paused. He said tomorrow afternoon at 3 he wants you to go to his office. He wants to discuss something with you. It's not about the warm-up match. What is it about? The preliminary World Cup roster. Lin Feng dropped the water bottle in his hand. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. On the 3rd floor of the training building. The door to Scaloni's office is closed and low voices can be heard from inside. Lin Feng stands at the door, his palms surprisingly sweaty. He had delivered takeout for 4 years, been chased by dogs, splashed with leftover food by customers, and even broken a finger in a fall while riding in heavy rain, but he had never been this nervous. But now he was anxious. Susan stood beside him and whispered, "Take a deep breath. I'm not nervous. Your hands are shaking." Lin Feng stuffed his hands into his pockets. The door opened. Assistant Tardelli came out, glanced at Lin Feng, nodded, and stepped aside. Lin Feng walked in. The office was not large, containing a dark wooden desk and 2 chairs with photos of Argentina's World Cup history hanging on the wall. Scaloni sat behind the desk with a notebook and several printed data sheets spread out before him. Sit. Lin Feng sat down. Scaloni did not look up, his finger pointing at a line on the data sheet. You are here for the 5th day? You've participated in 4 training matches. I had Tardelli compile all your data. He pushed the sheet over. Lin Feng glanced down. Touches 47 times. Pass success rate 81. Key passes 6 times. Dribble success rate 71. Fouled 4 times. Shots 3, with 1 goal. Average distance run per game 9.8 kilometers. Scaloni finally looked up at him. Do you know what level these stats are in my team? Lin Feng shook his head. An 81 pass success rate ranks 3rd among forwards. The first is Messi, the second is McAllister. Key passes average 1. 5 times, ranking 2nd. The first is Messi. Scaloni's finger tapped the desk. Dribble success rate 71, ranking 1st. Messi has 68. Lin Feng paused for a second. Of course the sample size is too small, 4 training sessions can't prove everything. Scaloni leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, but some things can be seen without a large sample size. Vision. Scaloni stared at him. Your timing and choices for passing do not resemble those of an 18-year-old player. The time from receiving to passing the ball averages 0.6 seconds. Only peak Xavi and Iniesta can achieve this data. Lin Feng remained silent. But you have a... Lin Feng looked up. Your physicality is too weak. In 4 training sessions you were fouled 4 times, 3 of which were after you initiated contact and fell to the ground. In the Dragon Country League you can rely on skills and speed to avoid contact, but on the World Cup stage opponents will deliberately collide with you. They will use their elbows to jab your ribs. They will pull your jersey when the referee isn't looking. Scaloni stood up and walked to the window. I played 20 years. I know what that feels like. No matter how good your skills are, if you get knocked down you can't play at all. Lin Feng clenched his fists. So what you mean is... Scaloni turned around. I want to put you on the preliminary World Cup roster. Lin Feng's mind went blank for half a second. Wait. His voice was a bit dry. You just said my physicality has problems. Right. You do have issues. Scaloni returned to the desk and sat down, but you possess something that can compensate for this issue. What? You can see the ball that others cannot. Scaloni's finger pointed again at the data sheet. With every pass you completed it before the opponent could touch you. You are not handling the ball in a confrontation, you are passing it out before the confrontation happens. 0.6 seconds. That 0.6 seconds is your armor. Lin Feng was taken aback. He had never thought about it from this angle. He always felt that his physical condition was but Scaloni told him that his speed of handling the ball was so fast that the opponents couldn't touch him at all. Your speed is your body. But Scaloni changed his tone. The preliminary roster is 50 players. The final roster is 26. From 50 to 26, I will observe everyone's performance over the next 3 months. To remain on the final roster training alone is insufficient. You want me to prove myself in matches? Exactly. Scaloni's gaze was direct. Tuesday's warm-up game is your first proof. If you perform well, you stay on the preliminary roster. If you mess up, if I mess up, I'll buy a ticket to go back and continue delivering takeout. Scaloni looked at him, the corners of his mouth twitching. Your personality is quite similar to a young Tevez. The door was pushed open and Tardelli poked his head in. Coach, the list needs to be sent to the Football Association this afternoon. Just confirming, send it. Scaloni did not turn back. Lin Feng's name too, send it. Tardelli. Scaloni turned his head to look at him. What do you want to say? Tardelli walked in and shut the door, lowering his voice. Coach, I know he has talent. But the World Cup is not a training ground. He's 18 with no international match experience and hasn't gone through proper youth training. What if he can't handle the pressure? What if he falters? Exactly. Scaloni picked up a pen from the desk and wrote down a name. How old was Messi when he first joined the national team? 17. He got a red card in his first match. Do you know that? Tardelli opened his mouth. And then he became the greatest player of all time. Scaloni put down the pen. Youth is not the problem. Not being able to see the ball is the problem. Lin Feng can see it. Tardelli remained silent for 5 seconds before finally nodding. Understood. He'll go send the list. He turned to walk to the door, but stopped again. One more thing. The Dragon Country Football Association sent an official letter requesting us to confirm Lin Feng's eligibility to participate. The wording is not very friendly. Have the legal team respond. Scaloni remained unconcerned. As long as the procedures comply, they have no say. Tardelli left. Only Lin Feng and Scaloni remained in the office. Scaloni looked back at Lin Feng, and his gaze changed. It was no longer the scrutiny of a coach looking at a player, but more like something rare. Anticipation. Tuesday's match. Scaloni said, will you be nervous? I don't know. Lin Feng answered honestly, I might be. It's good to be nervous. Scaloni stood up, walked in front of Lin Feng, and patted his shoulder. Those who aren't nervous don't care about the outcome. Lin Feng stood up and walked toward the door. His hand was already on the doorknob. Coach. Lin Feng turned back. What? You said my dribble success rate is higher than Messi's. The sample is small, and don't get cocky. Lin Feng smiled a little. I just wanted to confirm. Scaloni waved his hand. Get out and train. Lin Feng pushed the door open and went out, and Susan immediately rushed over. How was it? What did he say? The preliminary World Cup roster. I'm on it. Susan stopped in her tracks. What did you say? The preliminary World Cup roster. 50 players. I'm on it. Susan stood in the hallway, her mouth agape, looking more shocked than Lin Feng himself. Lin Feng, do you know what this means? You are the first Dragon Country player to enter the preliminary World Cup roster. No, wait, you are now a temporary registration for Argentina, but you are from the Dragon Country. You are the first. I know. Lin Feng walked toward the stairs. Don't tell anyone. Wait for the official announcement. But, wait for the official announcement. Lin Feng walked out of the training building, his mind still buzzing. The preliminary World Cup roster. 50 players. He was on it. This was too huge, so huge that walking felt like floating, his feet barely touching the ground. At dinner, he sat alone in a corner of the cafeteria, staring blankly at the grilled meat on his plate. He had cut the steak 3 times, but hadn't taken a single bite. Not hungry. DePaul set his tray down and sat across from him. Lin Feng looked up, shook his head. No. Your hand is shaking when you cut the steak. Lin Feng looked down at his hand. It was indeed trembling. He put down the knife and fork. DePaul. Moi. When you played your first national team match, were you nervous? DePaul took a bite of bread, chewed a few times before answering. So nervous I almost threw up. My legs went weak during warm-up, or I thought I was going to have diarrhea. Lin Feng was taken aback, then laughed. Really? Why would I lie? DePaul shrugged. I remember it clearly. Back in 2018, I was standing in the player tunnel hearing the fans roaring outside. My legs immediately went weak. I told myself, you can't do it, you can't play at this level. And then once the ball started moving, I forgot. When the ball reaches your feet, you don't think about all that nonsense. You only think about where to pass. Lin Feng lowered his head, pondered, and nodded. DePaul stood up and patted his shoulder. After dinner comes, what for? Someone's looking for you. When Lin Feng followed DePaul to the players' lounge, he saw Messi sitting on the sofa looking at his phone. The lounge was empty, the lights dimmed low, only a single wall lamp above. Messi looked up, saw him, and patted the seat beside him. Lin Feng sat down. DePaul also sat on the single sofa across from Messi, propping his feet on the coffee table. Nervous? Messi asked. A little. This time Lin Feng didn't deny it. Afraid of what? Lin Feng thought for a moment. Afraid of letting you down. Messi didn't answer immediately. He put down his phone, turned sideways to look at Lin Feng. You think you'll let us down, eh? I've only been here 5 days. You guys have played together for years. I haven't even fully grasped the tactical system, and there's a language barrier. What if something goes wrong on the pitch? Stop. Messi waved his hand. You're overthinking. DePaul interjected. Kid, do you know what it means that Scaloni is starting you? What? It means he believes you'll perform better than anyone else on the pitch. Not out of pity, not because you're a novelty from Longwa, but because you've proven your ability in training. Lin Feng fell silent. Messi spoke, his voice soft. Let me tell you something. Go ahead. When I was 17, I made my debut for Argentina. A friendly match against Hungary. Then, I was sent off after 47 seconds. Lin Feng's 47 seconds. Yeah. An elbow movement, the referee pulled out a red card directly. I felt like the sky was falling. On the way back to the locker room, I cried. You cried? Messi smiled faintly. I was 17, you know. Thought I had ruined everything. Thought the coach would never give me another chance. Felt like the whole world was laughing at me. And then, Then in the next match the coach put me in the starting. Lin Feng looked at Messi. He didn't reject me because of that red card. He told me something I still remember to this. What did he say? He said, you're not here to make mistakes. You're here to change the game. Making mistakes is normal, but your ability to change the game is more important than the mistakes you make. Lin Feng's throat tightened. DePaul leaned back on the sofa and said, see, even Messi has made mistakes. What are you afraid of? Afraid of being more embarrassing than him? Don't worry, impossible. Messi shot DePaul a glare. DePaul chuckled twice. Lin Feng. Messi looked at him again. Don't see yourself as a lucky guy who got picked. Lin Feng was taken aback. What do you mean? I know what you're thinking. You think you're lucky a delivery boy suddenly selected for the Argentine national team, like a dream that could end any moment. Lin Feng didn't speak, but his heart skipped a beat. Messi had hit the mark. He did feel that way. From the urban village to Buenos Aires, from a delivery guy to the national team roster, everything happened too fast. So fast that it felt unreal. But the truth is, Messi's voice was calm, you aren't lucky. Your training data doesn't lie. Your vision doesn't lie. On the field I can sense that you see things others don't. But my physical duels. Scaloni told you right. He did. He said my speed of ball handling, right? Messi nodded. You don't need to shoulder others. You just need to send the ball out before anyone touches. That's how I've played for 20 years. Lin Feng took a deep breath. I understand. Don't just understand. DePaul pointed at him. During tomorrow's match, don't let your mind get messy. Just remember one thing, when the ball reaches your feet, take a look and pass. It's that simple. What if no one makes a run? Then dribble yourself. DePaul shrugged. Anyway, you're better at dribbling than Messi. What are you afraid of? Messi glared at him again. Don't talk nonsense. Small sample. 71% to 68% over 4 training sessions. You call that a small sample? Shut up. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. The atmosphere suddenly became much lighter. The tense string that had been pulled tight all day finally loosened a bit. Messi stood up and patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Get some sleep early. Tomorrow's friendly, you're starting. Got it. Messi took 2 steps then stopped. Lin Feng watched his back. Messi didn't turn around. Lin Feng. Moi. You're here not because we lack players. Then why? Messi slightly turned his head. It's because after you came we became more complete. Then he pushed the door and walked out. DePaul whistled. He rarely praises people like that. Lin Feng sat on the sofa staring at where Messi had disappeared, his heart pounding heavily. Not luck. Not being chosen. It was that he belonged here. DePaul stood up and stretched. Alright, don't hurry back to sleep. If you mess up tomorrow, we'll be the first to yell at you. Scram. You're learning. DePaul left with a laugh. Lin Feng sat alone for 5 minutes before standing up. On his way back to the dorm, he passed the training field. Moonlight spilled over the grass, making it shine a vivid green. He looked down at his worn-out star shoes. A new crack had opened on the sole, but he didn't want to change them. With these shoes he had kicked from the urban village to the Longchao, from the Longchao to Argentina. Tomorrow, wearing these shoes, he would play his first national team match. His phone buzzed. Carlos sent a message. Opponent confirmed for tomorrow. Asian friendly opponent is Japan. Kickoff at 3 p.m. Worldwide live broadcast. Lin Feng stared at the words, worldwide live broadcast, for 3 seconds. Then he locked the screen and went back to his room to sleep. Tomorrow's matters. Deal with them tomorrow. It was 15 minutes past 2 in the afternoon. The players' tunnel was brightly lit with a cacophony of footsteps, metallic clinks, and low murmurs blending together. Lin Feng stood in line dressed in the blue and white striped jersey of Argentina, the number 99 emblazoned on his back. The number was chosen for him by Carlos. Lin Feng had said it was fine, and Carlos had insisted that 99 was his number at Tianhai, a recognizable choice. In front of him was Enzo, and behind him was Alvarez. Enzo turned to glance at him. Your face is pale. Your lips are pale too. Shut up. Enzo chuckled lightly and turned back. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He could hear the sounds from the end of the players' tunnel. The roar of tens of thousands of people crashed in like ocean waves. Messi stood at the front of the line wearing the captain's armband, his expression calm. The whistle blew. The team began to move forward. As Lin Feng took his first step, his legs felt weak. but he gritted his teeth and matched the rhythm of the group. The moment he stepped out of the tunnel sunlight, and noise hit him simultaneously. The cheers of tens of thousands of fans struck his face like a physical force. The stadium was packed. Blue and white flags filled the air, and across the stands there was a section of red and white, the area for Japanese fans. Lin Feng's heart raced to its limits. He followed the team to stand in the center circle. The players of the Japanese team also lined up across from them. Lin Feng glanced at his opponents. They weren't tall, but they were lean, their eyes sharp. He recognized a few. He had watched highlights of the Japanese league while playing in the Dragon Kingdom, and this Japanese team had top-tier ball control speed in Asia, even able to challenge elite European teams. Scaloni chose this opponent with a purpose. Fast, intense, pressing. Their style resembled the simulated tactics of Colombia in training. This match was a test for him. The national anthem played. Lin Feng stood in the blue and white line listening to a melody. He didn't recognize, his mouth closed, yet his chest vibrated. He had never imagined he would stand here one day. As the anthem ended, both sides shook hands and took their positions. Lin Feng positioned himself in the offensive midfield with Messi in front of him to the right and Lautaro on the left. The referee blew the whistle. The match began. In the first minute, the Japanese team showcased their speed. They passed the ball back 3 times before suddenly making a through ball to the front. The Argentine defense retreated, and Enzo chased back. Lin Feng wanted to drop back for support, but the ball had already been cleared. In the second minute, the Japanese team crossed from the left flank, and Romero headed it away. In the third minute, the Japanese team regained possession. They transitioned smoothly from defense to midfield to a penetrating attack. Lin Feng stood in the attacking area frowning. The ball hardly crossed the halfway line. The Japanese team's possession rate was absurdly high. In the first 3 minutes, Argentina barely touched the ball. In the fourth minute, Enzo finally seized the ball in midfield and aimed a pass to Lin Feng. But the Japanese team's pressing was too swift. 2 midfielders converged on him, forcing Enzo to pass back. Lin Feng raised his hand to signal he was open, but the ball had already returned to the defender's feet. In the 5th minute, 6th minute, 7th minute, Lin Feng had not touched the ball at all. He could sense that the Japanese team was deliberately targeting him. Every time he wanted the ball, another player would appear beside him. It wasn't just tight marking, it was positioning ahead of time, making it impossible for the passer to see him. They had studied the videos. In the 8th minute, McAllister received the ball on the flank, intending to cut inside and pass to the middle. Lin Feng made a run to receive it, but the Japanese defensive midfielder clung to him, elbow digging into his back. When the ball arrived, Lin Feng tried to turn, but he was off balance from the contact, causing him to control the ball poorly. The Japanese center-back stepped in, intercepting the ball. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. In the 9th minute, the same situation arose. He called for the ball, but the opponent was right on him, the ball never reaching his feet. In the 10th minute, he finally touched the ball. Receiving the ball, he turned his back, wanting to pivot. But the Japanese defensive midfielder was already glued to him, one hand gripping his jersey hem. Lin Feng stumbled as he was yanked, losing possession again. The referee did not blow the whistle. 10 minutes and 1 touch, 1 loss. Scaloni's expression on the sidelines was unreadable, but Lin Feng knew that if this continued, it would be over. DePaul ran over, panting as he said, "They're marking you closely. You need to move, don't just stand there waiting for the ball. They're too fast, or as soon as I get the ball, then don't get the ball." Lin Feng paused, confused. "What do you mean?" DePaul had no time to explain as the game continued. Lin Feng stood still, his mind racing. "Don't get the ball. What does that mean?" He closed his eyes for a moment. An omniscient perspective unfolded in an instant. The positions, running directions, and speeds of all 22 players were laid out in his mind. He saw it. The passing routes of the Japanese team. Their possession rhythm was fast but predictable. When passing back, the left back always made a forward pass on the 3rd touch. In that moment, the defensive midfielder would step forward half a step to receive the ball. That half step, it was the gap. In the 11th minute, the Japanese team passed back. The first touch, the center back made a lateral pass. On the second touch, another center back received the ball. Lin Feng did not wait for the ball. He started to run. Not forward, but backward. He ran behind the Japanese defensive midfielder. On the 3rd touch, the left back made a forward pass. The Japanese defensive midfielder stepped forward half a step. That half step. Lin Feng burst out from behind the defensive midfielder, extending his right foot just before the ball reached the Japanese player's feet. He intercepted the ball. The Japanese defensive midfielder spun around in shock. He had never expected that an Argentine forward would drop so deep to make a tackle. Without a moment's hesitation, after intercepting the ball, Lin Feng's omniscient perspective had already told him what to do next. To his left front, Lautaro was accelerating forward. To his right, Messi had just turned and was running forward. The Japanese defense was still trying to regroup from the interception. Lin Feng pushed the ball with the inside of his right foot, sending it along the grass in a straight line, perfectly landing on Lautaro's path. Lautaro received the ball, faced the goalkeeper, feinted to one side, and shot into the far corner. The ball went in. The stadium erupted. The blue and white stands exploded with excitement as tens of thousands stood up simultaneously. Lautaro dashed toward the corner flag like a madman with teammates swarming behind him. Lin Feng stood near the center circle, gasping for breath. Enzo rushed over from behind and hugged him tightly. Are you crazy? How did you manage to intercept the ball from behind the defensive midfielder? I saw he would step forward half a step. How did you see that? I watched for 10 minutes. Enzo stared at him. You didn't touch the ball for the first 10 minutes, just to observe their passing patterns. I guess that's about right. Messi approached from a distance, not offering a hug, just extending his fist. Lin Feng touched it lightly. Messi nodded, saying nothing, but there was a spark in his eyes. 10. In the 11th minute. There was still a long way to go in the match. Lin Feng felt alive. After the goal, the rhythm of the match changed. The Japanese team began to tighten their defense, no longer pressing high. Lin Feng finally found some space to receive the ball. In the 15th minute, Enzo received the ball in midfield and Lin Feng called for it in the gap between two Japanese midfielders. As the ball reached his feet, he stopped it with his left foot and turned to the right. The Japanese defensive midfielder lunged in from the right. Lin Feng did not try to dribble past him. Instead, he nudged the ball back to Enzo and turned to run forward. Enzo understood the signal and delivered a long pass over the top. The ball landed in an open space in the forward area, but Lautaro failed to get into position and the ball rolled out of play. It was fine. The rhythm had settled. In the 21st minute, Lin Feng received a cross from McAllister facing away from the goal. A Japanese center-back closed in behind him. Lin Feng glanced across the field from a god's eye view. Messi was on the right, Lautaro on the left, both closely marked. There were no good passing options. Then he decided to take matters into his own hands. Lin Feng pressed the ball with his right foot and suddenly turned his body to the left, causing the Japanese center-back to shift left as well. But as he pressed down on the ball with his right foot, he pulled it back and sharply turned to the right. The Cruyff turn was executed flawlessly. The center-back was completely deceived. As Lin Feng turned, he faced another Japanese defender who had moved to cover. He did not hesitate. With the outside of his right foot, he nudged the ball to the front, right while accelerating. The defender reached out to tackle. He missed. The ball slipped between the defender's legs. Lin Feng rounded him, chasing the ball. Two players. One performed a Cruyff turn, the other went through the legs. 2 seconds. The noise from the crowd seemed to be paused, falling silent for a moment before erupting. The Argentine fans went wild. Flags waved in the stands like a storm. Lin Feng advanced to the edge of the penalty area, but the Japanese team had sent back 4 players to block the space. He did not force his way through. Instead, he used the inside of his right foot to pass the ball back to the incoming Enzo. Enzo took a shot from distance, but the goalkeeper saved it. Though it didn't go in, that dribble was enough. What he didn't know was that on the other side of the earth, countless screens were displaying that moment. The director in the broadcasting truck went wild, cutting back to the replay after that Cruyff turn. Slow motion. Super slow motion. Different angles. The local Argentine commentator's voice was nearly a roar. This boy from Long Kingdom. My God. What did he just do to those 2 Japanese defenders? A Cruyff turn followed by a nutmeg. Both actions completed in 2 seconds. Another commentator flipped through his notes. Lin Feng, 18 years old, from the Long Kingdom Super League. It is said that 3 months ago he was just a delivery rider. A delivery rider. Yes. I also find it unbelievable. But now he is wearing the Argentine jersey, playing alongside Messi. What kind of shoes is he wearing? I saw the director gave a close-up. It seems to be a pair of Long Kingdom brand not professional football boots. And it looks like the shoe's toe is coming off. Are you joking? I'm not. Just look at the replay. The screen cut to a close-up of Lin Feng's feet. The worn-out double-star shoes were exposed to over 1 billion viewers worldwide. The adhesive marks from 2 past repairs were clearly visible, and the soles were nearly worn through. The commentator fell silent for 2 seconds. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen. Wearing a pair of tattered canvas shoes, he nutmegged 2 players in an Argentine national team match. On the domestic side, it exploded completely. The bullet screen in the live stream was so dense that you couldn't read the words. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. How many people did he just get past? 2. He nutmegged him. He nutmegged him. Those broken shoes. Look at his shoes. Huh. What are you laughing at? He just nutmegged a Japanese national player in worn-out shoes. I cried, I really cried. The delivery guy is now on the world stage. Where are those who said he was just riding the wave of popularity? Come on, show yourself. The Argentine national team match is broadcast live worldwide. This is not something you can buy with money. Lin Feng was unaware of all this. He only knew that the match was still ongoing. In the 30th minute, Messi received the ball on the right, cutting inside and drawing 3 defenders toward him. Lin Feng stood at the top of the penalty arc, seeing that Messi was about to be surrounded. From a god's eye view, he caught a glimpse of Messi glancing at him. The ball would come to him. Sure enough, Messi gently nudged the ball out with the inside of his foot amid the 3 defenders. The ball slid along the ground to Lin Feng's feet. At the moment Lin Feng received the ball, 2 Japanese midfielders lunged toward him. He did not stop the ball. His right foot touched the ball as his body turned toward the goal, and he released the shot. The ball passed between the two midfielders heading straight for Lautaro in the penalty area. But Lautaro had a defender close to him. As the ball reached his feet, Lautaro was marked and unable to turn. Lautaro chose to lay it back. The ball came back to Lin Feng's feet. This time there was only one defender in front of him, the last Japanese defensive midfielder. Lin Feng focused on the opponent's center of gravity, slightly to the left. He nudged the ball forward to the right and accelerated. The midfielder reached out to pull his jersey. Lin Feng felt the jersey tighten, but he did not fall. With a strong jerk, he slipped the jersey from the opponent's grip and charged into the penalty area. The goalkeeper rushed out. Lin Feng saw the goalkeeper's approach and lifted his right foot. Everyone thought he was going to shoot. He did not shoot. With the outside of his right foot, he nudged the ball to the right side. Alvarez surged in from behind on the right, faced with an open goal, and pushed it into the net. 20. This was Lin Feng's second assist. Alvarez rushed over, lifted him up, and spun around. How did you know I was behind you? I saw you. But you were facing away from me. I saw you. Alvarez looked bewildered, and then gave up questioning, patting Lin Feng's head vigorously. On the sidelines, Scaloni crossed his arms, showing little expression on his face. But nearby Tardelli saw him nodding. In the 35th minute, the director gave Lin Feng another close-up. He stood near the center circle waiting for the kickoff, breathing heavily. The sunlight shone on his face and sweat dripped down his chin. A close-up of his worn-out double-star shoes appeared on the screen again. Tens of millions of viewers around the world were watching those shoes. The commentator said, "I have confirmed this. These shoes are from a local brand in the Long Kingdom with a market price of about 20 yuan. Yes, you heard it right. 20 yuan. Wearing shoes worth 20 yuan, he made 2 assists. The bullet screen in the domestic live stream was no longer words, just exclamation marks and ellipses. Some started to spam double star ambassador. Some spammed the light of delivery. Some spammed the hope of Long Kingdom football. But Lin Feng was unaware of any of this. He only knew that the score was 20 and that the match was not over yet. The warm-up match has concluded. The final score was 3-0 with Lin Feng contributing 2 assists and a crucial steal, leading to a goal. Sports news worldwide is abuzz about the young player from the Dragon Kingdom wearing shoes that cost merely $20. Yet at this moment Lin Feng could hardly focus on that. He slumped in his seat in the locker room, feeling utterly drained, his legs trembling violently and his fingers tingling. After using the god's perspective intensely for 90 minutes, his brain felt as if it had been boiled. Enzo tossed a wet towel over. "Hey, don't die next to me. I'm not dead, just a bit dizzy." "A bit? Your face is as pale as paper." Lin Feng covered his face with the towel, not wanting to talk. The locker room was lively. Lautaro was high-fiving Alvarez, while Messi sat quietly in a corner changing clothes. However, the atmosphere in one corner felt off. A few substitute players gathered together, speaking in hushed tones, occasionally glancing over at Lin Feng. He didn't lift his head, but he could hear them. It wasn't Spanish, it was the tone. A dissatisfied, suppressed tone. Susan leaned in and whispered, "Those guys are talking about you." "What are they saying?" "The gist is an outsider who has been here for less than 2 weeks. What right does he have to take a starting position?" Lin Feng lowered the towel and glanced over. 3 substitute players. He recognized one of them, named Palacios, a veteran midfielder 31 years old, who had been playing for the national team for nearly 8 years. Palacios sensed Lin Feng's gaze and shot him a glare devoid of friendliness. Lin Feng tossed the towel into the bin and continued to take off his shoes, ignoring him. But things weren't that simple. The next day, during recovery training, they ended up in the same group for a small-sided 5-a-side game. On the first pass, Lin Feng ran into space and raised his hand for the ball. Palacios didn't even look at him, passing the ball in the opposite direction. The second time, the same situation. On the third attempt, Lin Feng positioned himself directly in front of Palacios to receive the ball, but Palacios bumped him from the side just as he was about to catch it. It wasn't a foul, but the force was substantial. Lin Feng stumbled 2 steps, losing the ball. Palacios smirked and muttered something in Spanish. Another substitute defender, Gonzalez, laughed nearby. Susan stood by the sidelines looking displeased. Lin Feng brushed the grass off his pants, remaining silent. He continued to play. On the 4th reception, Palacios came up from behind his elbow, digging into Lin Feng's lower back with even more force than before. This time Lin Feng managed to steady himself, but Gonzalez snatched the ball away from Palacios' side. Palacios tilted his head and looked at him. "Too weak." Lin Feng understood that phrase. Too weak. He stared at him, saying nothing. When he received the ball for the 5th time, Palacios charged at him again. But this time Lin Feng had already seen Palacios' running path with the god's perspective. As soon as the ball reached his feet, he gently flicked it with the outside of his right foot, sliding it past the outstretched foot of Palacios. Palacios missed. Lin Feng turned, facing Gonzalez's positioning, made a quick direction change with a step on the ball, and directly passed it to a teammate. The teammate made a quick shot and scored. Lin Feng did not celebrate. He merely turned back to glance at Palacios, whose face had turned ashen. During a break in training, Palacios approached Lin Feng. Do you think playing one warm-up match secures your spot? Susan translated from the side. Lin Feng sipped water without looking up. I've played for the national team for 8 years. You've only been here for 2 weeks. Lin Feng capped his water bottle. What do you want to say? I want to say warm-up matches don't count. The World Cup roster isn't finalized. The position you occupy should have been mine. Lin Feng finally looked up at him. Then go talk to the coach. Palacios was momentarily taken aback. Talking to you is pointless. Lin Feng stood up. The roster is determined by the coach. If you think it's unfair, go find Scaloni. Palacios grabbed Lin Feng's arm. Do you think Scaloni will always protect you? Wait until you make a mistake in an official match and see if he won't cross you off the list. Let go. Palacios did not release him. I said let go. At that moment a hand reached over and pressed down on Palacios' wrist. DePaul. Let go. DePaul's voice was low but cold. Palacios glanced at him. I'm talking to him. What does it have to do with you? I saw you intentionally bumping into him during training. Everyone saw you not passing the ball to him. Palacios shook off the grip. I was just competing normally. Normal competition. The third time you practically elbowed him in the ribs, you call that normal competition? Palacios clenched his teeth and said nothing. DePaul took a step forward facing Palacios. Listen carefully. I don't care how many years you've been on the national team or who you think stole whose position. On the field, only one thing matters. DePaul raised a finger. Ability. Palacios clenched his. DePaul continued. In yesterday's match you sat on the bench for 90 minutes. He played for 90 minutes contributing 2 assists and 1 steal leading to a goal. What right do you have to stand here and tell him you don't deserve it? He has only been here for 2 weeks. So what? Messi started his first national team match at 17. What were you doing at 17? Palacios' lips quivered slightly. DePaul patted his shoulder. The force not light. Go train. Prove on the field that you are better than him. Don't waste time with nonsense here. Palacios stared at DePaul for 3 seconds, then glanced at Lin Feng before turning to leave. Gonzalez followed suit. The locker room fell silent for a few seconds. DePaul turned to Lin Feng. Why didn't you retort? Retort. It's meaningless. He will target you again in the future. I know. Knowing that, aren't you worried? Lin Feng looked down at his worn-out shoes. When I was in the Dragon Kingdom during my first training session, everyone isolated me. They wouldn't pass the ball to me, tackled me hard, and the star player told me to get lost in front of the whole team. He tightened his shoelaces. Later I stepped the ball past his head and scored from 35 meters into the corner. So you mean? What I mean is, Lin Feng stood up. Words don't count, actions on the field speak volume. He was defiant, and he would show them at the World Cup. DePaul's lips slowly curled into a smile. All right, he'll wait and see. He draped an arm around Lin Feng's neck, shaking him playfully. But kid, when encountering such things in the future, don't bear it alone. In this locker room, you are not an outsider. Lin Feng said nothing, but his chest felt warm. The afternoon training continued. Palacios no longer intentionally bumped into him, but also did not pass the ball to him. It didn't matter. Lin Feng didn't need him to pass. After training ended, and returning to the dormitory, Lin Feng took a shower and lay on his bed when his phone lit up. Carlos sent a message at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. There will be a team meeting. Scaloni will announce the final 26-man World Cup roster. Lin Feng stared at the screen for a long time. Out of the 50-player preliminary selection, only 26 would remain. He had been here for less than 2 weeks. 1 warm-up match. Was that enough? 9:55 in the morning. The conference room on the 2nd floor of the training building. Everyone has arrived. 50 people sat on chairs, some sitting upright, while others leaned back pretending to be indifferent, but no one was truly unconcerned. Lin Feng sat in the last row next to Susan. She wore a white shirt today, more formal than usual. She was also nervous. In the front row, DePaul glanced back at Lin Feng and winked at him. Enzo sat in the 2nd row, not looking back, but Lin Feng could see his legs shaking. Messi sat in the 1st row, positioned against the wall, relaxed, just like before training. Palacios sat in the aisle seat of the 3rd row, his arms crossed over his chest, chin held high. It was exactly 10 o'clock. The door swung open. Scaloni walked in holding a folder. Tardelli followed him, closing the door behind them. The room fell silent. Scaloni stood at the front without any small talk. The final World Cup roster, 26 players. I will read it now. He opened the folder. Goalkeepers: Martinez, Rulli, Armani. 3 names. No surprises. Defenders: Romero, Otamendi, Lisandro Molina, Tagliafico, Gonzalez, Montiel, Acuna. 8 players. Lin Feng noticed Gonzalez's name among them, the substitute defender who trained with Palacios. Midfielders: DePaul, Enzo, Mac, Alistair, Paredes, Rodriguez. 5 players. No Palacios. Lin Feng caught a glimpse of Palacios' body stiffening slightly. Scaloni continued reading. Forwards: Messi, Lautaro, Alvarez, Di Maria. He paused for a moment. Lin Feng. Lin Feng's mind buzzed. He made it. Susan beside him suddenly grabbed his wrist, her nails almost digging into his flesh. The remaining 4 spots Scaloni continued in Cancelari Cavani Pizzella. 26 players. He finished reading. Scaloni closed the folder and looked around the room. Thank you to those whose names were not called for your efforts. You are part of this team, but there is no spot for you this time. Silence filled the conference room. Palacios stood up. He said nothing and did not look at anyone. He picked up his jacket from the chair, pushed the door open, and walked out. The door slammed shut behind him. Scaloni, expressionless, continued, there will be a 48-hour media silence after the roster is announced. No interviews or social media posts during this period. Anyone who violates this will have to buy their own ticket home. Meeting adjourned. The crowd began to disperse. Some laughed and high-fived their teammates while others bowed their heads to pack their things. Lin Feng remained seated motionless. Enzo turned around and gave him a thumbs up. DePaul stood up from the front row, walked over to Lin Feng, and slapped him on the shoulder. What did I tell you? Talent. Lin Feng's lips moved, but his throat felt tight, and he couldn't say a word. Susan released his wrist, her eyes red. You made it. Yeah. The World Cup. Yeah. You really made it. Don't cry. I'm not crying, I'm just happy for you. Lin Feng stood up, his legs a bit weak. As he walked into the corridor, Carlos was already waiting there, grinning widely. Kid, do you know what this means? It means I don't have to buy my own ticket home. Carlos laughed heartily, hugging him. You are the first Dragon Kingdom player to represent Argentina in the World Cup. The first. Lin Feng took a deep breath. The first. He thought of his mother Lin Xiaolan still beating in the urban village, of that shattered old phone screen, and of the days spent delivering food under the scorching sun. From the urban village to the World Cup. He was only 18. As he reached the staircase, Messi walked by from the side, holding a white training vest. He handed the vest to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took it, glancing at it. The vest was printed with the Argentine Football Association's logo and a small line of text for World Cup preparation. Messi said something. Susan translated. He said, now you're not just here to see the world. Lin Feng clutched the training vest, his knuckles turning white. Messi patted the back of his head, just like before, and then turned to leave. Lin Feng stood at the staircase, watching Messi's figure disappear at the end of the corridor. He looked down at the training vest in his hands. White fabric, blue letters. World Cup. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Gao Yuan's message. The roster has been announced. I saw your name. Lin Feng replied with a text. Yeah. Gao Yuan replied instantly. Are you so happy that you don't even want to type another word? Lin Feng stared at the screen, his fingers shaking. He typed 4 words. I made it. After sending, he leaned against the wall, crouching down and burying his face in his knees. His eyes felt a bit sore. But he did not cry. The delivery boy does not cry. He stood up after squatting for a while. Back in the dorm, he folded the training vest neatly and placed it beside his pillow. Then he opened his phone and sent a WeChat message to his mother. Mom, I have something to tell you. 10 seconds later, a reply came. What is it? Have you eaten? Lin Feng smiled a little. I ate. Mom, I'm going to play in the World Cup now. There was a long pause before a reply came. 3 full minutes passed. What World Cup? Is it the one on TV? Yes, the one on TV. Another minute of silence. Then a voice message arrived. Lin Feng opened it and heard his mother's voice tinged with tears. Don't lie to me. I'm not lying, really. Whose clothes are you wearing? Argentina's. The blue and white stripe. Why aren't you wearing our Dragon Kingdoms? Lin Feng opened his mouth, unsure how to explain. They'll tell you later, it's too complicated. Mom, you just need to know that I'm going on TV, the kind that the whole world can see. Another silence from the other end. Then a text message came, typed over a long time, filled with typos. Then take care of yourself, don't get hurt, Mom is waiting for you to come back. Lin Feng placed his phone over his chest. Outside the window, the sky in Buenos Aires was very blue, unlike back home, clean, without a hint of impurities. He closed his eyes, and the system's notification sound did not ring. Not every event needs system confirmation. Some things are more real than the rewards given by the system. The next morning, the entrance of the training base was already blocked with reporters' cars. The news had spread. Lin Feng's name was officially written on the World Cup roster. 3 days after the announcement of the list at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In Scaloni's office on the 3rd floor of the training building, Lin Feng was called in alone. As he pushed the door open, he found Scaloni, Tardelli, and Messi inside. The 3 of them were gathered around a tactical board. Scaloni pointed to an empty chair. Sit. Lin Feng took a seat. Susan followed him in and stood in the corner ready to translate. Scaloni spoke directly. The opponent for the first match of the World Cup group stage has been confirmed. France. Lin Feng's heartbeat quickened. The reigning champions. Are you nervous? Scaloni stared at him. No. Your pupils are dilated. Okay, maybe a little. Scaloni didn't smile and opened the tactical board. France's formation appears to be 4,231, but they have 2 defensive midfielders with strong cutting abilities. Kanté is no longer there, but they are now using Tchouaméni and Camavinga, whose coverage area is even larger than. He drew several lines. Messi's position will surely be tightly marked. Lautaro's movement will have been. The passing lanes of McAllister and Enzo in midfield will also be cut off. Scaloni raised his head and looked at Lin Feng. But they don't know. You've only played one warm-up match and only a segment of training video has been released. The data team of the opponent can analyze very limited information. This area. He circled a spot on the tactical board. In front of the two defensive midfielders behind the two center backs between Messi and Lautaro. We'll call it the third zone. Lin Feng looked at the circle. That was precisely where he often appeared during training. Scaloni said under normal circumstances France's defense has two options. First, mark Messi tightly. Second, compress Lautaro's space for receiving the ball. Their defensive line will move based on these two players. But what if a third threat suddenly appears in this area? Lin Feng understood. You want me to be a decoy? Not a decoy. Scaloni shook his head. Messi spoke up at this moment, and Susan translated not a decoy. A decoy merely attracts attention. What you need to do is create real attacking opportunities when the opponent has to split their focus on you. In other words, Lin Feng thought for a moment and not just pulling space. I might strike at any time. Exactly, Scaloni nodded. Your task is to create a third choice. When the French defenders face Messi and Lautaro, their minds will only have two answers. But you need to make them face three. Three options are much harder to deal with than two. Tardelli pushed over a folder. Here is the data analysis of the French defense line. Upamecano is quick to turn, but often makes mistakes in judgment. Konate is strong, but slow in lateral movement, and Tchouaméni likes to press, but leaves large spaces behind. Lin Feng flipped through the pages. Scaloni said you have that vision, you can see things others cannot. Only you and Messi on this entire team can do this. But Messi will be closely marked. So when Messi's space is compressed, you will be the primary playmaker. Lin Feng felt his throat go dry. I've only played one warm-up match. Yes. So I'm not asking you to carry the offense. Scaloni stood up and walked to the tactical board. Your task is simple. If you can create the third choice 3 times in a match, that's enough. 3 times. Make the French defenders make 3 mistakes in judgment. 3 times can win. 3 times can tear open a gap. Once the gap is open, Messi, Lautaro, and Alvarez will finish the rest. Messi added, and Susan translated, you don't need to do too much. You just need to appear at the right place at the right time. This is what you do best. Lin Feng bit his lip and thought for a while. What if they discover my patterns? What if the third choice is blocked? Scaloni looked at him for 3 seconds. Then you become the first choice. Take the shot yourself. The office fell silent. Lin Feng took a deep breath, understood. Scaloni closed the folder from today on practice for an extra hour every afternoon. Focus on the runs and ball handling in the third zone. You need to know when he will pass to you, and he needs to know when you will be in that position. Messi stood up, and you need to know when he will pass to you, and he needs to know when you will be in that position. Messi stood up and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Susan did not translate because Messi said, let's go training. Lin Feng stood up and followed him. As he reached the door, Scaloni said something behind him. Susan translated, he said that the French team won't know of your existence until the match starts, and only then will they realize there's an extra person to mark. By then it will be too late. Lin Feng pushed the door open. The sunlight in the corridor was bright. His mind was filled with the lines and circles from the tactical board. The third zone. The third choice. 18 years old, coming from a street soccer background, delivering takeout for 4 years. Now he must outsmart the entire French defense in the World Cup. As he descended the stairs, the system prompt sounded. Core tactical mission accepted. Hidden reward triggered short-term improvement in tactical understanding. Duration 72 hours. Effect 30% increase in prediction accuracy of teammates' movements, 40% increase in speed of identifying weaknesses in opponents' defenses. Additional reward unlock an opportunity for attribute burst. In the official World Cup match, the user can activate a 20% increase in all attributes for 10 minutes. Cannot be used again within 24 hours after activation. Lin Feng paused his steps. 20% increase in all attributes. 10 minutes. A trump card. He smiled slightly and continued down the stairs. Messi was already at the training ground, juggling the ball near the center circle, waiting for him. Are you ready? Messi asked. Ready. Messi nudged the ball towards his feet. Then let's start. That afternoon's extra training saw Lin Feng and Messi repeatedly running, passing, and cooperating in the third zone. By the end of the first hour, they had completed 27 successful combinations. Tardelli stood on the sidelines, the timer in his hand never stopped. From receiving to passing, the average is 0.5 seconds. Tardelli looked at the data. That's a tenth of a second faster than last week. Lin Feng wiped the sweat off his forehead. 0.5 seconds. In the World Cup arena, a tenth of a second can mean life or death. By the time training ended, the sky was already dark. Lin Feng hobbled back. The blister on his right big toe had burst again, and the toe of those worn-out shoes had finally torn open a third hole that afternoon. As Messi passed by him, he glanced down at Lin Feng's shoes. Will these shoes last until the World Cup? Lin Feng looked down at the new crack. They will. The soles are about to wear through. There's one more layer. Messi looked at him for 2 seconds, shook his head, and said nothing more before turning to leave. Lin Feng returned to his dormitory, took off his shoes, and saw that the soles were thin enough to let light through. He rummaged through his backpack to find a tube of universal glue he had brought from home and glued the third crack. He pressed it for 30 seconds, then released his hand. They were still wearable. He placed his shoes on the bedside, lay down, and closed his eyes. His mind was filled with images from today's training. The third zone. 0.5 seconds. The arc of Messi's pass. The timing of Lautaro's run. The weaknesses of the French defenders. The World Cup. When he started delivering takeout at 14, the World Cup was just a picture on the television. Now he was going to step onto his phone lit up. A message from Gao Yuan. The World Cup roster has been officially announced, and the internet is buzzing. You are now in the top 3 of Weibo's trending topics. The first trending topic, Lin Feng, selected for Argentina's World Cup squad. The second trending topic, delivery guy playing in the World Cup. The third trending topic, Longwa Football Association responds urgently. Lin Feng glanced at it and locked the screen. Not important. What matters is the French team in 12 days. He turned over, burying his face in the pillow. He fell asleep in 5 seconds. In his dreams there were no images, only a voice echoing repeatedly. Scaloni's voice. 3 times. 3 times is enough. Lin Feng dreamed a dream with no images. He woke at 5 in the morning, the sky outside still dark. He touched the folded training vest beside his pillow, confirming it wasn't a dream. The World Cup. 12 days became 7, then 3. Now it was the final day. The entire team took a bus to the stadium for a pitch inspection and adaptation. Lin Feng sat by the window in the second-to-last row with Su Shan, next to him, constantly replying to messages on her phone. Nervous? Su Shan asked without looking up. No, liar. You've been shaking your leg since we got on. Lin Feng glanced down at his right leg. It was indeed trembling. He pressed his knee, forcing himself to stop. A few rows ahead, DePaul was listening to music with earphones. Enzo leaned back with eyes closed, and Lautaro chatted softly, with Alvarez occasional laughter drifting back. Messi sat alone by the window in the front row, gazing outside, lost in thought. After 40 minutes on the bus, as they rounded the last corner, Lin Feng saw it. The stadium. A colossal steel beast, as if it had sprouted from the city itself. Its curved exterior gleamed under the sun, and the ring-shaped structure atop resembled a giant's crown. Lin Feng had seen such images countless times on TV, but watching through a screen was nothing like seeing it in person. On TV it was just a picture. Now it was a mountain looming before him. The bus stopped at the players' entrance. Everyone disembarked. Lin Feng followed the group, passing through a long concrete tunnel with World Cup posters from previous tournaments lining the walls. Footsteps echoed through the tunnel, rhythmic and synchronized. Then light appeared at the end. Intense, blinding, overwhelming light. Lin Feng stepped out of the tunnel and stood at the edge of the turf. He stopped. 80,000 seats. Empty, but you could imagine them all filled. The terraces rose from the ground to the skyline, layer upon layer, with the uppermost seats as tiny as fingers. Overhead light rigs were densely packed. They were off now, but Lin Feng knew that on match day, when all were lit, the place would be as bright as daylight. The turf was unrealistically green, as smooth as a painting. Lin Feng stood still, tilting his head back and turning full circle. His breathing grew heavier. Hey, Lautaro walked over and stepped on the grass. First time. Yeah. I stood here dumbfounded too, my first time. Lautaro chuckled. Then the coach yelled at me, telling me not to act like a tourist. Alvarez popped up from behind, arm around Lautaro's shoulder. I took a selfie and sent it to my mom on my first time. DePaul mocked me for 3 months. I still have that picture. DePaul appeared beside them, phone screen lit. Wanna see? No. Alvarez reached for it. Lin Feng ignored their antics, still staring at the stands. 80,000 seats. In 3 days they would all be filled. Cameras from around the world would aim at this very turf. And he would play here. He thought of the makeshift field in the village. Concrete ground, 2 backpacks for goalposts, 30 square meters, a maximum of 12 players. From there to here. A distance vast as 2 worlds. Hey, Lin Feng turned. Lautaro was calling him. You okay? You look pale. Fine. Just feel it's huge. Huge. Lautaro looked around. This isn't even the biggest. The last World Cup final venue was, Alvarez added. Anyway, once the match starts you won't see the stands. The moment the ball's at your feet you forget. Lin Feng took a deep breath and nodded. The whole team began jogging and doing simple passing exercises. Lin Feng ran 2 laps, feeling the turf was softer and more elastic than the training bases. He looked down at his worn-out shoes. The thinnest part of the sole could already sense the turf's warmth. On the 3rd lap, he realized he had been staring at the stands. Those empty seats seemed like countless eyes fixed on him. In 3 days they would produce sounds. What would 80,000 people's roar feel like? Would it be loud enough to drown out his teammates' calls? Would it affect his God's eye view? He had never played in such an environment. At most 30 old folks had watched him at the village field. In the Long Chow League home games, 20,000, at most half of them on their phones. 80,000. All watching him. Where are you looking? A voice came from behind. Lin Feng turned. Messi had somehow jogged up beside him. Nothing. Just looking around. Messi followed his gaze to the stands for a moment, then looked back. Don't look at the platforms. Lin Feng. Messi flicked a ball up from the ground with his foot, juggled it twice, then let it rest motionless on his instep. Look at the ball. He gently nudged the ball toward Lin Feng's feet. Once the match starts, those 80,000 have nothing to do with you. Neither do the cameras. The only thing you need to watch is the ball and the positions of the 21 men around it. Lin Feng looked down at the ball by his foot. That ability of yours, Messi lowered his voice, the one that lets you see the whole pitch. Once you activate it, do you still see the stands? Lin Feng thought for a moment. No? Only people and the ball. Then that's it. Messi patted his shoulder, not hard but steady. Activate it. Don't waste time being nervous. With that, he jogged off to join the passing drill ahead. Lin Feng stood there staring at the ball, white with the World Cup logo printed on it. He bent down, picked it up, and spun it in his hand. Then he lifted his head, no longer looking at the stands. Watch the ball. On the way back to the bus after the pitch inspection, Lin Feng glanced back through the tunnel. The empty stadium, the green turf, the circular stands. In 3 days he would walk this tunnel again. But then 80,000 people would create a tsunami of noise above him. He turned back and rejoined the team. On the bus, Sushan looked at him. How was it? Huge. Just one word. Too very huge. Sushan couldn't help laughing. Does your vocabulary only have 10 words? Enough. Lin Feng leaned back, closed his eyes, and his mind began automatically replaying the tactical diagrams Scaloni had given. Zone 3. In 3 days on that very turf. France's defenders had no idea they would face, and they had prepared countermeasures for only 2. The night before the match at 10 o'clock Buenos Aires time, Lin Feng lay in bed unable to sleep. He turned over, and his phone screen lit up. Over 200 unread messages. He didn't want to look, but he unlocked it anyway. Gao Yuan's message was at the top. Bro, you awake? Lin Feng replied no. Gao Yuan instantly sent a 7-second voice message. The whole country is going crazy right now. You've taken 5 spots on Weibo's trending list. Your training video on Douyin has hit 200 million views, and tonight's CCTV Sports channel did a 20-minute feature on you starting from when you were delivering food. Lin Feng typed. Who gave them the material? Mia. She gave them everything she could find, including videos of you playing in Tianhai and a photo of your mom. Lin Feng frowned. A photo of my mom. Just one from the side, stringing beads. Mia said your mom agreed. Lin Feng said nothing. Gao Yuan sent another message. Your mom was surrounded by neighbors in the compound today, all asking if her son was really going to play in the World Cup. She said yes, and then had to pose for photos for half an hour. A faint smile touched Lin Feng's lips. Another message popped in, a group chat. Lin Feng Global Fan Club. Lin Feng froze. What's this? Who started it? Gao Yuan replied. Now there are 498 people in the group. Full. So she opened a second one. Lin Feng exited the chat, not wanting to look. But he scrolled to another message. Zhang Ran. That sports blogger with 4 million followers. Bro Lin Feng, good luck in tomorrow's match. I posted a long video tonight analyzing your playing style and your role in Argentina's tactical system. It's at 8 million views so far, and the comment section is full of people cheering you on. Attached was a screenshot. The barrage comments were filled with phrases like pride of long country, Messi of the urban village wearing double star shoes to the World Cup. But scrolling further down, there was a pinned hot comment. Stop hyping him up. Who can't score against Japan in a warm-up? Wait till he faces France tomorrow. He'll lose the ball on his first touch and won't even make it past midfield. When the time comes, he'll embarrass himself and the entire long country. 12,000 likes. Lin Feng stared at the comment for 3 seconds, then locked the screen. It doesn't matter. His phone lit up again. This time, it was a WeChat message from his mother. A voice note timestamped 10 minutes ago. Lin Feng hesitated, then tapped it. His mother's voice came through the earpiece, carrying that distinctive local accent. Tentative. Xiaofeng, I'm not very good with this messaging thing. Aunt Wang next door taught me how to watch the live stream. She said your match is at 3 a.m. tomorrow, and I've set my alarm. Don't be nervous. It's okay if you don't play well. I don't understand soccer, but seeing you run around on TV makes me happy. There was a pause. Can your shoes still hold up? They'll send you money. Buy a new pair. Don't skimp. Mama has money. The voice message ended. Lin Feng placed the phone on his chest and stared at the ceiling. Mama has money. He knew she didn't. Stringing beads earned her 30 yuan a day, and her hands were covered in needle prick scars. He typed, the shoes are fine. Mom, don't stay up. You can watch the replay tomorrow. A minute after he sent it, his mother replied with a text message containing 3 typos. Mama wants to watch it live. It's the first time you're on TV. I can't just say I'm going to sleep and not watch. Lin Feng stared at those words, a sting in his nose. He replied, then wear more clothes. It gets cold in the early morning. Got it. You get some sleep too. Lin Feng flipped the phone face down on the nightstand, resolved not to look anymore. But his phone vibrated again. He turned it over to check. A message from Mio. Asleep? Shh. No. There's a campaign going on in the domestic fan community called Not Sleeping at 3 a.m. calling on everyone to wake up at 3 in the morning to watch the live stream and support you. Current participant count exceeds 3 million. Lin Feng typed seriously. Seriously. The Weibo topic has 900 million reads. Lin Feng didn't reply. Mia continued. One more thing. Zhang Ran did a live stream tonight and connected with your mom. Lin Feng sat up abruptly. What? Don't worry. They just did a video call asking your mom if she was going to watch the match tomorrow. She said yes, and then she said something. 6 million people were online in the stream, and everyone was crying. What did she say? Mia sent a text block quoting Lin Xiaolin's exact words. My son has loved playing soccer since he was little. When he was young we couldn't afford shoes for him, so he played barefoot on the ground. Later when he grew up and delivered food his feet were covered in blisters every day when he came home, but he still insisted on playing soccer. I don't understand what the World Cup is. I just know my son finally gets to play wearing shoes. It's much better than before. After reading those words Lin Feng put down his phone. He lay back down covering his eyes with his arm. His eyes burned, but he didn't cry. After a while he moved his arm away, picked up his phone, and sent his mother a voice message. Mom, watch me tomorrow. They'll play for you. After sending it he turned off his phone and rolled over facing the wall. Outside the window the Buenos Aires night was quiet with only the occasional sound of a passing car. 3 million people were staying up for him. His mother was waking up at 3 a.m. to watch the live stream. Those who said he would disgrace himself were waiting for him to fail. It doesn't matter. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to sleep. The last thought that surfaced wasn't nerves, it was his mother's words. My son finally gets to play wearing shoes. He buried his face in the pillow. Tomorrow. Everything would be decided tomorrow. Match day. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon the entire team arrived at the stadium. Lin Feng followed the team into the locker room, a passage he had walked through 3 days ago, but this time it felt completely different. Staff members stood on both sides of the passage, the lights 3 times brighter than last time, and overhead cameras followed their every move. Distant sounds echoed dull and thunderous. That was the sound of the audience entering. 80,000 people were taking their seats. Lin Feng's heart began to race. He pushed open the locker room door, and it was already set up inside. Blue and white striped jerseys hung on each person's locker with shorts and socks placed below. Lin Feng's locker was in the far corner with the number 99 printed on the back of the jersey. He walked over and sat down, his palms sweating. The atmosphere in the locker room was completely different from the usual training sessions. No one was joking, no music was playing. DePaul sat in front of his locker, head down, carefully wrapping bandages, moving slowly and deliberately. Enzo leaned against the wall with his eyes closed, his lips moving, muttering something. McAllister was stretching, looking very focused. Lautaro stood with his hands on his hips, staring at his jersey. Alvarez sat on the bench, tying his shoelaces, his fingers trembling slightly. The entire locker room was so quiet that one could hear the air conditioning running. Messi sat in the innermost corner just like he did during training. He had already changed into his jersey and was slowly tying his shoelaces, looping them methodically and unhurriedly. His face showed no expression. It felt like preparing for an ordinary training session. Lin Feng watched him for 2 seconds, took a deep breath, and began to change clothes. He took off his jacket, removed his t-shirt, and put on the jersey with number 99. The blue and white striped fabric clung to his skin, and that familiar electric sensation returned. He looked down at his worn-out shoes. He didn't change. He wore those. Your hands are shaking. Lin Feng looked up, and DePaul had somehow... Lin Feng clenched his fist. I'm fine. If you say you're fine, I believe even less. DePaul squatted down and patted Lin Feng's knee. Listen, everyone is nervous the first time they play in the World Cup. Look at Enzo, he's over there muttering. He threw up 3 times before his first match in the last World Cup. Really, he won't admit it if you ask him, but I saw it with my own eyes. Lin Feng forced a smile. DePaul stood up. It's perfectly normal to be nervous. Not being nervous means you don't care. But once you step out of that passage you won't feel nervous anymore. Why? Because you won't have time to be nervous. The game is too fast. DePaul walked away. Lin Feng looked down to continue tying his shoelaces, his fingers still trembling. He tried twice, but couldn't get it right. It was only on the 3rd try that he finally tied a knot. The door swung open. Scaloni walked in. The entire room fell silent in an instant. Everyone who was still moving stopped what they were doing, their gazes turning toward him in unison. Scaloni was dressed in a gray coaching outfit, his hair meticulously styled, and his expression was neutral. He walked to the center of the locker room and scanned the room from left to right. Are we all ready? No one answered, but everyone sat up straight. Scaloni walked to the tactical board, picked up a pen, and drew a few lines. France. 4,231. Tchouaméni and Camavinga as double pivots, Upamecano and Konate as center backs. In the front line, Mbappe on the left, Griezmann in the center facilitating. They will closely mark Messi. At least one pivot and one center back will always be ready to assist. Lautaro's movements have been studied, they have predictions. Enzo and McAllister's passing routes in midfield are also part of their plan. Scaloni put down the pen. But there's one person who isn't in their plan. He looked towards the corner. Everyone's gaze followed him, settling on Lin Feng. Lin Feng's throat tightened. Scaloni stared at him for 3 seconds, his voice low, but each word clear. Lin Feng. Here. The first ball. Scaloni raised a finger. When the first ball comes to your feet, no back passes. No sideways passes. No safe plays. Lin Feng's heart raced as if it were about to leap out of his throat. You must go forward. Scaloni stepped closer. I don't care if you dribble, make a direct pass or dribble pass, but the first touch must go forward. Let the French know from the very first second that there's one person missing from their defensive plan. Lin Feng swallowed hard and nodded understood. Scaloni glanced at him before turning to the others. As for everything else, play as we trained. Just play your game. He closed the tactical board. And one more thing. Everyone looked at him. A hint of expression finally appeared on Scaloni's face, faint but discernible, revealing a cold confidence. We are the defending champions of the World Cup. The French want to snatch the championship from us. He surveyed the room. Let them try. No one spoke in the locker room, but the atmosphere had shifted. The door to the changing room swung open. A staff member poked his head in. 5 minutes. Scaloni nodded and the staff member closed the door. Everyone stood up. When Lin Feng got to his feet, his legs felt weak. He could sense his knees trembling, but he clenched his teeth and let no one see. DePaul walked over from the side and murmured, just follow me. Lin Feng nodded. The team lined up in the... Lin Feng was third from the end with Alvarez's broad, sturdy back ahead of him. The tunnel lights were a cold white, and the red light on the overhead broadcast camera blinked as it filmed them. At the end of the tunnel was light, a very bright light. And sound. The sound came from afar like muffled thunder, growing louder with every step closer. By the time Lin Feng reached the tunnel exit, the sound was no longer sound, it was a wall pressing in from all directions, making the heart in his chest tremble along with it. 80,000 people. The moment Lin Feng stepped out of the tunnel, the sunlight slammed down on him. He squinted. Then he saw. The stands stretched from his feet to the horizon. Blue, white, red, blue, white, red. Heads like ants densely covering every corner. The giant screen was playing the flags of both teams. Argentina's blue and white stripes flapped in the wind. The grass beneath his feet was dazzlingly green, smoother and softer than the training ground. When Lin Feng's worn-out shoes pressed down, he could feel the texture of the blades through the thin soles. Move. Alvarez glanced back at him. Lin Feng snapped out of it and followed the team. The players of both sides stood on either side of the center line, facing the French team. Lin Feng's gaze swept across. Mbappé stood at the front, taller and more muscular than he looked on TV. His thigh muscles strained the fabric of his shorts. Griezmann was behind him, his expression lazy. Tchouaméni stood near the center circle, the muscle lines on his neck clearly visible as he flexed his ankle. Lin Feng noticed Tchouaméni staring at him. It wasn't a casual glance. It was a fixed stare. Lin Feng knew why. That training video had spread across the internet, and the French coaching staff must have analyzed it. They knew Argentina had a new face, but they weren't sure what level that new face was at. The national anthem. Lin Feng stood in the lineup, his mouth open, but no sound coming out. He didn't know the Argentine anthem and hadn't had time to learn it. But he stood straight, eyes fixed ahead. Messi stood at the front of the line, his lips moving, singing softly. The anthem ended, and the referee blew the whistle for everyone to take their positions. Then Enzo ran to his own position. The referee placed the whistle in his mouth. The noise of the entire stadium suddenly quieted for a moment. 80,000 people. Hey! Lin Feng turned his head. Enzo ran past him from behind, saying, as he went, first ball. Then Enzo ran to his own position. The referee placed the whistle in his mouth. The noise of the entire stadium suddenly quieted for a moment. 80,000 people held their breath at once. Then the whistle blew. France kicked off. Griezmann passed back to Tchouaméni, who crossed to Camavinga. Camavinga took the ball, pushed it forward 2 steps, and scanned the left flank. Lin Feng's God's eye view had activated the moment the whistle sounded. He saw the positions of all 22 players spread out like a chessboard in his mind. France's formation was unfolding. 2 holding midfielders, one ahead of the other, the center-back line high. He saw it. Camavinga passed to Hernandez on the left. Hernandez received the ball, took a step, and leaned forward to cross. But the ball never lifted. Romero slid in from the side and intercepted it. The ball bounced to Enzo's feet. Enzo controlled it, looked up, and immediately scanned for Messi. Messi was being marked tightly by Tchouaméni and couldn't get the ball. Enzo's gaze shifted. It landed on Lin Feng. Lin Feng was already moving. He didn't wait for the ball to come to him. He had stepped forward 3 paces the moment Enzo intercepted, planting himself precisely in the gap between France's 2 holding midfielders. Enzo released the ball. A ground pass, not fast, but at a tricky angle. Lin Feng stepped toward it, extending his right foot to receive. Then he sensed someone behind him. The God's Eye view told him Tchouaméni was sprinting up from 3 meters behind, angling toward his right. Lin Feng didn't trap the ball. He didn't stop it. The instant his right foot touched the ball, instead of cushioning it, he gently nudged it with the inside of his foot, sending it through his own legs, while he shifted his entire body half a step to the left. Tchouaméni's foot stabbed into the spot where Lin Feng had stood, and found only air. The ball passed between Tchouaméni's legs. A reverse nutmeg. When Lin Feng turned, the ball was already a meter ahead of him. He accelerated after it, and looked up. The entire stadium fell silent for a fraction of a second. Then the Argentine stands erupted. At least 30,000 of the 80,000 people leaped to their feet at that moment. Lin Feng couldn't hear them. In his ears were only his own heartbeat and breathing. He drove the ball forward 2 steps. In front of him stood Upamecano, a 1.9-meter center back, like a wall, legs spread, center of gravity low. Scaloni's voice echoed in his mind, first ball must go forward. Lin Feng didn't stop. The God's Eye view scanned. Lautaro had pulled Konate wide on the left, Messi 12 meters ahead, to the right, suddenly accelerated into the gap. He didn't need to dribble past anyone. Lin Feng used the outside of his right foot to flick the ball. It skimmed the ground past Upamecano's right side, while Lin Feng himself veered left. Upamecano stretched his leg to intercept, but failed. The ball rolled 8 meters and landed precisely at Messi's feet. By the time Messi received it, there was no one in front of him. Just pass it to me, Messi had said during training. Messi drove the ball to the edge of the box. Camavinga slid in from the side, and Messi knocked it back to Enzo, who had followed up. Enzo's long shot was saved by the goalkeeper. The chance didn't go in, but everyone saw it. The Paul 20 meters away gave Lin Feng a thumbs-up, mouthing, "Keep playing like that." Enzo ran back past Lin Feng and slapped the back of his head. "Not bad." Lin Feng gasped, heart rate at 150, hands trembling. But he smiled. First ball. Forward. Done. The match continued. France regained possession. Griezmann received the ball in midfield and cast a glance at Lin Feng. In that glance, something had shifted. Tchouaméni rubbed his knee and turned to look at Lin Feng's position. He had been nutmegged in the World Cup under global broadcast cameras by an 18-year-old kid wearing worn-out shoes. His expression changed. From, "Let me see your level," to, "I'm going to crush you into the ground." Lin Feng stood in the forward area, regulating his breath. The God's Eye view continued to run in his mind the positions of all 22 players like a living map. The first ball was over. Now came the real beginning. France reorganized their attack, and this time Tchouaméni gave Lin Feng. He stuck within 3 meters of Lin Feng, shadowing him like a phantom. Lin Feng realized he was being marked. Man-to-man marking. First match of the World Cup, 3rd minute of the game, and France had already assigned a man to mark an 18-year-old newcomer. What did that mean? It meant his first touch wasn't just a bluff. It meant France saw him as a threat. Lin Feng's lips curled. In the 8th minute of the match, Lin Feng had already attempted to receive the ball 3 times, but each time, he was preemptively blocked by Tchouaméni. This person clung to him like a magnet, standing at a height of 1.86 meters with a terrifying coverage. Each step Lin Feng took was mirrored by him, even anticipating half a step ahead. It wasn't brute force defense, it was strategic. Tchouaméni understood that Lin Feng would pass the ball forward as soon as he received it, so he didn't block the passing route, but rather the receiving point. As long as Lin Feng couldn't get the ball, he was useless. On his 4th attempt to break free, he first ran 3 steps to the left before suddenly changing direction to the right. Tchouaméni failed to keep up, but Camavinga made up for it. The 2 defensive midfielders took turns marking. Enzo held the ball in midfield, glanced at Lin Feng, and passed it to McAllister. He didn't pass it to him. It wasn't that he didn't want to pass, it was that he couldn't. In the 10th minute, the Argentine fans began to sing, their voices building in waves. Lin Feng's ears buzzed. He could feel that the sound was not coming from one direction, but was flooding in from all. It felt like being submerged in sound. DePaul brought the ball to midfield and called out Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned, but he couldn't make out the rest of DePaul's words. It was too noisy. The voices of 80,000 people crushed everything. As Messi passed by him, he said. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment. "Watch the game," Messi said without turning back as he ran off. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and forced himself to pull his focus back from the stands. God's perspective. It opened up. The world transformed into a bird's eye view. The voices of 80,000 still echoed but faded into the background. His eyes could only see 22 points moving. In the 12th minute, the French team launched an attack. Mbappé received the ball on the left flank and accelerated. The speed was unlike anything Lin Feng had ever seen. It wasn't the kind of fast shown in videos, but a real-world blur visible to the naked eye. After bypassing Molina, Mbappé cut into the penalty area and took a shot. The ball was saved by Martinez, and the crowd erupted in a massive gasp. French corner kick. Lin Feng retreated to the edge of the penalty area and stood still, while Tchouaméni followed closely behind him. The corner was taken but cleared by Romero, landing in midfield. Enzo got hold of the ball. This time Lin Feng didn't move. He stood still. Chouamé also paused, glued to his back. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. Enzo pushed forward with the ball for 2 steps while the French midfielders withdrew to compress the space. Lin Feng remained still. Chouamé began to hesitate behind him, because he didn't know if Lin Feng's stillness was due to not wanting the ball or if he was waiting for something. At the 8th-second, God's perspective informed Lin Feng Messi suddenly pulled wide to the right, drawing the French left back away. Lautaro cut in from the left towards the center, with Konate following. A vacuum appeared in the middle. But this vacuum was not for Lin Feng. It was for the ball. Lin Feng didn't need to run to that position to receive the ball. He needed to deliver the ball to that position. He suddenly moved. Not forward, but retreated 3 steps. Chouamé was momentarily stunned. A forward is retreating. Lin Feng turned to face Enzo and raised his hand. Enzo saw it, and the ball was released. Chouamé reacted and rushed forward, but Lin Feng's retreat created 2 extra meters of space for him to receive the ball. When the ball reached his feet, Chouamé was still 3 meters away. 3 meters. Enough. At the moment Lin Feng received the ball, God's perspective had already calculated the outcome. Lautaro cut into the center with Konate following, but a half step behind. Messi pulled wide, taking the left back with him. Upamecano was at the edge of the penalty area, but his focus was on Lautaro. There was a gap in the middle. Between Lin Feng's feet and Lautaro's running path lay a line that passed beside Chouamé, slipped through Camavinga's legs, and navigated between Upamecano and Konate. 3 lines. 1 kick to pass through. Lin Feng released the ball. With the inside of his right foot, not with much power, low to the ground, spinning. The ball rolled past Chouamé 1 meter away, and he stretched his foot, but couldn't reach it. The ball passed through Camavinga's legs, and he looked down for a moment, but didn't react. The ball slipped between the gap of Upamecano and Konate. Both center-backs simultaneously turned to try to intercept, but the speed and angle of the ball made it impossible for either to touch it. The ball rolled to Lautaro's feet. Lautaro faced only the goalkeeper. The entire crowd stood up. Lautaro took a step to adjust and shot with his right foot. The goalkeeper lunged out and blocked it. The ball bounced out and was cleared by a French defender. It didn't go in, but everyone saw it. The broadcast camera gave Lin Feng a 3-second close-up. An 18-year-old boy in worn-out canvas shoes stood on the World Cup pitch, having just threaded a pass through 3 lines of the French defense. The voice of the Argentine commentator exploded from the broadcast. Lin Feng couldn't hear it, but the domestic live stream was already going wild. The barrage of comments scrolled by too fast to see anything. 3 lines threaded. How did he see that? What an angle for that pass. The kid in worn-out shoes is amazing. At 3 in the morning, millions of people stared at the screen. Lin Feng's mother sat in their rented room, watching the figure in the blue and white striped jersey on the television, her eyes unblinking. She didn't understand what threading 3 lines meant. She only knew that the person on the screen was her son. Her hands clenched into fists on her knees. On the pitch, Chouamé walked up to Lin Feng. He didn't say anything, but his gaze had changed. From "I'll mark you tightly" to something more complex. It wasn't respect. It was vigilance. Lin Feng glanced at him, said nothing, and turned back to his position. Messi returned from the right flank, and as he passed Lin Feng, whispered, "Do it again." Lin Feng's breath hadn't settled, but he nodded. "Do it again." In the 18th minute, the French team tightened their formation. Chouamé no longer focused solely on Lin Feng. His coverage expanded, monitoring both Lin Feng and the passing lane to Messi. They were adjusting against him. The World Cup. 18 years old. First match. Opposite them were the world runners-up, and they were adjusting their tactics to counter him. Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly. Bring it on. The 23rd minute. The adjustments made by the French team have crowded the midfield, and Lin Feng hasn't touched the ball for 5 consecutive minutes. But he is no longer anxious. He is waiting. The God's perspective continues to operate, scanning the entire field like an unceasing. He is noting the adjustments of the French team. Chouamé has dropped back 2 meters. Camavinga has moved laterally to cover the area previously occupied by Chouamé, and Upamecano is marking Lautaro more tightly, while Konate has diverted 30% of his attention to Lin Feng. They have patched that gap, but by mending the old seam, a new one will tear open. In the 24th minute, Enzo was intercepted in the midfield, and the French team launched a quick counterattack. Griezmann received the ball and passed it directly to Mbappé, whose speed was like a gust of wind. He crossed from the midfield to the edge of the penalty area in just 4 seconds. Romero desperately moved to block the angle, but Mbappé's shot was tipped over the crossbar by Martinez. A corner kick. Another corner kick. The French team executed it, but it was cleared by Argentina, landing in the left side of the midfield. McAllister got the ball. Lin Feng suddenly started to run. Not forward, but to the right. He crossed half the field from the left side to the right. Chouamé followed for a couple of steps, but hesitated. Because Lin Feng was running away from the goal, it had nothing to do with the attack. He stopped following. He shifted his attention back to Messi. This is exactly what Lin Feng wanted. When he reached the right side, there was no one near him. McAllister saw him and made a long pass. The ball flew over half the midfield, landing at Lin Feng's feet. At that moment, there was only the French left-back Theo in front of Lin Feng. But he had no intention of dribbling past him. The God's perspective revealed more important information. Chouamé had gone to mark Messi. Camavinga was still in the midfield and had not returned, leaving only two center-backs in the middle. Messi was doing something. He was slowly and unobtrusively moving into the penalty area. Not sprinting, not accelerating, just walking. Like taking a stroll. Konate noticed and took a step closer to Messi. Upamecano glanced at Messi, then at Lin Feng, unable to judge who posed the real threat. 3 seconds. Lin Feng stood still on the right holding the ball. Theo pressed up and Lin Feng pulled the ball back slightly with the sole of his foot, causing Theo to lean forward. In that moment, Messi moved. At 36 years old, while everyone thought he was just strolling, he suddenly accelerated. His acceleration was not fast, but the direction was terrifyingly precise. He cut into the 1-meter-wide gap between Upamecano and Konate. Lin Feng released the ball. It was not passed to Messi's feet, but to the position Messi was about to reach. The ball rolled past Theo and diagonally through the gap between the two French center-backs. When Messi received the ball, there was only the goalkeeper in front of him. The entire stadium erupted. 80,000 people stood up simultaneously. Messi took a step forward with the ball, and the goalkeeper charged out. Messi was not in a hurry. He feinted to the left, causing the goalkeeper to shift his weight, and with a gentle push of his right foot, he sent the ball slowly rolling into the lower right corner of the net. It's in. 1-0. The stands on Argentina's side shook like an earthquake, flags fluttering, some people crying, others shouting. Messi slid on his knees for 2 steps before being tackled and pinned down by Lautaro and Alvarez. DePaul sprinted from the midfield to join the celebration. Enzo jumped on top of the crowd. Lin Feng stood on the right side, not running over. He gasped for breath, hands resting on his knees. Then Messi broke free from the crowd and pointed at Lin Feng. He pointed at Lin Feng in front of the camera. The whole world saw it. Messi ran over, opened his arms, and wrapped them around Lin Feng's neck. The 36-year-old World Cup champion embraced the 18-year-old newcomer, giving him a firm pat on the back. Good pass, Messi said in his ear. Lin Feng's eyes momentarily welled with tears, but he held them back. He hugged back tightly. Then he let go. DePaul ran over and ruffled his hair. That pass was dirty, too dirty. Enzo jumped on his back from behind, nearly knocking him down. You slipped it through 2 center-backs. How did you see Messi was running? Lin Feng gasped. I was always watching him. Enzo punched his shoulder. Lautaro came over and fist-bumped him, saying nothing, but the corners of his mouth were upturned. The big screen in the stadium was replaying the goal. The camera captured a high aerial view showing the entire process of the goal. Lin Feng held the ball on the right for 3 seconds, attracting Theo, while Messi cut into the gap from the middle. Lin Feng slalomed past the 2 center-backs, and Messi received the ball and shot. The replay specifically highlighted the trajectory of Lin Feng's pass with arrows. A diagonal line from the right to the middle, precise, as if measured with a ruler. The Argentine commentator stood up in the commentary booth, his voice trembling. Look at this pass. This 18-year-old boy from the Dragon Country saw lines that others couldn't. Messi pointed at him. Messi was telling the whole world who this goal belonged to. The bullet screen in the domestic live stream was completely obscured with white text scrolling across the screen. Messi pointed at him. I'm crying. It was worth staying up until 3 a.m. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Mom, did you see it? Lin Xiaolan sat in the rental house, the TV screen showing her son surrounded by a crowd, getting patted on the shoulder and ruffled hair. She saw the short player hugging her son's neck and saw her son's foot in torn shoes kicking the ball. In the replay, she didn't know how powerful that kick was. She only saw many people laughing and patting her son. Tears fell from her eyes. 1-0. The French team restarted the ball, and Lin Feng could clearly feel the change in atmosphere on the opposing side. When Chouamé and I stood at the center circle, he looked at Lin Feng for a full 3 seconds before turning back to say something to Camavinga. Camavinga nodded, and his gaze shifted to Lin Feng. The feeling of being stared at by the two of them was like having 2 knives pressed against his throat. In the 26th minute, the French team controlled the ball. Lin Feng stood in the front waiting for an opportunity, but he noticed that the situation had changed. Chouamé and I was no longer just following him closely. Camavinga also moved closer. 2 defensive midfielders, one 2 meters in front of him and the other 3 meters behind him. A pincer attack. Lin Feng tried to move left, taking 2 steps, and Chouamé and I followed suit. He shifted right, and Camavinga followed. He was trapped in a 3 meter by 3 meter cage. Enzo, holding the ball, looked up at Lin Feng's position and frowned. The ball was passed to DePaul. In the 28th minute, DePaul advanced the ball to midfield and glanced at Lin Feng again. The pass still couldn't get through. The 2 defensive midfielders, both over 185 meters, completely blocked the space around Lin Feng. DePaul reluctantly passed the ball sideways to McAllister, who then returned it to Enzo. Enzo launched a long pass to Lautaro, but it was headed away by Konate. The attack was interrupted. Only then did Lin Feng realize an issue. The French team was no longer afraid of Messi. It wasn't that they weren't afraid, they had calculated. At 36, Messi's threat, when holding the ball 85 meters, completely blocked the space around Lin Feng. DePaul reluctantly passed the ball sideways to Mac Allister. Thus their strategy was simple. By locking Lin Feng down, they effectively cut off Messi's supply of ammunition. In the 30th minute, Scaloni stood at the edge of the technical area, his expression grim. Tardelli leaned in, saying he's marked. Scaloni remained silent, staring at the field for several seconds. Both defensive midfielders are pressing him. Tardelli continued, there's a large gap in midfield, but the ball can't reach him. Scaloni still did not respond. In the 32nd minute, Lin Feng once again attempted to shake off his defenders. He suddenly accelerated towards the penalty area with Chouameni keeping pace, while Camavinga also took 2 steps forward. Lin Feng abruptly stopped, wanting to run back to receive the ball. Chouameni directly reached out and grabbed the back of his jersey, causing Lin Feng to stumble. The referee did not blow the whistle. Lin Feng glanced back at Chouameni, who expressionlessly let go of his grip. The implication was clear: you can't escape. In the 33rd minute, Enzo ran close to Lin Feng, and during a dead ball moment whispered, "You're locked down. The ball can't get through at all." "I know," Lin Feng panted. "You need to move." "I am moving. 2 people are following me." "Damn it," Enzo bit his lip. "Both defensive midfielders are marking you, leaving a space for one person in midfield, but no one is utilizing it." Lin Feng glanced at the positioning on the field. Enzo was right. With Chouameni and Camavinga both focusing on him, it meant that only Griezmann was left to connect in the French midfield. Messi, DePaul, and Mac Allister theoretically should have more space. But the problem was the team's tactical core was distributed through Lin Feng. With him locked down, the others had yet to adapt to playing without him as the pivot. The rhythm was stuck. In the 35th minute, the French team seized the opportunity to counterattack. Mbappe picked up the ball on the left and accelerated. Molina couldn't keep up, and Romero moved to cover as Mbappe cut inward to shoot. Martinez lunged and made a save. That was close. On the sidelines, Scaloni finally moved. He called over assistant coach Tardelli, sketched a couple of notes on the tactical board, and then handed the notebook over. Tardelli took a glance, then looked up. "Are you sure? Let him do this." Scaloni fixed his gaze on the field. "He's not an ordinary forward. He has vision. Let Messi drop back to his side. If the two stand together, the French will have to choose." "Choose what?" "Choose who to mark. If they stand together and suddenly split to run in 2 directions, you'll only have a fraction of a second to decide." Tardelli approached the sideline, taking advantage of the dead ball moment to convey the tactical instructions to DePaul. After listening, DePaul nodded and ran over to Messi to say a few words. After hearing this, Messi glanced at Lin Feng, who was standing among the crowd. Then Messi started moving towards Lin Feng. In the 37th minute, Messi stood 3 meters away from Lin Feng. Chouameni looked up, and his pupils clearly constricted. Messi and Lin Feng were now standing together. 2 people. 2 defensive midfielders. Unknown marking. Chouameni marked Messi while Camavinga marked Lin Feng. The division of labor was clear, and there were no issues. But when Lin Feng bent down to pretend to tie his shoelaces, Messi walked over, his voice very soft. "When I move, you run in the opposite direction." Lin Feng nodded. Enzo was 15 meters behind him holding the ball. Messi suddenly took off, accelerating to the right front, with Chouameni following closely. At the same time, Lin Feng sprinted to the left front. Camavinga kept pace. In an instant, the two of them created a 12-meter gap. The 2 defensive midfielders were pulled to the sides of the field. The center was open. Completely open. Enzo's pass did not go to Messi or Lin Feng. Instead, the ball sailed through the vacated middle, landing at DePaul's feet as he made his forward run. In front of DePaul were only 2 central defenders. He drove the ball into the penalty area and was brought down by Upamecano. The referee pointed to the penalty spot. The crowd erupted. When the referee's whistle blew, the voices of 80,000 people nearly lifted the roof of the stadium. DePaul lay in the penalty area, while Upamecano stood nearby, his face ashen. A penalty kick. French team captain Griezmann ran towards the referee to protest, receiving a yellow card as a warning. Messi picked up the ball and placed it on the penalty spot. Lin Feng stood outside the penalty area, breathing heavily. His God's eye view had been fully operational for 37 minutes, causing his temples to throb and leaving him slightly dizzy. But he couldn't afford to think about that. Messi stood in front of the penalty spot, and the entire stadium fell silent. French goalkeeper Mainin swayed on the goal line. Messi took a few steps back, then kicked the ball. It flew towards the lower left corner, skimming the ground. Mainin guessed the direction correctly and lunged, just grazing the ball with his fingertips. But the ball was too fast, slipping under his fingers and into the net. 2-0. The roar from the Argentine stands crashed over like a tsunami. Messi raised his right hand in a fist and ran towards the corner flag. Lin Feng glanced at the scoreboard. A thought flashed through his mind. The system task required either a goal or 2 key passes. He had already completed 1 assist. He was still short of 1 key pass or 1 goal. But right now he couldn't even. In the 40th minute the match resumed. The French team pressed forward like madmen. Trailing 2-0 they had to attack. Tchouaméni stopped marking Lin Feng closely and moved forward to join the attack. Camavinga also began to run up the field. The midfield pushed up and the defensive line followed suit. Lin Feng suddenly found himself with space. But the French team was not foolish. As they pushed forward, they switched to another player to mark Lin Feng. It was no longer a defensive midfielder. It was a center back. Upamecano personally stepped up from the midfield to mark Lin Feng. At 1 meter 90 and 90 kilograms Lin Feng stood still feeling as though a mountain loomed behind him. In the 41st minute Enzo passed the ball to Lin Feng. The moment the ball reached his feet Upamecano came up from behind pressing against Lin Feng's back with his chest. Lin Feng tried to turn but couldn't. The force was terrifying like being pushed against a wall. Gritting his teeth he attempted to pull the ball sideways with his foot, but Upamecano stretched out his leg and poked the ball away. The ball was lost. The French team counterattacked immediately. Griezmann took the ball and made a direct pass to Mbappé, but Romero intercepted it. A false alarm. Lin Feng stood still, his fists clenched. He had been overpowered. It wasn't a technical issue, it was a physical one. Upamecano weighed over 20 kilograms more than him, and he simply couldn't withstand the back-to-back confrontation. In the 43rd minute the same situation occurred again. McAllister passed the ball to Lin Feng, and Upamecano was right there again. This time it was even harsher as he directly shoulder-checked Lin Feng. Lin Feng stumbled forward a step from the impact, and the ball was lost again. There were applause from the French bench. The whole world was watching. In the live broadcast this 18-year-old boy was overpowered twice in a row, and someone in the comments said as expected he reveals his true self in an official match. In the 44th minute Lin Feng received the ball for the third time. Upamecano was right there again. The same formula, the same power pressed against him from behind. But this time Lin Feng did not try to turn. He had already thought it through before the ball reached his feet. The God's eye view told him Upamecano was 2 meters behind him. His center of gravity leaned forward ready to press in. Enzo was 8 meters to his left behind him. Messi was 15 meters in front to his right. The ball arrived. Lin Feng stopped it with his right foot without turning, without shielding, without any unnecessary movements. He directly nudged the ball backward with his heel. As Upamecano charged forward the ball slipped between the second nutmeg. This time it wasn't Tchouaméni but the 1m center back Upamecano. With his heel nutmegging. Facing away from the opponent, not even looking back he nudged the ball through with his heel. Upamecano charged past, and by the time he realized what had happened the ball was already at Enzo's feet. Enzo nearly laughed when he received the pass. He lifted his head to glance ahead, and due to Upamecano's advance there was a huge gap in the French defense in the middle. Enzo made a direct long pass to find Messi. Messi controlled the ball with his chest, took 2 steps, and was forced to the sideline by Konate crossing the ball in. Lautaro's header went wide. It didn't go in. But that heel pass was simply magnificent. The entire Argentine crowd shouted, their voices deafening. The Argentine commentator at the commentary booth slammed the table. Did you see that? He was facing away from Upamecano. He didn't even look back. A heel nutmeg. Where exactly are this kid's eyes located? The director cut to a close-up of Lin Feng. He stood in the midfield, breathing heavily, sweat dripping from his forehead, and the cracks in the glue of his worn shoes were clearly visible on camera. But the corners of his mouth were turned up. So what if you were stronger than me? So what if you press against me? I don't need to turn around. I can still pass the ball while facing away from you. Upamecano walked over saying nothing, but Lin Feng understood that expression. It wasn't anger. It was confusion. He didn't understand. How could an 18-year-old child know that the angle between his legs was just right for the ball to pass through while facing away from him? The answer was the God's eye view. But Upamecano would never know. When the halftime whistle blew, the score changed from 1-0 to 2-0. Lin Feng had 1 assist and 1 key pass that led to the penalty in the first half. System notification: the number of key passes has reached 2, task completed. The reward will be delayed and settled after the match. As Lin Feng walked back to the locker room, his legs were shaking not from nervousness, but from exhaustion. The God's eye view had been operational for 45 consecutive minutes, and his brain felt like it had been drained. DePaul hugged his shoulder from behind. Take it easy in the second half. It's 2-0. Lin Feng shook his head. The coach wants me to continue. DePaul glanced at him. You look paler than paper. Messi approached from behind, took a look at Lin Feng's condition, and said nothing. But after entering the locker room, he found Scaloni and said softly, he can't last 90 minutes in the second half. Just look at his face. Scaloni nodded. I know. They'll substitute him at 65 minutes. Messi thought for a moment. 70 minutes. Give him 5 more minutes. Why? He needs a goal. Scaloni looked at Messi, not asking why, knowing Lin Feng needed a goal. He simply nodded. The final whistle blew. Argentina had defeated France 3-1. Their opening match of the World Cup group stage ended in victory. Lin Feng was substituted off in the 68th minute. He did not score. In the second half, he delivered one crucial pass, but never found a clear shooting opportunity. In the 65th minute, his long-range shot was saved by Mike Mainin. In the 67th, he broke into the penalty area and was brought down from behind by Konate. Yet the referee issued no card. In the 68th minute, the substitution board went up number 99 off Di Maria on. As Lin Feng jogged toward the touchline, the entire Argentine crowd rose to their feet and applauded. Scaloni waited for him in the technical area, saying nothing, only raising his hand for a firm, silent clap of acknowledgement. Lin Feng wrapped himself in his coat and watched the remainder of the match from the bench. In the 78th minute, Lautaro received a pass from Messi and slotted it home, 30. In the 85th, Mbappe broke free solo and fired a long-range strike to pull one back, 31. Full time. The dressing room roared with music. DePaul burst in first, hurling a water bottle at the ceiling, water splashing across the floor. Lautaro and Alvarez embraced and leapt together. Enzo sat on the floor laughing uncontrollably. Mac Allister filmed the celebration on his phone. Everyone celebrated, except Lin Feng. He sat alone by a locker in the corner, carefully folding his jersey before pulling on a gray t-shirt. Then he glanced down at his worn-out shoes. The first World Cup match was over. He had not scored. 1 assist, 2 key passes, 1 unpenalized foul against him. Statistically, his performance looked strong, yet he knew he had squandered at least 2 genuine chances. His first shot lacked power and was comfortably saved by the goalkeeper. The second came when he drove into the box and was knocked down from behind, unable even to attempt a shot. Both failures stemmed from insufficient physical strength. DePaul approached, eager to pull him into the celebration, but Lin Feng shook his head, saying quietly, "Just a moment." DePaul studied him for a beat, then relented, gave his shoulder a reassuring pat, and rejoined the jubilant throng. Lin Feng pulled out his phone. 99 unread messages. 30+ missed calls. He bypassed the group chats entirely and opened his mother's message thread. A single voice note, 47 seconds long. He tapped play and held the phone to his ear. Amid the thunderous music, he covered his other ear with his hand. His mother's voice crackled through fragmented, yet warm, "Son, I saw you. I saw you on TV. You ran so fast. So many people were clapping for you. Aunt Wong next door said you played brilliantly. And that short fellow hugging you made the news. Mom doesn't understand football, but seeing you run up and down the pitch makes me happy. Have you lost weight? Are those shoes still wearable? On TV they looked worn through." A pause. Then her voice softened. "Mom is proud of you." The voice note ended there. Lin Feng gripped the phone motionless for over 10 seconds. Then he pressed the voice recording button and spoke calmly, "Mom, I haven't played well yet." He paused, then added, "The shoes are fine, don't worry. Get some rest, don't stay up too late." After sending it, he placed the phone on his knees and bowed his head. A hand reached in from the side and gently tapped the back of his head. Lin Feng looked up. Lionel Messi stood before him, already changed into casual clothes, his hair still damp. "Who were you just speaking with?" "My mother." Messi nodded. "What did she say?" Lin Feng hesitated for 2 seconds. "I told her I hadn't played well yet." Messi studied him, neither smiling nor offering empty comfort. "Where did you fall short?" "I should have scored. Twice." Messi draped a towel over his shoulders. "How far were you from goal on that first shot?" "About 23 meters. Not enough power." "Right. And the second time? In the box, you were fouled." "Yes." Messi nodded. "So the issue isn't technique, it's your body." Lin Feng said nothing, but he knew Messi was right. At 56 kilograms and 175 centimeters, his physique remained his greatest liability at this elite level. Messi sat beside him. "Do you know how much I weighed when I first joined Barcelona?" Lin Feng shook his head. 14 years old, barely 140 centimeters. "They gave me growth hormone injections." Lin Feng turned slightly to look at him. "When I debuted in La Liga at 17, one tackle sent me flying. Later I learned something." "What?" "Don't give them the chance to tackle you." Messi stood slinging his bag over his shoulder. "Today you did it once. Keep training that." Messi took 2 steps toward the door, then turned back. "Did your mother say she's proud of you?" Lin Feng blinked. "Keep training that." Messi took 2 steps toward the door, then turned back. "Did your mother say she's proud of you?" Lin Feng blinked. "Yes." "Then that's enough." Messi opened the dressing room door. "First World Cup match. 1 assist, 2 key passes. Your mother's pride is more than justified. You should be proud of yourself too, but not for long. We play again in 2 days." The door clicked shut. Music still blared. DePaul appeared from nowhere with a crate of beer, handing bottles to everyone. Lin Feng remained seated in the corner, staring at his phone screen. His mother had replied. A painstakingly typed text with 2 typos. "Son, you will Ray, very good. Mom waits for you to come home." He stared at the misspelled Ray for 3 seconds. Then a faint, quiet smile touched his lips. He locked his phone and rose, walking toward the celebrating team. DePaul spotted him and thrust a bottle into his hands. "Took you long enough to join us. Here, I'm here. Take a sip." "I don't drink." "Tonight you must. First World Cup win." Lin Feng accepted the bottle and took a small, cautious sip, immediately coughing. Lautaro doubled over laughing. You can't even handle a drink. Never tried. Your first drink at 18. In a World Cup dressing room. That's a story you'll tell for life. Enzo leaned in and tapped his bottle. Next opponent. Lin Feng glanced at the fixture list on his phone. Saudi Arabia. Easy game. Lin Feng didn't respond. His thoughts weren't on Saudi Arabia. He was thinking of the unclaimed system reward of those 2 missed shots of Messi's words echoing in his mind. Don't give them the chance to tackle you. Speed of the mind. We play again in 2 days. He set the beer bottle on the locker, never taking a second sip. It was nearly midnight by the time they left the dressing room. Outside the stadium, the parking lot glowed dimly under yellow lights. The team bus still waiting. Lin Feng boarded and sank into a window seat. His phone lit up again. Carlos had messaged tomorrow at 9 a.m. The fitness coach wants to see you. Scaloni's orders. You begin strength training starting tomorrow. 1 extra hour daily. Lin Feng replied with a single character okay. Outside, the night-lit streets of Buenos Aires slipped past, the lampposts blinking like fleeting stars. He closed his eyes. They had 1:31, but he knew this was only the beginning. Next Saudi Arabia. Then the third group match. Then the knockout stage. Messi was right. Don't linger in pride. But his mother was right too. He already was good. His phone lit up once more. Gao Yuan's message, bro, do you know what's happening back home? That heel flick nutmeg on Upamecano has passed 500 million views. 500 million. CCTV replayed it 7 times. 7. You're the top trending topic nationwide. Lin Feng heel flick. Lin Feng glanced at the screen, then locked it. The bus glided through the night toward the training base. Against Saudi Arabia, he would score. Not for system rewards, not for virality. But because he had told his mother I haven't played well yet. In the next match, he would. 2 hours before the match in the tactical meeting room on the second floor of the training building, Scaloni turned on the projector. The screen displayed the defensive formations of the Saudi team from their last 3 games. Sit down, Scaloni said, glancing at Lin Feng. Lin Feng took his seat and noticed that only 5 people were present for this tactical session: Messi, Enzo, Lautaro, De Paul, and himself. Scaloni pressed the remote, and the screen changed. It wasn't a match video of Saudi Arabia. It was Lin Feng himself. Clips from the previous match against France had been compiled into a montage. Every touch, every run, every passing lane was annotated with arrows and timestamps. Lin Feng was taken aback. What is this? The Saudi technical team made it, Scaloni said in a flat tone. Our intelligence unit got it yesterday. Saudi head coach Gallego analyzed every single one of your touches and produced a 47-page PDF. De Paul whistled. 47 pages. I've been playing for the national team for years, and no one ever made 47 pages for me. Scaloni ignored him and continued flipping. A heat map appeared on the screen, marking Lin Feng's movement zones in the last match. Mid-left, almost all his touches were concentrated in the area between the 2 holding midfielders. Saudi strategy, Scaloni pointed at the screen. First, they want send 2 men to mark you like France did. They don't have enough personnel to afford that. Second, their plan is to lower the tempo of the entire match. Enzo frowned. Lower the tempo. How? Possession, Scaloni said. Saudi will play a lot of passes in the back, not rushing to attack, not hurrying to send the ball forward. Their goal is to slow down the whole game. Once the game slows down, Lin's advantage disappears. Lin Feng understood. His core ability was rapid ball processing, from reception to release in 0.5 to 0.6 seconds. This speed relied on a high tempo. When opponents pressed fiercely and space shifted dramatically, his God's eye view could shine. But what if the opponent didn't press? What if they deliberately dragged the match into a sluggish slog, everyone holding their positions, the defensive line, unmoving space, unchanging? His predictive ability would become a skill for slaying dragons. Impressive, but useless. They've studied thoroughly. Messi leaned back in his chair, his tone as casual as commenting on the weather. Lin Feng stared at the dense arrows and annotations on the screen. A voice inside him said, you've only played 1 match, and they've already turned you into a textbook case. There's more. Scaloni turned to the next page. They'll use physical contact when Lin gets the ball. No fouls, just legal collisions. They analyzed the 2 times you got bullied by Upamecano and know you can't handle direct frontal contact. So Saudi's center backs will position themselves early, waiting for you to run into them. De Paul turned to Lin Feng. Then don't go into the middle. Lin Feng said nothing, staring at the screen for a few seconds. Scaloni turned off the projector, stood with his back to everyone for a moment, then turned around. My plan is to keep you the same. You still play through the middle, still operate between Messi and Lautaro. If they're ready and waiting for you, then don't go. Then what do I do? Lin Feng asked. Wait, Scaloni said. You wait. Let them think their plan is working. Let them believe the tempo has really dropped. Then when they let their guard down, strike with 1 blow. Lautaro interjected. Coach, what if the opportunity never comes? What if they actually hold their defense? Scaloni glanced at Lautaro. Then we fight an ugly battle. 1-0 is still a win. The meeting ended. The 5 of them walked out. Lin Feng was at the back. Messi was waiting at the corner of the corridor leaning against the wall. Lin Feng stopped. What are you thinking? Messi asked. I'm thinking what if the chance never comes? It will come. Why? Messi shoved his hands into his pockets. Because no team can control the tempo for 90 minutes without making a mistake. They're not Spain. They can't do it. At most 60 minutes they'll get tired, they'll get anxious, they'll make errors. Your job is to be ready the moment that second arrives. Lin Feng nodded. Messi took a couple of steps forward, then stopped. One more thing. What? If you feel the middle isn't working, you can switch positions. Lin Feng looked up at him. Messi's expression was calm. The coach told you to wait, but if you feel you can't hold on any longer, you can move. Your vision lets you see where the space is. If the right flank has space, go to the right flank. Don't wait for someone to tell you. Then he walked away. Lin Feng stood in the corridor for a moment, then returned to the dorm to change and prepare for the match. Susan was waiting downstairs holding his player pass and credentials. Nervous? She asked. Not nervous. You said the same last time, and your hands were shaking in the first minute. Not this time. Why? Lin Feng looked down at his worn-out shoes. Because last time was the first time. This time it isn't. The match began. Over 70,000 people filled the stadium in Buenos Aires. The Argentine fans turned the entire stands into a sea of blue and white. The referees whistle blew for kickoff. Argentina passed forward. Enzo held the ball in midfield and looked for Lin Feng. The moment Lin Feng received the ball 3 meters in front of him stood the Saudi, holding midfielder motionless. No pressing, no charging forward. Just standing there. Lin Feng passed the ball to McAllister. The second time he received the ball, the same situation. The Saudi holding midfielder was rooted, not stepping up, not giving space, not creating any change. Lin Feng passed back to Enzo. Third time. Fourth time. Fifth time. Every time was identical. The entire front line seemed frozen. 5 Saudi players were packed at the edge of the penalty area, forming a wall. Whoever came, it was the same. 15th minute. Argentina had 73% possession, 0 shots. DePaul ran over to Lin Feng and said as he ran, "They're parking the bus." Lin Feng nodded. He could see it. Saudi wasn't defending, they were consuming time. Their strategy was clear, and 0-0 draw was a victory. 20th minute. Enzo took possession in midfield, looked around, and found no passing option. Messi was marked by 2 men. Lin Feng had a defender blocking him. Lautaro was tight marked by the center back. Enzo reluctantly passed horizontally to Molina. Molina's cross was headed away. Corner kick. The corner yielded no threat. 25th minute. Lin Feng was standing near the center circle, not having touched the ball for a minute. He activated his God's eye view and scanned the entire pitch. Saudi's formation was 541. 5 defenders, 4 midfielders, 1 forward. 9 men packed in their own half. The middle was dead. No gaps, no space whatsoever. The 9 opponents clogged a 30-meter zone completely. But Lin Feng spotted something, the right flank. The Saudi left back was positioned too centrally, almost standing next to the left center back. They were so desperate to block the middle that the right wing corridor was almost completely exposed. If someone went to the right flank to receive the ball, only a left center back would be in front. Lin Feng had been observing. From the first minute until now, the Saudi left back hadn't once pulled wide to the sideline. He looked up at the sideline. Scaloni was standing in the technical area, arms crossed. 27th minute, a dead ball break. Lin Feng walked to the sideline, 3 meters from Scaloni. "Coach." Scaloni turned to him. "Let me go to the right flank." Scaloni's eyebrow twitched. "What did you see?" "Their left back has tucked inside. There's a 15-meter wide corridor on the right. If I go to the right flank to receive the ball, only 1 man will be in front of me." Scaloni stared at him for 2 seconds. Then he looked down at the Saudi formation diagram on his tactical notepad. "Are you sure?" "Positive." Scaloni closed the notepad. "Go." Lin Feng turned and ran back onto the field. He slowed half a step as he passed Messi. "I'm going to the right flank." Messi didn't even lift his head, just said 2 words, "Go ahead." 28th minute, Enzo had the ball in midfield. He instinctively looked up to find Lin Feng in the middle. Lin Feng wasn't there anymore. He had silently drifted to the right sideline, 12 meters from the nearest Saudi player. Enzo hesitated for half a second, then passed the ball over. By the time the ball reached Lin Feng's feet, the Saudi left center back had only just noticed his presence. A flicker of panic flashed in that left center back's eyes. They had prepared a 47-page PDF analyzing Lin Feng in the middle. No one had told him what to do when Lin Feng was on the right. With the ball at his feet, Lin Feng faced a single opponent, the left center back from Saudi Arabia, standing at 183 meters tall and weighing 79 kilograms, nearly 25 kilograms heavier than Lin Feng. However, this guy's positioning was off. He had been covering the middle lane, but when he realized Lin Feng had sprinted to the right, his body still leaned towards the center of the field. With his left foot forward and right foot back, his shoulder angled to the left. If Lin Feng cut inside, he could keep up. But what if Lin Feng first stepped outside and then cut in? Lin Feng did not hesitate. He flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot towards the right sideline, his body swaying, as if he were about to run towards the baseline. The Saudi left center back instinctively moved a step to the right. That was enough. Lin Feng quickly stopped the ball with his left foot, his center of gravity, sinking sharply to the left, and the ball cut towards the penalty area. As the left center back's right foot landed, his weight was still on the right. By the time he reacted, Lin Feng had already slipped past him on the left. Good ball, DePaul shouted from the left. After cutting and Lin Feng faced a second opponent, the Saudi right center back had come over. The right center back was 2 meters ahead of him, leaning to the right to block his inside cutting route. Behind him, the first left center back he had passed was chasing back, and what his eyes could see. The right center back was 2 meters ahead of him, leaning to the right to block his inside cutting route. Behind him, the first left center back he had passed was chasing back. 15 meters ahead to the left, Lautaro was making a run. 20 meters directly in front, Alvarez was positioned just outside the small box. Behind on the right, Messi was slowly advancing. The positions of everyone unfolded in his mind like a map. He chose the most audacious option, continue. The right center back extended his foot to block, but Lin Feng used his toe to lift the ball barely 30 centimeters high, just clearing the blocking leg, and as the ball hit the ground, Lin Feng darted past the right center back. He had bypassed 2 opponents. The roar of 70,000 spectators suddenly rose an octave. Lin Feng reached the edge of the penalty area with only a defensive midfielder chasing back, and the goalkeeper standing 3 meters from the goal line. He still had a shooting angle. It was small but present. Lin Feng raised his right foot. Everyone thought he was about to shoot. The Saudi defensive midfielder lunged into block, spreading his legs for a sliding tackle. Lin Feng did not shoot. Instead, he softly curled the ball with the inside of his right foot, sending it on a leftward arc to clear the sliding midfielder and fly toward the far post. Lautaro leaped high at the far post. A header. The ball smashed into the crossbar and bounced out. Out. A collective gasp echoed through the stadium. Alvarez's follow-up shot was parried out by the goalkeeper, resulting in a corner kick. Lin Feng stood just outside the penalty area, bent over with his hands on his knees, gasping for air. Lautaro ran over and slapped him on the back. Are you crazy? Dribbling past 2 defenders from the right. When did you become a winger? The middle was blocked, and there was no one on the right. Lin Feng straightened up and replied. But you didn't have to go past 2, you could have passed the ball. To whom? You're behind me, I couldn't pass it back to you. Lautaro thought for a moment, and it did seem that way. He was positioned slightly to the left behind Lin Feng. If Lin Feng had stopped to pass back, it would have been intercepted. Alright then. Lautaro shook the sweat from his head. Next time make sure to pass accurately, it was just a centimeter away from going in. You were off target with your head. I wasn't off target, your shot was too high. The two exchanged a few barbs before separating, while Saudi coach Gallego stood up at the sideline. He looked at the tactical board in his hands, which displayed the defensive formation for the middle lane. There was no option for Lin Feng running to the right. He shouted a few phrases in Spanish at the field, gesturing animatedly. The Saudi left back heard the instructions and began to pull wide. But it was too late. In the 33rd minute, Enzo sent the ball to the right again. Lin Feng received the pass and noticed that the Saudi left back had finally positioned himself correctly. In front of him were 2 players, a left center back and a left back, blocking his inside cutting route. He did not force his way through. His God's eye view indicated that Saudi Arabia had just pulled the left back wide, leaving 1 fewer player in the middle. Messi was perfectly positioned in the middle. Lin Feng pushed the ball with his right foot, sending it rolling quickly towards Messi in the middle. Messi received the pass, and there was space ahead. He took 2 steps and passed to DePaul, who was making a run on the left. DePaul shot from the left side of the penalty area, but the goalkeeper managed to get a hand to it, and the ball bounced off the post. Another hit on the crossbar. DePaul lay on the ground, pounding the turf. The goalposts have it out for me today. But the Saudi team's formation was already in disarray. Their original plan was for 9 players to block the middle, waiting for Argentina to be unable to penetrate. Now that Lin Feng had run to the right, they were forced to split their defense to cover that side, leaving the middle thinner. With the middle weakened, Messi found space. With space for Messi, the whole team came alive. From the 35th to the 40th minute, Argentina created 4 consecutive shooting opportunities. 2 went wide, 1 was saved, and 1 hit a defender. None went in. Today is cursed. Enzo ran over to Lin Feng. That curved ball of yours almost hit the crossbar. Ooh, I saw it going down. Lin Feng did not respond. He knew the shot had the right angle and power, but the curve was off by about 5 centimeters. It was his lack of precision. If Messi had taken that shot, it would have gone in. The first half ended 0-0. Back in the locker room, DePaul was the first to speak. Damn it, what kind of luck is this? 4 times hitting the crossbar. Scaloni walked in with an unchanged expression. Continue in the second half. Lin Feng stays on the right, no returning to the middle. Understood. Scaloni looked at him. Your cutting speed is faster than I expected. Keep using it. Their left back can't keep up with your changes in direction. 4 times hitting the crossbar. Scaloni walked in with an unchanged expression. Continue in the second half. Lin Feng stayed, don't pass anymore. Messi did not look up. You had at least 2 opportunities to shoot today, and you passed. In the second half, if you have that angle again, shoot yourself. I'm afraid I want score. Scoring is better than not scoring at all. Messi finally looked at him. I noticed you didn't score in your 2 attempts against France. You have a mental block. I can tell. In the second half, break that block. Shoot. Lin Feng was silent for 2 seconds. Okay. The second half began. In the 48th minute, Lin Feng received the ball on the right, cutting in against the pressure from both the left back and left center back. He chose not to dribble past them, but instead made a sudden stop at the top of the penalty area, lifting his right foot. A curved ball. The ball sailed over the heads of the 2 defenders, tracing a beautiful arc toward the far corner of the goal. The Saudi goalkeeper dove to the left. The ball was descending. The angle was there. The power was there. The curve was there. Bang! The crossbar. The ball hit the underside of the crossbar and bounced down, landing on the goal line where the goalkeeper caught it. 70,000 spectators sprang from their seats and then sat back down. That gas could have lifted the roof off. Lin Feng stood at the top of the penalty area watching the trajectory of the ball as it struck the crossbar and fell, his fists clenched. A centimeter away. Just 1 more centimeter lower and it would have gone in. Messi jogged over and patted him on the back of the head. You had the direction right. Lin Feng took a deep breath, said nothing, and turned to run back to his position. Saudi coach Gallego sat down at the sidelines. The expression on his face was hard to read. Was it relief or fear? Relieved that the ball did not go in. Fearing that the 18-year-old kid had already begun to shoot and his angles were becoming increasingly difficult to defend. His 47-page PDF had not anticipated that Lin Feng would shoot with a curve. Because Lin Feng had not attempted such a shot in the game against France. This was something new. The sideline camera replayed in slow motion the moment Lin Feng struck the crossbar 3 times. The ball spun towards the far corner. The image of it, just a centimeter away from finding the net, was frozen in the live broadcast. The commentator's voice carried a sense of regret. So unfortunate. So close. The quality of that curved ball was already world-class. Lin Feng did not understand what the commentator was saying. All he knew was that when the next opportunity came, he would not miss by that centimeter again. The final whistle blew. 10. Lautaro scored a header in the 72nd minute, receiving a cross from Lin Feng after cutting inside from the right. Argentina won their 2nd straight group match, securing early qualification. Lin Feng played the entire match. 90 minutes, 51 touches, 4 key passes, 6 successful dribbles, 2 shots, without scoring. No goal. On the way back to the locker room, Enzo wrapped his arm around his shoulder from behind. You were incredible today. No goal. You assisted Lautaro's header. That was just a cross, not an assist. Enzo rolled his eyes. Are you being too hard? Lin Feng didn't answer. The atmosphere in the locker room was buoyant. 2 consecutive wins, early qualification, no injuries. DePaul played music as usual, while Lautaro waved the gold trophy around. Lin Feng sat in the corner changing clothes. DePaul walked over and plopped down beside him. Bro, that sequence where you beat 2 men in a row, the whole world saw it. No goal. Why are you like a broken record? No goal, no goal. You assisted 1, made 4 key passes. Do you even know what 4 means? Most of the match. 1 more than Messi. But I didn't score. DePaul slapped the back of his head. Say no goal, 1 more time, and I'll shove your head in the toilet. Lin Feng finally shut up. He knew DePaul was right. Statistically, his performance today was among the top 3 on the team. But he just couldn't get past that mental block. But 0 goals. He had promised his mother he would play well. What did playing well mean? In his heart, playing well meant scoring. His phone lit up. In consent. But 0 goals. He had promised his mother he would play well. What did playing well mean? In his heart, playing well meant scoring. His phone lit up. A message from Gao Yuan. Bro, do you know what's trending online right now? What? Everyone's calling you the assist. The stats from 2 matches are out. Your key passes lead the team even more than Messi. The trending hashtag is, when will Lin Feng score? Lin Feng stared at those words, wanting to laugh, but unable to. Even the trending topics were urging him to score. And there's more. Gao Yuan sent another message. A British journalist wrote an article titled, The Passing Maestro in Worn-Out Boots, saying you're the biggest surprise of this World Cup, but the lack of goals keeps you from being a true superstar. Lin Feng tossed his phone into the locker without replying. After showering, he ran into Mia in the hallway. She was leaning against the wall waiting, holding a voice recorder. Got a minute to talk? Sure. Mia pressed record, 2 matches, 0 goals, but your passing stats are the best on the team. What do you make of the criticism that you only pass and can't shoot? Lin Feng thought for a moment. They're right. I really haven't scored. But your passes tore apart the French defense, and today you set up Lautaro's header. Many fans believe your value can't be measured by goals alone. They can think that. But I can't. Mia looked up at him. Why? Because I told my mom I'd play well. Playing well to her means scoring. She doesn't understand key passes or assists. She only knows whether the commentator shouts my name when someone scores. Mia paused for a few seconds. What about the next game? I'll score in the next one. So sure. Lin Feng looked at her not sure. But I have to. Mia turned off the recorder and changed her tone seriously. Your international media buzz is pretty high right now. After 2 World Cup matches, your highlight reels have over 1.5 billion views across all platforms. The clip of you nutmegging Upamecano with the back heel alone has 700 million views. The shot that hit the crossbar today, over 200 million views in 3 hours. So the only thing you're missing is a goal. Once you score, your commercial value, transfer value, everything will be completely different. Without a goal, you'll always be that Chinese kid who passes really well. With a goal, you'd be the Chinese player who scored in the World Cup, the very first in Dragon Country's football history. Lin Feng lowered his eyes and thought for a moment. I don't play for commercial value. I know. But you want that goal too, don't you? Yes. Mia nodded. Then that's settled. I'm not pressuring you. I'm just telling you the whole world is waiting. She put the recorder back into her bag, took a few steps, then stopped. Oh, by the way, do you want to know the title of my report tomorrow? Go ahead. He's beginning to resemble a weapon that Lin Feng was taken aback. What does that mean? It means you're neither a pure passer nor a pure dribbler. On the pitch, you calculate every second, choosing the optimal solution. You're like a weapon, but this weapon has its own mind, deciding when to fire. So when will I fire? Mia smiled. Next game. She walked away. Lin Feng leaned against the hallway wall, staring at the ceiling in a daze. The third match of the group stage against Mexico. Argentina has already advanced, yet Scaloni did not make any substitutions, keeping the starting lineup unchanged. In the dressing room before the match, Scaloni said only one thing. Win this match, finish first in the group. The draw for the knockout stage depends on the group ranking, and I don't want to face Brazil in the quarterfinals. Everyone understood. Lin Feng changed into his jersey and glanced down at his worn-out shoes. The thinnest part of the sole was already letting light through, and the cracks in the glue at the toe had increased from 3 to 5. But he did not change them. The whistle blew to start the match. Mexico was completely different from the previous 2 opponents. They did not retreat to defend, nor did they park the bus. Instead, they immediately pressed high. The 3 midfielders charged forward like madmen, and Enzo's first touch was intercepted. Mexico launched a counterattack, with Lozano breaking through on the right and crossing only for Romero to head it away. The pace was fast, faster than in the match against France. Lin Feng stood in the center-forward position, with Mexico's midfielder Herrera sticking close behind him. He was not just standing still, he was tracking Lin Feng's every move. In the 4th minute, Lin Feng ran to the right to receive the ball, with Herrera following closely. Lin Feng passed back to Enzo and made a run towards the center, but Herrera was still right there. This guy was like a piece of chewing gum. In the 7th minute, Enzo held the ball in midfield and found Lin Feng. Lin Feng received the ball with his back to goal, and Herrera pressed in from behind, not just lightly, but with his whole chest pressing against Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng tried to create space with his backside, but could not move him. This guy was heavier than Chouameni. Lin Feng was forced to pass back. In the 9th minute, the same situation occurred. Herrera stayed close and Lin Feng could not hold on to the ball. In the 11th minute, it was the same again. 3 times he attempted to receive the ball with his back to the defender, and 3 times he was overpowered. DePaul came over asking, "What has he been eating? How can he be so strong?" Lin Feng shook his head and remained silent. He activated his divine perspective and scanned the field, realizing that Mexico's strategy was different from that of Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia blocked spaces to prevent him from receiving the ball. Mexico allowed him to receive it, but did not let him turn. As long as he couldn't turn, it didn't matter how good his vision was, because what he saw could not be transmitted. In the 13th minute, Messi received the ball, but was double-teamed, passing it to McAllister. McAllister saw Lin Feng raising his hand for the ball and passed it. The moment the ball arrived, Lin Feng felt Herrera closing in again. This time he did not try to hold his ground. He turned sideways to receive the ball, flicking it with the outside of his right foot in an attempt to evade. The ball went past him. He did not. Because Herrera did not chase the ball, he was chasing Lin Feng instead. The weight of 180 pounds crashed into him from the side. It was not a shoulder-to-shoulder collision, it was a full body slam, with Herrera's knee hitting Lin Feng's left knee on the outside. Bang! A dull thud. Lin Feng flew a meter away and rolled on the grass. The roar of 70,000 fans suddenly quieted for a second before erupting into a collective gasp. Lin Feng lay on the ground, a sharp pain shooting through his left knee. It was not a dull ache, but a piercing, bone-deep pain, as if someone had stabbed a needle into his knee joint. He tried to move his left leg. He could move it, but it hurt. The referee ran over, signaling for the team doctor to come on. Lin Feng did not stand up. He lay on the grass, gripping the area above his knee with his left hand, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Team Dr. Barrios rushed in and knelt beside him, pressing on the outside of his left knee. "Does it hurt here?" "Yes." Barrios pressed the inner side of the knee. "How about here?" "Not painful." Barrios instructed him to extend his leg, then bend it, and then extend it again. "The ligaments are fine," Barrios said, relieved. The lateral collateral ligament was hit, it is not torn, but will swell. Can you stand up? Lin Feng pushed against the ground to stand up. As his left foot hit the ground, his knee shot another wave of pain, but he gritted his teeth and remained silent. Can you run? Barrios stared into his face. Lin Feng tried to jog 2 steps. It hurt, but he could run. Yes. Barrios glanced back at the sidelines. Scaloni had already stood up, his expression unreadable, a mix of worry and decision-making. The coach will ask you if you want to come off. Barrios lowered his voice. My suggestion is to come off, ice it for 20 minutes, and you'll be fine. But if you want to keep playing, it won't cause further damage, just more pain. Lin Feng glanced at the timer. 13th minute. Only 13 minutes. I'm not coming off. Barrios sighed, pulled out a pain relief spray from his bag, and sprayed 3 times on Lin Feng's left knee. This will work for half an hour, but it will hurt more after that. That's enough. Barrios patted him on the shoulder and ran back to the sidelines. Lin Feng stood still and moved his left leg. He felt a throbbing pain on the outside of his knee, but the pain relief spray was starting to take effect, and the pain was slowly turning to numbness. Messi walked over. Is it serious? Not serious. I can play. Messi looked down at Lin Feng's left knee, which was starting to show some redness. Are you sure? Sure. Messi stared at him for 2 seconds and nodded. Then don't put force on your left foot. Use only your right foot to play today, and take it slow. When positioning, it's okay to be a bit slower. Understood. Lin Feng nodded. Messi turned to leave, but stopped again. Have you ever been injured in your life? Lin Feng thought for a moment. I fell a few times while delivering food. What about on the football field? Never. Messi said. The first time will be scary. But don't let them. If they see you limping, they will kick your injured leg. Lin Feng's heart sank. He knew Messi was right. In professional football, injured players are prey. The match continued. The referee showed Herrera a yellow card. Herrera spread his hands innocently, as if that collision was just a normal challenge. Lin Feng ran back to the center-forward position. Enzo took a throw-in, and the ball reached McAllister's feet. McAllister glanced at Lin Feng, hesitated, and did not pass. He passed the ball to DePaul instead. Lin Feng understood why. Everyone had seen how he fell earlier. His teammates were protecting him, not wanting the ball to come to him and invite another challenge. But this was not what he wanted. In the 16th minute, Enzo advanced with the ball, and Lin Feng raised his hand in the center asking for it. Enzo looked at him, but still did not pass. The ball went to Messi instead. Lin Feng walked up to Enzo. Pass it to me. Enzo frowned. Is your knee okay? It's fine. Pass it to me. Enzo looked him up and down. If you collapse, the coach will kill me. I want collapse. Pass it to me. Enzo bit his lip. All right. Next time I'll pass it to you. In the 18th minute, Enzo had the ball in midfield and really passed it to Lin Feng. The ball reached his feet. Herrera closed in from behind. Lin Feng felt that familiar sense of pressure. The 180-pound body was about to crash into him again. But this time he did not wait with his back to the defender. The moment the ball arrived, he flicked it with the outside of his right foot, sliding it 2 meters to the left. Simultaneously, he stepped to the right. Herrera missed. Lin Feng stepped on the ball and changed direction. A sharp pain shot through his left knee. He gritted his teeth and did not stop pushing the ball forward with his right foot. Space opened up in front of him. There was no one within 5 meters in the center. Lautaro was at the edge of the penalty area. Lin Feng lifted his foot to pass. With the inside of his right foot, he rolled the ball along the ground through the gap between 2 center backs. Lautaro turned, ran 2 steps to catch up with the ball, facing the goalkeeper. He shot. It was saved. Damn. Lautaro slapped his thigh. Lin Feng said nothing. He bent down to look at his left knee. It was swollen. Clearly swollen all around. The pain relief spray was still effective, but he could feel that once half an hour was over, that leg might be useless. He glanced at the timer. 18th minute. 72 minutes left. The pain relief spray worked for only 30 minutes. What would happen after 30 minutes? Suddenly a sound echoed in his mind. It was not the whistle. It was a system notification sound. Lin Feng froze for a moment. A line of text appeared before him. Detected mild contusion of the left lateral collateral ligament. Automatic repair program initiated. Estimated repair time 45 minutes. During the repair period, the divine perspective will enter a temporary lockdown state for 20 minutes. Lin Feng's heart sank. His knee would heal in 45 minutes. But for the next 20 minutes, his divine perspective would be sealed. Without the divine perspective, Lin Feng was just another player on the World Cup pitch, facing Mexico's high press. His knee was still swollen. He stood at the center circle, observing the positions of the 21 players in front of him. He could still see them now. In just a few seconds, he might not be able to see anymore. The image in front of him started to blur. It was not a decline in vision, but a loss of that feeling. The aerial view of the entire field that had once spread across his mind like a satellite map was fading away bit by bit. 10 seconds later, it completely vanished. Lin Feng stood on the World Cup pitch, his left knee swollen and his divine perspective gone. He was now no different from an ordinary 18-year-old player. No, worse than an ordinary player, because his knee still hurt. Enzo was calling his name in midfield, wanting to pass the ball. Lin Feng took a deep breath and ran forward 2 steps. His knee shot another wave of pain. He gritted his teeth. The ball was coming. The ball was at his feet. There was no divine perspective. Lin Feng lost the omniscient feeling for the first time in an official match. In the past, whenever he received the ball, the positions of everyone on the field would automatically appear in his mind, as if he had a cheat activated, knowing where everyone was and where they would run. Now there was nothing. He could only see what was right in front of him. 3 meters ahead, Herrera came rushing in. What was happening behind him? He didn't know. Was there someone on his left? No idea. Where was Messi? No clue. Lin Feng's first reaction was to pass back. But he remembered what Scaloni had said in the locker room: no back passes on the first touch. He nudged the ball with the inside of his right foot and turned his body 90 degrees to the right. Herrera lunged in from the left, but missed. After turning, Lin Feng saw DePaul 10 meters ahead to his right. He passed. With his right foot, he pushed the ball forward, and DePaul received it, taking 2 steps before being tackled. A free kick. Lin Feng stood still, catching his breath. Even without a divine perspective, he could still play. It was just slower. Previously, it took him half a second from receiving the ball to passing, because he already knew where he was passing before he received it. Now he had to receive the ball, look up, judge, and then pass. The entire process had stretched from half a second to 1.5 seconds. It was 3 times slower. But he could still play. In the 20th minute, McAllister took a free kick shooting directly, but was blocked by the goalkeeper. In the 22nd minute, Mexico launched a counterattack and Lozano's shot missed. In the 24th minute, Enzo passed the ball to Lin Feng in midfield. Lin Feng received the ball with his back to the goal. This time, he didn't stop and turn, but instead flicked it back to Enzo with his heel. He didn't need to see to know Enzo was behind him, because the ball had come from him. After receiving the ball, Enzo immediately sent a long pass to the right, looking for Molina, whose cross was cleared. The rhythm began to change. Mexico realized Lin Feng was no longer turning around, continuously passing back and avoiding confrontation. They thought Lin Feng was finished. Herrera turned back and shouted a few words to his teammates, then began to move forward. He was no longer sticking close to Lin Feng, but shifted towards Messi. They thought Lin Feng was no longer a threat. An 18-year-old kid with a swollen knee, afraid to turn around. In the 26th minute, Enzo had the ball. Herrera was no longer behind Lin Feng. He moved 2 steps ahead to block Messi's receiving position. Suddenly there was space in front of Lin Feng. There was no divine perspective, but he saw it with his own eyes. 5 meters ahead, there was no one. 10 meters further, there was a gap between the 2 center backs. Lautaro was running into that gap. Enzo! Lin Feng shouted. Enzo looked up and saw the space in front of Lin Feng, passing it without hesitation. The ball was at his feet. Lin Feng did not stop it. With the inside of his right foot, he pushed the ball forward along the ground. But the direction wasn't towards Lautaro. It was diagonally to the left front. Because although he didn't have a divine perspective, he saw something with his eyes. Messi was 20 meters to the left front, cutting into the center. It wasn't seen with superpowers. It was seen with his own eyes. Lin Feng, without a system, used the judgment of an 18-year-old player to deliver a through ball. The ball passed through the legs of 2 midfielders and rolled to Messi's feet. When Messi received the ball, there was only 1 center back in front of him. He took a step and shot. The goalkeeper lunged, but couldn't reach it. The ball bounced out, and Alvarez followed up to score. 1-0. The crowd erupted. Alvarez dashed towards the corner flag to celebrate, with Messi trailing behind. After celebrating, Messi turned and glanced at Lin Feng. There was a hint of surprise in that look. Because Messi knew Lin Feng's abilities. He knew that the reason that kid's passing was terrifying was that he had an extraordinary vision. But with that last pass, Messi clearly felt something was off. He knew that the reason that kid's passing was terrifying was that he had an extraordinary vision. But with that last pass, Messi clearly felt something was off. Something was different. But it went in. That was all that mattered. Lin Feng stood at the center circle, pressing his right hand against his left knee. It had swollen even more. The effect of the pain relief spray was fading, and the pain began to return. It wasn't a sharp stabbing pain, it was a dull, persistent ache that surged from the bone. He could feel it with every step. In the 30th minute, Lin Feng ran to receive the ball, but as he landed, his left knee buckled, nearly causing him to kneel. He steadied himself, but Scaloni on the sideline stood up. Assistant coach Tardelli rushed to the 4th official, holding a substitution number board. DePaul ran over. "Brother, are you okay? Your knee is that swollen." "I'm fine." "Your face is pale." I said I'm fine. DePaul glanced at Tardelli, who was ready to make a substitution, then looked back at Lin Feng. "The coach wants to substitute you." Lin Feng turned to look at the sidelines. Scaloni was talking to Tardelli, who was holding the number board showing Lin Feng's number. He began to run towards the sidelines. His knee hurt terribly as he ran, but he forced himself to move without limping. When he reached the sidelines, Scaloni looked at him. "Your knee? I can play. Barrios said that once the pain relief spray wears off, you'll hurt more." "I know, but I can play." Scaloni stared into his eyes for 3 seconds. "Give me a reason." Lin Feng opened his mouth, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. What he didn't want to come off that he hadn't scored yet, that he hadn't completed his system tasks. But what he said was, "Coach, they think I'm finished. They aren't marking me anymore. In the second half, I can find more space." Scaloni raised an eyebrow. He looked around the field. Indeed, Mexico's defensive midfielder was no longer paying much attention to Lin Feng. Their focus was on Messi and Lautaro. "Are you sure you can run?" "I can't run fast, but it's enough." Scaloni was silent for 5 seconds. Then he said to Tardelli. Tardelli lowered the number board. Lin Feng turned to run back onto the field, but Scaloni called out to him from behind. "Lin Feng." He turned back. "If you're still in that much pain at halftime, regardless of what you say, you'll be substituted." "Okay." Lin Feng ran back onto the field. As he ran, he felt a warm flow surging inside his left knee. It wasn't the pain relief spray, it was something else. The system's repair. It was working. How much time left? The line of text appeared again in his mind. Repair progress, 47%. Divine perspective blocked, remaining time 6 minutes. 6 minutes. Hold on for 6 more minutes. In the 35th minute, Enzo lost the ball, and Mexico launched a quick counterattack. 3 against 2. Lozano and Jimenez combined, and Lozano's shot was saved by Martinez. It was close. In the 37th minute, the ball returned to Argentina's feet. Lin Feng stood in the center, hardly moving. Herrera was 5 meters to his left front, not even glancing at him. Lin Feng glanced down at his left knee. The swelling was subsiding. The warm flow was still surging. In the 39th minute, the scene in his mind suddenly brightened. Like a television signal restoring with a swipe, the aerial view of the entire field reappeared in his mind. The position of every player. The running direction of each player. Every possible passing route. All returned. The divine perspective was unblocked. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He felt the pain in his knee rapidly diminishing. It wasn't gone, it transformed from painful enough to affect running, to a little sore, but bearable. The system repair was still ongoing, but it no longer affected his ability to play. In the 40th minute, Enzo held the ball in midfield. Lin Feng activated his divine perspective and scanned the entire field. Mexico's formation had contracted, but there was a huge problem. Herrera was positioned too far forward. He went to mark Messi, leaving a space behind him. Lin Feng suddenly took 3 steps back and stood next to Enzo. No one followed. Because everyone thought he was finished with his knee, he was just standing on the field as a filler. When Enzo saw he was back, his eyes lit up. "You're back. Pass to me." "Where?" "Just give it to my feet." Enzo passed the ball over. Lin Feng received it. There was space in front of him. His divine perspective was fully activated. He saw everything. Lautaro was at the edge of the penalty area. There was a gap of 1.2 meters between the 2 center backs. Messi was on the left side, but he wasn't the best option. The best option was Alvarez, 15 meters to the right front, who had just completed a run to shake off his marker. Lin Feng lifted his right foot. A through ball. The ball flew along the grass with incredible speed and minimal spin, passing by Herrera. It went through the gap between the 2 center backs. Alvarez chased the ball unknown with the goalkeeper. He shot. It went in. 2-0. The entire crowd of 70,000 stood up. Alvarez ran like mad towards Lin Feng and hugged him tightly. Lautaro pressed up from behind. Paul rushed forward, and Enzo jumped on top. 5 or 6 people piled up on top of Lin Feng. His left knee was being pressed down, causing some pain. But he didn't care. Messi didn't join the pile. He stood 2 meters away, hands on his hips, a smirk on his face. Then he walked over, bent down, and found Lin Feng's face at the bottom of the crowd. Was that pass just now real or fake? Lin Feng was gasping for breath under the pressure. "What do you mean? You hadn't made a proper pass in 20 minutes. Then suddenly that pass came back. What happened to your knee?" "It's fine." "What do you mean it's fine?" "It just doesn't hurt anymore." Messi stared at him for 2 seconds. Then he smiled and shook his head, pushing the crowd off Lin Feng. "All right, if it doesn't hurt anymore, then keep going." At halftime, it was 2-0. On the way back to the locker room, Barrios caught up to check on Lin Feng's knee. Lin Feng let him look. Barrios pressed on that spot, and his expression became quite strange. "It's gone down." "Yeah. You were just as swollen as an egg. Now it's hardly noticeable. Maybe it's good physique." Barrios looked at him with "Are you kidding me" expression. Good physique doesn't explain 20 minutes of swelling going down. That's unscientific. Lin Feng didn't respond. Barrios shook his head and walked away, muttering, "This is crazy." Lin Feng sat in the locker room, looking down at his left knee. It looked like it had already recovered on the surface. But he knew it was the system's doing. Without the system, his leg would have been finished today. The cost was 20 minutes of being blocked. What if he got injured again? A longer block? Or something else? He didn't know. But one thing he was sure of. There were 45 minutes left in the second half. His divine perspective had returned. His knee didn't hurt anymore. He hadn't scored yet. In the second half, he was going to score. 5 minutes into the second half, Mexico made 2 substitutions. The newly introduced defensive midfielder began to mark Lin Feng. They finally realized that the suddenly revitalized number 99 in the last 5 minutes of the first half was the real threat. But it was already too late. In the 53rd minute, Messi received the ball at the top of the penalty area surrounded by 3 defenders and managed to hold them off for 2 seconds, squeezing the ball out to pass to Feng. Feng made a transitional pass to DePaul, whose shot from the left side of the penalty area was saved by the goalkeeper. In the 57th minute, Enzo intercepted the ball and advanced, sending a through pass to Lautaro. Lautaro was brought down by the center back, but the referee did not blow the whistle. DePaul shouted at the referee and received a yellow card. In the 62nd minute, Argentina took a corner. McAllister delivered the ball to the back post. Romero headed the ball back towards the center. Lautaro's attempt to control the ball with his chest was not successful, and it bounced in front of Feng. When the ball landed at his feet, Feng was 14 meters away from the goal. A center back, a defensive midfielder, and the goalkeeper were in front of him. 3 players. With a godlike perspective opened up, he saw all the possible routes. On the left, Lautaro was calling for the ball. On the right, Alvarez also had space. Passing back to Enzo was the safest choice. But Messi's voice echoed in his mind, "If you have an angle in the second half, shoot yourself." Feng did not pass. He nudged the ball to the left with his right foot, evading the outstretched foot of the defensive midfielder. The center back charged in. Feng shifted his body weight to the right, feigning a move to break through that direction. The center back's weight shifted to the right as well. That was enough. Feng stepped on the ball with his left foot, applied force with his right, and the ball passed between the center back's left side. His body circled around from the right. He separated from the ball. Only the goalkeeper was left in front of him. The roar of 70,000 spectators suddenly vanished in that second. In Feng's eyes, there was only the goal. The goalkeeper charged out, standing on the edge of the 6-yard box, minimizing the angle for the shot. The lower left corner. A narrow opening. Feng prepared to curl the ball with his right foot. It wasn't a powerful strike, but a curved shot that skimmed the grass. The ball flew past the goalkeeper's outstretched right hand, spinning as it drilled into the bottom left corner of the net. The net trembled. The goal was scored. The stadium erupted. The cheers of 70,000 people poured in from all directions, crashing against him like a wall of sound. Feng knelt in the penalty area, his knees pressed against the grass. He looked down at his worn shoes. The toe had 5 cracks, the sole was worn shiny, and the side of the left shoe was nearly falling apart. Wearing these shoes, he scored a goal in the World Cup. The first World Cup goal in the history of Longwa football. Lautaro was the first to rush over and pulled him up from the ground, punching him in the chest. "Finally scored, you bastard." DePaul hugged his neck from behind, shaking him vigorously. "You scored. You finally opened your account." Enzo jumped onto his back from who knows where. "Monster. You separated from the ball. When did you learn that move?" Messi did not rush over. He stood near the center circle, hands on his hips, smiling at them. Then he lightly clapped 3 times. 3 times. Feng saw Messi's 3 claps among the crowd. His eyes became warm. But he did not cry. He blinked vigorously, suppressing that emotion. The game continued. In the 68th minute, Scaloni made a substitution adjustment. Feng was substituted off. As he walked towards the sideline, all 70,000 Argentine fans stood up to applaud. The sound was not a wild roar, but a continuous rhythmic wave of applause. Feng had never heard such a sound. He raised his hand to wave at the stands, then lowered his head and quickly walked into the tunnel. The camera did not capture his expression, because he was afraid he wouldn't be able to hold it together. In the locker room, he changed out of his jersey and glanced at his phone. Gao Yuan had sent 11 messages. The last one was a line of exclamations. Mia's message only contained 4 words: "You scored a goal." His mother's voice message came in. Feng opened it. Lin Xiaolin's voice was choked with tears, but filled with laughter. "I saw it." The commentator shouted your name. "I saw it. You scored." In the background, neighbors could be heard cheering. Feng sat on the bench, clutching his phone, his shoulders shaking. He buried his face in a towel and held it for 5 seconds. Then he lifted his head, took a deep breath, and replied with a voice message, "Mom, I scored." He'll score again in the next match. The final score was 3-0. Messi scored the 3rd goal in the 78th minute, sealing the victory. Argentina won all 3 matches, finishing first in their group. Feng's statistics for the 3 group matches: 1 goal, 3 assists, 9 key passes, with a successful dribbling rate of 69%. In terms of key passes across all players in the tournament, he ranked second only to Messi. At the post-match press conference, a reporter asked Scaloni for his assessment of Feng's performance in the group stage. Scaloni replied, "He did everything I asked him to do, and even more than I didn't ask for." A reporter pressed for what those unrequested things were. Scaloni did not answer and ended the meeting. On the bus, the atmosphere in the team was relaxed. DePaul played music, several defenders were playing cards in the back row, and Enzo was sleeping on the front row seats. Feng sat by the window. Carlos was next to him, scrolling through his phone. "Do you know what's happening with that goal of yours now?" Carlos handed his phone over. On the screen were the headlines from various sports media. Longwa player scores first goal in World Cup. 18 years old, the boy in $20 shoes scores in the World Cup. Lin Feng from delivery rider to World Cup goal scorer. Lin Feng glanced at it for 2 seconds before returning the phone. And there's more, Carlos said as he took back the phone. You occupy 4 of the top 10 trending topics in the country. Lin Feng World Cup goal. Lin Feng broke shoe to score first goal in Longwa football history, and another one called Lin Feng's mom cried while watching the live stream. Who leaked the last one? Your mom's live connection with that blogger Zhang Ran. He showed your mom watching the match in his live stream, and the whole internet saw it. Lin Feng fell silent for a few seconds. She cried. Yes, but she cried while laughing. Lin Feng turned to look out the window. The night view of Buenos Aires slid past outside, with lights merging into one. All right, he said. Stop talking. Carlos smiled slightly and fell silent. The bus drove for 20 minutes, returning to the training base. As the whole team got off the bus and walked towards the dormitory, Scaloni stopped everyone at the entrance. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, tactical meeting room. The opponent for the knockout stage has been decided. Everyone stopped. Who? DePaul asked. Scaloni did not mention a name, only saying 3 words: very tough match. Then he turned and left. Lin Feng glanced at Messi, who walked towards the dormitory with a blank expression. Enzo leaned over and asked in a low voice, who do you think it is? Not guessing. Well, no, tomorrow. What if it's Brazil? Then we play Brazil. Enzo chuckled a couple of times. You're sounding more and more like an Argentine now. Lin Feng did not respond. He returned to the dormitory, folded his jersey neatly, and placed it beside his pillow. His phone vibrated again. It was a message from Scaloni forwarded through Carlos. In the knockout stage, Lin Feng will take on more organizational tasks. Specific deployments will be announced at tomorrow's meeting. This is not a suggestion, it is a decision. Lin Feng stared at the "this is not a suggestion, it is a decision" for 5 seconds. During the group stage, he was the third choice. A substitute when Messi was closely marked. Now Scaloni wanted to give him more. More means greater responsibility, greater pressure, and more eyes on him. Lin Feng lay on the bed, turning over for the 4th time. His phone screen lit up and a video call request from Gao Yuan popped up. He hesitated for 2 seconds before accepting. Gao Yuan's face appeared on the screen with the background of his messy doghouse-like rented room. Bro, do you know you're now the son of the entire nation? What do you mean? That goal of yours. CCTV News gave it 15 seconds. 15 seconds, man. On the news simulcast. My dad almost jumped off the sofa when he saw it. And he's someone who never watches football. Lin Feng didn't speak. The corner of his mouth twitched. Also, your mom is trending now. What happened to my mom? You know Zhang Ran's livestream, right? Your mom's words in it. Finally, my son can play football with shoes on, are going viral all over the internet. People are delivering things to your mom's apartment gate: fruits, eggs, milk, piling up half the entrance. Lin Feng frowned. Who told them to bother my mom? Nobody's bothering her, it's all from the neighbors. Your mom is now the pride of the whole neighborhood. Everywhere she goes, people call her Lin Feng's mother. Oh, and Zhang Ran sent your mom a new TV 55 inches, said it's for watching the game clearly. Why should he send? It's a kind gesture, don't be stubborn. Your mom accepted it, and is overjoyed. Lin Feng was silent for a few seconds. When is the next match? Gao Yuan asked. The day after tomorrow. Who's the opponent? It'll be announced tomorrow. Online guesses say it's Brazil. Let them guess. Whoever it is, it's all the same. Gao Yuan laughed. You're really getting cocky now. 3 months ago when you told me you wanted to play professionally, back then I really was dreaming. And now the dream hasn't woken up yet. Gao Yuan paused, then burst into laughter. All right then, don't wake up. When you come back, he'll treat you to hot pot. The authentic Chongqing 9-grid style. He'll tell you when I'm back. I have to wait until you're back. If you win the World Cup there, he'll treat you for a whole month. Can you afford that? He'll borrow money if I can't. Lin Feng chuckled. I'm hanging up or I need to sleep. Wait, your mom asked me to pass on a message. What is it? She said, don't push yourself too hard. Your health is more important than the game. Her exact words: if you can't play well, so be it, but don't break your legs. Lin Feng's throat tightened. Got it. Tell her not to stay up watching the live stream. She definitely won't listen. I know. After hanging up the video, Lin Feng stared at the ceiling. The phone vibrated again. This time it was a voice message from his mother. He tapped it open. Lin Xiaolin's voice carried a cautious joy. Son, I watched the video of your goal. I've watched it 7 or 8 times. Aunt Wong next door taught me how to record the screen. I saved it. That shot of yours was really far. You kicked it all the way from such a distance into the goal. Mom doesn't know much about technique or tactics, but seeing you run around on TV makes me happy. Play well. That knee thing last time. I saw it and was terrified. Don't hide it from me. Does it hurt? Lin Feng pressed the voice reply. It doesn't hurt anymore. It's long healed. Don't worry, I'm tough. He added another message. Mom, there's a match the day after tomorrow. Don't stay up. You can watch the replay the next day. 30 seconds later, his mother replied with a text full of typos. I'm not sleepy. I set alarm clock. Aunt Wong helped me set it. Just play well, Mom. We'll watch. Lin Feng pressed the phone against his chest and closed his eyes. 2 knocks on the door. Who is it? Me. It was Messi's voice. Lin Feng sprang from the bed, crossed the room in 3 strides, and pulled open the door. Messi stood in the hallway wearing a gray hoodie from the training base, holding an A4 sheet covered in arrows. Not asleep? Messi asked. Not yet. Come in, or talk outside. Come in. Messi stepped inside and spread the paper on the table. Lin Feng leaned in to look. It was a hand-drawn tactical diagram. You drew this? Yeah, just now. Messi pointed at 2 lines marked on the diagram. At tomorrow's meeting Scaloni will explain, but I wanted to show you first. These 2 offensive routes, one through the middle, one through the right side, cutting inside. Which one do you think is better? Lin Feng looked at it for 3 seconds. Depends on the opponent. Suppose the opponent's middle is strong with a defensive midfielder covering a large area. Then take the right side. Why? Forcing through when the middle is congested leads to only 2 outcomes: being intercepted or fouled. Cutting in from the right ID, face the fullback. They turn slower than defensive midfielders, and my speed is enough. Plus, cutting in from the right gives me more options, shooting or crossing. Messi nodded. What if the opponent packs the edge of the penalty area and doesn't come out? Cutting in on the right would also run into a crowd. Lin Feng thought for a moment. Then I don't cut in. Fake the cut, pull their attention to the right, then pass back to the middle. By then the middle should have opened up. Messi looked at him with a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. You were thinking faster than 2 weeks ago. It's from playing 3 group stage matches. It's not just the games. Before, when you had the ball, your mind only held one question: where's the best pass? Now you're starting to think about how to create space. Those are 2 different things. Lin Feng didn't respond, but he knew Messi was right. Messi left the paper on the table. At tomorrow's meeting Scaloni will give the answer. But I wanted to know your own judgment. Why? Because knockout matches are different from group stages. In the group stage, if you lose, there's a second and third match. You can afford to experiment. In the knockout stage, losing means going home. On the pitch, you can't wait for the coach's instructions on every ball. Most of the time, you have to make decisions yourself. Lin Feng stared at the tactical diagram. Back when I delivered food, I ran 300 orders a day and planned my routes entirely on my own. The system assigned orders. One glance told me which to deliver first, and which later, which road was congested, and which was clear. I never made a mistake. Messi raised an eyebrow. Are you comparing playing football to delivering food? Sort of. Both are about making optimal choices within a limited time. The only difference is that with delivery, a mistake means a late order and a fine. With football, a mistake might mean conceding a goal or losing a match. Messi smiled. The pressure is different. Yeah, the pressure is different, but the logic is the same. Messi stood up and walked to the door. He turned back. Get some sleep. Meeting at 10 tomorrow. Don't be late. I want. Also, don't overthink. You're no longer that third choice. Messi pulled the door open and left. Lin Feng stood there gazing at the tactical diagram on the table. 2 routes. One safe, one aggressive. Messi didn't tell him which to choose, he made him judge for himself. That was a form of trust. Not the trust of come and work with me, but the trust of decide for yourself. Lin Feng took a deep breath, folded the paper, and tucked it into his jersey pocket. His phone vibrated one last time. Zhang Ran's Weibo updated with a headline: knockout preview Lin Feng. Argentina's secret weapon or time bomb. Lin Feng glanced at it and locked the screen. He didn't need to read other people's analyses. Tomorrow's meeting, then the day after tomorrow's match. Lose and go home. But he had no intention of going home. Lights off. Eyes closed. The last image flashing through his mind was his mother's message full of typos. I'm not sleepy, I set alarm clock. She couldn't even spell alarm clock correctly, but she would get up at 3 in the morning to watch the live stream. Just to watch him run. He couldn't let her see him lose. 5 seconds later, Lin Feng fell asleep. At 10 o'clock the next morning in the tactical meeting room, Scaloni walked in with a neutral expression, but the stack of printed papers in his hands was twice as thick as usual. The opponent has emerged. He pressed the remote, and the projection screen lit up. Serbia. Soft murmurs filled the meeting room. Enzo turned to Lin Feng and moved his lips, but didn't speak. Serbia. Scaloni tapped the table. They advanced from the group stage with 2 wins and 1 draw, scoring 4 goals and conceding 2. They are not a technically adept team. Their style can be summed up in 1 word. He wrote a large character on the tactical board: hard. Center back Savic, standing at 1.92 m and weighing 93 kilograms, has decent footwork, but he is most famous for his elbows. He received 2 yellow cards in 3 group matches, no red cards, but the opponents went down 7 times. He is not here to play football, he is here to fight. Scaloni looked at Lin Feng. He will mark you. Lin Feng remained silent. It's not like the French defensive midfielder who marks you and cuts off passing lanes. Savic's marking is close, you run and he follows. You stop and he collides with you. It's not a reasonable collision, it's him shoulder checking your lower back and elbowing your ribs. He is very clever, always operating from an angle that the referee cannot see. Lautaro interjected. I faced him in the last Champions League. That guy is really dirty. If he gives you an elbow from behind, you won't even have time to shout. Scaloni nodded. So the first instruction. Lin Feng listened carefully. Lin Feng straightened up. Do not linger near him. Do not give him the opportunity to hit you. If he comes close, you move away. If he chases you, you pass. Your weapon is not your body, it is your mind. Outsmart him with your intellect. Understood. Second instruction. Their strategy will be high-intensity confrontations for the first 20 minutes with a lot of fouls to disrupt the rhythm. They want to turn the match into a war of attrition because they have better stamina than us. We cannot engage in a battle of endurance with them. Endure for the first 20 minutes, do not rush. After 20 minutes their stamina will drop and the rhythm will loosen. That's when we strike. What if they score in the first 20 minutes? DePaul raised his hand. Then we will strike after 30 minutes. Scaloni's tone remained unchanged. In knockout matches, do not rush. Rushing plays into their hands. After the meeting, Messi waited for Lin Feng at the door. Which route did you choose last night? Cutting in from the right. What did Scaloni say in today's meeting? He didn't specify which side to play. But from his arrangement, he wants me to hold the center while you and Lautaro break through from the sides. Messi stared at him. What do you think? At the start, I'll follow the coach's plan holding the center. But if Savic really sticks to me, I'll pull wide myself. The diagram you showed me last night cutting in from the right. I remember. Messi patted his shoulder without saying anything and turned to leave. Match day. At 2:30 in the afternoon in the players' tunnel. This was Lin Feng's fourth time walking this tunnel. The nervousness from the first 3 times lingered, but it was no longer as intense as during the first time when his knees trembled. Serbian players walked out from the opposite tunnel. Lin Feng spotted Savic at first glance. 1.92 m, his shoulders broad like a wall, his face devoid of expression. His gaze paused for half a second as it swept over Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt that half-second pause. The opponent recognized him. He had seen his matches. He knew who he was. As the players lined up, Savic stood diagonally behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng sensed a pressure coming from behind, not a psychological suggestion, but a physical intimidation created by the opponent's size. The whistle blew. The match began. In the first minute, a Serbian defender launched a long kick and the ball landed in midfield. Enzo contested for it, but was pushed aside by the opposing defensive midfielder. Possession went to Serbia. In the second minute, the Serbian midfielder made a cross pass and the defensive midfielder received the ball and sent a long ball to the forward. Romero cleared it with a header. In the third minute, Argentina played the ball around in their own half. Molina passed to Enzo, who wanted to find Lin Feng. As the ball came over, Lin Feng felt it. A hand. Savic's hand was firmly gripping the back of his jersey, not pulling but gripping. Lin Feng attempted to turn, but his body was pinned down by that hand. The ball rolled 2 meters in front of him and was intercepted by the Serbian midfielder. The referee did not blow the whistle. Savic released his grip and walked past him, muttering a word. Lin Feng couldn't understand Serbian, but from the opponent's tone, he could tell it wasn't anything pleasant. In the 5th minute, the same thing happened again. Mac Allister passed to Lin Feng and Savic once again closed in. This time, it wasn't grabbing his jersey, but shoving with his shoulder from the side. Lin Feng's body tilted, he couldn't secure the ball, and it was poked away. In the 7th minute, Lin Feng tried to push forward to receive a through ball from Enzo. Savic came up behind him, his thigh blocking Lin Feng's running path. It wasn't a tackle, it was using his body to obstruct. Lin Feng was slightly tripped, but did not fall, although his speed decreased. The ball was taken by the opposing defender. Still no whistle. In the first 10 minutes, Lin Feng touched the ball twice and successfully received it 0 times. Savic's strategy was simple: do not play the ball, play the man. It wasn't a tackle, it was using his body to obstruct. Lin Feng was slightly tripped, but did not fall, although his speed decreased. The ball was taken. Savic's inertia caused him to take an extra step forward. 1 step was enough. In that moment of space, Lin Feng turned to receive the ball. Savic followed. But Lin Feng's 3 steps were a feint. After taking 3 steps back, he suddenly stopped and changed direction. Lowering his center of gravity, he touched the ball with the inside of his right foot, while simultaneously turning 180 degrees. Savic's inertia caused him to take an extra step forward. 1 step was enough. In that moment of space, Lin Feng turned to receive the ball facing forward with no 1-2 meters ahead. Savic reacted quickly, immediately reaching out to grab him. But Lin Feng was quicker. The ball had already been played. With the inside of his right foot, he pushed the ball between 2 Serbian midfielders, directly finding Lautaro, making a run down the left. Lautaro received the ball and surged into the penalty area, only to be brought down by another center back. The referee pointed to a free kick, not a penalty, just outside the penalty area. But Lin Feng stood still, glancing back at Savic. Savic's expression remained unchanged, but his gaze was different. It had shifted from, "I can handle you," to, "You are quicker than I expected." Enzo came over and patted Lin Feng on the back of the head. "Just play like that, don't waste time with him." Messi also approached and whispered, "The closer he sticks to you, the better, because when he marks you, I have 1 less person here." Lin Feng nodded. He understood. If Savic wanted to stick to him, let him. "Because when he marks you, I have 1 less person here." Lin Feng nodded. He understood. If Savic wanted to stick to him, let him. That was his armor. In the 14th minute, Messi took a free kick from the edge of the penalty area, which went off target. In the 16th minute, Serbia counterattacked, and the forward's shot missed the far post. In the 18th minute, Enzo received the ball in midfield looking for Lin Feng. Savic closed in again, this time more aggressively pressing his chest against Lin Feng's back, leaning his whole body on him. Lin Feng did not brace himself. He followed the force. Savic pushed him with taking a step forward, while simultaneously using his heel to pass the ball to Messi behind him. Savic lunged, but missed. Lin Feng used the momentum of leaning forward to accelerate, and broke away from Savic by 2 meters. When Messi received the ball, only one center-back remained in front. He passed the ball to the open Lin Feng. Lin Feng received the ball, and the space in front opened up. At the edge of the penalty area, one center-back lunged to block. Lin Feng did not shoot. With the outside of his right foot, he flicked the ball to the right. Alvarez made a run and shot in the penalty area. The goalkeeper parried it away. The ball hit the goalkeeper's legs and bounced out. Lautaro followed up with a shot. It was cleared off the line. A corner kick. The crowd of 80,000 sighed. Lin Feng stood at the edge of the penalty area as Savic walked up from behind. This time he didn't grab his jersey or push him. He merely stood behind Lin Feng whispering something. Still Serbian, and Lin Feng couldn't understand. But De Paul understood. He cursed in Spanish and stepped forward to push Lin Feng ahead. What did he say? Lin Feng asked. Not important. De Paul's expression turned stern. Just focus on your game. The dirtier they talk, the more flustered they are. In the 19th minute, the first 20 minutes were nearing their end. The rhythm that Scaloni spoke of had not yet arrived. But Lin Feng's God's eye view had captured a detail. Savic's breathing rate was increasing. He had chased Lin Feng for nearly 20 minutes at 93 kilograms. Soon he would struggle to keep up. In the 21st minute, the loosening that Scaloni mentioned arrived. It wasn't a loosening for the entire team, but rather for Savic alone. His positioning had dropped 2 meters deeper than before. He was no longer close to Lin Feng, but had taken a step back to maintain a 5-meter distance. He was exhausted. 93 kilograms chasing for 20 minutes had drained his stamina. Lin Feng noted this information from his godlike perspective. With Savic retreating, 5 meters of space opened up in front of him. 5 meters may not seem much, but it was enough for him to do many things. In the 23rd minute, Argentina played the ball back in their own half. Enzo held the ball and looked up at the front line. Messi was stretching the field on the right flank. Lautaro was entangled with another center-back at the edge of the penalty area. Lin Feng stood slightly ahead of the center circle with 5 meters of space in front of him. But he did not call for the ball. He was waiting. With his godlike perspective fully activated, he could see the offside line of Serbia. The 4 defenders stood in unison, maintaining the same line. Their offside trap was clear, the defensive line pressed forward simultaneously, and as long as the Argentine forward made an early run, it would be offside. During the group stage match against Saudi Arabia, the Serbian technical team must have studied Argentina's attacking methods. They knew Lin Feng liked to deliver penetrating through-balls, so they employed an offside line to counter him. No matter how accurately you pass, if I don't receive it, the whole line moves forward, it's offside. Very clever. But there's one problem. What does an offside trap fear the most? It fears someone moving along that line while the ball is played. Not running early, not a step late, but at that crucial moment when the defensive line pushes up, the attacking player just happens to step on the line. This requires 2 things. The passer must know when the defensive line moves, and the runner must know when to move. Lin Feng knew both. Because he had a godlike perspective, he could see that line. In the 25th minute, Enzo advanced the ball over the halfway line. The Serbian defensive line began to push up. All 4 stepped forward simultaneously. Lautaro was behind them in an offside position. But Lin Feng was not. He stood beside Enzo 20 meters away from the defensive line. He never intended to make a forward run. Therefore no one noticed him. In the 26th minute, McAllister received the pass from Enzo and took 2 lateral steps. The Serbian defensive line continued to press. Savic shouted, and the 4 stepped forward another 2 meters. Lautaro remained stationary in an offside position waiting. Messi took 2 steps back on the right flank, creating space. All attention was focused on the center. In the 27th minute, McAllister passed the ball back to Enzo. When Enzo received the ball, he shot Lin Feng a glance. Lin met his gaze for just a moment. Enzo understood. Lin Feng began to run. Not running forward. Instead, he made a diagonal run towards the right front in an arc. The direction of his run was towards the gap between the right back and center back. As he ran, the Serbian defensive line was pressing forward. Savic was on the far left, his gaze following Messi. The right center back was focused on Lautaro's offside position. The right back was watching the ball. No one was watching Lin Feng, because he had started his run from the back line. 3 seconds ago, he had been standing next to Enzo looking like a midfielder retrieving the ball, not an attacker ready to make a forward run. Enzo released the ball. It wasn't a short pass, it was a medium-distance through ball. The ball flew along the grass with great speed, heading towards the gap between the right back and center back. Lin Feng was running. The defensive line was pressing. The ball was in flight. Three things were moving simultaneously. Just as Lin Feng's foot stepped on the offside line, the ball left Enzo's foot. Perfect. A textbook-level counter-offside move. But the assistant referee raised his flag. The whistle blew. Lin Feng had already received the ball. He took 2 steps forward, facing the goalkeeper, preparing to shoot, when he saw the referee blowing the whistle. Offside. He looked up at the big screen. The replay hadn't appeared yet. The crowd of 80,000 let out a collective boo. The Argentine fans were cursing the referee, but Lin Feng remained calm. He knew he wasn't offside. His godlike perspective allowed him to calculate the positional relationship down to the centimeter. At the moment he stepped on the line, his shoulder was level with the shoulder of the right back. Being on the same line meant he wasn't offside. The main referee pressed his finger on the earpiece. VAR was reviewing. The stadium fell silent. 80,000 people held their breath. Lin Feng stood in the penalty area looking down at his worn-out shoes. Time seemed to stretch slowly. The big screen at the side of the field started to show the replay. In slow motion. Very slow. The instant Enzo released the ball, the image froze. A virtual offside line was drawn. The blue line represented Argentina. The red line represented Serbia. Lin Feng's shoulder was on the red line. Not behind the red line. On the red line. Stepping on the line. Not offside. The main referee lowered his hand from the earpiece. He ran towards the center circle, pointing to the center circle. The goal counts. The stadium erupted. The goal stood. Lin Feng remained rooted in the penalty area, his ears ringing. The roar of 80,000 spectators crashed against him like a wall, his chest vibrating in resonance. DePaul charged from behind and jumped onto his back, nearly collapsing him. "You're a damn genius." Enzo slapped the back of his head while shouting, and Lautaro came over to fist bump him. Messi didn't rush over. He stood near the center circle, flashing a thumbs up with a smile. 1-0. Argentina was leading. In the following moments, Lin Feng delivered another key pass and Messi sealed the victory with a second goal in the 67th minute. Argentina eliminated Serbia 20, advancing to the quarterfinals. In the mixed zone after the match, when Susan pulled Lin Feng to the media area, he realized he had never been in such an environment before. A dozen microphones stood in front, dozens of reporters behind, flashes popping nonstop. The first question hit hard. "Lin, how do you feel about being compared to Messi by the outside world?" When the interpreter relayed the question, Lin Feng paused. Who's being compared to whom? After today's game, a Sky Sports commentator said your passing vision rivals that of a young Messi. What's your response? Lin Feng glanced at Susan, who nodded. I don't know how to respond, Lin Feng said. I just played the game I was supposed to. But you've already contributed 2 goals and 4 assists in this World Cup. At 18, that's historic. I don't look at stats. Then what do you look at? The next game. The reporters laughed. Another reporter raised a hand. Lin, today's headline in Spain's Marca reads, "The new Messi comes from the East." Do you think this label fits? Lin Feng stood there, his mind flashing to Messi tying his shoelaces in the locker room and drawing tactics. It doesn't fit, he said. There is only one Messi. I am Lin Feng. Then how do you define yourself? A delivery driver. The whole room laughed. As Susan led him away, he could hear the reporters still discussing behind him. Susan lowered her voice. Do you know? The hashtag new Messi is trending globally on Twitter right now. What does that have to do with me? It has everything to do with you. You're no longer just a trending topic in Dragon Country. You're a global trending topic. So what? It means in the next match the eyes of the whole world will be on you. The opponents will target you. Lin Feng didn't reply. Back on the bus, his phone exploded. Gao Yuan sent a series of messages. Bro, you're on BBC. CNN covered it too. Front page of Marca. Global Trend 1. Damn, you're even more famous than the celebs I follow. Lin Feng replied with one word. Oh. Gao Yuan responded instantly. Can't you show a little reaction? The entire country of China is going crazy for you. I'm not crazy. You're just. Forget it. By the way, your mom was invited to 3 shows today. She turned them all down, saying her son doesn't want her in the spotlight. When did I ever say that? Your mom made it up. She just doesn't want to go and uses you as an excuse. A faint smile tugged at Lin Feng's lips, but he didn't reply. Halfway through the ride, Messi walked from the front and sat beside him. Checked your phone? Yeah. Nothing. Messi chuckled. When I was 19, they called me that too. They called me the new Maradona. Lin Feng turned to look at him. I hated it back then, Messi said. Because I'm not Maradona. I'm Messi. But they didn't care. They needed a label to understand you. How did you handle it? I didn't. I just played. Until they stopped calling me the new Maradona. They called me Messi. Lin Feng thought for a moment. So you mean I should just keep playing? I mean, don't copy me. It took me 15 years to stop that comparison. You don't need 15 years. You have something entirely your own, completely different from me. What is it? That mind of yours. The way you see the pitch is different from me. I rely on experience, instinct, and 30 years of accumulated intuition. You actually see it. Lin Feng stayed silent. Don't copy me, Messi repeated. Copy yourself. With that he stood up and returned to the front. DePaul leaned over from behind. What did he say to you? Then who will you copy? Myself. DePaul let out a laugh. Okay, you're starting to sound more and more like... Lin Feng rolled his eyes. That evening back at the training base, Lin Feng showered and lay in bed. His phone buzzed again. A message from Mia. Seen the global trend? Yes. I've already set the headline for tomorrow's article. What headline? Don't call him the new Messi. He's Lin Feng. Lin Feng stared at the screen for 2 seconds. Whatever. Lin Feng typed a few words, deleted them, and finally sent. Let them study. Confidence is good. But don't get careless. Lin Feng typed a few words, deleted them, and finally sent. Let them study. Confidence is good. But don't get careless. When have I ever been careless? Never. So keep it up. Good night. Lin Feng locked the screen and closed his eyes. Messi's words flashed through his mind. Don't copy me. Copy yourself. He thought, what is myself? 3 months ago he was a delivery driver. A month ago he was the newcomer on the training team. 2 weeks ago he was the 26th on the World Cup roster. Now he was the new Messi. But he wasn't Messi. He was Lin Feng. Wearing worn-out shoes. Delivering takeout. The one who could see the whole pitch. He turned over facing the wall. He didn't yet know who the next opponent would be. But whoever it was, their analysts were surely watching his game footage right now. Frame by frame. Just like that 47-page report from Saudi Arabia. But this time they would be even more prepared. Because he was no longer the unknown rookie. He was number 1 on the global trending list. Everyone was studying him. Everyone wanted to lock him down. Lin Feng closed his eyes and fell asleep 5 seconds later. He wasn't afraid of being studied. He was afraid of letting down those who woke up at 3 in the morning to watch the live show. At 10 in the morning in the tactical conference room on the 2nd floor of the training building. When Lin Feng walked in, Scaloni was already standing in front of the projector. Tardelli was flipping through documents nearby with a stack of printed papers on the table, 3 times thicker than the last time against Serbia. Messi, Enzo, and DePaul entered one after another and took their seats. The door closed. Scaloni spoke. The opponent for the quarterfinals has been determined. He pressed the remote control. The screen displayed 2 words: Germany. The conference room was silent for a second. Enzo whistled. DePaul leaned back in his chair and said, here we go. Scaloni ignored their reactions and directly switched to the next page. Germany topped their group, winning all 3 matches, scoring 7 goals and conceding 1. They eliminated Colombia 3-0 in the round of 16. He pointed to the heat map on the screen. The core change for them this season is in midfield. Musiala and Gavi's dual core drive, one responsible for advancing, the other for distributing. Musiala occupies the attacking midfielder position with his activity range covering 65% of the half. Tardelli interjected, but the key point is not this. He switched to a new heat map. Lin Feng saw a red box marked on it located slightly forward in the center. This is your activity hot zone. Tardelli looked at Lin Feng and said, the German technical analysis team has produced a special report targeting you. We obtained a summary through channels. Lin Feng sat up straight. What is their conclusion? Tardelli opened a page and read. Lin Feng's core threat lies in his ball release speed of 0.5 seconds after receiving the ball. The way to shut him down is not to mark him, but to eliminate his receiving space. Recommendation: deploy triangular positioning in the attacking midfielder area, ensuring that there are always more than 2 players within 5 meters of him before he receives the ball. Enzo frowned. Triangular positioning. Isn't that blocking him with 3 people? Exactly, Scaloni nodded. The Germans don't use a big guy to bump into you like Serbia does. They compress space. They won't touch you, but you can't get the ball. DePaul asked, what about Lin Feng? With 3 people around him, within 10 meters, how can the ball get through? Scaloni looked at Lin Feng. You tell me. Lin Feng thought for 3 seconds. Don't pass it in. If they use 3 people to compress my receiving space, then there will be 3 fewer people elsewhere. These 3 can't both mark me and participate in defense, so their defensive line will definitely be thin in other areas. Scaloni's expression didn't change, but the corner of his mouth twitched. Continue. In the first half I won't receive the ball, Lin Feng said. Or rather, I'll try to receive it as little as possible. Let their triangular positioning feel effective. Let them relax. Messi spoke up beside him. What happens after they relax? After they relax, they will shrink back to cover other areas. 3 will become 2, and 2 will become 1. That's when I will come out. Scaloni stared at him for 5 seconds. Then he walked to the tactical board, picked up a pen, and drew a timeline. The first 45 minutes. He marked an X on the first half of the timeline. Lin Feng disappears. He drew a circle in the second half. After the second half starts, Lin Feng appears. Tardelli frowned. Not touching the ball for a half. Are we wasting the entire first half like this? Scaloni turned his head to look at him. Wasting? Do you think it's a waste to have the Germans using 3 people to mark someone who isn't receiving the ball? Tardelli was taken aback for a moment, then understood. If they maintain triangular positioning to mark Lin Feng in the first half, but Lin Feng doesn't receive the ball, then those three are essentially wasting their stamina confronting thin air. In the second half, their triangle will loosen because the coach will feel the strategy is no longer needed. Exactly, Scaloni capped his pen. Lin Feng will act as bait in the first half. Not receiving the ball, but positioning correctly. Make them feel like you are being suppressed, make them believe the strategy is effective. Then in the second half, when you suddenly come alive, their triangle will already be gone. DePaul clapped his hands, cunning. Enzo looked at Lin Feng and asked, so in the first half you just stand there? Not just standing. Lin Feng said, I will run around to draw them in. They will follow me, but I won't receive the ball. It's equivalent to me using my movement to tear open a space for you guys with 3 people in midfield. Enzo blinked. Got it. You'll be a decoy in the first half. Exactly. Messi stood up and walked to the tactical board, pointing at a position. Here. He was referring to the right half space. When you come out in the second half, don't go back to the center. Cut in from here. Why? Because the German triangular positioning is designed for the center. When you cut in from the side, they won't have a contingency for their positioning. Musiala won't chase to the flank to mark you. That's not his area. Lin Feng stared at that position for 3 seconds and nodded. Scaloni tapped the table. The plan is set. In the first half, Lin Feng will be the bait, positioning correctly to draw 3 opponents. Don't receive the ball, or just receive 1 or 2 safe passes to make it look good. In the second half, watch my signals and only come out when I tell you to. Understood. One more thing. Scaloni's tone became serious. There's a line in the German technical report that I'll read to you. Lin Feng's physical condition is a fatal weakness. Weighing 56 kilograms means any reasonable collision could cause him to lose balance. Recommendation: apply high-frequency physical contact at the moment he receives the ball. It is worth it, even if it results in a foul. Because once he gets the ball and completes a pass, the consequences are uncontrollable. The conference room fell silent. DePaul cursed. Is this a tactical report or a combat order? This is the World Cup. Scaloni closed the paper. The quarterfinals are starting and there is no friendship. He looked at Lin Feng. So after you come out in the second half, you only have 1 chance. The first ball that comes to you, you must finish it before they can react. Not 3 times, not 2 times, once is enough. Lin Feng nodded. Once. The meeting adjourned. In the corridor, Messi walked beside him. Are you nervous? Not really. You're lying. Lin Feng chuckled slightly. Okay, a little. You'll have a tough time in the first half. Standing on the field without receiving the ball, the fans will boo you, the commentators will question you, and the opponents will think you're useless. I know. Can you endure it? Lin Feng thought about those years when he was isolated in Tianhai. The whole team wouldn't pass to him, the coach kept him on the bench, and everyone treated him like air. I've endured worse. Messi glanced at him, said nothing, and patted his shoulder as he walked away. Lin Feng stood in the corridor looking out at the training field. The day after tomorrow is the quarterfinals. The whole world is waiting to see the performance of the new Messi. But he has to disappear in the first half. They will see a Lin Feng who appears suppressed, rendered useless, and in decline. Then in the second half, he will let everyone know that his disappearance is not due to weakness. It's because he is waiting for the best opportunity. Once is enough. Match day. Quarterfinals. Argentina versus Germany. 80,000 spectators. Live broadcast worldwide. As Lin Feng stepped out of the player tunnel, the noise was louder than in any previous match. Because it's Argentina against Germany, 2 great rivals in world football. Fans started singing an hour before the match began. Lin Feng stood slightly forward in the center circle, wearing his worn-out shoes with 99 printed on the back of his jersey. The German team had arranged their formation. He saw Musiala positioned as an attacking midfielder looking at him. There were 2 midfielders, one on the left and one on the right, already moving in his direction. Triangle formation. Just as Scaloni had said, the Germans set it up from the very first minute. The whistle blew. The match began. In the 3rd minute, Enzo brought the ball forward, habitually looking up for Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood in the center with 1 player 3 meters in front of him, 1 5 meters to his left, and another 4 meters to his right. The triangle formation had him surrounded. Enzo hesitated for a second, didn't pass, and instead gave it to McAllister. Lin Feng remained still. In the 7th minute, DePaul brought the ball to midfield looking for Lin Feng to create a wall. Still the triangle formation, 3 players circling around him. DePaul passed the ball to the right side to Molina. Lin Feng still didn't move. In the 11th minute, Messi received the ball on the right, cutting inside, but was surrounded by 3 defenders, and he passed the ball back to Enzo. Enzo glanced at Lin Feng again. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Enzo passed the ball to Lautaro. In the first 15 minutes, Lin Feng had not touched the ball at all. The commentators had already started discussing it. The domestic live stream's comments started flooding in. What's wrong with Lin Feng? Is he still injured? He's just standing there like a pillar. Has it ended? The Germans have figured him out. He's useless. Susan watched from the sidelines, her lips pressed tightly together. In the 20th minute, Lin Feng still stood in the middle. The three German players in the triangle formation began to exchange glances. They had followed Lin Feng for 20 minutes, and he hadn't received a single pass. They were confronting a shadow. Stamina was depleting. Focus was waning. Musiala ran over to speak with one of the midfielders. Lin Feng's godlike perspective caught Musiala's lip movements. Though he couldn't understand German, he could read from the body language he was questioning whether this strategy should continue. Good. 30 minutes had passed. Argentina had 0 shots on goal while Germany had 2 long-range attempts with no threat. The match was dull. The fans were beginning to get restless. In the 35th minute, Germany attacked. Musiala held the ball in the center, bypassed Enzo, and made a direct pass to the forward. Romero cleared it with a header. On the way back, DePaul came over and whispered, "Are you okay? Wait until the second half." "I know. But the fans are going crazy. Let them go crazy." DePaul glanced at him, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. "Fine, you're tough." The first half ended 0-0. On the way back to the locker room, Lin Feng heard Argentine fans shouting his number. It wasn't encouragement, it was questioning. "What is number 99 doing? Substitute him. Take him off." Lin Feng walked into the tunnel with his head down, expressionless. In the locker room, Scaloni waited until everyone was seated before speaking. The first half executed as planned. The Germans' triangle formation began to loosen by the 25th minute. Musiala was already communicating with the coaching staff about whether adjustments were necessary. He looked at Lin Feng. "After 10 minutes into the second half, you will come out." 10 minutes. Yes. Let their first half inertia carry into the first 10 minutes of the second half. They will think you've been suppressed the entire match and will shift their focus to Messi and Lautaro. Around 55 minutes, I will have Enzo give you a signal. When you see the signal, you move. What signal? Enzo will stop the ball near the center circle and look at you for 3 seconds. When he looks at you, that's the signal. Lin Feng nodded. Messi added, "When you come out, take the right half space." Their triangle is configured in the center with only the fullback on the right. When you cut in from there, there will be at most one person in front of you. "One person is enough," Lin Feng said. "That's enough," Messi nodded. The second half began. In the 46th minute, Germany made a substitution. In the 48th minute, Musiala's long-range shot was saved by Martinez. In the 50th minute, the German midfield began to abandon their triangle formation around Lin Feng. 3 players turned into 2. 2 players turned into 1. Eventually, even that 1 player started to join the attack. Because Lin Feng had already disappeared for 45 minutes plus the first 5 minutes of the second half. The German coaching staff determined that he was not in form today and was no longer a threat. In the 53rd minute, Enzo received a pass from Romero at the center circle. He stopped the ball, looked up, watched Lin Feng. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The signal. Lin Feng's godlike perspective instantly opened up. The positions of all 22 players spread out in his mind like a chessboard. The German defensive line was synchronized with the left center-back watching Messi and the right center-back watching Lautaro. In the right half space, there was only one fullback. 15 meters away. 15 meters of open space. No one. Lin Feng moved. It wasn't a slow walk. It was a sudden burst of speed. Like a knife that had been silent for 53 minutes suddenly unsheathing. Enzo released the ball. It wasn't a short pass. It was a 50-meter-long pass flying directly over midfield and heading towards the right half space. The ball arced through the air. The German midfield turned back to look. Too late. Lin Feng was already there. He stopped the ball with his chest, and as the ball bounced up, that fullback was already rushing over. Lin Feng did not bypass him. He glanced at the penalty area. Lautaro was making a run at the far post. Messi was creating space at the near post. There was a gap in the middle. A gap only he could see. His right foot lifted. It wasn't a powerful shot, it was a flick with the instep. As the ball flew off his foot with spin, it soared over the head of the German center-back, who was backtracking, bypassed another defender's outstretched leg, and descended toward the center of the penalty area like a precision-guided missile. Lautaro was there. When he received the ball with his chest, and turned, the German goalkeeper had already rushed out. Lautaro did not shoot. He passed the ball to Messi, who was making a run from behind. Messi faced an open goal. He pushed the ball. The ball rolled into the net. 1-0. The crowd erupted. Messi ran towards the corner flag to celebrate, and everyone rushed over. But Messi broke free from the crowd, pointing at Lin Feng on the right. He ran over and hugged Lin Feng tightly. "You hid for 53 minutes just for this kick." The voices of Argentine fans in the stands were deafening. Just 5 minutes ago, they had been cursing Lin Feng. Now, they were chanting his name. The German coaching staff. The voices of Argentine fans in the stands were deafening. Just 5 minutes ago, they had been cursing Lin Feng. Now, they were chanting his name. The German coaching staff stood on the sidelines, their faces pale. Their analysis report was hundreds of pages long. But not a single page stated Lin Feng would disappear for 53 minutes, and then kill the match with one kick. In the 58th minute, it was 1-0. The German team was forced to push forward. Scaloni stood on the sidelines, hands in pockets, his face expressionless. But Tardelli noticed the almost imperceptible curve at the corner of his mouth. Lin Feng stood in the right half space, breathing heavily. 53 minutes of restraint had resulted in a decisive kick. It was worth it. But the match wasn't over yet. The German team would not concede easily. In the 60th minute, Musiala began to push forward with the ball aggressively. In the 63rd minute, Germany earned a corner. The ball was sent into the penalty area, and a scramble ensued. Then Lin Feng saw a scene that made his heart sink. Musiala got the ball in the melee. Inside the penalty area, facing Martinez. He took a shot. The ball flew towards the upper right corner of the goal. Martinez leaped to make the save, just grazing the ball with his fingertips. But it wasn't enough. The ball struck the inside of the post and bounced into the net. 1-1. The German fans erupted. Musiala slid on his knees in celebration, and his teammates rushed in to bury him. Lin Feng stood in the center circle, his fists clenched. 53 minutes of restraint, a flick that tore apart the defense, led to 1 goal. And then 7 minutes later, it was equalized. DePaul came over and patted him on the back. "Don't think about it, keep playing." "There's still 30 minutes, Enzo added. Lin Feng nodded, taking a deep breath. Messi walked over, his tone as calm, as if discussing the weather. "Don't rush. They just scored, excited they'll get ahead of themselves. Just wait." In the 67th minute, Germany indeed began to push forward. After Musiala's goal, the team's morale surged. They pushed forward 5 meters, and the defensive line crept closer to the midfield. Lin Feng's godlike perspective scanned the field and spotted the opening. Behind the German right back, there was 20 meters of open space. He was the slowest to recover. If Argentina could deliver the ball to that area during a counterattack, it would result in an unknown situation. In the 71st minute, the German corner was cleared by Romero. When Enzo got the ball, there was only a 4-second. The German defensive line was not yet settled. Enzo looked up. Lin Feng was already running. This time, he wasn't moving to the right half space. He was directly charging behind, into the area where the right back was the slowest to recover. Enzo's long pass flew along the grass. Lin Feng was running. The German right back was in pursuit. The ball was rolling. Lin Feng took 2 quicker steps. By the time he reached the ball, he was already inside the penalty area. Only the goalkeeper remained. The goalkeeper rushed out, diving 3 meters at his feet. Lin Feng didn't shoot. With the outside of his right foot, he flicked the ball past the goalkeeper's outstretched hand. The goalkeeper missed it. The ball rolled toward the open goal. Lin Feng caught up and pushed the ball with his right foot. The ball rolled into the net. 2-1. He knelt on the grass. Not from excitement, but because his legs had given way. 53 minutes of restraint, the pressure after being equalized, and the full sprint during the counterattack. Everything was released at this moment. His knees on the grass, hands pressed against the ground, he could hear his own gasps louder than the noise of the stadium. DePaul was the first to rush over, pulling him up from the ground, his head colliding against Lin Feng's chest. "Are you out of your mind?" Enzo leaped from behind, riding on his back, shouting something unintelligible. Lin Feng was almost pushed down to his knees again. He looked up at the big screen where a small figure in worn-out shoes was bypassing the goalkeeper to shoot at the empty net. 2-1. When the German team kicked off from the center circle, Lin Feng noticed that the expression of the right back on the opposite side had changed. It was no longer the previous calmness of executing the plan. It was panic. 73rd minute. The German team advanced with possession. Musiala received the ball in the midfield, trying to organize play, while Enzo pressured him to pass back. The German left center-back looked for options after receiving the ball, hesitating for a second. Just that 1 second. Lin Feng made his move. He cut in from the right half space towards the center, his speed not fast, but the angle was tricky. The German right center-back saw him running over and instinctively took 2 steps closer. Just those 2 steps. The space in front of Lautaro expanded by 3 meters. Messi saw it. A precise through pass, the ball squeezed through the gap created by those 2 steps. Lautaro controlled it and turned facing the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper charged out. Lautaro's shot. The ball was saved. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that the German defense had already been pulled apart. The right center-back had chased Lin Feng 2 steps too far, while the left center-back went to cover Lautaro's position, leaving a huge vacuum in the middle. German coach Nagelsmann stood up on the sidelines. He waved his hands towards the field, his voice cutting through the noise and reaching the broadcasting microphone. It was unclear what he was shouting, but his body language clearly indicated he was scolding someone. 75th minute. Goal kick for the German team. The defenders started passing back. The right center-back passed to the left center-back, who passed to the defensive midfielder. Lin Feng stood in the middle watching from a god's eye view. He noticed a detail. When the German left center-back was passing the ball, he glanced towards the right back. The next pass would likely shift to the right flank. Lin Feng started moving 2 seconds in advance. The German defensive midfielder indeed sent a long pass to the right back. While the ball was still in the air, Lin Feng was already near the receiving point. As the right back controlled the ball, Lin Feng reached out from the side and poked it away. The ball lost control and rolled towards the center. Enzo intercepted it. Enzo looked up facing the disarrayed formation of the German team. The defense was uneven and the distance between the two center backs had stretched to 8 meters. Without hesitation, Enzo played a diagonal ball to Di Maria on the left. Di Maria cut in with the ball reaching the edge of the penalty area facing two defenders trying to block him. He didn't shoot. Instead, he passed the ball back to Messi in the center. Messi received the ball at the edge of the penalty area. There was only one defensive midfielder in front of him. That defensive midfielder had been focused on Lin Feng 3 seconds ago, only to be misled by Lin Feng's fake run and was just now turning around. Too late. With a push from his right foot's inner side, the ball skimmed along the grass, gliding through the defensive midfielder's legs, heading straight for the bottom left corner of the goal. The goalkeeper dove, but he couldn't reach it. 3-1. The entire stadium erupted. This time Messi did not slide on his knees or celebrate wildly. He raised his right index finger to the sky and then turned to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood at the edge of the penalty area, gasping heavily. Messi approached and put his arm around his neck. Was that interception you made calculated in advance? I noticed him glance towards the right before he passed the ball. Messi released him and patted his face. Monster. Just those 2 words. Nagelsmann slammed the tactics board to the ground. The broadcast cut to a close-up of him. He turned around, hands on his head, and said something to the bench. The translation couldn't capture it, but the expression was readable. It's over. 3-1. 77th minute. The game had lost its suspense. The German team's formation had completely fallen apart. The defense was afraid to press up, afraid of being countered. The midfielders were hesitant to pressure, fearing being passed through. The forwards dropped back to support, but after receiving the ball, they couldn't find a passing route. Musiala tried to carry the ball forward alone, but was intercepted by Enzo and Mac Allister's double team. Possession returned to Argentina. De Paul controlled the ball slow and steady. He glanced at Lin Feng and smiled. They are scared of you now. Lin Feng nodded, saying nothing. He knew. Since he scored his second goal, the looks from the entire German team towards him had changed. It was no longer the fierce determination of mark him closely. It was the fear of don't let him get the ball. 83rd minute, Scaloni substituted Lin Feng. As he walked towards the sidelines, all the Argentine fans stood and applauded. 53 minutes of silence followed by 30 minutes of eruption. From being booed as useless to having his name chanted by the fans. It only took a half. He reached the sidelines and Scaloni patted his back. Saying nothing, he simply nodded. On the bench, Susan handed over a water bottle. How are you? Tired. That goal you just scored almost made me fall off my chair. The match isn't over yet. It's 3-1 now. The Germans are already dead. Lin Feng looked at the field. Indeed. The German team had already given up. Musiala was carrying the ball alone in the midfield with no one supporting him. The defenders had retreated to the edge of the penalty area and wouldn't come out. 89th minute, Messi received the ball on the right facing 3 defenders' blockade, easily passing back to Enzo. Enzo controlled the ball, looked at the clock. Then he passed it to the defender. Maintaining possession, waiting for the whistle. The final whistle blew. Argentina eliminated Germany with a score of 3-1, advancing to the semifinals. Lin Feng sat on the bench watching his teammates celebrate on the field. De Paul took off his jersey and waved it while Enzo knelt on the grass kissing it. Lautaro and Alvarez embraced each other, spinning in circles. Messi stood at the center circle, hands on his hips, slightly tilting his head back. It looked like he was saying something to the heavens. Lin Feng looked down at his worn-out shoes. The sole had worn down another layer. The glue on the toe had cracked into 4 lines. But these shoes had brought him to the World Cup semifinals. He stood up and walked onto the field. De Paul saw him coming and wrapped his arm around his neck. Kid, we made it to the semifinals. Yeah. Why are you so calm? I'm not calm. Just my legs are still shaking. De Paul glanced down at his legs, which were indeed trembling. Damn it, then why are you still standing? Sit down. Standing and shaking looks better than sitting and shaking. De Paul laughed and ruffled his hair. Messi walked over. He patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Remember what I told you. Once is enough. I used it twice. Twice is fine too. Messi smiled. But for the next match you might need to use it 3 times. Lin Feng looked at him. Who is the next match against? Messi tilted his head, his tone as flat, as if discussing what to eat tomorrow. Brazil or England? Not easy to play against either. In the World Cup semifinals, no match is easy. Messi turned and walked towards the tunnel. After taking 2 steps, he turned back. You did well today, but don't get cocky. From the semifinals on, every minute is a walk on the edge of a knife. Saying that, he entered the tunnel. Lin Feng stood still, gazing at the empty German half. We made it to the semifinals. 2 matches away. Back in the locker room, the atmosphere was electric. De Paul was playing music, his voice louder than the speakers. Enzo, shirtless, was dancing some incomprehensible moves while Lautaro was on his phone having a video call. Lin Feng sat in the corner changing. His jersey was soaked through and clung stubbornly to his skin. After struggling to pull it off, he noticed a purplish bruise on his ribs. He had no idea when he got it. During the match he hadn't felt a thing. Enzo barefoot jogged over and plopped. How did you make that interception today? What interception? The one at the 75th minute. You were already standing at the spot where he was going to receive the ball. I saw the passer glance in that direction. Enzo stared at him. That's it. That's it. Do you have radar? You caught that in a split second. Lin Feng didn't explain. He couldn't tell Enzo that his mind had a god's eye view of the entire field. It's a habit. I had to watch the road when delivering food. Enzo's mouth twitched. You blame everything on food delivery. Because that's how I really trained it. Enzo toweled his hair dry, while saying, you know, after that play today, from now on everyone will look for you in crucial moments. What do you mean? That interception you made plus the chip pass before. Everyone on the team saw it. From now on, when the game is deadlocked, their first reaction will be to find you. Are you ready? Lin Feng thought for a moment. Ready for what? Ready for the whole team to hand their brains over to you. Lin Feng was silent. Enzo patted his shoulder and stood up, turning back before leaving. It's not a bad thing, but the pressure will be enormous. As long as you can handle it. After showering, Lin Feng ran into Mac Allister in the hallway. Mac Allister, usually quiet, stopped him today. Next match, wherever you stand, I'll run near you. It's more comfortable playing with you than with others. Why? You release the ball fast. You pass within a fraction of a second of receiving it. I don't have to wait. With others, I have to slow down while they decide where to send it. With you, I just run. Mac Allister patted his arm and left. Lin Feng stood in the corridor, a little dazed. He had never felt this way before. In the Tianhai team, no one passed to him. He was isolated, superfluous, invisible. Now the whole team actively sought him out. Not because of his scoring ability, not because of his fancy dribbling. It was because of his mind. They had begun to trust his judgment. The feeling was strange and heavy. At the evening tactical meeting, Scaloni reviewed the game, as usual. He marked out 10 sequences in the first half, where Lin Feng hadn't touched the ball. See? In the first half, Lin Feng didn't touch the ball, but every run he made pulled one or two German defenders out of position. Scaloni pointed at the screen. In these 10 sequences, because of Lin Feng's runs, Messi gained 3 extra spaces to receive the ball, and Enzo had 2 unmarked possessions. He looked at the team. Most of you only saw the second half goal and assist. But what really decided the game was the first half. DePaul raised his hand. Coach, are you trying to say Lin Feng is great? Just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush. Someone laughed in the locker room. Scaloni didn't laugh. What I'm saying is, starting next match, Lin Feng's role will change. The room went silent. Before, he was a surprise weapon. No one had studied him, no one knew him. We exploited the information gap through 3 group matches and 1 knockout. Scaloni capped his pen. But from now on, the whole world knows him. The next opponent's analysis report will have a dedicated chapter on him. He is no longer a surprise or a shock. He looked at Lin Feng. So he can no longer be a surprise weapon. Lin Feng swallowed. From now on, he is... Scaloni's voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear. Not a backup plan, not an alternative. Part of it, like Messi, like Enzo. In the next tactical arrangement, his name will appear on every page. Messi sat in the corner silent, but nodded slightly. After the meeting, Carlos waited for Lin Feng at the door. Did you hear that? Yes. Do you know what it means? What? You're no longer here to see the world. You're here to carry the weight. Lin Feng looked down at the slippers on his feet. The locker room slippers were too big, they kept slipping. I know. Scared? A little. Carlos put an arm around his shoulder and walked toward the dorms. Good. The fearless can't bear the load. The ones who can truly carry the weight are those who are scared, but still move forward. Back in the dorm, Lin Feng sat on the bed staring into space. Gao Yuan sent a stream of messages. Bro, your goal today exploded all over the internet. Do you know you're occupying 3 of the top 5 spots on Weibo trending? First, Lin Feng World Cup goal. Second, Lin Feng bypassed the goalkeeper. Third, Lin Feng disappeared for 53 minutes. The CCTV commentator called you a tactical genius. Sky Sports in the UK said you're the biggest discovery of this World Cup. Your mom just called me. Told me to tell you not to get too cocky. Lin Feng replied. I'm not cocky. Next game is the semi-final. Gao Yuan replied instantly. Damn, can't you show some emotion? You just scored in a World Cup quarterfinal. Against Germany. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then typed back. I am happy. But the coach said today that I'm no longer a surprise weapon. In the plan. What does that mean? It means from now on, every opponent will target me. Gao Yuan was silent for 10 seconds. Are you scared then? Yes. And you still push forward. What else? Go back to delivering food. Gao Yuan sent a thumbs-up emoji. Just go for it. 3 million people are awake at 3 a.m. to watch you play. If you step back, they stayed up for nothing. Lin Feng locked his phone, lay back, and stared at the ceiling. The plan. Before, he was the hidden blade. Now he had been brought into the spotlight. Everyone was watching him, every opponent would study him. He could no longer hide. Scaloni's voice echoed, and he is not a surprise weapon. He is the plan. Lin Feng closed his eyes. The semi-final opponent was not yet confirmed. But whether it was Brazil or England, their analysts were surely rewinding today's game frame by frame. That boy who disappeared for 53 minutes and then killed the game with one touch would not get a second chance to vanish. Next match, he would have to stand up from the very first minute. He could no longer wait. It was midnight in Buenos Aires. It was 11 o'clock in the morning in Beijing. The moment Lin Feng scored, 30 million people back home were watching the live broadcast simultaneously. Weibo's servers nearly crashed. The name Lin Feng dominated the trending topics. The first post Lin Feng scored in the World Cup. The second post Lin Feng had disappeared for 53 minutes. The third post Lin Feng dribbled past the goalkeeper to score into an empty net. The fourth post the World Cup hero in worn-out shoes. The fifth post Lin Feng's mother watched the game at dawn. Zhang Ran's live stream had over 12 million viewers at the same time. His voice was already hoarse, yet he kept talking. Did you see that? Did you see that? This 18-year-old boy was delivering takeout just 3 months ago. From a delivery boy to the World Cup semifinals. What a story. Even a screenwriter wouldn't dare to write this. The comments flooded in so quickly it was hard to read. The light of the dragon country. The Messi of the village. No, he said he's not Messi, he's Lin Feng. Scoring in worn-out shoes. The soles are worn through, but he can still kick. I cried, I'm really crying. Zhang Ran steadied his emotions and glanced at his phone. Brothers, I just received Lin Feng's mother, Miss. Lin Xiaolan just finished watching the entire live broadcast. The comments suddenly fell silent for a second. Then they surged even more. Did the aunt see it? The aunt must have cried. Someone go check on the aunt. Zhang Ran opened a video. It was filmed by a neighbor. In the frame, a small living room with a 55-inch television on the image frozen at the moment Lin Feng was kneeling on the grass. Lin Xiaolan sat on a small stool in front of the television, her hands gripping her knees, her shoulders shaking. 3 neighbors stood nearby, with Aunt Wang handing her tissues. Lin Xiaolan took the tissue to wipe her face, and then smiled. It was a mixed expression of crying and laughing. She said a sentence, her voice very soft, but the phone picked it up. My son scored a goal. Just that one sentence. The comments in Zhang Ran's live stream were instantly flooded with him crying. In a live stream with 6 million viewers, the comment section was like a bursting dam. Zhang Ran's own eyes were red, but he held on. Brothers, I need to tell you something. He pulled out a screenshot. The shoes Lin Feng wore today, did you notice during the replay? The soles are already worn through. The toe has 4 cracks all glued with universal glue. What? Scoring in worn-out shoes at the World Cup. No sponsors. That's absurd. How poor can he be? Zhang Ran shook his head. It's not that there are no sponsors. It's just that his signing period was too short and the gear hasn't arrived yet. Plus he's been training non-stop with no time to deal with these things. But the problem is he scored in worn-out shoes at the World Cup. He paused. Think about what his mother said during the live stream before. She said my son can finally play wearing shoes. But these shoes, the soles are almost gone. The live stream was filled with gifts. Zhang Ran waved his hand. Don't send me gifts, I don't need the money. If you want to donate, go to Lin Feng's support group and say wait until he comes back to buy a house for his mother. The comments were instantly flooded with buy a house for the aunt. On the other side, at the entrance of Lin Xiaolan's rental apartment at 3:30 in the morning. The neighbors left with Aunt Wang being the last to go. Lin Xiaolan sat alone in the living room, the television still on, broadcasting post-match interviews. She couldn't understand Spanish and couldn't read the subtitles. But she could understand the sight of her son standing on the lawn in a blue and white jersey. Her phone rang. It was Lin Feng's voice message. Mom, did you see it? Lin Xiaolan pressed down on the voice message. I saw it. She sniffed. You ran so fast I couldn't see where you went. That was a counterattack. What counterattack? I don't understand. I just saw you suddenly running to the opponent's goal, and then the ball went in. Yes, it went in. Is your leg okay? Didn't you get injured last time? I'm fine now, it healed long ago. Really? There was a 2-second silence. Lin Xiaolan spoke again. Son, I need to tell you something. Today that Uncle Lou from the building next door came, the one who used to complain about bicycles blocking the way in front of our house. What did he come for? He brought 2 boxes of milk. He also said he misunderstood in the past and told me not to take it to heart. Lin Feng paused for a moment. Did you accept it? I accepted it. He meant well. Lin Xiaolan hesitated, but Mom knows what he means. When we were poor, who cared about you? Now that you're successful, they're all coming back. Mom, don't think too much. I'm not thinking too much. I just want to tell you, you focus on playing your ball. I can handle things here at home. And one more thing. What? Today that Zhang something Ran called and said he wants to interview Mom. Mom agreed. He asked Mom what she thought about you playing soccer. Lin Feng's heart tightened. What did you say? Mom just spoke honestly. I said you've been stubborn since you were little. When others didn't let you play, you insisted on playing, and when your shoes were gone, you still played barefoot. What else did you say? I also mentioned that when you were delivering takeout, your feet were covered in blisters every day, but you still went to play soccer the next day. Mom couldn't stop you. Lin Feng closed his eyes. Mom, please don't go on television anymore. Why? It's too exhausting. Your health isn't good. I'm not tired. Lin Xiaolin's voice suddenly became firm. I may be clumsy with words, but I want everyone to know how much hardship you endured to get to where you are today. If you don't say it, I will speak for you. Lin Feng felt a lump in his throat. Alright then, don't stay up late. I'll tell you the time for the next match later. Okay. You sleep too. Good night, Mom. Good night. After hanging up, Lin Feng pressed the phone against his chest. The ceiling was a stark white. He recalled his mother's words just now. He's been stubborn since he was little. Yes. Stubborn. Stubborn enough to play soccer barefoot, stubborn enough to train while delivering takeout, stubborn enough to score in worn-out shoes at the World Cup. At 10 o'clock the following morning. Tactical meeting room. Scaloni stood before the projection screen, hands buried in his trouser pockets without uttering a word. All 26 members of the team sat in orderly silence. DePaul leaned back in his chair. Enzo bent over to tie his shoelaces, while Lautaro folded his arms and stared at the whiteboard. Messi sat in the back corner, his expression blank. Lin Feng sat in the third row far left. He had slept only 5 hours the night before and dreamed of returning to the concrete ground of Qinghanghan to play football. When he woke, his palms were drenched with sweat. Scaloni clicked the remote, and the screen lit up. A flag appeared at the center of the screen. England. The dressing room fell silent for 3 seconds. DePaul spoke first. England. Yes. Scaloni set the remote on the table. They eliminated Brazil in extra time yesterday. 1-0 Rice scored. Enzo frowned. Brazil lost. Brazil had 67 possession, 23 shots, 0 goal. Scaloni turned a page. England had 4 shots and 1 goal. Lautaro whistled. Park the bus. Not just a park bus. Scaloni advanced to the next slide. The screen showed England's formation, 541. 5 defenders, 4 midfielders, 1 forward. They conceded only 1 goal in all matches before the semifinals. 3 clean sheets in the knockout stage. Lin Feng stared at the formation diagram. 5 defenders stood in a line, 4 midfielders clogged every gap in the center. Scaloni continued. Rice and Bellingham as double pivots. Their coverage is wider than the French pair. Stones and Maguire as center backs, 1-1. 88 m, the other one. 94 m, combined weight 190 kilograms. DePaul raised his hand. Coach, in plain English, we can't bump them. Can't bump, can't squeeze, can't outjump. Scaloni glanced at Lin Feng. A 56 kilograms man standing before a 100 kilograms man. It's like a wall. Lin Feng said nothing. Scaloni switched to the next slide. But England's most terrifying weapon isn't defensive solidity. It's this. On the screen appeared a heat map. The running range of England's 4 midfielders was marked in red, forming a complete blockade from left to right. They don't let the ball cross the midfield line. Scaloni pointed at the red line in the middle of the screen. Brazil attempted 67 passes into England's 30-meter zone. Success rate 21. 14 successful passes, only 3 of which were direct penetrating passes. Enzo straightened up. 21%. Yes. Scaloni turned to face the team. England won't let you advance into the final third. Your playmaking is central, your creativity is central, your passing is central. Their strategy is to completely sever the center. If the ball can't get through, your forwards become isolated. Enzo straightened up. 21%. Yes. Scaloni turned to face the team. England won't let you advance into the final third. Your playmaking is central, your creativity is central, your passing is central. Their strategy is to completely sever the center. If the ball can't get through, your forwards become isolated. Lin Feng felt several pairs of eyes drift toward him. The center was cut off. His operating area was the center. Scaloni seemed to read his mind. Lin Feng. Yes. The England analysis report has a dedicated section on you. 12 pages. Scaloni pulled up a screenshot of the cover page from England's technical team's internal document. On it was written a single word in English which translated to priority threat. They've listed you as a priority target at the same level as Messi. DePaul turned to look at Lin Feng. Wow, on par with Messi. Messi in the back twitched the corner of his mouth, but said nothing. Scaloni closed the slide presentation, walked to the tactical board, and began drawing. England's 5 defenders plus 4 midfielders means 6 to 7 players can participate in defense at any time in the center. When we played France in the group stage, their 2 defensive midfielders already made things tough for Lin Feng. Now we face 4 midfielders and 2 center backs compressing space simultaneously. He drew a horizontal line. The center is dead. The whole room fell silent. Scaloni put down the pen and checked his watch. But every team has weaknesses. He flipped back to a heat map and pointed at the flanks of England's formation. What's the price of 5 defenders? Enzo answered. Insufficient manpower on the wings. Correct. Their fullbacks have to contribute both defensively and offensively. When they drop into the center, they leave a 15 to 20 meter corridor on the flanks. Scaloni drew 2 vertical lines marking the flanks of England's formation. But the problem is our fullbacks Molina and Tagliafico dare not push up in the first half. Because England's counterattack is extremely fast, Saka and Foden on the wings are nearly as quick as Mbappe. If they push up and can't recover, it becomes an onion with the keeper. He drew a question mark on the tactical board. So the problem is clear. The center is blocked, the flanks have space, but we dare not use them. Scaloni put down the pen, leaned against the edge of the tactical board, and crossed his arms. I need a solution, one that exploits the flank space without exposing our defense. He looked at the entire team, his gaze finally resting on Lin Feng. You have 2 days to think. Day after tomorrow at 2 p.m. We leave for the stadium. Meeting adjourned. Everyone stood up and headed out. Lin Feng. Scaloni's voice came from behind. Lin Feng stopped and turned. Scaloni still stood before the tactical board. Messi and Tardelli were also there. Everyone else had left. Close the door. DePaul, the last to exit, glanced back at Lin Feng and pulled the door shut. Scaloni pointed at the tactical board. What do you see? Lin Feng walked to the board and stared at England's formation diagram for 10 seconds. The center is indeed dead. 6 or 7 players stacked there. Messi and I can't get in. And then, there's space on the flanks. But you said earlier that the fullbacks can't push up without leaving the backline exposed. Right. So, Lin Feng was silent for 5 seconds. Messi sat nearby, not interrupting. So the problem isn't whether the flanks have space, Lin Feng said. The problem is who uses that space. Scaloni's mouth twitched slightly. Go on. If pushing the fullbacks up is risky, then send someone else. Have a central player drift wide, drawing their midfielders over, and the center loosens up. Scaloni nodded. That's one direction. But it's not enough. England's midfield is extremely disciplined and won't easily chase players. If you drift wide and they don't follow, you end up isolated on the flank. Lin Feng thought for another 5 seconds. Then what if it's not me drifting wide? Scaloni raised an eyebrow. What if I still stand in the center as bait, sucking all 4 of their midfielders into the middle, and then have the fullbacks sneak up behind them? Tardelli spoke up. If Molina goes up, what about the backline? He doesn't need to go all the way to the byline. Lin Feng walked to the tactical board, picked up the pen, and drew a dot. Here is enough. He marked a point on England's formation diagram roughly on the flank of their 35-meter zone. Molina pushes to here, not past their midfield line. He's not going to cross. He's going to receive the ball. Scaloni stared at the dot. I'll occupy the attention of 3 or 4 defenders in the center. Enzo or Mac Allister switches the ball to the flank for Molina. When Molina gets the ball, he faces only one man. Then he doesn't cross. He cuts inside, takes 2 steps toward the center. Lin Feng drew a diagonal line on the board. When Molina cuts inside, England's wide center back has to step out to block. Once he steps out, a 2-meter gap appears between Stones and Maguire. He circled the gap between the 2 center backs. 2 meters will be enough. Messi stood up from his chair and walked to the tactical board. He stared at the circle Lin Feng had drawn for 3 seconds. Enough, Messi said. I can get through 2 meters. Scaloni said nothing. He looked at the tactical board for a full 10 seconds. Then he turned to Tardelli. Tardelli met his gaze. The two exchanged a look. Scaloni picked up a folder from under the tactical board and pulled out the last page. It was a blank tactical diagram. He handed it to Lin Feng. Day after tomorrow's match. You draw on this page. Lin Feng froze. If your plan doesn't work during the game, or if the opponent changes formation on the fly, you're responsible for real-time adjustments. Coach, I've only played 4 matches. What you see in your head is more than what I see from the sideline. Scaloni's tone left no room for negotiation. This isn't about trust. It's about efficiency. I can't spot the subtle shifts in the opponent's defensive line from the sideline. You can. Messi patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Don't chicken out. Lin Feng held the blank sheet. The paper was light, but his palms were sweating. After the training session that afternoon, Lin Feng remained alone in the tactical meeting room. A blank tactical diagram lay spread out on the table. He stared at it for half an hour, picking up the pen only to set it back down repeatedly. The door was pushed open. DePaolo peeked in. Still here? Nope. What are you doing? Just. DePaolo stepped inside and glanced at the blank paper on the table. Did the coach ask you to draw up a plan? Yes. Impressive. DePaolo moved a chair and sat down. So what have you thought of? Lin Feng set down his pen and leaned back in his chair. The plan I mentioned this morning, having Molina push up to receive the ball and then cut inside. Do you think it will work? DePaolo pondered for a moment. The direction is fine. But you missed something. What? When Molina cuts inside, the flank behind him will be left open. If England intercepts and counterattacks with Saka's speed, he can reach the goal line in 3 seconds. We'll only have 3 players left in the backline. Lin Feng frowned. That's why I only let Molina push up to 35 meters, just past the halfway line. His cutting distance is short enough that if he gets intercepted, he can still track back in time. Can he really make it back in time? I've calculated it. Molina's chasing speed is sufficient, but the premise is that he can't run more than 5 meters while cutting inside. If he runs more than 5 meters, he won't be able to return. DePaolo nodded. 5 meters. So he can only make 1 pass in that area. Exactly. Receive the ball, take a step, and then pass. 3 touches. Is 3 touches enough? It is. Lin Feng picked up the pen again and drew on the paper. The key is not who Molina passes the ball to. The key lies in those 2 steps he takes to cut inside, which will force the England center-back to come out and cover. Once the center-back comes out, there will be a gap in the middle. Then who will exploit that gap? Messi. De Paulo tilted his head. How will Messi get there? He's 36, he can't sprint from 30 meters away to the gap. That's why he needs to position himself early. Feng drew Messi's position on the diagram. Messi should start slightly to the right, standing between the 2 center-backs. He won't move. The moment Molina cuts inside and draws the center-back out, the space will be at his feet. He won't need to run, the ball will come to him. Who will pass? Molina. So Molina will cut inside and directly pass to Messi. Yes. One touch. De Paulo leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the table. It can work, but have you considered whether Molina's passing accuracy is good enough? He's a defender, not a midfielder. Feng paused. That's a problem. Exactly. If Molina's pass goes off target, not only will the attack be wasted, but it will also expose our backline. Feng stared at the diagram for another half-minute. Let's try a different approach. He erased a line and redrew. Molina won't pass to Messi. Molina will pass back to the middle for me. For you. Yes. After Molina cuts inside for 2 steps, the England center-back will come out. At that moment, he'll move 2 steps to the right to receive Molina's return pass. My original position in the center will be empty, and the England midfielders will instinctively withdraw to cover that space. De Paulo followed the tip of his pen. But I won't be in the center anymore. He'll be in the right half space receiving the ball. There will only be one holding midfielder in front of me. And then he'll pass. To whom? To Messi. He'll be between the 2 center-backs. The center-back will be drawn out by Molina, and the holding midfielder will cover my original position. At that moment, no one will be near Messi. De Paulo squinted. That's a second wave of overlapping play. Exactly. Molina's initial push is the first wave, and my receiving and switching to Messi is the second wave. The interval between the 2 waves won't exceed 3 seconds. England won't be able to adjust in time. De Paulo slapped the table. It sounds good, but do you know where the risk lies? I know. Then say it. After Molina pushes up, the space behind him will be exposed. If the first pass is intercepted, we'll only have 3 defenders left to defend against England's counterattack. Saka, Foden, and Kane, 3 against 3. How do you plan to handle that? Not handling it. De Paulo raised his eyebrows. This is a gamble. Feng set down his pen. If the first pass isn't accurate enough, this plan can't be used. But if Enzo's pass precision and Molina's receiving stability are guaranteed, the risk is manageable. Have you told the coach? Not yet. Let's go. If the first pass isn't accurate enough, this plan can't be used. But if Feng knocked twice on the door. Come in. He pushed the door open. Scaloni was watching a video. Messi sat nearby, flipping through data on opposing players on his tablet. Coach, I figured out my plan. Scaloni pressed pause and turned around. Go ahead. Feng spread the diagram on the table. He explained everything from start to finish: Molina's overlapping position, cutting direction, passing route, his own receiving position, Messi's positioning, and the England defenders' reactive responses. Scaloni did not interrupt throughout. Once he finished, the office fell silent. Scaloni stared at the diagram, and Messi leaned in to take a look. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 7 seconds. What about the risk? Scaloni asked. After Molina pushes up, the space behind him is exposed. If intercepted, it'll become a 3-3 situation. What do you think the probability is? Enzo's pass accuracy was 87% last season. Molina's receiving success rate in this World Cup is 91%. The probability of both steps being successful is around 79%. Scaloni glanced at him. Did you memorize all the data? I reviewed it last night. Messi spoke up. My positioning is fine. I've been standing between the 2 center-backs for 20 years. But there's one detail. What is it? If the England center-back doesn't come out to cover when Molina cuts inside. Feng paused for a moment. If he doesn't come out, Molina can continue to carry the ball and cut inside. If there's no one closing him down within 5 meters, he can take a shot directly. Do you trust Molina's shooting? No need to trust it, Feng replied. As long as he takes the shot, as long as the goalkeeper dives regardless of whether the shot goes in or not, there will be chaos in the box. That chaos is advantageous for us because Lautaro and Alvarez have stronger positioning abilities than their center-backs. Okay. Messi nodded. Scaloni neither agreed nor disagreed. He picked up the diagram and stared at it for 20 seconds. Then he set it down. 3 seconds of silence. Try it. Just one word. Feng let out a breath of relief. Scaloni stood up. Tomorrow morning, we'll practice for 30 minutes. If Molina cannot cooperate, we'll change the plan. If it works, we'll use it the day after. Okay. Feng turned to leave. Feng. He paused. Scaloni's voice wasn't loud. This is your first time designing a match plan on your own. If we use it the day after, regardless of whether it succeeds or fails, the responsibility is mine, not yours. You just need to execute it. Feng opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately nodded. He stepped out. De Paolo was leaning against the wall in the corridor waiting for him. What did he say? The coach said to try it. De Paolo put his arm around his shoulder and shook him vigorously. Good job, kid. You've gone from being the one assigned to being the one assigning. Lin Feng didn't respond. He lowered his head to look at the diagram he had drawn. The lines on it were still a bit shaky. It was from his hand shaking while drawing. Tomorrow's training will be a rehearsal. The day after is the official match. In front of 80,000 people. Live broadcast to the whole world. His plan used for the first time in the World Cup semifinals. If it succeeds, Argentina goes to the final. If it fails, Lin Feng folded the diagram neatly and stuffed it into his pocket. It won't fail. Semifinals. The 37th minute. 0-0. England's defense is more terrifying than expected. In the first 36 minutes, Argentina did not have a single shot on target. The central area is completely blocked. Rice and Bellingham stand like two walls in midfield, and Lin Feng is caught between three players every time he tries to receive the ball. Enzo's long pass has been cleared 4 times. After Messi receives the ball facing a 3-man blockade, he can only pass back. More critically, England is not in a hurry to counterattack. After regaining possession, they slowly pass the ball, wasting time and dragging the pace of the game to a crawl. The live stream's comments start to criticize. It's impossible to break through. The middle is as congested as rush hour. Where is Lin Feng? How did he disappear again? The 37th minute. Enzo holds the ball in the center circle. He glances at Lin Feng. Lin Feng does not move. He stands at the edge of the blockade formed by England's 4 midfielders with 2 players within 3 meters. But he slightly moved his right hand. He pointed to the right. Enzo saw it. He did not pass to the center. With the inside of his foot, he nudged the ball laterally, sending it towards the right. Molina has quietly pushed up from his own half. At this moment, he stands on the edge of England's 35-meter area. There is only one England left midfielder in front of him. The ball arrives. Molina stops it with his right foot, but it does not stop at his feet. It stops a meter in front of his right side. That meter is intentional. The England left midfielder sees the ball a meter away from Molina's body and instinctively steps forward to challenge. Just as he takes that step, Molina uses his left foot to tap the ball, cutting inward towards the center. 1 step. 2 steps. A move practiced for 30 minutes in training. 2 steps cutting in. The England center-back Walker sees Molina advancing inwards. He must come out to block. Because if Molina takes 1 more step in, he can shoot. Walker stepped out. Just this moment. The gap between Walker and Stones widened from 2 meters to 4 meters. Lin Feng saw it. From a god's eye view, that 4-meter gap looked like a door being pushed open. He moved, not rushing forward. He shifted 2 steps to the right. England's defensive midfielder Rice has been watching him. Seeing Lin Feng move to the right, Rice followed a step. But he stopped after just 1 step. Because he noticed Messi still standing in the center. If he followed Lin Feng, no one would be watching Messi in the center. Rice chose to stay in the center. The right choice. But this meant that after Lin Feng moved 2 steps to the right, there was no one in front of him. Molina passed the ball. Not forward. It was a backward pass. Toward the right center position. The ball slid along the grass. Lin Feng received the ball. In front of him was only a 40-meter open space, and that 4-meter wide door. He did not stop the ball. With the inside of his right foot, he flicked the ball forward 3 meters. Bellingham lunged in from the left side in an attempt to block. Too late. Before Bellingham arrived, Lin Feng used the outside of his right foot to poke the ball diagonally through. The ball passed behind Walker and slipped past Stones, going through that 4-meter wide door. Messi was there. He had been standing there from the very beginning. Not moving at all. Just waiting for this pass. When Messi received the ball, only the goalkeeper was in front of him. Face to face. 12 yards. Messi lightly pushed with the inside of his right foot, the ball rolling towards the lower right corner of the goal. The goalkeeper dived. His fingertips touched the ball. The ball changed direction slightly. Yet it still rolled in. 1-0. The entire stadium erupted. The roar of 80,000 Argentine fans crashed down like a tsunami. Lin Feng stood at the edge of the penalty area, his ears ringing. Messi did not celebrate wildly. He turned around and pointed at 3 people. First he pointed at Enzo. That pass. Then pointed at Molina. Those 2 steps cutting in. Finally he pointed at Lin Feng. That penetrating pass. 3 people. 3 taps. 3 seconds. A hole was torn in England's iron wall. De Paul ran over and hugged Lin Feng. The diagram you drew. It's the diagram you drew. Enzo dove over, riding on 2 people's backs. Damn. It worked. Molina ran over from the right, his expression as if he had just won the lottery. He had never assisted in a World Cup semifinal before. Although it was Lin Feng who scored and not him, without his 2 steps cutting in, nothing would have existed. Lin Feng was pressed under the pile of people, his face against the grass. The grass was wet, carrying the coolness of dew. He smelled the scent of the earth. There was only one thought in his mind. It worked. The plan worked. After the crowd dispersed, Lin Feng stood up. He looked up at the big screen. The replay was being broadcast. Arrows marked 3 passing routes from Enzo to Molina, from Molina to Lin Feng, from Lin Feng to Messi. The 3 lines cut through England's 9-man defense like surgical knives. The broadcast switched to England's head coach Southgate. He stood on the sideline, hands on his hips, expressionless. But the assistant coach behind him was flipping through the tactical book frantically. They did not anticipate this. In the 12-page special report on Lin Feng, there was no plan for Molina's secondary overlap, because Molina had not pushed forward past half the field the entire World Cup. They thought he was a purely defensive fullback. Southgate turned around and shouted something at the bench. It was unclear what he shouted, but 30 seconds later England adjusted their positioning. Bellingham began to lean towards the right flank, while the left midfielder retreated to cover the area where Molina might appear. They were patching up the gaps, but they had already conceded 1 goal. Halftime. In the locker room, Scaloni stood in front of the tactical board, illustrating the first half's goal. England will seal off the right flank in the second half. Molina's space to push up will be blocked. Lin Feng sipped water and nodded. He knew. The same trick cannot be used twice. So we changed the plan in the second half. Scaloni looked at Lin Feng. You speak. The eyes of the entire team focused back on Lin Feng. Lin Feng set down his water bottle and walked to the tactical board. He picked up a pen. If the right flank is sealed, then we switch to the left flank. But not simply switching sides. He drew a line. In the second half, England will have Bellingham block the right flank. That leaves 1 less person in the center. Rice cannot hold the center alone. DePaul interjected. Are you saying the center might work better in the second half? Yes. They shifted players to seal the right flank, which reduces the density in the center. In the first half, there were 4 players sealing the center. In the second half, there may only be 3. 3 is still a lot, Enzo said. 3 against 2 is indeed a lot. But if I suddenly accelerate in the center and run towards the left, will Rice follow? Enzo thought for a moment. Rice won't follow. He has to defend the center. Right? Then if I run to the left, it becomes unknown. I can deliver the ball against 1 person. Messi spoke up from the corner. Who will you pass to? To you. Lin Feng looked at Messi. You stand in the center. I will move to the left to draw away their 3rd midfielder. You will face Rice alone in the center. Messi's lips moved slightly. Okay. Scaloni tapped the tactical board. What if they don't fall for it? What if the 3rd midfielder in the center doesn't follow Lin Feng? Then I will take the ball on the left and shoot myself, Lin Feng said. The plan in the first half was to pass the ball to others. If the plan doesn't work in the second half, I will take it myself. Scaloni stared at him for 2 seconds. All right. The second half began. Lin Feng started moving to the left from the first minute. England indeed adjusted. Bellingham moved to the right, and the left midfielder retreated to the center to cover. In the center it was now just Rice with 2 players watching Messi and Enzo. But what about the left flank? Lin Feng stood in the left 30-meter area. There was only Walker in front of him. Walker was a defender, not a midfielder. His instinct is to retreat, not to press. Lin Feng received Enzo's pass. Walker took a step back. Lin Feng cut in with the ball. Walker stepped back again. 5 meters. 10 meters. Lin Feng carried the ball from the left and cut in towards the center for 10 meters, with Walker retreating the whole time. The 52nd minute. Lin Feng cut into the left side of the penalty arc. Stones came over to back him up. 2 players surrounded him. He did not force his way through. With the arch of his right foot, he flicked the ball between the 2 players. But he did not chase the ball, because Lautaro was on that line. Lautaro received the ball facing Maguire in the penalty area. Maguire is 1 meter 94 and 90 kilograms. Lautaro is 1 meter 74 and 72 kilograms. Lautaro did not force a confrontation. A feigned shot turned into a dribble and the ball passed through Maguire's legs. Lautaro chased the ball. The goalkeeper rushed out. Lautaro shot. The goalkeeper saved it. The ball bounced out. It bounced to someone's feet. Alvarez. An open goal. Alvarez shot. The ball rolled into goalkeeper saved. 2-0. After Alvarez scored, the entire team rushed to pile on him. Lin Feng was squeezed outside the crowd. He didn't run over and stood at the top of the penalty area panting. The big screen replayed the goal. The arrow traced from Enzo to Lin Feng, from Lin Feng through 2 players to Lautaro, from Lautaro to the goalkeeper's save, and finally Alvarez's follow-up shot. For players, 4 touches 5 seconds. The English iron defense was pierced through 2 holes. Southgate stood on the sidelines, no longer with hands on his hips, directly kicking over a water bottle from the bench. He shouted something on the field, and Rice ran to the sidelines to receive instructions. 30 seconds later, England made a substitution. Bellingham was taken off, replaced by a defensive midfielder. Lin Feng glanced at the electronic board of the bench. England changed from a 541 formation to a 550. 5 defenders, 5 midfielders, and no forwards. Pure defense. No shame. Enzo came over and patted Lin Feng on the back. They are scared. I can see that. How do we play next? Lin Feng scanned the positions on the field. The 5 English midfielders formed a line in the 30-meter area, with 5 defenders behind them forming another line. 10 players crowded within 30 meters of their own penalty area. The central route was completely blocked. They all retreated. Lin Feng said, "Then let's control the ball and run down the clock, we are leading." Enzo replied, "That's not a good idea." "Why?" "England has over 30 minutes left, they will look for a chance if they score one, that's it. In extra time we won't have the stamina to match them." Enzo thought for a moment. "So what do you suggest?" "We need to score another. Kill the game." "How do we score?" 10 players are packed in front of the penalty area. Lin Feng didn't answer. He looked up for Messi. Messi was slowly walking near the center circle as if taking a stroll. But his eyes were scanning the entire field. Lin Feng ran over. "Boss." Messi glanced at him. "Speak." "They have 10 players sitting back. The central route cannot be penetrated." "But did you notice the defensive midfielder they brought on has been watching me?" Messi stopped walking. "Since I came on he has been following me." Lin Feng said, "I move left, he moves left. I move right, he moves right. The first goal was my shot that pierced through them, and the second one was initiated by me as well. The person they fear the most right now is me." Messi's mouth twitched slightly. So there will be no less than 2 players marking me. You want to be a decoy?" "Yes." "Draw them in and give me the space." "Yes." Messi remained silent, looking down at the grass. "The plan you drew up for the first half was to give me the ball." Messi said. "Yes." "In the second half you again initiated the attack and passed the ball to Lautaro." "Yes." "What about yourself?" Lin Feng was taken aback. "What?" "Both goals are related to you, but the goals are not yours." Messi stared at him. "Don't you want to score yourself?" Lin Feng stayed silent for 2 seconds. "I do." "Then why do you pass every time?" "Because passing has a higher success rate than shooting." Messi shook his head. "No. It's because you are afraid of missing and embarrassing yourself." Lin Feng opened his mouth, but said nothing. "I've told you before, even if you don't score it's better than not trying." Messi patted him on the shoulder. "But this isn't the time. You are right, you be the decoy, and I will take the shot." "Okay, but there is one condition." Messi raised his chin, pointing at the English defense. "If they do truly mark you with 3 players you have to hold your ground." "For how long?" 2 seconds. 2 seconds will be enough." "I can hold." Messi nodded and turned to run away. In the 56th minute Argentina held possession. Enzo had the ball in the center circle and Lin Feng started to move left from the middle. The newly substituted English defensive midfielder followed him. Rice was also shifting left. 2 players now. Lin Feng kept moving. When he reached the left 35-meter area, Walker also came over. 3 players. Lin Feng stood near the left sideline with 3 English players within 3 meters of him. But in the center, there were only 2 players left. Messi stood at the top of the penalty area in the center with only stones beside him. From a god's eye view, the route from the center to the goal was as empty as a highway. Enzo saw it too. He didn't hesitate. With one direct pass, the ball skimmed the ground, crossed the midfield line, and landed directly at Messi's feet. Stones faced Messi alone. The whole world knew the outcome. Messi flicked the ball with the inside of his right foot, going past Stones on his right, while his body moved past on the left. The ball and man separated. Facing the goalkeeper, Messi did not perform any fancy moves. He shot with his right foot into the lower left corner. The ball drilled into the net. 3-0. The entire stadium erupted. Lin Feng stood on the left flank surrounded by 3 players, but he was smiling. After scoring, Messi neither slid on his knees nor roared. He raised his hand to the sky and then slowly jogged towards Lin Feng. The 3 English players stood there like wooden stakes, unsure of whom to watch. Messi reached Lin Feng and wrapped his arm around his neck. "Do you know?" "No, what?" "That moment just now was exactly like what I learned 30 years ago in Rosario." "What do you mean?" "Some people are born to be passers. Some people are born to score. You don't need to be both." Lin Feng lowered his head, feeling a bit emotional. "But I want to score. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Messi released his hand and patted Lin Feng's face. "First, let's win this match." DePaul rushed over from behind and slapped Lin Feng on the back of the head. 3-0, buddy. 3-0. Semifinals 3-0 against England. Enzo was riding on DePaul's back, shouting excitedly. Lin Feng turned to look at the big screen. A replay of him being surrounded by 3 players was playing. 3 players. 3 walls. He didn't move an inch, but Messi effortlessly scored in the space he created. He couldn't hear the commentary, but he knew the whole world was watching. The 18-year-old boy in worn-out shoes stood still, using his presence to tear apart England's defense. In the 61st minute, England completely collapsed. Rice slipped and lost the ball in midfield, and Enzo directly carried the ball forward, passing to Di Maria on the right, who cut in and took a long shot that hit the crossbar. In the 65th minute, Alvarez was tripped inside the penalty area. The referee didn't blow the whistle, but England's formation had already scattered. In the 68th minute, Scaloni substituted Lin Feng for Paredes to strengthen the defense. When Lin Feng left the field, over 70,000 Argentine fans stood up to applaud. It was not polite applause. It was the kind of applause where they stood up, clapped towards him, and shouted his name. Lin Feng heard it. He couldn't sing the Argentine national anthem, but he understood his name. Scaloni waited for him on the sidelines. Lin Feng walked over, and the coach patted him on the back. The plan you designed. The plan you executed. Your game. Lin Feng nodded. But don't get carried away. Scaloni's face was serious. There's still one more match. Lin Feng sat on the bench wrapped in a coat watching the last 20 minutes of the game. England had already lost their fighting spirit. A 3-0 semi-final, no one could play well. The final whistle blew. 3-0. Argentina eliminated England and advanced to the finals. In the moment the final whistle blew, everyone from the substitutes bench rushed onto the field. Lin Feng was pulled up from his seat by someone he couldn't identify, only seeing a wave of blue and white jerseys coming towards him. DePaul was the first to find him gripping his face with both hands and pulling it from side to side. Final. Did you hear that? Final. I heard you now, let go, my face hurts. I don't care if it hurts. Final. Enzo jumped on Lin Feng's back from behind, nearly causing him to fall. Carrying someone who was over 70 kilograms, while weighing only 56 made his legs tremble. Oh my God. Oh my God. Enzo shouted next to his ear. It's 3-0, buddy. 3-0 against England. Can you get off? I feel like I'm going to break. No way. Alvarez ran over and pulled Enzo off Lin Feng's back. You crushed him. It's fine, this kid can take a hit. Lin Feng rubbed his waist. All around him were people celebrating. Some were hugging, some were on their knees, and some were shouting to the heavens. He stood among the crowd watching it all, feeling somewhat unreal. Just 2 months ago he was delivering takeout in Tianjin City. A month ago he put on the Argentina training kit for the first time. Now he stood on the pitch of the World Cup semifinals, having just eliminated England with a score of 3-0. The final. The World Cup final. Lautaro walked over calmer than the others, but his eyes were filled with light. He extended his fist and bumped it against Lin Feng's. I was also in the final last time, Lautaro said. What was it like? Standing in the middle of the field with 80,000 people cheering, you'll feel like you're the biggest person in the world. And then, then the moment you lift the trophy you realize you're still just as small. Lautaro patted his shoulder, but you'll remember that feeling for a lifetime. Lin Feng glanced at him. Do you think we can win? We asked the same question last time. Lautaro didn't answer directly. What you should worry about isn't whether you can win, but whether you're ready. The celebration lasted for 10 minutes. On the way back to the locker room, Lin Feng walked at the back of the team. As he entered the players' tunnel, he turned to look back at the field. The lights were still on, staff were cleaning up the venue, and there were still Argentine fans in the stands singing. In 3 days he would walk out of this tunnel again. But that time would be the final. The music in the locker room was deafening. DePaul had somehow gotten a speaker playing Argentine folk songs while Enzo danced in the middle with his shirt off, and Lautaro recorded a video call for his wife. Lin Feng sat in a corner changing clothes. His phone lit up. It was a message from Gao Yuan. 3-0. 3-0 against England. Are you a god? The trending topics exploded. You're occupying 6 of the top 10. Do you know the CCTV commentary cried? They just cried. Your mom is live streaming. 1.5 million people are watching your mom watching the game at the same time. Lin Feng didn't reply. Another message popped up. It was a voice message from his mother. He opened it. Amidst the noisy background his mother's voice was intermittent. Feng, you won right. You won right. The neighbors are shouting that you won. I saw it. I saw you running on TV. You're still going to play another match, right? What's it called? Final, Lin Feng said in his heart. Mom, keep watching. You just keep watching. The voice message ended. Lin Feng rested his phone on his leg, leaning his head back against the cabinet, closing his eyes. Messi passed by holding a bottle of water. He said nothing, just patted Lin Feng's knee and walked away. 20 minutes later the whole team boarded the bus back to the training base. The bus was still lively. DePaul stood in the aisle leading the team and singing. Enzo whistled, and Alvarez recorded with his phone. Lin Feng leaned against the window, remaining still. Susan walked over from the front and squatted next to his seat. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? I'm happy. Is this what you call happy? I was just thinking about something. What were you thinking about? Who the opponent in the final will be. Susan laughed. It's only been half an hour since the match ended, and you're already thinking about the next one, eh? I can't stop. The other semifinal is tomorrow. Brazil versus Portugal. I know. Who do you think it will be? Lin Feng thought for a moment. Portugal. Why? Brazil's midfield is aging. Portugal has more young players, and in the semifinal they have the advantage in stamina. Susan looked at him. Are you serious? Just a guess. Susan stood up and walked away. The bus arrived at the training base at 1 in the morning. When the whole team got off the bus, Scaloni stood at the door. Everyone. The noise stopped. We won today. Good. No one spoke. But the final hasn't been played yet. Scaloni's face was hard to read in the streetlight, but his voice was cold. Tomorrow is a day off. The day after tomorrow we start preparing for battle. The opponent hasn't been determined yet, but whoever it is, it will be the toughest match. He paused. In the group stage we had an information advantage. The opponents didn't know Lin Feng. The eyes of the entire team turned to Lin Feng. Now that advantage is gone. The whole world knows him now. The whole world is studying him. No matter who the opponent in the final is, they will consider him the #1 threat. Lin Feng stood in the crowd, unmoving. Scaloni continued, so the strategy for the final needs to change. How will it change? DePaul asked. Scaloni looked at Lin Feng and then at Messi. Dual core. The locker room instantly fell silent. Previously Lin Feng was the hidden piece and Messi was the visible piece. Now both are visible. I'm 36, why should I be nervous? Lin Feng glanced at him. Aren't you nervous? Messi thought for a moment. Not nervous. It's anticipation. If they study Lin Feng, Messi will thrive. If they focus on Messi, Lin Feng will thrive. If they focus on both, Enzo and Lautaro in the center will thrive. Scaloni turned and left. DePaul whistled from behind. Dual core, Enzo repeated, what about me? Just a brick mover. You always were just a brick mover, DePaul patted him. The crowd dispersed. Lin Feng walked towards the dormitory and Messi caught up walking beside him. The two walked for a while without speaking. Are you nervous? Messi asked. A bit. That's normal. What about you? I'm 36, why should I be nervous? Lin Feng glanced at him. Aren't you nervous? Messi thought for a moment. Not nervous. It's anticipation. What's the difference? Nervous is fear of losing. Anticipation is desire to win. Lin Feng turned that phrase over in his mind twice. I feel both. Then that's right, Messi said. Being both fearful and eager is what brings out the best in your game. When they reached the bottom of the dormitory building, Messi stopped. Get to bed early. Starting the day after tomorrow, well, add extra training every day. Before the final, we need to practice that dual core combination until we can do it with our eyes closed. Okay. Messi turned to head upstairs, but paused after taking a couple of steps. Lin Feng. Moi. Do you know that no player from Longhua has ever reached the World Cup final in history? Lin Feng was taken aback. Now there is. Messi said, and then he went upstairs. Lin Feng stood downstairs watching him disappear around the corner. The first player from Longhua to reach the World Cup final. He looked down at his worn-out shoes. The soles were as thin as paper, and the cracks at the toes had gone from 4 to 5. But they hadn't fallen apart yet. Just one more match. Just one more. The day before the final. The training base was unnaturally quiet. No one played music, no one fooled around in the hallway, even Enzo was subdued. Lin Feng woke up at 6 in the morning. He lay in bed staring at the ceiling for 10 minutes, then got up to wash his face and brush his teeth. The face in the mirror had grown thinner. In the month and more since arriving in Argentina, he had slimmed down, his cheekbones more prominent. He took out the worn-out shoes from under the bed. The thinnest part of the sole was already translucent. The 5 cracks at the toe had been glued and re-glued, the fabric of the uppers was all frayed, the original white faded to dusty yellow. He placed the shoes on the windowsill. Tomorrow was the last match. At 10 in the morning, the whole team gathered for final training. The intensity was light, just simple passing and positioning. Scaloni didn't want anyone injured. After training, Lin Feng stretched alone by the sideline. DePaul came over with 2 cups of water and handed one to him. Drink. Thanks. DePaul sat down. How'd you sleep? All right. Liar. You've got dark circles under your eyes. Lin Feng said, nothing, drinking water. Scared? DePaul asked. No. Liar again. Lin Feng put down the cup. Okay. A little. Scared of what? Scared of messing up. Messing what up? Everyone will be watching me. If I play badly, it's not just about me. It's about the whole team. DePaul looked at him for a moment. Let me tell you, go ahead. Last World Cup final against France. At halftime, we were up 20. Know what the atmosphere in the locker room was like? What? Same as now? Fear. Scared, even with a 2-goal lead. Yeah, because we knew France had Mbappe. A 2-goal lead meant nothing against him. And we were right. In the second half, he scored 2 in 80 seconds. Lin Feng nodded. He knew that history. But we won in the end, DePaul said. No, why? Why? Because even though we were afraid, we still played. We passed, shot, tackled. Fear doesn't make you play badly. Lin Feng looked at him. So tomorrow, no matter what happens, don't give up. Even if we're behind, even if someone gets sent off, even if it goes to extra time and penalties. Don't give up. I won't. That's it then. DePaul stood up, patted him on the head. Come on, let's eat. In the afternoon, the team had free time. Lin Feng returned to the dorm, closed the door, and took out his phone. He stared at his mother's profile picture for 30 seconds, then called her. It rang 4 times before she answered. Feng. Mom, what's wrong? Aren't you playing tomorrow? Why are you calling? Nothing. Just wanted to talk a bit. There was a pause on the line. Mom, what are you doing? Beating. Aunt Wang just left. Beating this late. Can't work during the day with people coming and going. So many visitors, it's annoying. Lin Feng's lips twitched. Then don't open the door. If I don't, they'll say I'm putting on airs. If I do, they sit around forever. Then let them sit, you keep working. I'm not thick-skinned like you. Lin Feng let out a soft laugh. Mom, moi. Tomorrow's match is the final. I know. Aunt Wang told me. Winner is champion, right? Yes. Then win. He'll try. What does try mean? Lin Feng was silent for a second. It means I might not win. The opponent is strong. Then still play. I don't understand winning or losing. I just want to see you run on TV. Lin Feng's, Mom, don't stay up late tomorrow. Watch the replay, it's the same. No, it's not. Lin Xiaolin's voice hardened. Replays aren't the same. I want to watch live. When you run, I'll be watching from here. It's at 3 in the morning. I set an alarm. Lin Feng closed his eyes. Mom, what if I don't play well tomorrow? 3 seconds of silence on the line. So what if you don't? The sky won't fall. But the whole country is watching. Let them watch. You're not. Then who am I playing for? For yourself. You've loved playing since you were little. Barefoot in the rain, covered in mud. Who was watching then? Didn't you still have fun? Lin Feng opened his mouth. Listen to me, Lin Xiaolin said slowly. In all these years you've played, the only thing I ever worried about wasn't whether you'd win. It was whether your leg would break. As long as it doesn't break, you can come back and keep playing. My leg won't break. Then that's settled. Play. Don't be afraid. 3 words. Play. Don't be afraid. Lin Feng pressed the phone to his ear, not speaking. Feng, here. Tomorrow Mom will be watching. No matter what, he'll be watching. Alright, hang up. I'm going to bed. You go to sleep early. Mom. Wait for me to come back. I'm waiting. Now hang up. The call ended. Lin Feng placed his phone beside the pillow and lay on his back staring at the ceiling. 3 knocks on the door. Come in. Messi pushed the door open. Still in that gray hoodie, no tactical sheet in hand. Called your mom. How did you know? Your eyes are... Lin Feng instinctively rubbed his eyes. They're not red. Fine, not red. Messi walked in and sat on the chair by the bed. Can you sleep? I don't know. Haven't tried. Want sleep even if you try. Lin Feng looked at him. You can't sleep either. Never can before a final. In 2014, I stared at the ceiling till 4 in the morning. In 2022 it was a bit better, I fell asleep by 2. Then why are you here? To see you. Lin Feng sat up and leaned against the headboard. I'm fine. I know you're fine, Messi said. But I want to tell you something. Go ahead. Messi looked at him. His gaze was not as casual as usual, it held a rare seriousness. Starting tomorrow no one will remember you're just a kid. Lin Feng was taken aback. You're 18. First World Cup. Wearing broken shoes. From a delivery boy from a village in the city. Those are good stories. But after tomorrow, win or lose, everyone's eyes on you will change. To what? To the eyes that look at a player. Not a young boy, not an inspirational story. A professional footballer. Lin Feng said nothing. If you make a mistake, no one will say he's only 18. If you play badly, no one will say it's his first final. Starting tomorrow, you'll be held to the same standard as me, Lautaro Enzo. I know. You don't. Messi shook his head. You say you know, but in your heart you still think you're the newcomer. Lin Feng opened his mouth to retort, but didn't. Because Messi was right. He did still feel like the 26th man. Tomorrow on the pitch, you're not the newcomer. You're one of the 2 cores. Half the team's attack will go through your feet. Every pass you make, every decision will affect the final result. I can handle it. I know you can. Messi stood up. But I need you to know it yourself. He walked to the door, hand on. One more thing. What? Those shoes. Lin Feng glanced at the broken shoes on the windowsill. Wear them tomorrow. I was planning to. The corner of Messi's mouth curled slightly. Wear them when the championship. Then he pulled the door open and left. The door closed. Lin Feng sat alone on the bed. The room was silent except for the hum of the air conditioner. He picked up the shoes from the windowsill and placed them on his knees. The worn-out soles had holes his fingers could put. These shoes had followed him from the concrete of the village to the training ground of Tianhai, from the training ground to the World Cup pitch. 3 group matches, 2 knockout matches, 5 games without a change. 1 more game to hold on. Just the last one. Lin Feng put the shoes back on the windowsill, lay down, and pulled the blanket. His mind was full. His mother's words, play. Don't be afraid. Messi's words, no one will remember you're just a kid. As Lin Feng walked out of the player tunnel, the roar of 80,000 people hit him like a wall. He kept his head down, feeling the thin soles of his shoes against the concrete, a sensation so slight, he could almost feel the temperature of the ground. 5 cracks were visible, the longest extending from the toe of his shoe to the arch, the residue of universal glue glimmering under the light. In front of him stood Messi. Behind him was Enzo. The moment he stepped out of the tunnel, the lights turned everyone into a blur of white. The Portuguese players were already lined up on the other side. Lin Feng glanced up. B. Silva stood at the front. Next to him was Bernardo Silva, and further back was Ruben Dias, his tall frame towering like a concrete wall. During the handshake line, Dias walked past Lin Feng, glancing down at him. The look was unmistakable. He was staring at Lin Feng's shoes. Lin Feng ignored him. Once the national anthem concluded, the whole team gathered together. Messi stood in the center, his voice soft, yet commanding everyone's attention. Play just like before. Don't overthink it, said DePaul, adding, if we win, everyone gets barbecue. Enzo clapped, saying, let's go, let's go, let's go. People dispersed. Lin Feng stood in his position slightly right of center. Messi was to his left about 25 meters apart. The two core players were positioned. Across the field, the Portuguese formation made Feng raise his eyebrows. It wasn't a 541. It was a 43, an attacking formation. He activated his god's eye view, observing the scene as it unfolded. The three Portuguese midfielders formed a triangle with B. Silva at the apex, flanked by Palhinha and Vitinha. Curiously, B. Silva was not standing directly in the center, but rather 2 meters to the left. To the side of Messi. Palhinha's position was precisely 7 meters in front of Feng. Vitinha was on the right, not far from Feng. A double blockade. They shifted the center of gravity of the midfield triangle to the left, while using 2 players to pressure Feng's receiving area. Scaloni saw this from the sidelines and said something into his earpiece. The referee blew the whistle. The match began. Portugal kicked off, sending a long ball forward. The Argentine defender cleared the ball, which bounced back to the center circle. Palhinha received the ball. Feng moved. He started running 3 steps to the left from the center. Palhinha's eyes followed him. Then Feng suddenly stopped. It wasn't an ordinary stop. It was a sharp stop, where his left foot pressed down, lowering his center of gravity to its limit, while his upper body leaned forward. Palhinha was deceived by the movement, and instinctively took a step to the left to chase. This step created an extra 2 meters of space behind him. Enzo saw this. The ball flew past Palhinha, a ground pass. Feng turned. It wasn't he used the outside of his right foot to nudge the ball back, simultaneously executing a 180-degree spin. While Palhinha was still trying to recover, Feng was already facing forward. The ball was at his feet, and there was no one within 5 meters. In the first minute of the match, his first touch was a high-difficulty turn. The commentary was drowned out by the cheers of 80,000 fans. Feng did not stop. He glanced ahead. Vitinha was tracking back, while Diaz had surged forward a couple of steps. It wasn't the best moment to pass. He passed the ball back to Enzo. A safe ball, but the signal had already been released. As he returned to his position, Messi glanced at him from afar and gave a slight nod. Palhinha caught up from behind and nudged Feng's back with his chest. "Hurry up," Palhinha said in heavily accented English. "Let's talk later." "What do you mean later? He won't fall for it again. We need a different approach." DePaul glanced at him, saying, "Your mind works too fast. Let's talk later." "What do you mean later? He won't fall for it again. We need a different approach." DePaul glanced at him, saying, "Your mind works too fast." In the 3rd minute, Portugal maintained possession and advanced. B. Silva accelerated in the center, making 2 quick passes to break through the midfield. Palhinha moved forward to receive the ball, facing the Argentine defense. It was very fast. Feng looked back. Palhinha distributed the ball to the left to the advancing Portuguese winger. The winger was incredibly quick, racing down the sideline, while Molina struggled to keep up. Across. The ball flew into the penalty area. Feng felt a tightening in his chest. The cross arced into the penalty area. The Portuguese striker beat Romero to the ball, heading it towards the far post. Martinez dived, fingertips grazing the ball. But the pace was too fast, the spin too vicious. The ball skimmed off his fingers, struck the inside of the post, and rolled into the net. Goal. Silence for a second. Then the Portuguese half of the stadium erupted. Feng stood near the center circle, watching the ball sway in the net. 1-0. 15th minute. Just 15 minutes into the final, and Argentina were behind. The Portuguese players celebrated wildly. The goalscorer slid to the corner flag, teammates piling on top of him. Martinez picked the ball out of the net and slammed it onto the turf. Enzo ran over to Feng, his face dark. "Damn it. Calm down," Feng said. "We conceded in 15 minutes. There are still 75 minutes left." Enzo took a deep breath. DePaul ran up from behind and patted Enzo on the back. "Don't panic, it's early." Scaloni stood on the sideline, hands in his pockets, expression unchanged. He made a gesture toward the pitch, 5 fingers spread wide, meaning hold steady, play the plan. Feng turned to look at Messi. Messi stood in the center circle, his face as calm as if nothing had happened. He glanced at Feng and moved his lips. Feng read the words. "Play normally." Feng nodded. The referee signaled for Argentina to kick off. Lautaro passed the ball to Feng, who returned it to Enzo. Enzo switched it to McAllister. Argentina started building from the back. After scoring, Portugal's morale soared, and their high press became fiercer. B. Silva chased like a madman, while Palhinha and Vitinha locked down the midfield area airtight. Feng received the ball in the center. Palhinha pressed from behind. Vitinha cut in from the side. 2 men. Feng backheeled the ball through Palhinha's legs. He turned to chase it, but Palhinha grabbed his shirt. The referee didn't blow the whistle. Vitinha scooped up the ball. DePaul shouted at the official, "That's a foul." The referee shook his head. Feng said nothing and returned to his position. 18th minute. Enzo intercepted the ball in midfield and prepared to drive forward. Feng held up a hand, signaling for the ball. Enzo hesitated and didn't pass to him. Instead, he sent it to Messi on the left. Feng froze. He knew what Enzo was thinking. After that double team turnover, Enzo subconsciously felt that giving the ball to Lin Feng again would lead to another loss. Messi took the ball, advanced 2 steps, was double-teamed, and passed back to Enzo. Enzo then switched it to DePaul. The ball went sideways 3 times at the back, never moving forward. Lin Feng ran over to Enzo. Give me the ball. You were just double-teamed. I know. But if you don't give me the ball, they'll never leave me alone. Only when the ball goes through me do they follow me, and then the middle will open up. Enzo looked at him. You sure? Positive. Next time pass to me. I'll one-touch it. Enzo nodded. 20th minute. Enzo received the ball at the center circle. Palhinha pressed forward. Enzo didn't hesitate. He passed directly to Lin Feng's feet. Palhinha immediately turned and chased. Vitinha also closed in. Lin Feng didn't control the ball. The moment it reached his foot, he pushed it with his right instep, letting it slide past the right side of his body. He didn't move. Palhinha lunged in for a close mark, and missed. The ball was no longer at Lin Feng's feet. It had flown to an unoccupied space on the right. Molina surged forward from the right, ran onto the ball, drove 5 meters and crossed. The ball flew into the box. Lautaro won the header, but the goalkeeper tipped it over the bar. Corner kick. No goal, but the rhythm was coming. DePaul ran over and gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. That's not enough. Lin Feng shook his head. What's not enough? Their defensive lines haven't been broken. That was just a reflex reaction, not a real hole. DePaul stared at him. So what do you want to do? Wait. Wait for what? Wait until they think 10 is enough and start to drop deep. Then the gaps between their defensive lines will widen. That's the real chance. The corner came in and was cleared. Portugal regained possession and began to keep the ball, controlling the tempo. They really did start to drop. From the 22nd minute, Portugal's possession rose to 60%, but they didn't attack, just passed around in their own half. Palhinha passed to the center back passed to the goalkeeper hoofed it long, the forward couldn't hold it up, and the ball returned to Portugal's backline. They were killing time. Leading 10-0, all they had to do was not make mistakes. Lin Feng stood in midfield watching the opposition pass lazily. In his God save view, Portugal's defensive line was slowly retreating, from 45 meters out to 40, then from 40 to 38. The gap between the midfield and the defensive line was widening. Still not enough. Keep waiting. 25th minute. The defensive line retreated to 35 meters. In his God save view, Portugal's defensive line was slowly retreating, from 45 meters out to 40, then from 40 to 38. Portugal's holding midfielder took a couple of steps forward, ready to pass centrally, when Enzo stepped in and stole the ball. Argentina counterattacked. Enzo drove to the center circle. Lin Feng accelerated forward from midfield. Palhinha followed. But Lin Feng didn't keep running forward. He stopped and turned back. 5 steps backward, then a sudden halt. Palhinha was dumbfounded. He had just caught up, and now Lin Feng suddenly backtracked. He instinctively braked to his feet, stumbling for a moment. That one moment, Lin Feng spun to face forward, already leaving Palhinha behind. Enzo's pass arrived. Lin Feng controlled it and looked up. His God save view opened fully. He saw everyone's positions. Portugal's defensive line was at 35 meters, the midfield was behind him. In the 10-meter space between the two lines, only one man stood. Messi. Messi was in the no man's land between the lines, and surprisingly no one was near him. Diaz was marking Lautaro, the other center-back was marking Alvarez. The fullbacks had tucked in, but Messi was left unmarked. Portugal's 47-page report had studied Lin Feng, and its 12-page report had studied Messi. Yet in the match they forgot the simplest thing. When you focus on 2 players, you're bound to forget one of them for a split. That second they forgot Messi. Lin Feng struck a through ball with his right instep. The ball skimmed the turf, slipped past Palhinha's side, threaded the empty space between midfield and defense, and rolled precisely to Messi's feet. Messi received it. Only the goalkeeper stood ahead. The entire stadium fell silent. Messi dribbled forward. The keeper rushed out. Messi feigned right with a light touch. The keeper went to ground. Messi faced an empty net. He didn't shoot immediately. He paused. The ball at his feet, the open goal before him. He stopped. Then he gently rolled it into the net. One. 30th minute. World Cup final. Level. Messi sprinted to the corner flag, the entire team swarming after him. Lin Feng stood at the center circle, heart pounding. DePaul charged over and bear hugged him. Did you see that? They left him unmarked. I saw. That pass was insane. Just routine. DePaul slapped the back of his head. Routine my ass. That was the equalizer in a final. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth finally curved, but only for a second before it was gone. One. Still not a win. Across the pitch, Portugal's manager was screaming on the sideline. Palhinha was chewed out, so was Diaz. They regrouped. Bernardo Silva jogged to the center and said something to Palhinha. They both looked at Lin Feng. Through his God save view, Lin Feng saw their expressions. Not fear. Rage. They were ready to fight back with everything. 31st minute. After the kickoff, Portugal immediately launched a long ball over the top. Extreme pace. The winger ran onto it and surged forward, leaving Molina in the dust. Cross. A forest of heads in the box. Martinez rushed out. He punched the ball away, but only as far as the edge of the area. One. 15 minutes until halftime. 60 minutes until becoming champions or going home. Lin Feng glanced down at his worn boots. The ball rebounded. A collective gasp from Argentine fans in the stadium. So close. Lin Feng took a deep breath. This match wasn't going to be easy. One. 15 minutes until halftime. 60 minutes until becoming champions or going home. Lin Feng glanced down at his worn boots. The fifth crack seemed a little longer. He looked up. Messi was walking past him. Second half, Messi said. Your turn. Lin Feng froze. What do you mean? Messi didn't look back, just kept walking. It's your turn to score. A halftime break. The locker room is silent. Scaloni stands in front of the whiteboard holding a pen, yet writes nothing. The quiet lingers for 10 seconds. Speak up. Scaloni began gazing at the entire team, who will be the first to speak. DePaul raised his hand. Their counterattack speed is faster than the intelligence we received. That winger is at least 2 levels faster than we anticipated. Scaloni nodded Enzo. Enzo sat up straight. We can penetrate through the center. The through ball from Lin Feng just now is proof of that. There's too much distance between their midfielders and defenders. But we only managed to seize one opportunity. Scaloni said in the second half they won't make the same mistake again. He turned to Lin Feng. What do you think? Lin Feng sat in the corner, sweat pouring from his forehead. They were afraid of me in the first half. I know. Polina and Vitinha have been watching my positioning. But B-Seat isn't watching me. What do you mean? B-Seat only watches Messi. He doesn't care where I am. Messi nearby nodded lightly. So Scaloni said. In the second half I won't play against Polina. Lin Feng stood up and walked to the whiteboard, drawing a circle. I'm going into B-Seat's area. Enzo looked up. You're going to the left side. Yes. B-Seat only focuses on Messi. If I suddenly appear in his defensive area, he has no contingency plan. Polina and Vitinha will take at least 10 seconds to adjust their positions. That 10 seconds is enough. Scaloni stared at the circle on the whiteboard, remaining silent. Messi will move to the right side. Lin Feng continued to draw. I will go to the left side. We'll switch positions. Their marking scheme has 3 players on the left marking Messi and 2 on the right marking me. If we swap positions, their entire system will be thrown into chaos. DePaul whistled. Double core switch. Scaloni looked at Messi. Messi nodded. Okay. Are you sure? Scaloni asked Lin Feng. B-Seat's defensive ability is stronger. He's not just a pure defensive midfielder. He's an all-around midfielder who can run, tackle, and pass. Are you sure you can survive in his area? He has already run for 45 minutes. Lin Feng said in the first half he had the most sprint runs on the team. His speed will drop in the second half. Scaloni fell silent for 5 seconds. Let's try it for 10 minutes. If it doesn't work in 10 minutes, we'll switch back. That's enough, Lin Feng replied. DePaul stood up and tugged at Lin Feng's collar. You're really bold. Switching positions in the finals second half. It's not about being bold. It's about needing to win. Enzo also stood up. All right. In the second half the ball will go through me first, then I'll find you. Lin Feng nodded. Scaloni said one last thing. After the second half starts, the decisions on the field will be made by Lin Feng and Messi. I will only manage substitutions from the sidelines. No one on the team objected. The whistle blew. The second half began. Lin Feng started from the center and quietly moved to the left side. Polina instinctively followed. But Lin Feng walked further and further, directly reaching the left side's 30-meter area. Polina hesitated in the center. His defensive task was in the center, not the left side. He looked back at the coach. The Portuguese head coach was shouting something from the sidelines. But it was too late. Enzo had the ball at the center circle. Lin Feng stood on the left side with only B-Seat beside him. B-Seat was focused on Messi. But Messi was no longer on the left side. Messi was on the right side. By the time B-Seat realized it was already too late. He looked at Messi on the right, then at Lin Feng, who had suddenly appeared in front of him, his mind clearly short-circuiting. Who to mark? This 1 second of hesitation. Enzo passed the ball. The ball reached Lin Feng's feet. B-Seat rushed over. Lin Feng didn't stop the ball. He nudged it 2 meters to his left with the outside of his foot. B-Seat missed. Lin Feng turned with the ball facing forward. In front of him stood the Portuguese defensive line. For players, Lautaro was running in the penalty area. Messi cut in from the right side. Alvarez was at the back post. 3 points. The 4 Portuguese defenders marked 3 players, which theoretically should be sufficient. But they didn't know what Lin Feng had seen. From a god's perspective, overhead the left center back had shifted half a step. He instinctively moved right to cover Messi's run. That half step created a gap between him and the left back. Not wide. 2 meters. But enough. Lin Feng used his right foot's inside to deliver a through ball. The ball skimmed the grass, passing through the 2-meter gap between the left center back and the left back. Lautaro was on the run. The ball was flying. The timing was perfect. At the moment Lautaro caught up with the ball, he had already shaken off everyone. Unknown. Facing the goalkeeper. Lautaro didn't hesitate. He shot with his right foot towards the near corner. The goalkeeper dove in the right direction. His fingertips grazed the ball, but the ball was too fast. It crashed into the net. 2-1. All 70,000 Argentine fans stood up simultaneously. The roars surged like a tsunami. Lautaro knelt in the penalty area looking up to the sky, while De Paul was the first to rush over and ride on his back. Enzo slid 5 meters, and Alvarez bounced 3 times in place. Lin Feng stood in the left 30-meter area. He didn't run over to celebrate. Not that he didn't want to. It was that his legs felt weak. That through ball had exhausted all his calculation ability and precision. The 2-meter gap and the ground-hugging speed of the ball had to be just right for Lautaro to not be offside, and the angle had to be such that the defender couldn't reach it. All conditions had to be satisfied simultaneously. He had done it. Messi ran over from the right, not going toward the crowd, but directly in front of Lin Feng. "You saw it," Messi said. "A 2-meter gap. The average person wouldn't see it." "I saw it." Messi extended his hand, giving Lin Feng a firm handshake. "Remember what I said?" "What?" "It's your turn to score." Lin Feng paused. "But Lautaro scored this goal. The next one is yours." Messi patted his shoulder and turned to run away. Lin Feng watched his back. "The next one." He looked down at his worn-out shoes. At the thinnest part of the shoe sole, he could feel the temperature of the grass coming through. 2-1. It's not over yet. Portugal was kicking off at the center circle. When Polina got the ball, his expression was already different. It wasn't anger, but agitation. Their marking scheme had been completely disrupted. Lin Feng went to the left, Messi went to the right, and the entire defensive deployment turned into scrap paper. The Portuguese head coach shouted for 30 seconds on the sidelines, gesturing wildly. Messi ran to the sideline to receive instructions, then ran back onto the field and said something to Polina. Polina nodded. From the god's perspective, Lin Feng saw Polina started shifting left, Vitinha moved right, and Messi stayed in the center. They were adjusting, breaking the triangular positioning and turning it into a horizontal line covering the entire width of the midfield, specifically targeting the switch between Lin Feng and Messi. Quick to react, Lin Feng ran over to Enzo. "They've changed." "I see it. A straight line." "The center." Enzo blinked. "What do you mean?" "I'm going back to the center. You just went to the left 3 minutes ago, and now you're back." "Yes. They just finished adjusting their positions, and if I switch back they'll need at least a minute to adjust again. In this minute it's just me against one of theirs in the center." Enzo's mouth twitched. "Are you playing with them? Winning is the most important." "All right. I'll pass to you." Lin Feng began to move from the left to the center. Polina had just stood firm on the left side, and turned to find Lin Feng was gone. He looked toward the center. Lin Feng was already standing at the center circle. Messi was in the center. "Onion." Polina cursed. Enzo had the ball at the back. He didn't hesitate. He passed directly to the center. The ball reached Lin Feng's feet. Messi came close. Lin Feng received the ball with his back to Messi, who was pushing him with his shoulder from behind. 56 kilograms against 75 kilograms. He couldn't hold it. But Lin Feng didn't resist. He leaned forward with the force from Messi, while using his heel to nudge the ball back. The ball passed through Messi's legs. Through the legs. The commentator's voice was drowned out by the cheers. Lin Feng turned to chase the ball. Messi turned to chase him. But it was already too late. Blocked from the front. Lin Feng didn't slow down. Diaz thought he was going to charge, and leaned forward to prepare for 1 meter 87 90 kilograms. Blocked from the front. Lin Feng didn't slow down. Diaz thought he was going to charge, and leaned forward to prepare for the confrontation. When Lin Feng was 3 meters away from him, he suddenly came to a stop. His left foot stepped on the ball. Diaz rushed past half a step. Lin Feng nudged the ball to the right with the outside of his right foot maneuvering around Diaz's left side. Passing 2 players. At the edge of the penalty area. Only one defender, and the goalkeeper remained in front. That defender lunged in from the side to tackle. Lin Feng jumped. The ball was under his feet. He jumped over the outstretched leg, and the ball wobbled, but stayed at his feet. It landed, facing the goalkeeper. 12 meters. The entire stadium fell silent. 80,000 people held their breath simultaneously. Lin Feng looked at the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper didn't move. He was waiting for Lin Feng to kick first. A thought flashed through his mind. Messi had said it's better to shoot and miss than not shoot at all. He didn't pass anymore. His right foot swung. The moment the ball left the back of his foot, he knew the direction was right. A curved ball. The ball flew toward the upper left corner with a spin. The goalkeeper leapt. His hand stretched to the maximum. His fingertips brushed past the bottom of the ball, missed by 2 centimeters. The ball drilled into the dead corner of the upper left. The net bulged suddenly. The stadium erupted. Lin Feng stood in the penalty area. He didn't slide on his knees, didn't roar, didn't run towards the corner flag. He just stood there, his legs shaking, not out of excitement, but out of release. From hitting the post in the first match against France, to smashing the crossbar in the second match, to missing by a centimeter in the third match, and now, it's in. A goal in the World Cup final. De Paul was the first to rush over, grabbing his face with both hands, and pulling it to the sides. You scored. You fucking scored. Enzo jumped in from behind. Lautaro rushed over and punched his chest. Alvarez lifted him up and spun him around. Messi jogged over slowly. Everyone stepped aside. Messi stood in front of him smiling. Not a grin. A genuine smile. I told you, Messi said. What? The post would eventually be on your side. Lin Feng looked down at the goal. The ball was still swaying. The celebration lasted until 2 in the morning. The Argentina team reserved the restaurant next to the training base. Lin Feng stood in the center circle, surrounded by the roar of the fans. He could feel the moisture of the grass beneath his worn-out shoes. He had just entered the World Cup final. But the match was not over. Portugal kicked off from the center circle, and Palhinha sent a long pass directly to the front line. The speed was astonishing. Lin Feng saw the changes in Portugal from a god's perspective. They were no longer retreating. All 4 defenders pushed up to the halfway line, 2 midfielders advanced into Argentina's half, and 3 forwards spread out to fill the width. This was a desperate stance. They're going all out, Lin Feng shouted. Enzo glanced back. I see it. Watch your back. As soon as he finished speaking, Portugal had already reached the edge of Argentina's penalty area. B. Silva received the ball, turned, and performed a lob pass to find the forward in the box. Romero headed the ball away, but it only went out 8 meters. Palhinha followed up with a volley. The ball flew toward the lower left corner of the goal. Martinez dove. He made contact. But the ball had too much spin, slipping past his fingertips and bouncing into the net. 3-2. The 58th minute. Martinez pounded the grass with his fist. DePaul ran over and pulled him up. Don't panic, we're still in the lead. Martinez said nothing and retrieved the ball from the net, tossing it toward the center circle. Lin Feng took a deep breath. There was no mistake in that goal. Palhinha's shot was purely a world-class line. No one was to blame. But the score had changed to 3-2. Enzo leaned, and what do we do? Stay calm. Don't rush. They're all pushing up. Pushing up means there's space behind. Counterattack. Got it. Argentina kicked off. Lin Feng received the ball and tried to push forward, but Palhinha and Vitinha immediately closed in on him. 3 seconds. The ball was intercepted. It wasn't Lin Feng's mistake. The opponents were all in, with 2 players sticking closely to him, poking the ball away. Portugal regained possession and launched another attack. B. Silva carried the ball forward, sending a precise through ball to the right back, making an overlapping run. He crossed it. The penalty area was a chaotic mess. Romero pushed a player away, but the ball fell to B. Silva on the left side of the box. After stopping the ball, he didn't shoot, but passed it centrally. The forward cleverly let it pass. The ball rolled to the back post. There stood a player, a young midfielder who had come on as a substitute. He hit it with a push. Martinez misjudged the direction. The ball flew into the net from his right side. 3-3. The 71st minute. The Portuguese fans went wild. On Argentina's side, it was eerily quiet. Lin Feng stood in the center circle. From 3-1 to 3-3 in just 19 minutes. He stared at the scoreboard, his mind buzzing. DePaul rushed over his face, pale. Damn, what happened? We were equalized. I know we were equalized. So what now? Lin Feng looked around at the expressions of his teammates. Enzo had his head down, hands on his knees, panting. Lautaro stood near the penalty area, staring at the ground, without a word. McAllister seemed distracted. Alvarez's lips were pale. They were panicking. When it was 3-1, they felt the championship was secured, but now at 3-3, everything had collapsed. This feeling was worse than being behind 0-1 at the start. Falling from the sky was more painful than climbing up from the ground. Lin Feng ran up to Enzo. Enzo. Yeah, look at me. Enzo looked up. There's still 20 minutes left. Possibly 25 with stoppage time. That's enough. Enough for what? Enough to score another one. Enzo stared at him for 3 seconds. Where's your confidence from? I have no confidence. But we have to score. My mom woke up at 3 in the morning to watch the live broadcast. Enzo paused for a moment, and then smiled. It was a bitter smile, but it was still a smile. All right. The ball is yours. Every touch should be mine. Can you handle it? I must handle it. DePaul walked over. Are you two done discussing? Done. Lin Feng said, from now on, whenever we get the ball, the first option is to find me. DePaul frowned. They have 4 or 5 players blocking you in midfield now. Blocking me means there's space elsewhere. The ball comes to my feet first, and they'll pass it out. Do you think you're a... No. I'm a target. They pounce on me, and then I distribute the ball. DePaul cursed under his breath. Lin Feng turned to return to his position. Someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. He turned around. Messi stood next to him, a 36-year-old man drenched in sweat with a soaked jersey, but his eyes were as clear as the beginning of the match. Are you calm now? Messi asked. Calm. Good. Messi took a step forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Lin Feng. In 2018, I also conceded a goal in the final. Lin Feng remained silent. At that time, I felt the sky was falling. Later, I realized the sky doesn't fall. As long as you're still on the field, it's not over. I know. Messi looked at the Portuguese players celebrating across the field. They're happy now. Once they're done celebrating, their stamina will start to drop. That last push took a lot out of them. Keep an eye on Palhinha, his breathing has already changed. Lin Feng activated his God's perspective and took a glance. Palhinha was holding his waist with both hands mouth wide open and his chest heaving noticeably. Silva was also panting. Their 3-3 score was achieved at the cost of their lives. But it had taken a toll on them. I see it, Lin Feng said. Messi nodded. Then he said something very softly only Lin Feng could hear. Now it's your turn to decide the match. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? I'm 36. I don't have much stamina left. You'll take over the match from here. Me? You take over. Messi patted him on the back of the head just like Scaloni did during halftime, just like DePaul did during training. But the meaning was entirely different. This was Messi handing the match over to an 18-year-old kid in worn-out shoes during the World Cup final. Lin Feng opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. Messi had already returned to his position. The referee signaled for the kickoff. 3-3. 20 minutes left. It was his turn. In the 73rd minute, Argentina advanced with the ball at the center circle. Enzo passed to Lin Feng, who received the ball and turned. Palhinha no longer closed in. Because he couldn't keep up. But another player arrived. The substitute defensive midfielder Fernando, who came on in the 65th minute of the second half, standing at 1.86 m, weighing 87 kilograms. Fresh legs and full stamina. He was specifically brought on to take Lin Feng's place. As Lin Feng received the ball with his back to the opponent, Fernando charged in from the side. It wasn't a tackle. He crashed into Lin Feng with his body shoulder colliding with Lin Feng's right arm, then his foot came around to step on Lin Feng's ankle. The step was light enough that the referee couldn't see it. But Lin Feng could feel that force. It was intentional. The ball was intercepted. Lin Feng stumbled, almost falling with a sharp pain in his right ankle. DePaul shouted at the referee. He stepped on him. The referee shook his head, signaling that he had seen nothing. Fernando glanced back at Lin Feng. No words were spoken, but the expression was clear. He would step again next time. Lin Feng bent down to rub his ankle. It hurt, but he could endure it. Enzo rushed over and squatted down. How are you? I'm fine. He did it on purpose. I know. He's here to take care of you. Let him take care of it. Is your ankle okay? Lin Feng stood up and stomped his feet. It's fine. Enzo's expression was grim. Don't overdo it. It's not overdoing it. It's really fine. In the 75th minute, Enzo intercepted the ball in the backfield and passed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng stopped the ball, preparing to turn. Fernando charged in again. This time it was even fiercer. He didn't go for the ball, but directly bumped Lin Feng's left leg with his knee. The same leg he had been injured before. Lin Feng's knee buckled, and he stumbled. The ball rolled away. The referee called a foul. But it was only a verbal warning. No yellow card was issued. DePaul rushed in front of the referee. That deserves a yellow card. He didn't even touch the ball. The referee pushed DePaul away, pointing at him to warn. DePaul was furious, nearly getting into a fight with Fernando, but was pulled back by Romero and Enzo. Lin Feng lay on the ground. His left knee felt uncomfortable. It wasn't the previous intense pain, but a dull ache. The team doctor ran in from the sidelines. Barrios squatted down to examine Lin Feng's knee, pressing on a few spots. Does it hurt? A bit. Can you run? I can. Barrios sprayed pain relief. Be careful. He's targeting your knee. Lin Feng stood up. On the sidelines, Scaloni watched the bench. Tardelli was already warming up. Lin Feng noticed. He shouted towards the sidelines, no substitution. Scaloni looked at him silent. Lin Feng pointed at his leg, ran a couple of steps, then ran a few more to prove he was fine. Scaloni raised his hand, signaling Tardelli to sit down. In the 77th minute, Lin Feng received a pass from Molina on the right flank, preparing to cut inside. Fernando chased up from behind. This time he didn't use his knee. He directly stepped on Lin Feng's right Achilles tendon with the sole of his studded shoe. Lin Feng felt as if he had been struck by a hammer. The pain made him hiss. The ball flew out of bounds. Lin Feng fell to the ground. The referee ran over. Yellow card. Finally, a yellow card was shown. Fernando's expression was calm as he received the yellow card, as if nothing had happened. He was just there to do this job. Getting a yellow card to take Lin Feng out was a win. DePaul rushed over, nearly clashing with Fernando, but was held back by Romero and Enzo. Try touching him again and see what happens. DePaul pointed at Fernando's face. Fernando said nothing and turned to leave. Lin Feng sat on the ground. His right Achilles tendon burned with pain. Barrios rushed in again. Right Achilles tendon. Let me see. No rupture, but it's swollen. Can you kick? Barrios hesitated. I recommend you go off. Can you kick? I can. But if you take another hit, that's hard to say. Then it's fine. Lin Feng braced himself and stood up. As his right foot touched the ground, a sharp pain shot through him. He gritted his teeth to steady himself. Suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. Not Messi's nor the coach's. It was the system. Detected multiple mild injuries to the user's body. Mild contusion on the outer side of the left knee, not fully healed contusion on the right Achilles tendon. Would you like to activate the endgame burst mode? Lin Feng paused for a moment. He had never seen this option before. What is endgame burst mode? He asked in his mind. The system replied with only 3 lines. Once activated, within 15 minutes, physical explosive power increases by 40%, reaction speed increases by 30%, and God's perspective accuracy improves to below centimeter level. Cost 0 stamina after 15 minutes, unable to continue the match. Would you like to activate? Lin Feng glanced up at the scoreboard. 3-3. In the 77th minute, with about 18 to 20 minutes remaining, including stoppage time. Would 15 minutes be enough? If not, there would be extra time. In extra time, he would be out of stamina, unable to stand. But what if he could score within those 15 minutes? He looked at Messi. Messi was standing at the center circle waiting for him, with no expression on his face. The 18-year-old boy in worn-out shoes stood on the grass of the World Cup final with pain in his right Achilles tendon and soreness in his left knee, facing a defensive midfielder specifically sent to take him out. 20 minutes decided everything. The system prompt still lingered before his eyes. Would you like to activate in-game burst mode? Lin Feng did not answer immediately. He looked down at his worn-out shoes. 5 cracks. Traces of universal glue. The sole was thin enough to feel every blade of grass beneath. He remembered his mother setting the alarm for 3 a.m. He recalled Messi saying, "Now it's your turn to decide the match." He thought of DePaul saying, "Fear won't prevent you from playing poorly, giving up well." He pulled the corners of his mouth up slightly. Activate. The instant the system notification faded, Lin Feng felt as if he had been electrocuted. Not pain. It was a tingling sensation spreading from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The pain in his right Achilles tendon hadn't disappeared, but it had been suppressed. It was as if something had been placed over the wound, isolating the pain. The soreness in his left knee was also gone. His legs felt lighter. Not an ordinary lightness. It felt like he had swapped for a new pair of legs. The God's eye view exploded open. The previous overhead view was HD, now it was Ultra HD. He could see the wrinkles on every player's jersey, the slight misalignment of Fernando's right knee pad, and the dust on the goalkeeper's gloves. The precision had improved to below the centimeter level. He could count every droplet of water on the turf. It was too clear, so clear that for a moment he felt dizzy. But only for a moment. Then everything became incredibly clear. 15 minutes. The countdown had begun. Lin Feng rose to his feet extremely quickly, so fast that DePaul, who was about to come over and help him, found him already standing straight. DePaul was stunned. "You okay?" "I'm fine." "He just stomped on you like that." "I'm fine now." "Fine now." Believe it or not. DePaul looked into his eyes. He had known Lin Feng for a month. He had seen many expressions in this 18-year-old's eyes, nervous, excited, but this look he had never seen before. It was like a person who knows he has only one bullet left and paradoxically is no longer panicked. "I believe you." DePaul said. "Do me a favor. Name it. Call Enzo over." Enzo ran over within 3 seconds. "What's up? From now on, give me every ball as soon as possible. No holding, no sideways passes. No matter where I am." Enzo frowned. "Your ankle. It's fine. 3 minutes ago you were on the ground." "I said it's fine, so it's fine. Do you trust me?" Enzo stared at him for 2 seconds. "I do." "Good." Lin Feng turned and ran toward midfield. Even he was startled as he ran. His speed was a notch faster than before, a noticeable notch. It was like going from riding a bicycle to riding a motorcycle. He could feel his muscle fibers exploding, each step pushing off the ground with much more force than usual. But he could also sense something else. The energy drain was extremely fast. After running 20 meters, he had expended the energy normally used for 50 meters. 15 minutes. No time to dawdle. He ran over to Messi. "What's wrong?" Messi looked at him. "I can play for 15 minutes. "What do you mean?" "After 15 minutes, it'll be finished. Can't run anymore." "Completely." Messi's brow twitched. "What did you take?" "Nothing. I just squeezed out all my remaining strength." Messi looked into his eyes. "Are you sure?" "Yes." "Is 15 minutes enough?" Messi didn't answer. He turned to look at the sideline. Scaloni stood in the technical area, hands in his pockets. Messi ran to the sideline. Scaloni bent down and leaned in. "Lin Feng says he can play for 15 minutes. "What do you mean, only 15 minutes?" He didn't explain, but his eyes are different. Scaloni looked at Lin Feng on the field. Lin Feng was doing jumping warm-ups in place. Each jump was higher than usual, noticeably higher. Scaloni was silent for 5 seconds. "What about after 15 minutes? Then we sub him off." "And what do you want me to do during these 15 minutes? Messi straightened up and looked at him. "All-out attack." Scaloni's expression changed. "All-out attack at 33. What if they counterattack?" 15 minutes. "Take a gamble. This is the World Cup final." "Exactly. That's why we gamble." Scaloni held his gaze for 3 seconds. Then he made a gesture. He stepped out of the technical area and stood beside the white line on the sideline. He raised both hands, all 10 fingers spread wide. Then he made a fist. Opened again. Made a fist again. That was the signal they had agreed on during training. All-out attack. Everyone forward. Defensive line pushed up to the midfield line. Midfield pushed into the opponent's half. No retreat. DePaul saw the gesture on the field and turned to look for Enzo. "See that?" Enzo nodded. "Crazy," DePaul said. "Yeah, crazy. So do we do it? Enzo grinned. Let's do it. The 78th minute. Argentina advanced all out. The defensive line moved up to the midfield with Romero and Otamendi positioned near the center circle. Behind them was a vast open half. Enzo received the ball in midfield. He glanced up. All around were Argentina's blue and white striped jerseys. From the midfield to the Portuguese penalty area, 9 out of 11 players occupied the opponent's half. Crazy. But this is what Messi meant by taking a gamble. Enzo pushed the ball forward a couple of steps and Fernando approached. Enzo didn't stop. He made a direct diagonal pass to Feng on the left. The moment Feng received the ball, he felt something different. The sensation of the ball against his foot was incredibly clear, as if his feet had eyes. This was the first official touch after the activation of the ultimate burst mode. He could sense Fernando accelerating behind him just 4 meters away. On the left, Polina was covering back 6 meters away. Ahead, Messi was moving toward the arc of the penalty area at a slow speed, but with precise direction. The centimeter-level divine perspective broke everything down like a slow-motion replay. Feng didn't stop the ball. He gently tapped it with the outside of his left foot, letting it roll from in front of him to behind. Fernando missed the ball. The distance of 4 meters turned into 6. Beautiful. DePaul shouted from Feng turned to face the goal. Messi had already run to a position slightly to the right of the penalty area arc. Diaz was closely following Messi. But Diaz made a mistake. He was focused on Messi's feet, not looking into Messi's eyes. Messi's gaze was on Feng. This was the combination they had practiced for 2 days. A 1-2. Feng took the shot. It was not a pass. It was a strike. Yes, he made a shooting motion. With the inside of his right foot, the ball flew toward the goal. The goalkeeper lowered his center of gravity, ready to save. But the ball did not fly toward the goal. The shot had an extremely concealed angle deviation, passing 3 meters to the left of the goalkeeper's outstretched hand, landing on the right side of the penalty area. Messi was there. He waited for a full 2 seconds. From the moment Feng received the ball to the moment he released it, he knew exactly where the ball would go. Because they had practiced it 37 times. Messi didn't need to stop the ball. It arrived at a perfect distance of half a meter in front of his right foot at the perfect speed and angle. Diaz only then realized what was happening. He turned quickly, but it wasn't quick enough. Messi's right foot shot. The ball skimmed the grass, sliding past the fingers of the goalkeeper's outstretched left hand. Into the net. 4-3. The roar of 80,000 people at Lusail Stadium erupted simultaneously. Feng stood still. He didn't rush over to celebrate. It wasn't that he didn't want to. It was that his legs suddenly felt weak. The consumption of the ultimate burst mode was faster than he had anticipated. After running for less than 2 minutes, he could already feel his thigh muscles aching. With 15 minutes of countdown, just over a minute had passed. After scoring, Messi slid on his knees. He rarely did that. DePaul flew in from behind, landing on Messi, followed by Enzo and Lautaro. A pile of bodies piled together. Feng walked over. Messi reached out a hand from beneath the pile, grabbing Feng's jersey. Who taught you that fake shot that turned into a pass? You did. When did I teach you? In the match against England, the 3rd goal you scored, you pretended to look left before shooting right as the goalkeeper dove left. I reversed it a bit. Messi laughed from beneath the pile. Enzo climbed out from the heap, patting Feng on the back of his head. You little rascal have been stealing lessons all along, huh? I just learned quickly. Learn quickly. If your shot had been off by a degree, it would have gone astray, you know. It wasn't off. How do you know it wasn't off? Because I calculated it. Enzo stared at him and finally blurted out, freak. Portugal kicked off from the center circle. Feng glanced back at the scoreboard. 4-3. The 79th minute. With stoppage time, there were at least 15 minutes left. Just right. But his stamina was rapidly declining. As he ran back to position in midfield, he could feel each step was heavier than the last. 15 minutes. Not a second could be wasted. Portugal was unwilling. Of course they were unwilling. Trailing 3-1 and equalizing to 3-3 only to fall behind again, who could accept that? After receiving the ball in midfield, Polina didn't control it at all. He sent a long pass behind. The Argentine defensive line was at the midfield. Behind them was as empty as a desert. Silva sprinted at full speed to chase that long pass. Romero turned and pursued. The two raced against each other. Feng watched the entire process from a divine perspective. Silva was half a step faster. But Romero was smarter. He didn't chase the ball, he chased the man. Just as Silva was about to reach the ball, Romero nudged Silva's back with his shoulder. It wasn't a foul. It was a fair physical contact. Silva stumbled a step and the ball rolled out of bounds. Goal kick. The hearts of 80,000 people began to beat again. DePaul ran to Feng's side. Your face doesn't look right. What? You've gone pale. I'm fine. Are you sure? If I say I'm fine, then I'm fine. DePaul stared at him for a second. Don't push yourself too hard. I'm not pushing myself. I have 13 minutes left. What 13 minutes? That's enough time. DePaul didn't understand what he meant. But he chose to believe him. Because every time this 18-year-old kid said it would be enough in the past month, it had always been enough. The goalkeeper took the goal kick. The match continued. 3-4. Portugal still had time. Their players' eyes were all red. Fernando focused on Lin Feng again. But this time he noticed a problem. Lin Feng's speed had changed. Just before that fake shot that turned into a pass, Lin Feng's speed, while receiving and turning, was ridiculously fast. Fernando took a step, but couldn't catch up. He had never seen a 56-kilogram person move so fast. He had to stick to him even more closely. To position himself earlier. Otherwise this kid in worn-out shoes would kill the game again. Fernando started marking Lin Feng from 3 meters out. He didn't wait for Lin Feng to receive the ball before sticking close. Not an inch apart. Lin Feng could feel Fernando's breath on the back of his neck. Warm. Rapid. This person was also giving it his all. In the 81st minute, Enzo passed the ball to Lin Feng. Fernando was behind. Polina was on the right. Diaz was ahead. 3 people. 3 directions. There was no space in front of Lin Feng. Not even room to turn. Lin Feng stood with his back to the goal. Fernando was pressed closely behind him within a distance of less than 30 centimeters. He could smell the sweat on the opponent's jersey. Polina closed in from the right, blocking the passing lane. Diaz was 2 meters directly in front, obstructing any chance of turning. A triangular blockade. A textbook-level double team. Lin Feng stood still with his foot on the ball. He was not flustered. In the God perspective of the endgame explosion mode, the positions of the 3 players were laid bare. Fernando shifted his weight to his left foot, ready to pounce to the right at any moment. Polina was slowing down, preparing to intercept the ball on the spot. Diaz had his legs slightly bent, blocking any possibility of a breakthrough. The triangle formed by these 3 individuals had sides of approximately 2 meters. 2 meters of space. A normal player could do nothing in this space. Not even a turn was possible. The ball would be lost. In the domestic broadcast room, the commentator's voice trembled. Lin Feng is surrounded by 3 people. He has no space. He needs to pass the ball. But Lin Feng did not pass. He stood there. 1 second. 2 seconds. Messi watched him from 15 meters away. He knew this position could not yield a pass. But he also knew Lin Feng was finding a way. 3 seconds. Fernando could no longer wait. He pressed up from behind, ready to use his body to push Lin Feng down and seize the ball. Just at the moment when Fernando shifted his weight forward, Lin Feng moved. He did not turn. He did not shift sideways. He made no significant movements. He made just one move. With the heel of his right foot, he gently flicked the ball, which passed through his legs and darted out between Fernando's open legs. Through the legs. A second time through the legs. The ball rolled into the open space 3 meters behind him. Fernando looked down at his own groin. His brain needed half a second to process this information. But half a second was enough for Lin Feng to do many things in the endgame explosion mode. Lin Feng turned. His speed was extremely fast. With a 40% increase in explosive power, his body cornered like a drifting race car. He stepped past Fernando's position, catching up to the ball he had flicked away. Polina reacted, turning to chase. But he was too slow. Lin Feng had the ball at his feet, with only Diaz left in front of him. Diaz stepped back 2 paces, not daring to advance. He had just witnessed this kid flick the ball through Fernando's legs, and he did not want to be the next victim. Lin Feng saw Diaz's hesitation. In the God perspective, Messi stood at the top of the penalty area with no one in front of him for a meter. Lautaro was on the left side of the penalty area, closely marked by a defender, but with half a step of space. Alvarez was completely open at the back post on the right side of the penalty area. 3 options. Lin Feng's brain completed the calculation in 0.3 of a second. Messi was the safest option, but the angle in front of Messi was not good and Diaz would chase back to block. Lautaro had space, but needed an accurate diagonal pass from 14 meters away at a tricky angle. Alvarez was completely open, but the distance was too far, and the pass could easily be intercepted. There was a 4th option. He could shoot himself. 18 meters from the goal. Diaz was in front of him. The goalkeeper was positioned slightly to the right. There was a gap in the lower left corner. But could he shoot through Diaz from 18 meters? 18 meters from the goal. Diaz was in front of him. The goalkeeper was positioned slightly to the right. There was a gap in the lower left corner. But could he shoot through Diaz from 18 meters? In a second, he made his decision. No gamble. A pass. Fine, Messi. But not a direct pass. Lin Feng feigned a shot. His right foot swung around, his calf tightened, and his entire weight shifted onto his left foot. Diaz instinctively jumped to block. The 193-meter-tall figure jumped like a wall. But the ball did not fly towards the goal. At the last moment of his kick, Lin Feng gently flicked with the inside of his foot, and the ball passed beneath Diaz's leaping body, rolling along the grass towards the top of the penalty area. Messi was there. He had been waiting for 3 seconds. 3 seconds on the football field felt like a century. But Messi was Messi because he always knew where to wait and for how long. The ball arrived. Messi did not stop the ball. With the outside of his right foot, he lightly nudged it, and the ball changed direction by 90 degrees, rolling towards the left side of the penalty area. Lautaro was there. Diaz landed and turned to chase, but he was slow. Polina was coming from behind, also slow. Lautaro faced the goal, facing the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper charged out. Lautaro did not shoot. He paused for a moment. The goalkeeper had already committed his body going down. Lautaro lightly flicked the ball with his toe, sending it soaring over the goalkeeper's falling body. It flew slowly towards the goal, spinning. It hit the inside of the post. Bounced back. The entire Lusail Stadium fell silent at that moment. After hitting the post, the ball rolled into the goal. It rolled. It went in. The net gently shook. 5-3. Lautaro knelt in the penalty area, tugging at his jersey's collar and roaring, his voice drowned out by the cheers of 80,000 people. DePaul charged into the penalty area, crashing into Lautaro. Enzo was running wildly in the center circle. Romero was pumping his fists in the backfield. Lin Feng stood outside the top of the penalty area. His legs were shaking, not from excitement, but from the drastic drop in stamina. The in-game explosion mode had been active for 6 minutes. He could feel his strength dwindling bit by bit, like a phone battery dropping from 30% to 15%. Messi walked over. He said nothing. Extended his right hand. Lin Feng extended his right hand. Their hands clasped together. Messi squeezed lightly. Then he let go, turned, and ran back to his position. Lin Feng glanced at the scoreboard. 83rd minute. 5-3. Leading by 2 goals. At least 7 minutes plus stoppage time remaining. How long could his stamina hold out? The system flashed a line of text in front of him. Remaining time for endgame explosion mode 9 minutes. Current stamina 27%. 27%. 9 minutes. Would it be enough? He did not know, but he knew one thing. Portugal would not give up. As the ball was kicked off from the center circle, Polinia's eyes were red as he directly kicked the ball into the Argentine half. They still had time. A 2-goal deficit could still be chased down. Fernando had his eyes on Lin Feng again. Lin Feng looked at him. Fernando's lips moved slightly, saying something in Portuguese. Lin Feng could not understand, but from his expression it was not something pleasant. Whatever you say, Lin Feng muttered to himself in Chinese. 84th minute. The ball was still flying. Lin Feng glanced back at the scoreboard. 5-3. The final battle. He took a deep breath and ran forward. Every step was draining his... The 87th minute. Lin Feng could no longer run. It wasn't the kind of exhaustion that made him want to slow down. It was the kind where his muscles began to disobey him. His thighs felt as if they were filled with lead. With each step his knees wobbled. The remaining time in the final burst mode was 4 minutes. His stamina was at 9%. He stood in a right center position, bent over with his hands resting on his knees, gasping for breath. From the 78th minute until now he had run nearly 2 kilometers. Running 2 kilometers in the final burst mode equated to running 5 kilometers normally. His body was sending alarm signals. The system notification flickered before his eyes. Stamina critically low. Immediate cessation of high-intensity exercise is recommended. Lin Feng ignored it. 5-3. They were leading by 2 goals. But Portugal had just hit the post with a long-range shot. It was almost 5-4. DePaul ran over. You look pale. Is it that exaggerated? Feel your own hands. Lin Feng glanced down at his hands. It was an uncontrollable kind of trembling. It wasn't from nerves, but from muscle spasms. You need to come off, DePaul said. How many more minutes? Including stoppage time, about 5 or 6 minutes. Then he'll hold on. What are you holding on for? You can barely stand right now. I can stand. After Lin Feng said this, he almost swayed and DePaul caught him. See, you can't stand, can you? I was just blown by the wind. What wind is there in the stadium? Then you pushed me. I pushed you. I was just supporting you, okay? Lin Feng managed a weak smile. A forced smile. DePaul's expression darkened. I'm going to tell the coach to substitute you. Don't. I want to hear the final whistle on the field. DePaul looked at him. Do you even realize you look like a fool right now? I do. Then why not come off? My mom woke up at 3 a.m. to watch. She has to see me win on the field, not from the bench. DePaul opened his mouth, but said nothing. He turned and ran away. The 89th minute. Portugal had a corner kick. The hearts of 80,000 spectators were in their throats. B. Silva took the corner, sending it into the penalty area. In the crowd, Romero cleared the ball with a header. The ball bounced to midfield. Palhinha received it. He was tired, but he didn't want to give up. Palhinha carried the ball forward and shot from 30 meters out. The shot was off target. It missed by at least 2 meters. He was running out of strength. Martinez stood in front of the goal, watching the ball fly out of bounds, letting out a sigh. Goal kick. The 90th minute. The referee glanced at his watch. The 4th official raised the stoppage time board. 5 minutes. 5 minutes of stoppage time. When Lin Feng saw that number, his heart dropped. The countdown for the final burst mode nearly overlapped with the match's countdown. System notification. Remaining time in final burst mode 2 minutes. Stamina 3%. 3%. He felt a chill all over. It wasn't the cold weather. It was his body forcibly cooling down. His muscles had reached their limit. The 91st minute. Portugal made one last push for an attack. B. Silva made a through ball down the middle, and the forward turned and shot in the penalty area. Martinez dove to make the save. He made the save. The ball bounced into the air. Romero cleared it with a powerful kick. The ball flew to midfield, landing at Lin Feng's feet. It wasn't meant for him. The ball rolled right in front of him. He looked down at the ball, then raised his head to look ahead. The divine perspective was still there, but the image began to blur. It was like a TV with poor reception, the screen filled with static. The final burst mode entered its last countdown. He could no longer see clearly, but he saw something. 30 meters to the left front. Messi. There was no one in front of Messi. The entire Portuguese team was in Argentina's half, scrambling for the ball. The defenders who had turned back were just turning around. Messi was completely free. If this pass reached him, Messi could carry the ball into the penalty area facing just one goalkeeper. Whether it was 5-3 or 6-3, it didn't matter anymore. The key was to end the game. To completely end it. Lin Feng placed his right foot on the ball. His Achilles tendon hurt again. The suppression effect of the final burst mode was fading. All the suppressed pain was returning. His left knee began to ache. His right Achilles tendon felt fiery. His thigh muscles were twitching. His body was telling him, "You're done, just lie down." But he did not lie down. He moved his right foot away from the ball, and then swung it with the last bit of strength he had left. It wasn't a shot. It was a pass. The outside of his right foot. The ball flew with a spin toward the left front. 30 meters. This pass used up the last bit of endurance in his right Achilles tendon. The moment his foot landed, he felt as if he was stepping on a pin. The pain made him hiss. The ball spun in the air, tracing an arc. It flew over the heads of the Portuguese defenders, still in pursuit. It was heading toward Messi. Messi was already running. He had started running the moment Lin Feng touched the ball. At 36, Messi couldn't run fast anymore, but he was running accurately. The spot where the ball landed matched perfectly with where his foot would arrive. Messi controlled the ball with his chest. The ball fell at his feet. Before him was a vast expanse of open grass. The goalkeeper stood on the goal line. He was all alone. Messi did not accelerate. He slowly carried the ball toward the penalty area. The Portuguese defenders were desperately chasing back, but they couldn't catch up. Messi reached the edge of the penalty area. The goalkeeper charged out. Messi glanced at the goalkeeper's position. With a gentle flick of his right foot, the ball passed through the gap between the goalkeeper's outstretched hands and body. It slowly rolled toward the goal. It crossed the goal line. The net shook again. 6-3. Lusail Stadium felt like it had exploded at that moment. And Lin Feng, after making that pass, his legs were completely unresponsive. The last line of the system notification flashed by. Final burst mode ended. Stamina depleted. And then there was nothing. Lin Feng collapsed onto the turf, his vision swallowed by darkness. It wasn't unconsciousness. His body had simply been drained of every last ounce of strength. He could hear sounds distant, yet near, as if tens of thousands were shouting in unison, but every word dissolved into a blur of buzzing vibrations. The turf pressed against his cheek, damp, cool, carrying the scent of soil. He tried to move a finger. It moved. He was alive. He attempted to turn over. He couldn't. The muscles in his thighs were locked solid from hip to ankle, every fiber in spasm. Then he heard the whistle. It wasn't an ordinary whistle. It was a long, drawn-out note. One single interminable blast that stretched so far he thought he might be dreaming. "It's over." The voice was DePaul's. "It's over. We won." Lin Feng lay face down on the turf, his lips brushing against the grass. He heard it. Over. Won. But his body offered no response. No tears, no shouts, no clenched fists. Nothing. Like a machine that had burned its last drop of fuel, all parts had stopped, yet consciousness. Footsteps pounded toward him, heavy enough to make the ground tremble. Lin Feng. It was Enzo. Enzo crouched before him, grabbed his shoulders, and flipped him over. Lin Feng lay on his back, his eyes filled with the dazzling lights of Lusail Stadium, blindingly white, like 100 suns shining down at once. "Are you okay?" Enzo's face loomed close, eyes red, even his nose running. Lin Feng opened his mouth. "We won." Enzo laughed, and as he laughed, tears streamed down his face. "Won, you idiot." 6-3. World Cup champions. Lin Feng blinked once, then a second time, a third. He tried to speak, his lips moving, but no sound emerging. Enzo hauled him up from the ground. Lin Feng couldn't stand, his legs were as limp as noodles. Enzo held him by the waist, propping him up. DePaul rushed over, his face soaked with tears, eyes swollen, nose red like an oversized pickled pepper. "Are you still alive, you bastard?" "Alive. Good. Do you know you were lying there motionless? I thought you didn't break. Just ran out of juice." "Out of juice? You think you're a power bank?" Lin Feng managed a faint twist of his lips. DePaul wrapped his arms around him, squeezing hard enough to make Lin Feng's ribs ache. "Let go, it hurts." "No, you just suffer." More players rushed over. Lautaro, Mac, Alistair, Alvarez, Romero, one after another piling on. Lin Feng was crushed in the middle, smelling sweat and turf, his ribs creaking under the pressure. Still he didn't cry. Not because he didn't want to, but because he was too exhausted. He didn't even have the strength for tears. When the pile dispersed, Enzo and DePaul supported him on either side, standing in the center of the field. He looked up at the scoreboard. The score was frozen there: Argentina 6, Portugal 3. Below at the line, he stared at those numbers for 5 seconds. It was truly over. He lowered his head and looked at his feet. The shoes were still there. 5 cracked soles so thin he could feel the texture of the turf through them, white traces of superglue glaring under the lights. They had held up. Just like him. They lasted until the last second. What are you looking at? DePaul followed his gaze. Look, can you throw those crappy shoes away? No. Why? They've been with me from the start to here. DePaul opened his mouth, but didn't curse. Romero ran over and slapped Lin Feng's face twice, snapping him back to reality. Stop daydreaming. Go find the coach. Scaloni stood by the sidelines. He hadn't rushed onto the field. He stood right next to the white line, hands in his pockets, tilting his head back to look at the ceiling. Lin Feng was supported as he walked over. Scaloni heard the footsteps and lowered his head. He looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at him. Coach. Scaloni's lip trembled. Then he stepped forward, reached out with both hands, and cupped Lin Feng's face. 3 words, his voice hoarse. Lin Feng's eyes finally grew warm. Not the kind where tears fall, just warmth. A heat surging from his chest upward. Coach, my legs can't hold me. Scaloni embraced him, patting his back. Then lean on me. Behind them, the Argentina fans' song rose. 80,000 voices singing together. Lin Feng couldn't fully understand the lyrics, but he knew the melody. DePaul played it every day during training. Lin Feng leaned against Scaloni and closed his eyes for a second. When he opened them, he saw Messi. Messi was kneeling near the center circle. Alone. No one surrounded him. All the other teammates were running, jumping, crying wildly, but Messi knelt there motionless. Both hands covered his face. His shoulders shook. Lin Feng pushed away from Scaloni and staggered toward Messi. After 3 steps, his legs gave out again, nearly dropping him to his knees. He gritted his teeth and held on. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Every step felt like walking on a blade. Finally, he stood before Messi. Messi took his hands away from his face. His eyes were thoroughly red, his face drenched in tears. But he was smiling. Lin Feng had never seen Messi smile like that. Not the slight curve at the corner of his mouth, not the smile he gave when patting someone's shoulder during practice. It was a smile bursting from the depths of his soul, as if a burden carried for 20 years had finally been set down. Why are you crying? Lin Feng asked. Messi wiped his face, but didn't clean it. You talk too much. Lin Feng stood before him, legs trembling violently, but he didn't fall. Messi rose from the ground. He was slightly shorter than Lin Feng. At this moment, they faced each other less than half a meter apart. How does it feel? Messi asked. Lin Feng thought for a moment. My legs are wrecked. Messi laughed aloud. I'm not asking about your legs. I'm asking about your heart. Lin Feng looked down at his worn shoes, then up at the scoreboard, then at his teammates running wildly across the field. Unreal. What's unreal? 3 months ago, I was delivering food. Now I'm standing on the World Cup final pitch. And we won. Messi nodded. The first time I won the World Cup, it felt unreal too. When did it become? When I lifted the trophy, Messi said. The second your hand touches that cup, you know it's true. Lin Feng tried to imagine himself touching the World Cup. He couldn't. It was too far away, too impossible for him to ever happen. Messi tapped the back of. Don't think about it. You'll find out soon. The two walked side by side toward the center circle. Lin Feng's legs were still wobbling and Messi's pace wasn't fast either. One was 36, the other 18. One had played for 20 years and waited 20 years. The other had been playing street football in a suburban village just 3 months ago. When they reached the center, DePaul ran toward them and wrapped his arms around both their necks. Stop with the sentimental stuff. The award ceremony is waiting. Hurry up. Lin Feng was dragged along by DePaul. He looked back at the field. The lights illuminated that stretch of turf, the corner flag still swaying gently in the breeze. In 3 days, new grass would be laid over this pitch. But what happened today, no one could ever cover up. The award podium was set up in the center of the field. A blue cloth covered the iron frame, displaying a row of medals and a golden trophy. The FIFA World Cup trophy. Lin Feng gazed at the trophy from a distance. The light reflected off it, dazzling him with its golden shine. He had only seen it on television before. While waiting for delivery orders, he had come across a video of Messi lifting the trophy at the last World Cup. At that time, he was sitting on an electric bike with 3 portions of braised chicken rice in the delivery box. He had thought to himself then that this trophy felt further away than the moon. Now he stood just 20 meters away from it. What are you staring at? DePaul nudged him from behind. Look at the trophy. You'll get to see it plenty later. Hurry up and line up. The whole team formed a line to walk up to the podium. The FIFA president stood at the front, individually draping medals around each player's neck. Lin Feng was at the back of the line. One by one the players went up. Bow your head, receive the medal, shake hands. When it was his turn, he stepped up. The president draped the medal around his neck. The metal felt cool against his collarbone. It was heavier than he had imagined. He glanced down at the words and patterns on the metal before raising his head and seeing his face on the big screen. The face looked very young. His cheekbones were pronounced, his eye sockets a bit deep, his lips cracked, and there was a bruise on his chin. But his eyes were bright. He thought to himself that his eyes were indeed bright. As he walked down, Enzo was waiting for him. Does it look good? What? The metal. Lin Feng looked down and touched it again. It's quite heavy. Of course it's gold. Is it really gold? Do you think it's copper plate? My goodness, can't you be normal for once? Lin Feng chuckled and said nothing. Then came the most important moment. Lifting the trophy. Messi walked in front of the trophy and the crowd erupted once more. 80,000 voices shouted his name, the waves of sound rolling from the east stand to the west and back again. Messi stood in front of the trophy. He glanced at it, then extended his hands. He lifted it up over his head. The crowd went wild. Fireworks shot up from the four corners of the field, golden confetti raining down from the sky, landing on Messi's head, the trophy, and everyone around. Messi held the trophy up for several seconds. Then he lowered it. He turned to look at his teammates, his gaze stopping on Lin Feng for a moment. Then he walked over holding the trophy. What are you doing? Lin Feng took a half step back. Come here. Why? Just come here when I tell you to. Lin Feng walked over. Messi gently pushed the World Cup trophy towards him. Touch it. Lin Feng, really? If you don't want to touch it, then forget it. Lin Feng extended his right hand. His fingertips touched the cool metal surface. But in that moment, an indescribable sensation surged from his fingertips up his arm, shoulder, neck, all the way to the top of his head. His hand trembled. Not due to the after effects of the final mode, but because this trophy was real. He had touched it. It was in his hands. Do you feel it? Messi asked. Lin Feng nodded. What does it feel like? Lin Feng thought for 3 seconds. Heavy. Messi chuckled. Talking to you is more exhausting than playing football. DePaul rushed over and snatched the trophy. It's my turn. Let me kiss it. He really did kiss it, pressing his lips against the trophy's surface, leaving a spit mark. Enzo pushed him away in disgust. You got your saliva all over it. What do you care? This is the World Cup trophy. I'm happy to lick it all over. You're insane. The trophy was passed around the whole team. Everyone held it, kissed it, lifted it, and shouted. When it reached Lautaro, he lifted the trophy and shouted something at the camera. Lin Feng didn't catch it, but all the Argentine fans repeated it, the sound reverberating through his chest. The trophy was finally passed back to Messi. This time he did not lift it above his head. He placed it on the ground, squatting beside it, taking a selfie with his phone. A selfie. A 36-year-old man taking a selfie with the World Cup trophy. His expression was neither cool nor handsome, just a smile like a child who received his most desired gift on his birthday. Lin Feng stood by watching this scene. Suddenly he felt a pang in his nose. Not because of himself, but because of Messi. He had known Messi for less than 2 months. But in these 2 months, he had seen Messi train until the last one left the field, seen him knocking on his door in the middle of the night to draw tactical diagrams, seen him pass the ball while being double-teamed by 3 players, seen him get knocked down and stand up without changing his expression. This person had waited a lifetime. Now he could finally squat down and take a selfie with the trophy. Are you crying? Enzo leaned over to ask. No. Lin Feng wiped his nose. Allergies. Allergies, my foot. Your eyes are red. It's the light. You're really stubborn. The colorful ribbons were still floating down from the sky. Golden confetti landed on Lin Feng's hair, shoulders, and those worn-out shoes. He glanced down at the golden confetti sticking to his shoe's surface. Suddenly he smiled. This scene was quite nice. A pair of nearly falling apart old shoes covered with the ribbons of the World Cup championship. Quite nice. The whole team posed for a group photo on the podium. The photographer instructed everyone to stand properly. Lin Feng was shoved to the far right of the second row. Messi was in the center of the front row holding the trophy. At the moment the shutter clicked, DePaul wrapped his arm around Lin Feng's neck. Enzo placed his hand on his head from behind, and Lautaro made a strange gesture beside him. This photo would later be shared billions of times around the world. The focus of all reports was the same person, the 18-year-old boy from Dragon Country, wearing worn-out shoes, standing at the far right of the second row. With a gold medal around his neck, a bruise on his face, and light shining in his eyes. After the group photo, the whole team paraded around the field to celebrate with the fans. Lin Feng walked at the back of the line. His legs were still weak, and he had to exert effort with every step to avoid collapsing. When he reached below the east stand, he saw someone in the stands holding a Dragon Country flag. It was red, very large, and the 5 stars shone brightly under the lights. The person holding the flag was shouting his name. Not just one person, but several. Dozens of people. Lin Feng stopped and looked up at the flag. He stood there for 3 seconds. Then he raised his right hand and waved at the flag. The stands erupted instantly. He continued to walk forward. His phone was in the locker room. He knew that countless messages must have lit up that phone by now. From Gao Yuan, his mother Zhang Ran, and Carlos. The one he wanted to see the most was a message from that woman who always made typos. At 3:17 a.m. Longwa time. Lin Xiaolan sat on a small stool in her rented room, facing the 55-inch new TV that Zhang Ran had gifted her. Golden fragments were falling inside the TV as the Argentine players lifted the trophy one by one. Around her sat 7 or 8 neighbors. Aunt Wang, Uncle Li from upstairs, and Sister Peng, who ran the breakfast shop from the adjacent building. All had come. They had arrived at 3 in the morning. They had set their alarms themselves. No one had called them. Aunt Wang had set 3 alarms for fear of missing it. The commentator's voice on TV was already hoarse. Argentina lifts the trophy. The new champion of the World Cup. Messi lifts the World Cup for the 2nd time. And standing beside him is that 18-year-old youth from Lin Feng. Lin Xiaolan stared at the screen. She was looking for her son. The camera kept switching. Now Messi holding the trophy, now the players celebrating. Too many people, blue and white jerseys blurring before her eyes. Which one is Fengzi? She jumped up anxiously. Aunt Wang pointed to the right side of the screen. That one. Number 99. See. Lin Xiaolan leaned closer to the TV. She saw him. In the second row far right, a gold medal around his neck, golden fragments stuck in his hair. He had lost weight. His face was thinner, cheekbones showing. But he was smiling. She stared at that face for 3 seconds. Then tears streamed down. Not the slow trickling kind. They surged out. He won, she said, her voice trembling. He won. Aunt Wang wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Champion. Your son is a world champion. Lin Xiaolan sat back on the small stool, covering her mouth with both hands, shoulders shaking. She couldn't sob. Not because she was holding back, but because she was too overwhelmed. She couldn't even catch her breath to cry properly. Sister Peng handed her a pack of tissues. She pulled one out, but it was soaked through before she could even touch her face. Uncle Li, sitting nearby, also had red-rimmed eyes. He turned away, pretending to look out the window. The TV cut to the awards ceremony group photo. Lin Feng stood in the second row, scrapes on his face, cracked lips, but his eyes burned with a terrifying brightness. Lin Xiaolan stared at those eyes. She knew them too well. They had been the same since he was a child. Stubborn eyes that refused to yield. When he was young, he played football barefoot on the concrete floor, kicked off a toenail. She hit him, scolded him, forbade him from playing. He just looked at her with those eyes silent, and went right back to playing the next day. When he was delivering food, his soles were blistered. She told him to quit and find a desk job. He gave her one look with those eyes, turned, and rode off on his bike. She never knew what to do with those eyes. Never. Xiaolan, stop crying, it's a joyous occasion, Sister Peng said. I'm happy, Lin Xiaolan sobbed. I'm crying because I'm happy. We know. Aunt Wang helped her sit up and pressed a button on her phone. Zhang Ran's live stream is still on. Do you want to say something? Say what? Anything. Just say something to your son. Lin Xiaolan wiped her face and shook her head. I am not good with words. So what? You are the mother of a world champion. Whatever you say, people will listen. Lin Xiaolan hesitated for a few seconds. He'll just say one thing. Aunt Wang held up the phone in front of her and opened Zhang Ran's live stream. Zhang Ran's live stream had 18 million viewers online. The bullet comments were flying so fast they were impossible to read. All of them said, Champion Lin Feng, pride of Longwa Annie, speak. When Zhang Ran saw Lin Xiaolan appear on the screen for a video call, his voice was completely hoarse. He squeezed out the words, Auntie, we won. Lin Xiaolan faced the camera. Her face was swollen from crying. Her eyes were red, her nose red, her hair a mess. She was still wearing that old cotton shirt that had been washed countless times. But 18 million people were all watching her. For a moment, the bullet comments stopped. 18 million people waited for her to speak. Lin Xiaolan took a deep breath. I just want to say, she said, her voice broken and halting. My son, since he was little, he's been stubborn. Everyone said he had no future playing soccer, but he just wouldn't listen. He played barefoot, he played in worn-out shoes. I used to get angry, hit him, scold him. She paused, wiped her tears, but he never gave up. The bullet comments came to a complete halt. Today he won. He is a world champion. She smiled through her tears. I want to tell him I saw it. I saw you score, I saw you lift the trophy. I remember all the hardships you endured. Suddenly, all 18 million bullet comments changed to one single character cry. Zhang Ran on the other end of the live stream took off his glasses and covered his face with his arm. He was crying. A grown man in his 30s crying in front of 18 million people. Lin Xiaolan said one last thing, Fengzi, come home. It'll make your favorite braised pork. The bullet comments erupted. That sentence ignited the entire Longwa night. The Weibo server overloaded. It took 8 seconds for the page to refresh. The top 10 trending topics had completely changed from half an hour ago. The first item was Lin Feng's mom's braised pork. The second, the world champion who wore worn-out shoes. The third, history of Longwa football. The fourth, did Lin Feng cry on the field? The fifth, Messi let Lin Feng touch the trophy. Someone set off firecrackers below the building. At 3:30 a.m., lights came on in the neighboring building, in the building across. Several households pushed open windows to look down and saw fireworks exploding in the night sky. They weren't grand fireworks. Just the cheap kind sold at the small shop downstairs, 100 yuan a box. But in the sky at 3:30 a.m., they were bright enough. Lin Xiaolan stood at the window watching the fireworks. Her phone rang. It was a voice message from Lin Feng. She tapped it. The message was only 4 seconds long. Lin Feng's voice was soft, a little hoarse. "Ma, I did it." For seconds. Lin Xiaolan pressed the phone to her chest, crouched under the windowsill, and cried until her whole body trembled. Aunt Wang hugged her from behind. "Don't cry, he won, your son won." "I know," Lin Xiaolan said through tears. "I know he won." She turned the phone over and looked at the voice message from Lin Feng. For seconds. She pressed replay. Then pressed it again. And again. She kept listening. The firecrackers outside stopped. The fireworks faded. At 4 a.m., the sky was still dark. But Lin Xiaolan felt that the sky had already brightened. She dried her tears, opened her phone keyboard, and typed word by word. She typed for 2 minutes. Then sent it. The message read, "Ma'll wait for you, come home. Red burn pork already bought today. You come back after match done. Don't spend money outside. Don't get injured. I'm watching you." As always, there were plenty of typos. But every word was true. In the distant Lusail Stadium locker room, Lin Feng's phone lit up. He lay on the bench in the locker room, his whole body aching so much he didn't want to move a single finger. He turned his head and saw his mother's message pop up on the phone screen. He read it word by word. "Red burn pork." He smiled. Then he pressed the phone against his chest and closed his eyes. Outside the locker room, DePaul's music was blasting. Some were singing, some dancing, some on the phone, some crying. Lin Feng lay there motionless. He remembered 3 months ago standing by the field in the village wearing slippers watching a group of people play a pickup game. Back then his thoughts were about how many more delivery orders he could run tomorrow, how the rent was still 200 short. Now he lay in the World Cup champions locker room, a gold medal around his neck. He was still wearing those same worn-out shoes. Time for a new pair. When that thought came to him, he was startled. Then he heard footsteps at the door. Susan poked half her head in. "Lin Feng, are you still alive?" "Alive? There's a bunch of reporters outside waiting to interview you." "No. You have to go? Do you know how many people around the world are searching for your name right now?" "Don't know and don't want to know." Susan took a deep breath. "There are 37 media outlets waiting outside. FIFA officials are also waiting to take promotional photos. Also, your phone hasn't stopped ringing for the past 10 minutes. I checked. Gao Yuan sent you 62 messages." Lin Feng closed his eyes. "Let them wait. Until when? Until I remember why I can't rest yet." Susan looked at him, shook her head helplessly, and left, closing the door. Lin Feng lay there for another 30 seconds. Then his phone lit up again. Not his mother's message. Not from Gao Yuan. It was a text message from an unknown number. He picked it up and glanced at it. Only one sentence, "Mr. Lin Feng, this is the La Masia Youth Academy." La Masia Youth Academy. Those words circled twice in his mind before he could even process them. Then the door swung open again. This time Susan stood fully in the doorway, arms crossed firmly over her chest. 10 minutes have passed. I know. 37 media outlets. My math is fine. FIFA officials' faces have turned green. Lin Feng opened his eyes and stared at the blinding white light fixture on the locker room ceiling. Can I just say 2 sentences and leave? Minimum 15 minutes. That's the rule for the post-match mixed zone. World Cup final player of the tournament nominees must be interviewed. Who said I'm a nominee? FIFA did. Just announced it. You're one of 2 finalists alongside Messi. Lin Feng paused, momentarily stunned. Then it's definitely Messi. You still have to go? Get up. Walking out like that, you'll be photographed as a zombie. Lin Feng pushed himself upright from the long bench. Every muscle screamed as though hammered one by one. His thighs trembled with fatigue, and a dull rhythmic throb pulsed deep within his right Achilles tendon. He glanced down at himself. His jersey was soaked with sweat and stained with grass marks. The left sleeve had torn clean across unnoticed. The gold medal hung crookedly around his neck. His shoes, battered, caked with mud and flecks of golden confetti. Am I really going out like this? Susan scanned him up and down. Straighten your jersey. Center the medal. No need to change shoes. Why not? Because those shoes are now worth 100 million yuan. Lin Feng didn't grasp her meaning, but rose anyway. His legs buckled. He nearly collapsed to his knees. Susan caught him swiftly. Are you certain you can stand and speak for 15 minutes? Not certain. But you said I had to go. Susan gazed at him, sighed softly. Let's go, world champion. The mixed zone lay to the right of the player tunnel exit. A temporary row of backdrops plastered with sponsor logos. The lights burned brighter than those on the pitch, blindingly white. As Lin Feng stepped forward, a blinding wave of flashbulbs erupted instantly. He squinted instinctively. Before him stood a dense wall of journalists, dozens strong. Cameras, microphones, and recorders all trained on him. Once, when he'd been scolded for a delivery complaint, he'd stood outside his employer's shop, facing no more than 3 people. Now 37 media outlets. The entire world was watching. He stepped up to the microphone. The first question came from a French journalist, translated on the spot by Susan. Lin Feng, you are this tournament's greatest surprise. Which club did you play for before joining the national team? What is your youth academy background? Lin Feng listened then fell silent for 2 seconds. No club. No academy training. A hush swept the room. The French journalist pressed further. Then where did you learn to play football? In a Chinghonkan, a village within the city. A concrete lot. No grass, no goalposts. Just 2 bricks marking the goals. After the translation, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Reporters exchanged glances. The second question arrived, this time from a British journalist, voice booming. You're 18. 3 months ago you were delivering takeout. Today you're a World Cup champion. How do you explain this? Who trained you? Lin Feng looked directly at the reporter. He'd asked himself that question before. Not just today, but ever since the moment he first pulled on Argentina's national jersey. Who trained me? He repeated the question slowly. Street pitches. A delivery bag. And one person who refused to give up. Who was that person? My mother. Another explosive burst of flashbulbs lit the air. Lin Feng stood motionless, calm, composed, unreadable. Yet his fists clenched deep in his pockets, knuckles bleaching white. The third question came next, this time from Mia. She stood shorter than the others, half a head below the crowd, but her voice held unwavering steadiness. Lin Feng, Mia, we've met. I'd like to ask you a simple question. Lin Feng acknowledged her with a slight nod. You were injured during today's match, stepped on deliberately 3 times. Your Achilles is still swollen. In the final 15 minutes you could have substituted out, but you didn't. Why? Lin Feng paused, thoughtful. Because my mother set her alarm for 3 a.m. to watch the live broadcast. Mia blinked, surprised. She watched live, not a replay. If I'd come off she'd have seen me sitting on the bench while others won. So you stayed on. For your mother? Not. Lin Feng paused again. Also for myself. I wanted to win, standing. Silence fell once more. Then a Spanish journalist raised his hand. Lin Feng, Messi passed to you more times than to any other teammate on the pitch today. Why do you think he placed such trust in an 18-year-old rookie? Before Lin Feng could answer, a voice came from behind. Because he dared to receive the ball. All heads turned. Messi emerged from the tunnel, hair still damp, dressed casually in streetwear. He stopped beside Lin Feng, surveyed the sea of journalists, and said calmly, "You've asked the wrong person." Reporters surged forward, microphones thrust toward Messi. "Messi, why do you trust Lin Feng so deeply?" Messi glanced briefly at Lin Feng. "Did you watch minute 77 of today's match?" "Yes." He'd just been stepped on, Achilles swelling, ankle inflamed, knee aching. A normal player would have gone off. He didn't. When he got back up, he said something to me. What did he say? 15 minutes is enough. Messi spoke evenly. An 18-year-old, deliberately fouled 3 times, his foot nearly ruined, gets up and tells you 15 minutes is enough. So tell us, why do you trust him? No one answered. Messi continued, voice steady. I've played football for 20 years. I've seen many prodigies, some technically superior, some physically stronger. But few dare demand the ball when the pressure is unbearable. Could you elaborate? At Thrill, the whole team was panicking. He ran straight to Enzo and said every single pass, find me. 18 years old. World Cup final. 3-all. Every single pass, find me. Messi paused. Who else would you trust, if not someone like that? Journalists scribbled furiously. Messi, how would you assess Lin Feng's performance in this World Cup? Messi turned and looked directly at Lin Feng, and Lin Feng met his gaze. A faint smile touched Messi's lips. He extended his right hand and gave Lin Feng's back a firm, sincere pat. No gesture for show, but one of quiet weight. He is our future. Flashbulbs exploded, white, searing, all-consuming. Lin Feng stood still, feeling the lingering warmth of Messi's hand against his spine. The interview continued for 5 more minutes. Lin Feng fielded several harmless questions. Susan expertly managed the pace. And the moment the clock struck 15, she gently but firmly guided him away. Walking back down the tunnel, Messi walked ahead. Everything I said just now, it's all true, Messi said without turning. I know, but don't get carried away. I'm not. From tomorrow, every defender will study your footage. Every club will contact you. Every journalist will dig into your story. Lin Feng followed silently. Then what do I do? Messi stopped, turned, and looked at him. Play football. That's it. That's it. Everything else, others will handle it. Messi turned and resumed walking. Lin Feng watched his back. 36 years old, just lifting his 2nd World Cup trophy. His tone remained unchanged from their first meeting, neither distant nor familiar, yet every word carried purpose. At the locker room door, Messi paused once more. Did you read that text message? Lin Feng stiffened. What text message? From La Masia. How did... Messi didn't answer. He simply opened the door and walked inside. Lin Feng stood frozen in the doorway. How did he know? Who told him? Or had that message been sent on Messi's orders? Lin Feng stood alone in the corridor, fingers tight around his phone, mind swirling with unanswered questions. Lin Feng rushed into the locker room. Messi was already seated in his spot, changing his shoes. The locker room was still unbearably noisy. DePaul had switched to his third song. Enzo bare-chested was wrestling with Alvarez. Lautaro was in a corner, showing his gold medal to his wife on a video call. Feng walked straight up to Messi. Did you have someone send that message? Messi looked up at him for a moment, then continued tying his shoelaces. What message? About La Masia. I don't know what you're talking about. You asked me in the corridor if I saw it. Messi finished tying his laces and sat up straight. I asked if you saw the message. I didn't say I had someone. Then how did you know I received it? Because the admissions director of La Masia is a friend of mine. He told me he was going to send it. I told him to go ahead. Feng was stunned. So he sent it on his own? Yes. Not because you recommended me. Messi stood up and grabbed his jacket. Feng, let me tell you something. La Masia receives 2,000 applications from around the world every year and admits only 12. After watching your performance against Germany, their admissions director called me. The first thing he asked was whether you were signed with. Then, I said no. He said he wanted to contact you. I said go ahead. That's it. Feng stood there digesting those words. So you didn't recommend me? No. But he asked you. He did ask me. What did you say? Messi draped his jacket over his shoulder. I said this kid is worth your personal call. Feng's mouth opened, but no words came out. Messi walked past him, took 2 steps, then stopped. But, Feng looked at him. La Masia is where I entered at 13. I stayed there for 6 years. I know. That place is good. But it's also hard. 10 times harder than you imagine. Hard in what way? Messi turned around, leaned against the locker, and looked at Feng. Hard because everyone there thinks they're a genius. You'll realize after you get in that you're not the only talented one. I've never thought of myself as a genius. That's even better. Messi nodded. Those who don't think they're geniuses are the ones who actually survive there. Do you recommend I go? Messi thought for 2 seconds. I neither recommend nor oppose. Then what do you actually mean? I mean you have many options now. La Masia is only one of them. You'll receive other invitations. Many. Like tomorrow. After the post-match buzz settles, your phone will explode. Agents will find you, clubs will find you, brands will find you. Feng thought for a moment. I don't have an agent. You need one. Does Carlos count? Carlos is the team's coordinator, not an agent. You need a real one. Do you have any recommendations? Messi gave him a look. See, you're asking me again. What's wrong? You can't ask me everything. I help you because you play on my team and we just won the World Cup together. But starting tomorrow your path is your... Feng was silent for a few seconds. Are you saying you won't help me anymore? No. Messi's tone didn't change. I'm saying from now on you have to make your own decisions. I can give you advice, but you can't rely on my advice. Why? Because I'm 36. How much longer can I play? 1 year? 2. If you get used to someone making decisions for you, what will you do when that person is gone? Feng stared at the grass stain on the floor. He remembered a saying from his boss when he was delivering food. A road is only yours when you've run it yourself. Following others will always leave you on their path. I understand. Good. Messi put on his jacket. Go take a shower. You smell so bad I can... Of course you can smell it when you're standing right next to me. The corner of Messi's mouth twitched, but he didn't laugh. He turned and walked away. Feng stood still watching Messi's figure disappear into the depths of the locker room. Just then DePaul's music suddenly stopped. Everyone let out a simultaneous "oh" of protest. DePaul stood by the speaker holding up his phone. Everyone shut up. Scaloni sent a message. The locker room instantly fell silent. DePaul looked at his phone and read. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. The entire team will participate in the championship celebration. At 2 p.m. Fly to Buenos Aires. Bus parade. Parade. Enzo jumped up. The kind where we ride on a bus. Yes. Same as last time. Millions of people were on the streets last time. The locker room. Enzo spun Alvarez around in his arms. Lautaro held his phone above his head and yelled to his wife. Did you see? A parade. Mac Allister rushed out of the shower naked asking, what do we wear for the parade? Feng stood in the midst of the crowd. He didn't know what a parade felt like. He only knew that before 10 a.m. tomorrow he had to reply to one message. That message from La Masia. He pulled out his phone and read the message again. Mr. Feng, this is La Masia Youth Academy. That was all. Not even any details. But those few words carried enough weight. La Masia. Or the place where Messi came from. Where Xavi came from. Where Iniesta came from. The best football. His fingers hovered above the screen for 3 seconds of hesitation. Then he locked the phone and stuffed it back into his pocket. No rush. Tonight was the champions' night. Some things could wait until tomorrow. He walked towards the shower. Just as he reached the doorway, Enzo called out from behind. Feng. What? That move you did today. The feigned shot turned into a real pass. Teach me. Which one? The one you passed to Messi. The one where you pretended to shoot, and the ball flew past the goalkeeper and landed at Messi's feet. What's the principle behind that? The principle is simple. When you shoot, angle your toes slightly and reduce power by 20%. That's simple. Yes. How long did you practice it? Lin Feng thought for a moment. Never practiced. Used it for the first time today. Enzo stared at him for 5 seconds. Are you even human? You asked that last time too. Enzo shook his head and walked away muttering, first time using it, first time using it. He says first time using it. Lin Feng entered the shower. As the hot water poured over him, his entire body finally relaxed. He closed his eyes, and the final pass from today's match played in his mind. Right foot outside of the boot in the final burst mode's last seconds. Painful enough to make him tremble, but the ball flew off. Its landing was exactly at Messi's feet. Messi curled it into the net. 6-3. He hadn't scored the final goal, but that goal existed because of him. It was enough. The celebration lasted until 2 in the morning. The Argentina team reserved the restaurant next to the training base grilling steaks from 8 o'clock until there was none left. DePaul drank an unknown number of glasses of wine, embracing everyone who passed by and saying, "I love you, brother," leaving no one out from Enzo to the chef to the security guard. Lautaro cried while video calling his wife midway, wiping his face and claiming it was just the smoke. Enzo played a game of pool with McAllister, and after losing he tried to weasel out of it by claiming the cue was faulty. Messi sat in the corner, drank half a glass of red wine, and then returned to his room. Before leaving he hugged everyone, and when it was Lin Feng's turn he simply said, "See you tomorrow." At 2:30 in the morning Lin Feng came out of the restaurant. The corridor was long with lights only illuminating half of it, casting a dim atmosphere. He did not return to his room. He found a step at the end of the corridor and sat down. Leaning against the wall, his legs stretched out. He still hadn't taken off his worn shoes, the soles sticky with bits of grass and fragments of golden ribbons. He stared at the ceiling. He had won. The World Cup champion. He had scored. He had assisted. Messi patted him on the back and said, "This is our future." The whole world now knew his name. But sitting here, he felt an indescribable sensation within. It wasn't happiness, nor was it sadness. It was emptiness. It was just a very empty feeling. Like finishing a marathon and realizing there's no road ahead after crossing the finish line. Not that there was really no road, but in that moment he didn't know where to run next. Footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor. Lin Feng did not look up. It was DePaul. He caught a whiff of alcohol. "Why are you sitting here?" DePaul's voice was tinged with the scent of alcohol, but he was not drunk. Just sitting. DePaul sat down next to him, leaning against the wall in the same posture. "Can't sleep. It's not that I can't sleep. I just don't want to sleep." "Why?" Lin Feng thought for a moment. "Afraid that when I wake up, I'll find it was all fake." DePaul chuckled softly. "I felt the same way last time. That night after we won, I lay in bed for 3 hours, unable to sleep, checking my phone every 10 minutes to confirm it was real." "What happened next?" "The next day, there was a parade, millions of people standing in the streets, shouting my name, and only then did I confirm it was real." The two fell silent for a moment. At the end of the corridor, there was a window, though outside it was dark, but a few lights twinkled in the distance. DePaul. "Yeah. Did you feel empty after we won?" DePaul turned to look at him. "Empty. It's that feeling of having achieved your goal, but suddenly not knowing what to do." DePaul didn't answer immediately. He leaned against the wall, thinking for a moment. "Yes. How did you deal with it?" "I didn't deal with it." "What do you mean?" "It means that feeling has always been there. The day after winning the World Cup, I was already thinking about what to do next season. Returning to the club, he still had to play in the league, still had to play in the Champions League. Did you think that winning the championship meant reaching the finish line? There is no finish line. So you just keep playing, until you can't play anymore. And then on the day you retire, you'll feel empty again. That time might truly be empty, because there won't be another match." Lin Feng mulled over his words twice. "But I don't even have a club right now." I know. DePaul turned to look at him. "So you're luckier than I was back then." "Luckier? You won the World Cup, but your career hasn't officially started yet. You still have everything to experience. The first contract, the first time wearing the club jersey, the first league match, the first Champions League match. The path that Messi took 20 years to complete, you haven't even taken a single step yet. Sounds like a long road. It is long, but you're not walking it alone." DePaul patted his shoulder and stood up. "All right, stop being sentimental. We gather at 10 tomorrow, don't be late. World champions get fined for being late." "How much is the fine?" 5,000 euros. "Then I won't be late." DePaul smiled and walked away. The corridor fell silent again. Lin Feng sat alone. He took out his phone. The screen was flooded with messages, too many to count. Gao Yuan had 62 messages. Zhang Ran's public account had pushed 3 articles. Carlos had 17 messages. Mia had 8. Susan had 5. And there was one more. La Masia. He clicked on the La Masia message and stared at it for 10 seconds. Then he scrolled down to confirm there were no follow-up messages. Just that one. "Mr. Lin Feng, this is La Masia Youth Academy." There wasn't even a follow-up. Either they were waiting for his reply or testing the waters to see his reaction. He put down his phone, just about to lock the screen, when suddenly a ding rang in his head. Not from the phone. It was from the system. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. The system's notification sound hadn't resounded in his mind for a long time. The last time was during the activation of the in-game burst mode. He closed his eyes. A line of text appeared before him. Detected that the host has completed the hidden main quest, winning the World Cup. Lin Feng's heart raced. Reward processing. Base reward, permanent enhancement of God's perspective accuracy to centimeter level. Additional reward, permanent increase of physical attributes by 15%. Hidden reward, unlock passive skill on-site prediction. Effect automatic warning 300 milliseconds before the opponent passes during a match. Lin Feng took a deep breath. These rewards were quite substantial. But it wasn't over. Another line of text appeared. New main quest activated. Quest named the Guardian of the Throne. Quest description: the host has proven he can reach world-class levels in a short-term burst. But short-term does not equate to long-term. The World Cup is just the starting point. Professional football is the battlefield. Within the next 12 months, complete a full season as a starter in a top European league with an average rating of no less than 7. 5. Quest reward, unknown. Quest failure penalty, permanent reduction of God's perspective accuracy to 10-meter level, equivalent to an ordinary player's vision. Lin Feng stared at the last line of text. Failure penalty. God's perspective reduced to 10-meter level. That would be equivalent to nothing. If he couldn't prove himself within a year, all he had worked hard to obtain would be taken away. The system would not allow him to coast on the honor of being a World Cup champion. He had to sign with a club. He had to play in the league. He had to prove that he was not a fleeting star. When Lin Feng stood up from the steps, his legs nearly gave out. The few lines of text from the system were still swirling in his mind. 12 months. The top European leagues. An average of 7.5 points per game. Failure meant the loss of the divine perspective. He took a deep breath, tucked his phone into his pocket, and slowly walked towards his room. As he reached the door and took out his key card, his phone vibrated again. He pulled it out to check. It was a number from the Dragon Kingdom, starting with 86. Who calls at 3 in the morning? He hesitated for a second and answered. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Feng? The voice was very formal, carrying that tone only present in official occasions. This is I. Hello, Mr. Lin Feng. I am Chen Zhangwo from the Foreign Affairs Department of the Dragon Kingdom Football Association. First, congratulations on winning the World Cup. You are the first member of the Dragon Kingdom football history to achieve this honor. Lin Feng leaned against the door frame. Thank you. The situation is such, Mr. Lin Feng. The Football Association places great importance on your situation, and we would like to invite you back to the country to participate in a series of activities. These include, but are not limited to, youth training promotion plans, campus football promotion, and some official recognition activities. Lin Feng fell silent for 2 seconds. We hope as soon as possible. Ideally, you should fly back to the country immediately after the celebration in Argentina. We can arrange the flight and itinerary. What specific activities? The preliminary plan currently consists of 3 parts. The first is to participate in an official recognition ceremony in the capital, the second to conduct youth training promotion activities in your hometown, and the third to participate in the recording of several television programs. Upon hearing the words television program, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Programs? What programs? Currently several platforms are contacting us. We can discuss the specifics after you return to the country. Mr. Lin Feng, rest assured, all arrangements will be made according to your wishes. He'll think about it. Of course. However, Mr. Lin Feng, I need to explain the situation to you. The attention on you within the country is extremely high, and various parties are eager to collaborate with you. The Football Association hopes to connect with you as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary chaos. What chaos? There was a pause on the other end of the line. Currently 3 provincial sports bureaus have contacted us, all claiming you are a talent from their jurisdiction and wanting to claim you. Additionally, several companies are inquiring about sponsorship, with 2 real estate developers saying they want to arrange housing for you and your mother locally. Lin Feng listened, and his mind buzzed. Does my mom know about this? To my knowledge, someone has already directly contacted your mother. Lin Feng, who contacted her? We are also looking into that. Mr. Lin Feng, that's why we hope you can return as soon as possible, so we can unify the information and prevent you and your family from being overly disturbed. I understand. I will get back to you tomorrow. Alright, feel free to contact me anytime. Here is my direct line, available 24 hours. After hanging up, Lin Feng pushed the door into the room. He didn't turn on the light, sat down by the bed, and immediately dialed his mother's number. It rang twice before she answered. Fengzi. Her voice was hoarse but spirited. Mom, are you still awake? I can't sleep. I'm too— Aunt Lu next door just left, as she insisted on taking a photo with me to post on her social media. Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly. Mom, has anyone contacted you? Who? Just some official people, or some corporate representatives? There was a moment of silence on the other end. Yes. Who? This afternoon before your match, someone came to knock on the door. He said he was from the District Sports Bureau and asked which school you played football at as a child, and if you had participated in any district competitions. I said no, that you had never participated in any formal competitions. His expression changed after hearing that. And then, oi. Then he left. Before leaving he said he would come back. Was there anything else? Yes, another one. About half an hour after, a call came in from a real estate company saying they wanted to give us a house and wanted me to sign some agreement. I told them I wouldn't sign. They said no need to sign, just move in. I told them I wouldn't move in. Their tone changed. Lin Feng's, what did they say? They said it was a good intention and not to be ungrateful. I hung up the phone. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Mom, from now on if someone you don't know calls, don't answer. If someone knocks, don't open the door. I know. I'm not foolish. Also, if anyone says they want to give you something, when have I ever accepted anything from others? Lin Feng listened to his mother's voice and the anger in his heart gradually subsided. Mom. The Football Association called and wants me to return to participate in activities. What activities? Recognition, youth training, promotion, and appearing on television. Do you want to go? Not really. Why? I should be signing with a club and playing in the league. Going back home for activities would waste time. There was silence on the other end for several seconds. Lin Xiaolin's voice came through slightly softer than before. Fengzi, do you still remember where you are from? Lin Feng froze. Mom, what do you mean? You are wearing an Argentine jersey. You won the championship in Argentina, and you are surrounded by Argentinians. When I watched the TV, many people were asking which country Lin Feng actually belongs to. I am definitely a person from the Dragon Kingdom. Then you should come back for a visit. Mom, it's not that I don't want to go back. I didn't say you didn't want to. I said you should come back once. Let everyone see you. Let those who said you wouldn't achieve anything in football see you. You don't need to be on any television. Oh, just come back and stand there for people to see you. Lin Feng sat in the darkness, staring at the dim light on the window. And then, then you can go wherever you want. Mom won't stop you. And you, I will wait for you at home. I've saved some braised pork for you. Lin Feng's nose tinged with warmth and he blinked hard twice. Mom, if that real estate developer calls again, send me the number. What for? I'll have someone handle it. Do you know anyone who can handle this? Lin Feng thought for a moment. I know an agent. What kind of agent? Someone who helps players handle matters. Is he reliable? Still looking? Then find someone reliable. Don't get cheated. Got it. Okay, hurry up and sleep. Don't you have an event tomorrow? Fengzi. Mom is proud of you. Lin Feng bit his lip. I know. But remember, no matter how far you go, you are from the urban village. That place raised you for 18 years. Don't forget. I won't forget. After hanging up, Lin Feng put his phone beside the pillow and lay down on his back. The ceiling was pitch black. His mind was filled with thoughts. The system task required him to sign with a club to play in the league. La Masia had sent a message awaiting a reply. The Football Association wanted him back home. His mother wanted people to see him. And there was that real estate developer who had called his mother saying, don't be ungrateful. He closed his eyes. There would be a parade tomorrow. He would fly to Buenos Aires the day after. And then, back to the Dragon Kingdom. Or go directly to Europe. His phone lit up again. He turned his head to take a glance. Susan sent a message. Before flying to Buenos Aires at 2 in the afternoon tomorrow, 4 representatives from European clubs want to meet you. I've already cancelled 3. Left 1. Lin Feng replied, which one? Susan, Barcelona. Lin Feng stared at those 2 words for 10 seconds. Barcelona. The parent club of La Masia. Messi's former club. He clasped his phone to his chest, his heart racing. Everything was happening too fast. At 10 o'clock the next morning, the entire team gathered for the championship celebration. Lin Feng stood in the crowd wearing an Argentina jersey, a gold medal hanging around his neck, and still in those worn-out shoes. The event was held in front of the main building of the training base, closed to the public, but the area outside the fence was packed with fans. Representatives from FIFA had arrived along with local officials from Qatar. Photos, speeches, group pictures. A complete set of procedures took 40 minutes. Lin Feng stood quietly in a corner of the second row, his expression calm. After the event, he returned to the locker room to change clothes, and just as he sat down, Susan pushed the door open and entered. Look at this. Susan handed over her phone, and on the screen was a news website from the Dragon Nation. The headline read, Is Lin Feng a citizen of the Dragon Nation or Argentina? The issue of his identity sparked heated discussions online. Lin Feng scrolled down. The comments section was divided into 2 camps. One side claimed Lin Feng was a citizen of the Dragon Nation, proud of it. The other side argued that since he played for Argentina, his achievements shouldn't be considered part of Dragon Nation's football. Others even dug into his background. His father was from the Dragon Nation and passed away early. His mother was also from the Dragon Nation. Lin Feng was born in the Dragon Nation and holds citizenship there. However, he started playing street football in Argentina and represented the Argentina national team. Someone asked, why doesn't he play for the Dragon Nation? Someone replied, because the Dragon Nation team didn't select him. This reply garnered 12,000 likes. Lin Feng returned the phone to Susan. I'm not looking anymore. You have to. Susan insisted, not taking the phone. Because this afternoon you're meeting with people from Barcelona, and you need to know what's being said outside. What does what's being said outside have to do with my meeting with Barca? It matters a lot. You are now a globally trending figure. Any club signing, you must consider the commercial value and public relations risks you bring. If there are nationality disputes or politically sensitive topics, some clubs might hesitate. Feng frowned. What nationality disputes? I am a citizen of the Dragon Nation playing for Argentina. What's the dispute? Just because you think there's no dispute doesn't mean others think there isn't one. Susan pointed to another news article on her phone. A certain sports commentator from the Dragon Nation wrote a lengthy article titled Reflections on the Feng phenomenon, Why Can't Dragon Nation Football Retain Its Talents? Feng glanced at it. The article was quite long, and its central idea was that the training system for youth football in the Dragon Nation was problematic. Talents like Feng were buried in urban villages and were ultimately discovered by Argentina, which was a disgrace for Dragon Nation football. This article has been shared over 700,000 times, Susan said. What does it have to do with me? It has a direct connection to you. Because the Dragon Nation Football Association is currently contacting you to come back home, how you respond to this issue will determine the direction of public opinion. Feng looked at Susan. What do you think I should say? I think you shouldn't respond. Then why are you telling me all this? Susan took a deep breath. Because after you meet the people from Barcelona, the reporters will block you. They will ask you about nationality, about your identity, and about who you will represent in the future. You need to be prepared. Feng stood up. My preparation is not to answer. Not answering is also then that's my stance. Susan looked at him for 2 seconds and nodded. Okay, I'll wait for you in the lobby. The Barcelona people arrived early. After Susan left, DePaul came out of the shower, a towel wrapped around his waist. Who was that? Susan. What did she say? The people from Barcelona are coming today. DePaul whistled. Barcelona. Hurry, do you want to go? Feng thought for a moment. I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? It's Barcelona, La Masia, the place where Messi came from. I know, but I don't know what they want. Maybe it's just a chat. Just a chat. They flew all this way to chat with you. DePaul laughed. Brother, you just won the World Cup, scored goals, assisted, and the whole world is vying for you. They are here to sign you. That depends on the conditions. You're still picky about conditions. 3 months ago you were delivering takeout. I was picky about conditions even when delivering takeout. I won't work for platforms that deduct too much for overtime. DePaul laughed so hard, he almost dropped the towel. Fine, you're impressive. But let me tell you something serious. What? You need an agent. A real agent. Not someone like Susan who just arranges interviews, but someone who can negotiate contracts, transfer fees, salaries, and handle legal issues. Messi said the same thing. Then hurry up and find one. You're now the meat, and the wolves of the world are watching you. Without an agent to protect you, you'll be picked clean. Feng nodded. He changed his clothes and was about to head out when his phone rang again. It was Gao Yuan. Brother, did you see Weibo? No, I haven't. You should hurry and look. Someone is criticizing you. Criticizing me for what? They say you're a traitor. They say you forgot your roots by not representing the Dragon Nation team. You're trending third. Feng stood at the door, his hand on the doorknob. Who said that? A big influencer with over 800,000 fans. He posted a Weibo saying you eat the food of the Dragon Nation and have the body of the Dragon Nation, but go play for Argentina. The comments section exploded. Does he even know that the Dragon Nation team never selected me? Those who know, but those who don't care. They only see you in the Argentina jersey. Feng took a deep breath. Gao Yuan. Yeah, help me write a Weibo post. What do you want to say? Feng thought for 5 seconds. Just write, I am a citizen of the Dragon Nation. I play for Argentina because Argentina gave me the opportunity. I play football first, don't make decisions for me. Is that all? That's all. Brother, are you sure? Posting this will blow up even more. Let it blow. Alright. I posted it. After hanging up, Feng pushed the door open and walked out. In the corridor, he ran into Enzo. Enzo noticed his expression wasn't good. What's wrong? Nothing. There's a bit of trouble from the Dragon Nation. What trouble? Some people say I shouldn't play. Enzo was taken aback for a moment, and then laughed. Then they should come and see how you play for us. If you didn't play for us, we might not have won the World Cup. I know. Don't pay attention to those people. Enzo patted his back. You're one of us. Feng watched Enzo walk away, standing still in the corridor. You are one of us. The Dragon Nation says you are from the Dragon Nation. Argentina says you are from Argentina. Who exactly do you belong to? He looked down at his worn-out shoes. He is the owner of those shoes. He is the barefoot kid playing football on the concrete of the urban village. He is the one delivering takeout at 4 in the morning. The rest doesn't matter. He walked toward the lobby on the first floor. 12:30. The Barcelona people were waiting for him. As he reached the staircase, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Gao Yuan. The Weibo has been posted. Within 5 minutes, it received 12,000 shares and 20,000 comments. Half of them criticize you and half support you. Feng didn't reply. Another message came. Gao Yuan, also the official account of the Dragon Nation Football Association, liked your Weibo post. Feng stopped in his tracks. The Football Association liked it. What does this mean? Supporting him? Or is it a statement? He shook his head and stuffed his phone into his pocket. Never mind. First meet the people from Barcelona. But he knew deep down that this storm of public opinion was just beginning. His Weibo post wouldn't calm things down, it would only stoke the fire further. From today on, he was no longer just a player. He was a symbol that everyone wanted to label. And the only thing he could do was play football. Play the ball well. Make all the labels less important than the ball at his feet. He walked down the stairs and saw Susan standing at the entrance of the lobby. Next to Susan stood a middle-aged man in a dark blue suit. When the man saw Lin Feng, he slightly bowed. Susan turned her head and whispered something to Lin Feng. He is the sports director of Barcelona. He came personally. The sports director of Barcelona is named Jose. In his 40s, his hair is neatly combed and his shoes are polished to reflect a human figure. When he shakes hands with Lin Feng, the grip is just right, and his eyes remain fixed on Lin Feng's face. The meeting arranged by Susan is in a small conference room on the second floor of the training base with the curtains drawn and 2 bottles of water on the table. After sitting down, Jose does not rush to speak. He scrutinizes Lin Feng for several seconds. You look thinner than on TV. Lin Feng leans back in his chair. I'm 10 pounds heavier on TV. Jose chuckles. I watched all your game footage from the group stage to the finals frame by frame. What did you find out? I found that you are not a typical 18-year-old player. What do you mean? Your passing vision exceeds that of 99% of professional players. Your timing on movements is precise to a fraction of a second. Every decision you make on the field seems calculated in advance. Yet you have no youth training background, no systematic training, and even no club. That's not normal. Lin Feng looks at him saying nothing. So I wanted to see you in person, Jose says. To confirm that you are real. How do you confirm that? I confirmed it when we shook hands just now. What can a handshake confirm? Your hand didn't shake. An 18-year-old kid facing the sports director of Barcelona, and his hand doesn't shake. Either he is not nervous or he is nervous but can hold it together. Whichever it is, it's what I want. Lin Feng did not respond to this. What do you want from me? Jose opens the briefcase on the table and takes out a folder. On behalf of FC Barcelona, I officially invite you to join the La Masia Youth Training Camp for 1 year. If you meet the performance standards, you will be promoted directly to the first team. Is it a youth training camp? Lin Feng looks at the folder. Yes. Not the first team. Jose glances at him. Do you think you can go straight to the first team just because of your performance in the World Cup? I didn't think that. I was asking. The threshold for the first team is not based on the World Cup. The World Cup is about the national team. Clubs look at whether you can adapt to the pace of the league, if you can play 2 matches a week, and if you can perform consistently under different tactical systems. You currently have no league experience and you don't even have a professional contract. Lin Feng stares at the folder. What are the conditions? The contract is for 3 years. The first year is for training and playing in the youth training camp. The second and third years will depend on performance to decide whether you will be promoted to the first team. In terms of salary, the first year will be at youth training standards. What is the youth training standard? Jose mentions a figure. Lin Feng calculates it in his mind. It's more than delivering food, but compared to the title of World Cup champion, it's pitifully low. What about the conditions from other clubs? Jose raises an eyebrow slightly. Have you received offers from other clubs? Susan said she turned down 3 yesterday. I don't know which 3. Susan coughed slightly beside him. Manchester City, Real Madrid, Bayern. All preliminary contacts. Jose's expression changed slightly, then quickly returned to normal. What conditions did they offer? Susan glanced at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Manchester City said a direct first-team contract for 5 years. Real Madrid said to stay in Castile for 3 months, then transition to the first team. Bayern said a first-team contract, but mainly as a substitute in the first half of the season. Jose fell silent for 3 seconds. Our condition is 1 year in the youth training camp. I do not intend to change it. Why? Because La Masia is not a place for gilding you. It is a place to teach you how to play football. You have talent, but you have no foundation. Your techniques show traces of street football, your physical conditioning is completely blank, and your ability to withstand physical challenges is 2 levels below professional standards. If these things are not resolved, going to any first team would be a waste. Lin Feng looks at Jose. This person may not speak nicely, but every word is the truth. I will think about it. That's fine. But I will only wait for 3 days. After 3 days, this spot will be given to someone else. Jose stands up and extends his hand. Lin Feng also stands up and shakes his hand. Jose stops at the door. Lin Feng. Moi. When Messi came to La Masia at 13, he was even thinner than you. 140 centimeters, 30 kilograms. Everyone thought he would break with just a bump. He took 6 years to prove everyone wrong. I know. I don't know how much time you have. But your starting point is higher than his. Don't waste it. Jose. Susan closes the door and turns to look at Lin Feng. What do you think? I haven't made up my mind yet. Manchester City's conditions are the best. Direct first team. I know, but you are hesitating. I'm considering what Jose said. He's right. I have no foundation. Foundations can be built while playing. But what if it doesn't work out? The league has 2 matches a week. Can you really build a foundation while playing? Susan doesn't reply. There's a knock at the door. It's Scaloni. He pushes the door open, followed by Messi. Did the Barca people leave? Scaloni asks. Just left. Scaloni sits down on a chair and Messi leans against the wall. Lin Feng, I need to talk to you about something else. What is it? The World Cup is over, but the national team's tasks are not finished. There are World Cup qualifiers in March next year and the Copa America in June. I need you to continue being part of the national team roster. Lin Feng nods. No problem. But the issue is you currently have no club. If you do not sign with any club in the next 3 months, you won't have any games to play. Without games, your form will decline. I need you to continue being part of the national team roster. Lin Feng nods. No problem. But the issue is you currently have no. What I mean is your time is limited. The hype of the World Cup lasts at most 2 months. If after 2 months you are still an unsigned free agent, everyone will start to doubt you. Doubt what? Doubt whether you are a flash in the pan. Doubt whether the World Cup was just luck. Doubt whether you can survive at the league level. What I mean is your time is limited. The hype of the World Cup lasts at most 2 months. If after 2 months, Lin Feng, how many options do you have now? 4. Manchester City, Real Madrid, Bayern, and Barcelona. Barcelona is a youth training camp. The other 3 are first teams. Correct. Which are you inclined towards? I don't know. Messi nods. Then I won't help you choose. I will only tell you one thing. Go ahead. No matter where you go from the day you sign, no one will remember you are an 18-year-old kid. Lin Feng looks at him. Messi's gaze is calm. During the World Cup, if you make a mistake, people will say you're young. In the league, if you make a mistake, they will call you useless. The goal you scored in the World Cup final, the post, won't help you block it a second time. Every minute you play in the league, you have to carry it on your own. Scaloni takes over. So from now on, my expectations for you have changed. Previously, you were the 26th person on the list, then you were a surprise weapon, and later you became a core plan. Starting next season, regardless of which club you go to, I will place you in the core framework of the national team. Lin Feng's heart skips a beat. Core framework. Yes. You and Messi dual cores. In the next cycle, treat every match as a final. 3 days after the World Cup ended, the championship parade in Buenos Aires was completed. The bus took 6 hours to travel from the training base to the obelisk square, with 2 million people blocking the streets. Lin Feng stood atop the bus, feeling the wind sting his face, surrounded by screams. But at the moment the parade concluded, everything suddenly fell silent. The teammates returned to their own homes. De Paul flew to Madrid, Enzo to London, and Lautaro to Milan. Messi stayed back, remaining in his home in Buenos Aires with his family. Lin Feng didn't go anywhere. He applied for a dormitory at the national team training base, telling the administrator he would stay for 2 weeks. The administrator hesitated for 3 seconds, looking at this member of the World Cup champion team, dressed in those worn-out shoes that everyone recognized, before handing over the key. Not going back to the Dragon Country? The administrator asked. I haven't decided yet. Not going on vacation. No money. The administrator didn't ask further. By 5:30 the next morning, Lin Feng was already awake. His body still ached. The swelling in his right Achilles tendon had diminished significantly, but his left knee still hurt when bent at a certain angle. The bruise on his ribs had turned yellow-green, looking unpleasant, but no longer painful. He got out of bed and did a series of stretches before putting on his training gear and heading outside. The training field was empty, with colorful streamers from the parade 2 days earlier still scattered across the grass. Lin Feng jogged around the field. The first lap was stiff. The second lap, his Achilles tendon began to protest. By the third lap, he was sweating and his body warmed up. By the time he reached the 5th lap, he heard footsteps behind him. Looking back, he saw Messi wearing a worn training shirt, his hair uncombed and beard unshaven. What are you doing here? Lin Feng stopped. My house is a 10-minute drive from here. Messi jogged up beside him. Antonella told me last night that you hadn't left, so I came to check on you today. What are you checking for? To see if you're really training. What do you think I'm doing? Messi glanced at him. Most people go on vacation after winning the World Cup. They go to an island, soak up the sun for 2 weeks, drink a bit, and release all the pressure from the past month. Then they come back and find they've gained 5 kilograms, can't run anymore, and spend 3 weeks getting back into shape, feeling like they're in a daze during the first 2 rounds of the league. Lin Feng continued to run. So you came to tell me not to go on vacation? No. I came to tell you that what you're doing now is right. Messi, but just running laps isn't enough. I know. Do you know what you're lacking? Stamina, confrontation, and basic skills. That's what Jose from Barca said. Messi nodded. Jose is right. But he missed one thing. What? Rhythm. Lin Feng looked at him. Messi slowed down and came to a stop. During the World Cup, I controlled all the rhythms for you. When to accelerate, when to decelerate, when to disappear, and when to appear. You don't have your own rhythm. Lin Feng thought for a moment. You mean I need my own playing style? Not just a playing style. It's about having the entire pace of the game follow you once you step onto the field. You can see the whole field now, but you haven't learned to make the whole field move to your rhythm. How do I learn? Messi turned and walked towards the sidelines. I found someone for you. Who? My personal trainer. Leon. Lin Feng followed Messi to the bench on the sidelines where a man in his 40s stood. He was of medium build, bald, wearing a tight sports outfit with clearly defined arm muscles. Is this the kid? Leon assessed Lin Feng from head to toe. 18. Messi said. 56 kilograms. 57 now. I gained 1 kilogram during the World Cup, Lin Feng replied. Leon walked over, pinched Lin Feng's forearm, and then his thigh. Not enough muscle mass. Core strength is lacking. Almost no upper body strength. Leon shook his head. With this body you'll be done after 3 matches in the league. What should I do? Train. Leon turned to Messi. You said 2 weeks. Let's train for 2 weeks and see the effects. Leon looked back at Lin Feng. 2 weeks isn't enough. But 2 weeks will let you know how poor you are. Lin Feng didn't get angry. When do we start? Now. Leon took out a notebook from his backpack, opened it, and handed it to Lin Feng. It was filled with a training plan densely packed. Every morning from 5:30 to 7:30 stamina and strength. From 9 to 11 in the morning technical training. From 3 to 5 in the afternoon tactical running and rhythm training. From 7 to 8 in the evening recovery and stretching. Lin Feng read through it. 8 hours of training a day. If you don't want to train, you can go home. I didn't say I wouldn't train. I was asking if my body can handle 8 hours a day. Leon laughed. If you can't handle it, that just means you need to train more. Messi listened from the side without interrupting. Lin Feng returned the notebook to Leon. Okay, so we start now? Right. Let's do a fitness test first. 400 meters sprint, you run one, and let me see. Lin Feng stood at the starting line. Leon pulled out a stopwatch. Go. Lin Feng sprinted with all his might. After finishing the 400 meters, he bent over and gasped for breath for several seconds. Leon checked the stopwatch, his expression a bit subtle. 59.2 seconds. What level is that? Amateur level. Leon said bluntly. Professional players average between 54 and 56 seconds. Top midfielders run under 52 seconds. How far off am I? A lot. Your explosiveness is good, you're fast in the first 100 meters, but you slow down significantly in the last 300 meters. Stamina is your biggest weakness. Lin Feng straightened up. Then I'll train my stamina. Not just stamina. Leon closed the stopwatch. Your running form is problematic. Your cadence is too high and your stride is too short, wasting energy severely. Your core isn't stable enough. Your center of gravity wobbles during high-speed running. All of these need to be fixed one by one. Lin Feng looked at Messi. Messi shrugged. I went through the same thing back then. From 13 to 18, 5 years training every day. 5 years. You don't have 5 years. Messi looked at him. You have 3 months. After 3 months the league starts, and no matter which club you sign with, you need to train with the team on the first day. With your current body, you'll just be knocked over. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Then I'll make up for 5 years of training in 3 months. Leon smiled again. Ambitious, good. But don't injure yourself while training. If you get injured, it's all over. The training officially began. In the first 3 days, Lin Feng nearly died on the training field. Leon's training intensity exceeded his imagination, and just the strength training made him throw up twice. But he didn't stop. On the evening of the 4th day, Lin Feng finished training and returned to his dormitory, his whole body aching so much that even bending down to untie his shoelaces was a struggle. As soon as he lay down, his phone rang. DePaul. Bro, are you still alive? Half alive. Messi told me you're training at the training base. Leon. Yeah, that guy is a madman. I trained with him for a week, and by the 3rd day, I wanted to kill him. I wanted to kill him on the 1st day. DePaul laughed. But it's effective, right? It is. I ran 400 meters a second faster. A second faster in 4 days. Not bad. But don't just focus on physical training. Your brain is your biggest weapon. Don't wear it out. Don't worry. By the way, have you thought about your signing? Lin Feng was silent for 2 seconds. Not yet. Don't drag it out too long. Gao Yuan told me the public opinion in Dragon Country is really intense. Some people say you're being difficult, and some say you don't want to return to play. I really don't want to go back to play. Then hurry up and sign with a European club. Once you sign, no one will say anything. I'll think about it. Alright. But after you posted that on Weibo, the comment section already has 1 million replies. It's been trending for 3 days and hasn't come down. What trends? Several. Lin Feng refuses to return to the country. Lin Feng is joining Barca. Lin Feng trains with Messi. The last one was posted today. Someone captured you running with Messi outside the training base fence. Lin Feng sighed. Even running gets photographed. Get used to it. You're a public figure now. After hanging up, Lin Feng stared at the ceiling. Suddenly the notification sound in his mind rang out. Detected that the host has entered the systematic training phase. New side quest released. Quest name: Blade Forging. Quest requirements: develop a signature move within 60 days that meets the following conditions. First, it must integrate the host's existing ability characteristics, including vision, rhythm changes, and low center of gravity. Second, it must be reusable in a high-confrontation environment. Third, the success rate must not be lower than 70% after being used in an official match for the first time. Quest rewards unknown. Failure penalty none. Additional note, a signature move is the core carrier of a player's identity. Messi has his acceleration change, Ronaldo has his elevator ball, the host needs his own weapon. Lin Feng looked at the task panel in his mind. A signature move. A weapon that belongs to him. He turned over his sore muscles protesting, but his mind became excited. He recalled the match against Germany in the World Cup, where Enzo made a long pass, and he controlled it with his chest before chipping the ball into the penalty area. He remembered the match against England where he cut in from the left to the penalty arc, attracting two defenders, before he thought of the final faking a shot to deceive the goalkeeper and defender. Each time was different. Each was a choice made in the moment. On the fifth morning, Lin Feng arrived at the training ground earlier than Leon. He placed a ball at the top of the penalty arc and stood in front of it with his eyes closed. Images flashed through his mind. In the World Cup final, he received the ball with his back turned while Fernando approached him from behind. He lightly tapped the ball with his right heel, causing it to roll through Fernando's legs as he spun around to chase after it. How did he manage that? A low center of gravity. A sudden change of speed. There was almost no gap between the feint and the real move. But that moment was completed under the influence of a burst mode. Could his body do it without any system boost? What are you dawdling there for? Leon arrived holding 2 bottles of water. Lin Feng opened his eyes. I want to ask you something. Go ahead. Among the players you've seen, whose signature move is the hardest to defend against? Leon tossed a bottle of water over. Why are you asking this? I want to develop my own move. Leon raised an eyebrow. You've only practiced for 4 days, and you still haven't built a solid foundation, yet you want to create a signature move. That's not contradictory. Continue practicing the basics, while simultaneously refining your moves. Leon stared at him for a few seconds. Are you serious? Serious. Leon set the water bottle down and walked over to Lin Feng. Let me tell you something. A signature move isn't something you design, it's something your body selects after you've practiced it 10,000 times. What do you mean? I mean, you can't just sit there and think I want to invent a move. You need to continuously repeat various combinations in training, and eventually your body will tell you which is the smoothest, fastest, and most natural. That will be your signature. Lin Feng thought for a moment. Then I'll give it a try. Help me out. Try what? I want to combine 3 elements. Lin Feng placed the ball at his feet. First, a sudden stop. Second, a center of gravity feint. Third, the pass. What do you mean? Lin Feng began to demonstrate. I run forward with the ball at full speed. Suddenly I come to a stop, shifting my center of gravity to the left. The defender follows me to the left. I lightly tap the ball with the outside of my right foot, sending it to the right, while I also move to the right. But it's not about breaking through while dribbling, it's about passing the ball directly while changing direction. Leon frowned. A sudden stop combined with a change of direction and a pass. Completing 3 actions in one motion. Exactly. Your body can't do that. Why not? Because a sudden stop requires core control, a change of direction requires ankle strength, and a pass requires precision. Doing all 3 simultaneously demands too high a level of coordination from your body. Especially with your weight, the inertia is too low during a sudden stop, and while you can change direction quickly, your passing strength isn't sufficient. Lin Feng remained silent. He took the ball and started to run. Accelerating for about 15 meters, he suddenly stopped. His body swayed to the left. He tapped the ball with the outside of his right foot. The ball indeed went to the right. However, his own center of gravity didn't follow, causing him to stumble. When he passed the ball, his footwork faltered, and the ball flew off course. Did you see that? Leon said. Your sudden stop is fine, and your change of direction is barely acceptable. But you didn't have enough time for the third move. You need an adjustment step between changing direction and passing, and if you add that step, the action slows down, allowing the defender to catch up. Lin Feng ran back and tried again. Still off. 3rd time, 4th time, 5th time. All off. By the 10th attempt, Leon told him to stop. Take a 2-minute break. Lin Feng bent over, panting. Your idea is good. Leon squatted next to him. But you've made a mistake. What mistake? You want to cram everything into one move, but your body can't handle that at this stage. You need to cut back. Cut back on what? Cut out the change of direction. Lin Feng looked up at him. If I cut out the change of direction, what remains? Just the sudden stop and the pass. That's too simple. Simple. Give it a try. Lin Feng stood up and accelerated with the ball. Sudden stop. Direct pass. The ball went out, the direction was right, but if there was a defender nearby, he wouldn't get past them. Did you see that? Leon said. The sudden stop combined with the pass is indeed too simple for defenders to handle. So what you need isn't a change of direction, it's deception. What's the difference? A change of direction is a real shift in direction. Deception is making the defender think you're changing direction when you're actually not. Lin Feng looked at him. Leon stood up and took the ball. Watch. He jogged forward with the ball. Suddenly he stopped, his shoulder visibly dropping to the left, but the ball at his feet remained still, and he didn't move. Just that shoulder drop, if there was a defender nearby, their center of gravity would definitely shift. Then Leon quickly nudged the ball forward with his right foot and accelerated past. Got it. Drop your shoulder. Lin Feng said. You don't need to actually change direction, just use your shoulder to deceive. Exactly. Your advantage is your low center of gravity and quick stops. If you add a shoulder drop to deceive the center of gravity, once the defender shifts, you can either pass the ball or accelerate. 3 steps become 2, and 2 steps become 1.5. Lin Feng picked up the ball and tried again. Accelerate. Sudden stop. Shoulder drop. He nudged the ball forward with the outside of his right foot and accelerated to keep up. It worked. One more time, Leon said. Lin Feng ran through it again. This time the shoulder drop was smaller, but the direction he pushed the ball was more cunning. One more time. He did it again. This time after the shoulder drop, he didn't accelerate with the ball, but passed directly. The speed and angle of the ball were correct. Leon nodded. Interesting. But you're still missing one thing. What? Who are you passing to? What do you mean? The core of this move isn't about dribbling, it's about passing. Once you deceive the defender with the sudden stop and shoulder drop, the direction and timing of the pass determine the value of this move. If you make a poor pass, all the preceding deceptions are wasted. Lin Feng thought for a moment. I have that. You have what? I have a god's perspective. Leon clearly didn't understand the true meaning of that phrase. He thought Lin Feng was just saying he had good vision. Having good vision is one thing, making precise passes is another. You need to know where to pass in that split second during the sudden stop. You can't stop to look for a target. I don't need to stop to find someone. Lin Feng said. I know where they are before I start running. Leon looked at him for 3 seconds, then stopped asking further questions. At that moment, Messi's car stopped beside the training ground. He got out of the car holding a cup of mate tea and slowly. How's the practice going? Leon explained the situation to Messi's sudden stop, shoulder drop, deception, and direct pass. Messi nodded after listening. Show me how it looks. Lin Feng took his starting position. He accelerated with the ball, made a sudden stop, dropped his left shoulder, nudged the ball with the outside of his right foot, accelerated, and then pretended to pass to a position where someone was waiting. Messi pursed his lips and watched. Do it again. This time I'll stand in the defender's position. Messi placed the teacup on the ground and walked 5 meters opposite Lin Feng. Lin Feng accelerated with the ball. Sudden stop. Shoulder drop. Messi's center of gravity indeed shifted slightly, although the movement was small. Lin Feng nudged the ball with his right foot and accelerated forward. Messi stretched out his foot to poke the ball, but missed. The two stopped. Messi stared at Lin Feng's feet for 2 seconds. When you drop your shoulder, where do your toes point? To the left. But the ball goes to the right. That's right. If the direction of your toes doesn't align with the ball, will the defender follow your toes, or the ball? They will follow the toes. Because the movement of the toes is slightly faster than that of the ball, people's reactions are to follow the first thing that moves. Messi looked at him for 3 seconds, then said something. Your move is like a concealed dagger. Lin Feng didn't grasp the meaning. What do you mean? The knife isn't visible from the outside, and by the time you see it, you've already been stabbed. Messi picked up the teacup from the ground. Keep practicing. Perfect this move until you can do it with your eyes closed. Also, you need to give it a name. Why give it a name? Because when you use it in the league, the commentators will need a term to describe it. If you don't name it, what others come up with usually sounds awful. Like what? Like back in the day someone called my change of direction the Lin Feng stifled a laugh. So what did you call it later? I didn't call it anything. So now everyone refers to that move as the Messi-style change of direction. The name is fine, but it wasn't my choice. Messi patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and turned to walk toward the car. After a couple of steps, he turned back. You have 60 days. The league starts in 60 days. This move has to either become your weapon, or just you decide for yourself. Lin Feng watched Messi's figure disappear in the parking lot. He looked down at his feet. That pair of worn-out shoes had finally retired the day before yesterday. On the first day of training, Leon insisted he change shoes, saying training in those would lead to injury. Now he was wearing an old pair of training shoes that Messi had dug out from the trunk of his car, one size too big with insoles to make them work. But that pair of worn shoes still rested on his bedside table. 5 cracked traces of universal glue, and the soles so thin they were translucent. He wouldn't throw them away. Those were the shoes he wore to enter the World Cup. The next pair of shoes would take him into the league. But first he needed to perfect this move until it wouldn't fall apart. Sudden stop. Shoulder drop. Pass. Like a concealed dagger. He picked up the ball, returned to the starting point, and ran through it again. The training entered its 10th day. Lin Feng's 400-meter time improved from 59.2 seconds to 56.8 seconds, while his core strength test results increased by 12%. His weight rose from 57 kilograms to 58 kilograms. Every gram gained was pure muscle. Leon remarked that his progress exceeded expectations, yet still fell short of professional standards. Regarding his signature move, The sharp stop, shoulder dip, and release. He could now execute the sequence fluidly, 7 out of 10 attempts held together without breaking down. Yet under defensive pressure his success rate plummeted to 50%. 50% isn't enough, Leon said. In matches a guard's pressure is 3 times fiercer than in training. Your 50% will shrink to 20% on the pitch. I know. Keep practicing. It's not about practicing more. Your shoulder dip is too exaggerated. Opponents will catch on and stop biting. You must minimize the motion to its absolute threshold, deceiving them with the smallest movement to provoke the largest reaction. Feng nodded. That afternoon at 3 o'clock, as he completed his 37th repetition on the training field, Susan arrived at the sideline with someone else. A middle-aged man in a gray coat, his hair lightly streaked with silver, wearing rimless glasses, refined, scholarly in bearing. Susan waved to Feng. Feng jogged over. This is Felipe, sports director of Boca Juniors Youth Academy, Susan introduced. Felipe extended his hand. Mr. Feng, my apologies for this unannounced visit. Feng wiped the sweat from his palms and shook hands. What is it? Felipe smiled. Let me be direct, Boca Juniors wishes to sign you. Feng glanced at Susan. She gave a slight nod, signaling that this man was worth hearing out. Let's sit down and talk. Feng walked to the bench beside the field. The three settled onto the bench. Felipe opened his tablet. I've prepared a proposal. Just the essentials. Very well. Felipe closed the tablet. Boca Juniors offers a 2-year first-team contract. Guaranteed starting position. Weekly salary is this figure. He raised 3 fingers. 30,000. Susan asked. 30,000 U.S. dollars per week. Top-tier compensation in the Argentine league. Feng remained expressionless. I understand it pales beside European offers, Felipe continued. Manchester City or Real Madrid would certainly offer 10 times this amount. But money isn't what I wish to emphasize. Then what do you wish to say? Adaptation period. Felipe straightened his posture. Feng, you have no professional league experience whatsoever. Even your dazzling World Cup performance doesn't translate directly to league or cup football. In Europe you'd face doubleheader weeks, brutal physical duels, and alien languages and cultures. Are you truly ready? Feng held his gaze. Do you think I'm unprepared? I believe you need a transitional phase. Boca can provide precisely that. The Argentine league operates at a tier just below Europe, yet it's rigorous enough to forge match intelligence. 1 year here, then Europe, effortless progression. Susan remained silent beside him. Feng paused, then spoke. Let me ask you one question. Felipe blinked. What question? If I sign with Boca, may I continue training with the national team? Both Felipe and Susan turned to him, startled. Train with the national team? Felipe frowned. Feng, once contracted to a club, you are a club player. Outside national team camps, you must report daily to your club for training and matches. I understand. I mean, during non-camp periods, may I access the national team's training facilities and coaching staff? That's impossible. Felipe shook his head firmly. The club pays your salary. Your body and training time belong exclusively to the club. National team facilities exist solely for national squad camps, not for club players. Feng said nothing. Susan murmured softly beside him. Feng, that violates protocol. Protocols are rigid, Feng replied, fixing Felipe with his gaze. Does Boca have a fitness coach of Leon's caliber? A tactical mentor like Scaloni? Does Messi personally drill you on your signature move? Felipe's expression tightened. Boca is Argentina's greatest club. Our youth academy and first-team coaching staff rank among the world's elite. Elite and elite aren't equal, Feng said. In these past 2 weeks with the national team, my 400-meter time dropped by 3 seconds, and my core strength rose 12%. Can Boca deliver that same leap? Felipe fell silent. He knew full well the resources currently dedicated to Feng by the national setup. Messi personally trains him. Scaloni oversees his tactics. For Leon, Messi's own private coach is his physical architect. Boca cannot replicate that. Feng, you cannot treat the national team's exceptional arrangement as a benchmark for clubs. Felipe's tone hardened slightly. Should you join Boca, we'll assign you premium youth accommodation, a dedicated nutritionist, and maximum commercial development rights. Moreover, we've already coordinated with the Longwa Football Association. They strongly prefer you remain domestically or within South America, ensuring easy call-ups for commercial events. Feng's eyes grew cold. The Longwa FA contacted you directly. Naturally. Your status is extraordinary. You're regarded as a strategic national asset. Should you depart for Europe, even arranging a meeting would require club approval. Staying with Boca grants them instant access, whether for interviews, variety shows, or live broadcasts. Your broken shoe origin story. Our PR department has already drafted a campaign. 3 major sportswear brands are already negotiating. I won't appear on variety shows. That isn't your decision to make, Felipe said. Such clauses will be embedded in the contract. Lin Feng looked at him. You see me as merchandise. Professional football is merchandise, Felipe retorted without flinching. Do you imagine Manchester City or Real Madrid covet you solely for talent? Yes, your potential matters. But the true prize is the Longwa market behind you. We possess media partnerships across Longwa. We can monetize your brand just as effectively. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the far side of the training field. Scaloni approached. He had just concluded a coaching staff meeting, and spotting 3 people seated at the sideline came over to investigate. What's being discussed? Scaloni asked. Susan summarized Boca's offer and conditions concisely. After listening, Scaloni glanced at Felipe. Felipe, did your chairman send you to poach my cornerstone player? Felipe stood. Mr. Scaloni, we're offering Lin Feng a sound, pragmatic career path. A safer path. Scaloni chuckled. He won the World Cup at 18. Yet you propose he plays in the Argentine league. Do you know how Argentine defenders play? They won't hail him as a prodigy. They'll hunt him as prey. At 58 kilograms, 3 matches at Boca would shatter his legs. We'll protect him. You cannot. Scaloni's smile vanished. You know the referee's tolerance thresholds in Argentina better than I do. What Lin Feng needs now is a high-level tactical ecosystem, not mud wrestling in a pit. Felipe countered, but he lacks fundamentals. He'll face targeted aggression in Europe too. Yes, but in Europe he'll have De Bruyne, Bellingham, Vinicius at his side. At Boca, who surrounds him? Scaloni turned to Lin Feng. What's your own stance? Lin Feng rose to his feet. Mr. Felipe, thank you for your proposal. Lin Feng said, yet you haven't answered my earlier question. Which question? May I continue training with the national team? Felipe drew a deep breath. I've stated clearly, it's impossible. Then there's nothing further to discuss, Lin Feng said. Felipe froze, unprepared for such unequivocal refusal. $30,000 weekly, a top-tier salary, full commercial backing, for an 18-year-old who 3 months prior delivered takeout meals. This was fortune falling from the sky. Lin Feng, won't you reconsider? Felipe's voice edged with urgency. Should you reject Boca and fail to adapt in Europe, your market value will collapse. Then you'll never secure even this figure upon returning to Argentina. I won't return to Argentina, Lin Feng said. You're overly confident. Not confidence, certainty. Lin Feng pointed toward the training field. 10 days here taught me exactly what I lack, and what I require. I require the finest coaches, the most elite sparring partners, and the highest caliber tactical environment. Boca cannot supply them. Felipe's face flushed with icy fury. He snapped his tablet shut and said coldly, you'll regret this. Europe isn't a playground. You'll rot on the bench for half a year and no one will remember your World Cup triumph. Still preferable to having my legs broken in a mud pit, Lin Feng replied. Felipe turned and strode away, without so much as a farewell. Susan watched his retreating figure and sighed. You declined too swiftly. You could have leveraged his offer to pressure Barcelona. I don't need to pressure Barcelona, Lin Feng said. Scaloni sat beside him and handed him a bottle of water. Earlier when you asked whether you could train with the national team, was that genuine? Utterly genuine, Lin Feng replied, unscrewing the cap and taking a sip. Once signed to a club, I must report there daily. The national team's training base would close to me. Leon won't follow me to the club, neither will Messi. My signature move remains unfinished, and my physical conditioning falls short. But rules are rules, Scaloni said. No club will release you for national team training. Then I won't sign with any club. Scaloni frowned. Have you lost your mind? What of your system quests? Your Godsaya perspective? Lin Feng met Scaloni's gaze. Coach, do you believe I can resolve this? Scaloni fell silent, studying the slender youth before him, whose eyes burned with startling intensity. 3 months ago this boy navigated city slums delivering takeout. Today he rejects a top-tier Argentine club's record-breaking offer, solely to preserve his place within the national team's training sanctuary. How do you intend to proceed? Scaloni asked. I propose signing a short-term training agreement with the national team as a free agent. Lin Feng said. There's no precedent for this. Then let us establish one, Lin Feng replied. I'll accept no salary, no official roster placement. I'll use only the training facilities and work exclusively with the coaching staff. Once fully refined, I'll pursue Europe. Scaloni studied him for a long, measured silence. Do you grasp what this entails? Scaloni said. For the next 3 months you'll play no matches, no league, no cups. You'll train, nothing more. Your public profile will dim. Your commercial value will erode. Critics will accuse you of hubris, of mistaking World Cup glory for enduring greatness. I know. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Yes, Lin Feng said. But I fear more deeply the ruin of everything I've painstakingly forged by stepping into the wrong arena. Scaloni rose and brushed dust from his trousers. I'll meet with the FA president tomorrow, he said. No guarantees, but I'll try. Thank you, coach. Scaloni took 2 steps then paused. Lin Feng. Yes. Should you remain here as a free agent for training, the FA won't assign you medical or nutritional support. Your meals, recovery, injuries. All costs fall entirely on you. How much do I have? Lin Feng asked Susan. She checked her phone. After taxes, your World Cup bonus amounts to roughly 400,000 US dollars. Enough to sustain 3 months. Sufficient for basic living and minor medical care, but inadequate for major injury rehabilitation. Lin Feng gave a single decisive nod. Then it settled. Susan gazed at him, her expression layered with complexity. Do you realize what you've just surrendered? Boca's signing bonus alone exceeds $1 million. I do, Lin Feng replied, turning back toward the field. But $1 million cannot purchase my future. He retrieved the football from the ground and stepped once more to the starting line. Stop, dip shoulder, release. The ball arced cleanly through the air, landing with precision inside the marker cone 10 meters away. After the training ended, Susan stopped Lin Feng. You must be there tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Lin Feng wiped the sweat off his forehead. Where to? To a signing ceremony for a sports brand. Just take some photos, say a few words, and it will be done in half an hour. I'm not going. Susan shoved her phone in front of his face. Look at your bank balance. Lin Feng glanced at it. $40,000 seemed like a lot, but after paying for Leon's training fees, nutritional meals, and medical checkups, he had already spent over $30,000 in half a month. How much does this brand offer? The signing fee is $500,000, and the annual salary is separate. You just need to wear their shoes while playing football. What brand do it? Lin Feng looked down at the old training shoes Messi had given him, which were half a size too big, and the insoles were almost worn out. Nike. All right, I'll go. The next day at 9:45 in the morning, Lin Feng arrived at the event venue. It was a banquet hall in a 5-star hotel, and the bright lights hurt his eyes. More than 30 reporters, over 20 cameras, and in the center was a signing table with a pair of black football shoes on it embossed with his initials. Susan changed him into a black shirt, buttoning it up to the second button. Don't say too much later. Oh, just keep your answers brief when they ask you anything. I know. Don't frown. I'm not frowning. You are frowning right now. Lin Feng forced himself to relax his brow. The brand representative was a white man in his 40s, smiling with a grin that seemed cut out from a magazine. He walked over and shook hands with Lin Feng. Lin Feng, nice to meet you. I'm Andrew, the head of Nike's Asia-Pacific region. Hello. Andrew pulled him towards the signing table. We have customized a pair of exclusive boots for you. I take a look. Lin Feng picked up the shoes. They were very light. The upper was woven, and the sole had round studs suitable for artificial grass. He turned them over to check the sole and pressed down with his thumb. It's too hard. Andrew was taken aback for a moment. What? The sole is too stiff. I need some flexibility in the forefoot for sudden stops. I can't control this hardness. Andrew's smile froze for half a second. This can be adjusted. Oh, we'll have our RD team make changes. Also, the toe box is too wide. I have narrow feet, and a wide toe box will affect ball control. Susan coughed lightly beside him. Lin Feng glanced at her and placed the shoes back on the table. Everything else is quite good. The signing ceremony began. Lin Feng signed the contract, and the flashbulbs popped for 2 minutes. Then came the QA session. The first question was very standard. Lin Feng, what expectations do you have for your career after signing with Nike? Play well. The entire venue fell silent for 2 seconds. Susan was in the corner holding her forehead. The second reporter asked, what special design will your first signature shoe have? As I just mentioned, the sole should be softer and the toe box should be narrower. Andrew awkwardly smiled beside him. The third question was asked by Mia. She stood at the back row of reporters holding up a microphone. Lin Feng, the shoes you are wearing now are the old ones Messi gave you, right? Half a size too big. Yes, Lin Feng nodded. So what about your old worn-out shoes? Did you throw them away? No, I still have them by my bedside. Why not throw them away? Because those shoes are worth more than I am. The crowd laughed. Mia did not laugh. She asked another question. Now that you signed with Nike and have a signing fee of $500,000 along with the World Cup bonus, you must be rich now. How do you plan to spend it? I plan to buy a house for my mom. The rest will go towards training fees. Training fees. Aren't you training at the national team base? The base allows me to stay for free, but I have to pay for the coach and medical expenses myself. Mia's eyes lit up. Lin Feng recognized that expression. She was looking for a story. After the event concluded, most of the reporters dispersed. Mia stayed waiting at the door. Lin Feng came out from backstage and saw her. Do you have more questions? Mia put away the microphone and spoke in a normal tone. I want to ask you a question that won't make it into the report. Go ahead. Do you consider yourself successful now, eh? Lin Feng stood in the hotel corridor, the lights casting a long shadow behind him. He pondered for a moment. Not yet. Why not? World Cup champion signing with Nike, and everyone knows you now. Isn't that success? I don't even have a club. I haven't played a single league match. I haven't played a single Champions League match. Right now I'm surviving on the heat from the World Cup, but that heat will fade away. If 3 months pass, and I still haven't signed with a club, no one will remember me. Mia looked at him. Are you afraid? Yes. Afraid of what? Afraid of becoming a fleeting moment in history. When the World Cup is over and the story is told, then what? Mia tucked her phone into her pocket. Let me tell you something. Go ahead. Sky Sports did a statistic last week showing that among all young players who became famous in a single World Cup, only 32% went on to perform at the same level in clubs. Lin Feng said nothing. The remaining 68% either got injured, became useless, or collapsed mentally. Mia looked into his eyes. Do you think you will be part of that 32%? I don't know, Lin Feng said. But my mom gets up at 3 in the morning to watch me play, not to see me fade away. Mia smiled slightly and turned to walk towards the elevator. After taking a couple of steps, she turned back. Lin Feng. Moi. Don't donate those old shoes to a museum. Keep them. One day when you feel like you've gotten too big for your boots, take them out and look at them. Lin Feng watched her enter the elevator as the doors closed. He looked down at the customized sample football shoes he had just signed for. They were black, very beautiful, and had his name printed on them. But what occupied his mind were the old shoes with 5 cracks on the bedside. By the time he returned to the training base, it was already 1 in the afternoon. Leon was waiting for him. Was the commercial event fun? Not fun. You'll get used to it. There will be more and more of these things in the future. Lin Feng changed into his training clothes and walked onto the field. Leon. Moi. I don't want to become part of that 68%. Leon glanced at him. What's 6? It's nothing. Let's start practicing. Sudden stop. Shoulders down. Pass the ball. The ball flew out and hit the marker cone, knocking it over. It was the 8th hit out of 10 attempts. Not enough. In Huqing Longhua, Han Lai sat in the locker room of the youth training base, staring at his phone screen. It displayed the news of Lin Feng signing with Nike with the headline, World Cup's biggest discovery signs, with Nike signing bonus of $50,000. The accompanying image showed Lin Feng seated at the signing table in a black shirt, thin, with prominent cheekbones, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. Han Lai threw his phone into the locker. Damn it. A teammate changing clothes nearby was startled. Brother Lai, what's wrong? Nothing. Han Lai zipped up his jacket and walked out. Zhou Qiming stood at the door. He was the head coach of the Huqing Greenland youth team, in his 40s, short and stout, always wearing a baseball cap. He held a newspaper. Seen it, eh? Zhou Qiming waved the paper. Han Lai glanced at it. The front page was still Lin Feng. Seen it. How do you feel? What do you mean? Zhou Qiming leaned against the doorframe. You played against him before, right? That street football match in the urban village. Han Lai paused in his step. I did. Did you win or lose? Han Lai stayed silent. Zhou Qiming chuckled. You lost, didn't you? It was a draw, Han Lai said. And he was wearing slippers back then. He played you to a draw wearing slippers. I wasn't serious. Zhou Qiming folded the newspaper and stuffed it into his pocket. Han Lai, how old are you this year? 19. Lin Feng is 18. A year younger than you. He's a World Cup champion now. What about you? Han Lai's fist clenched. Don't compare me to him. He got lucky. He ran into Messi, ran into Scaloni. If I went to Argentina, I'd make it too. Do you believe that? I do. Zhou Qiming shook his head. I don't. But I do believe one thing. What? If you keep staying here, you'll be a youth player your whole life. How much does Huqing Greenland pay you? 30,000 a month. Han Lai didn't answer. Lin Feng's signing bonus is $50,000. Zhou Qiming said. A food delivery guy. 3 months ago, he was still playing street football in the urban village. You grew up in the youth training system. Your father spent millions nurturing you. And what's the result? What exactly are you trying to say? Zhou Qiming pulled out his phone and showed Han Lai a message. A self-media outfit wants to do a show. Longwo's prodigy talks to the world champion. They've contacted you and Lin Feng's side. Han Lai glanced at it. What do you mean? You want me to find Lin Feng? Exactly. Go to Argentina, film a video of you training and competing against him. The traffic would explode. I'm not riding his coattails. It's not about riding coattails. Zhou Qiming stared at him. It's about showing the world that Longwo isn't the only one who can play football. Han Lai fell silent. And Zhou Qiming lowered his voice. Don't you want to know how much you're lacking compared to him? Han Lai looked up, a fire burning in his eyes. What am I lacking? He just has good vision, doesn't he? Unknown, he might not get past me. Then go try. Han Lai stared at Lin Feng's face on the phone screen. He remembered that street football match 3 months ago clearly. Lin Feng wearing slippers thin as a bamboo pole, but with a chillingly cold gaze. His footwork wasn't flashy, but every touch was as precise as if it had eyes. Back then, Han Lai didn't take it seriously. A delivery guy playing street football. What could he amount to? And yet, 3 months World Cup champion. He'll go, Han Lai said. What? I said he'll go. Not to shoot any show. He'll go on my own. I want to play him face to face. Zhou Qiming raised an eyebrow. Are you serious? Dead serious. Han Lai said, pushing open the locker room door. But not for that lousy show. He'll go myself, find him myself. You don't even know where he trains. Gao Yuan does. Zhou Qiming was taken aback. Gao Yuan. That friend of Lin Feng's. I have his WeChat. That evening Han Lai sent a message to Gao Yuan. Where is Lin Feng training? Gao Yuan replied instantly. What do you want with him? To play football. Play football. Are you sure? You know his level now, right? I know. World Cup champion Messi's partner, the biggest discovery in the world. So what? Gao Yuan didn't reply. After 5 minutes, he sent a voice message. Han Lai, I advise you not to go. You'll lose badly. That's my business. After another 3 minutes, Gao Yuan sent a location. The Argentine national team training base. Han Lai booked a flight to Buenos Aires the next day. Lin Feng was practicing the 50-second iteration of the sudden stop and shoulder drop when his phone rang. Gao Yuan's message read, Han Lai is looking for you. Lin Feng paused and picked up his phone. Han Lai. Which Han Lai? The one from the urban village. The one from whose city green training. The one you played street football with. Lin Feng remembered. Tall, skilled with his feet fast, but played purely on instinct without much thought. They had played a match back in the urban village with no clear winner, but Lin Feng had been wearing flip-flops at the time, and the system had just activated still at the initial precision of the divine perspective. What does he want? He said he wants to play a match with you. Play what? Not sure. Maybe he feels unsatisfied. Lin Feng tucked his phone back into his pocket and continued practicing. The next day at 2 in the afternoon, Han Lai appeared at the entrance of the training base. He carried a sports bag and wore a whose city green training jacket, looking like he had been on a plane for over 20 hours with dark circles under his eyes. The security guard stopped him. Susan, who received the call, came down to take a look. Who are you? Han Lai. Here to see Lin Feng. Did you have an appointment? No appointment. Susan frowned. How did you get in without an appointment? I flew over from Long Country, Han Lai said. 23 hours. Susan looked at his stubborn face, sighed, and made a call. 5 minutes later, Lin Feng ran over from the training field. The two faced each other across the iron fence. Han Lai had lost a little weight since 3 months ago, but his muscle definition was more pronounced. Lin Feng had also changed. His shoulders were broader, his stance steadier, and there was something in his gaze that Han Lai couldn't quite put his finger on. What do you want? Lin Feng asked. I want to play a match with you. Why? Han Lai gritted his teeth. Because I feel unsatisfied. What do you want? Lin Feng asked. I want to play a match with you. Why? Han Lai gritted his teeth. Because I feel unsatisfied. At 6 in the youth training, spending. You're just a delivery guy playing street football. Why do you deserve it? Lin Feng remained silent. Han Lai's voice grew louder. I know you have talent, and I know you have good vision. But is talent enough? I don't believe it. I want to see just how much stronger you are than me. Lin Feng shoved his hands into his pockets and stared at Han Lai for 3 seconds. Then he turned to the security guard and said, let him in. Han Lai followed Lin Feng onto the training field. Neither of them spoke along the way. As they passed a white building, Han Lai saw someone in a gray hoodie sitting on the steps drinking mate tea. Messi. That person was Messi. Messi glanced up at Han Lai, then at Lin Feng, said nothing, and continued to sip his tea. Han Lai's heart raced. Arriving at the training field, Lin Feng took a soccer ball out of the equipment room. Onion. Han Lai set down his bag and began to change his shoes. All right. Han Lai finished changing and stood up, warming up his ankles. He glanced at Lin Feng's shoes, which were an old pair of training shoes heavily worn. Aren't you going to change into a new pair? No need. The two stood in the middle of the half field. Han Lai took the ball. What are the rules? He asked. You attack, I defend. 10 attempts. Then we switch. Just like that. Just like that. Han Lai took a deep breath and placed the ball at his feet. He looked at Lin Feng across from him. 1 meter 73, 58 kilograms, as thin as a bamboo stick. 3 months ago in the urban village, this guy had played to a draw with him while wearing flip-flops. But now it was different. Han Lai knew he hadn't been idle for the past 3 months. He had been training speed and dribbling, ranking first in unknown success rates in the youth training team. He didn't believe Lin Feng could defend against him in an unknown situation. What good was good vision? Unknown didn't require vision. Han Lai made his move. He executed his best right-footed inward cut, feint, swayed his body to the left, and nudged the ball to the right. Lin Feng didn't move. Han Lai accelerated to break through on the right. Lin Feng still didn't move. Han Lai felt he had already gotten past him. His speed was clearly faster than Lin Feng's. He had nudged the ball to Lin Feng's side. Then his foot missed the ball. The ball vanished. At the moment Han Lai pushed the ball, Lin Feng's right foot extended out, precisely poking the ball right in the center. The ball passed between Han Lai's legs and rolled behind him. The entire process took less than a second. Han Lai stood frozen in place. Lin Feng had already turned around, retrieved the ball, and tossed it back to him. First time. 9 more to go. Han Lai's face turned red. He picked up the ball and stood ready again. This time he changed his tactic. Instead of cutting to the right, he directly accelerated down the left side, relying purely on speed. He burst forward. Lin Feng shifted 1 step sideways. Just 1 step. Han Lai realized his breakthrough route was perfectly sealed off. As he ran left, Lin Feng was right there beside him. He wanted to change direction, but he was going too fast, and his feet got tangled. The ball rolled out of bounds. Second time. Han Lai stood still, panting with his hands on his knees. He looked at Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng's expression was very calm, even a bit bored. That boredom was not an act. He genuinely felt that Han Lai's attacks weren't worth watching. Han Lai tried 8 more times. The result, 0 successes. Out of 10 attempts, Lin Feng defended against all of them. 3 times he directly intercepted the ball, 4 times he forced Han Lai into a dead end, and 3 times he positioned himself ahead of time, making it impossible for Han Lai to find a breakthrough. After failing for the last time, Han Lai rested his hands on his knees to catch his breath. My turn, Lin Feng said. Han Lai straightened up, gritting his teeth. Bring it on. Lin Feng stood at midfield with the ball. He didn't start immediately. He studied Han Lai's positioning, his center of gravity, and his eyes. Then he moved. Han Lai only saw Lin Feng take 3 steps forward and suddenly stop. A sudden stop. Lin Feng's left shoulder dropped. Han Lai's body instinctively tilted to the left. Then the ball flew past his right side. Lin Feng also passed on his right. By the time Han Lai turned around, Lin Feng was already standing 3 meters behind him, the ball at his feet. What was that? Han Lai blurted out. Lin Feng didn't answer. He lifted the ball and juggled it with his foot. Want to try again? Han Lai pressed his lips into a thin line. Sure. For the second time, Lin Feng used the same move, sudden stop, shoulder drop. But this time the shoulder drop was subtler, almost imperceptible. Han Lai told himself not to fall for a feint. He didn't move. But the ball had already passed through his legs. Lin Feng hadn't even dribbled past him. At the moment of the sudden stop, he directly passed the ball between Han Lai's legs, and then circled around to receive it. 3rd time, 4th time, 5th time. Each time Lin Feng's move was different. Sometimes it was a sudden stop followed by a pass, sometimes it was a change of pace, and sometimes he simply made a basic nudge to get past. Out of 10 attempts, Lin Feng succeeded 9 times. The only failure was a slip when he tried a new move. Han Lai stood still, drenched in sweat. He looked at Lin Feng, his mouth opening and closing without a sound. Do you still feel unsatisfied? Lin Feng asked. Han Lai looked down, his fists clenched so tightly that the joints turned white. After a long pause, he finally managed to utter a sentence. How did you do that? In that sudden stop, how did you know which way I would lean? Because your right foot's toes always turn before you start moving, Lin Feng replied. Whichever way they turn, that's the way you defend. I knew where you were going before you even moved. Han Lai looked up. His eyes were red. Not from wanting to cry, but from the feeling of being completely crushed, rendered speechless. Lin Feng looked at him. Han Lai. My. You flew 23 hours to find me, not to win again. Han Lai said nothing. You came to see the gap. Lin Feng said, and now you've seen it. Han Lai turned. They remained silent for a long time. I thought it was a gap in talent. Han Lai's voice was hoarse, but it's not all that. Your reaction speed, your anticipation, your control over your body, all of that can't be explained by talent. How did you train? Lin Feng thought for a moment. What time is your flight tomorrow? The day after tomorrow. Then come to the training field at 5:30 tomorrow morning. What for? Han Lai looked at him. Lin Feng stepped on the ball. Stop with the empty talk. Come train with. After the training you'll know where the gap lies. Han Lai's lips twitched slightly. It wasn't a smile, but an indescribable expression. At 5:25 in the morning on the second day, Han Lai was already standing by the training field. He had barely. It wasn't due to jet lag, it was because the 10 defensive and 10 offensive plays from yesterday had been etched into his mind like knives. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Lin Feng's sudden stop and shoulder drop. Lin Feng arrived at exactly 5:30 wearing a faded gray training vest with his hair in a mess. You're earlier than me, Lin Feng said. Couldn't sleep. Let's go run a few laps first. Han Lai followed Lin Feng around the court. The first lap was fine, but by the second lap, he realized Lin Feng's pace was faster than he had imagined. It wasn't a sprinting speed, but a steady, unwavering quickness. By the fourth lap, Han Lai was panting. How many laps do you usually run? Han Lai asked. 10 for warm-up. Han Lai gritted his teeth and kept going. By the 7th lap, his thighs began to ache. By the 8th, his calves were trembling. He pushed himself through all 10 laps, then leaned over with his hands on his knees, gasping for air, as if about to expire. Lin Feng stood beside him, his breathing only slightly quickened. Aren't you tired? Han Lai looked up at him. I am, but I'm used to it. Han Lai recalled what Leon had said yesterday. Lin Feng trained 8 hours a day from 5:30 am to the afternoon. He had thought it was an exaggeration, but now he believed it. Warm-up is done. Let's start for real, Lin Feng said. What do we practice? Just follow my lead. Over the next hour, Han Lai experienced the most grueling training session in his 12-year youth academy career. Lin Feng's training wasn't the traditional mechanical repetition. Leon arrived at 6 carrying a tablet and a pile of marker cones. He had Lin Feng do a set of 400-meter interval runs immediately followed by 10 sudden stops with direction changes, then 10 dribbling runs through cones. Han Lai followed for one set and threw up. Leon glanced at him. Who are you? A friend Lin Feng said. Let him train with me for a day. Leon shrugged. Fine, but I won't adjust the intensity for him. After vomiting, Han Lai wiped his mouth and stood up to continue. By 7 o'clock another person appeared on the training field. Han Lai heard footsteps, turned around, and nearly collapsed to his knees. Messi. Wearing a gray training suit and an ordinary pair of trainers holding a cup of mate tea, he strolled slowly to the edge of the field and sat down. Morning, Messi said to Lin Feng. Morning, Lin Feng replied as he continued his core exercises. Han Lai stood there, his mind buzzing. That was Messi, the real Messi, less than 20 meters away drinking tea and watching them train. Don't stare, Lin Feng said. He'll join in later. Join. Training with us. With me. You can just watch from the side. Han Lai's mouth opened, but no. At 7:30 Messi finished his tea, stood up, and walked onto the field. Who's this? Messi asked Lin Feng in Spanish, glancing at Han Lai. Lin Feng answered in Spanish, he's from the long country of footballer. Just here to watch. Messi nodded and didn't ask further. Then Han Lai witnessed the most astonishing scene of his life. Messi and Lin Feng began a tuntuo coordination drill with Leon and a fitness coach acting as defenders. They played one-touch passes, moving and interweaving as if they had rehearsed it 100 times. But Han Lai could tell it wasn't rehearsed, it was pure chemistry. The timing of Lin Feng's passes was so precise it made Han Lai's scalp tingle. Every ball landed exactly where Messi's next step would be, not a centimeter off. Even more terrifying was that Messi's passes to Lin Feng were exactly the same. An invisible thread seemed to connect them. When one moved, the other knew exactly where to go. Han Lai stood at the sideline, his fists clenched tight. This was a level of football beyond his comprehension. He had started training at age 6 for 12 years. Solid fundamentals, decent footwork, and above-average speed among his peers. But he had never witnessed coordination at this level. It was a conversation between two people, and he didn't even recognize the alphabet. By 8 o'clock DePaul arrived. He was wearing floral shorts and slippers with disheveled hair and a slice of toast in his mouth, looking like he had just woken up. Yo, who's this? DePaul looked at Han Lai. From the long country, Lin Feng called from the field. Can he play? Youth team. DePaul walked up to Han Lai and looked him over. How old are you? 19, Han Lai said. His Spanish was rudimentary, but DePaul used simple words that he could barely understand. 19 looks sturdy. DePaul patted his shoulder. Want to get a few touches in? Han Lai looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved him over. Come on. Leon rearranged the field, splitting them into two groups, Lin Feng and Messi on one side, Han Lai and DePaul on the other. Half-court, small-sided, 4 minutes per round. Han Lai took a deep breath and stepped onto the field. He told himself to stay calm. On the other side were Messi and Lin Feng, but it was small-sided, not a real match. He just needed to play at his normal level. Kickoff. DePaul passed to Han Lai. Han Lai received the ball, and Lin Feng stood in front of him. The memory of being crushed 10 times yesterday surged back, and Han Lai hesitated for half a second. That half second was all it took. Lin Feng stepped forward and poked the ball with his toe. The ball was gone. Lin Feng turned and passed to Messi. Messi stopped and slotted it into the net with ease. The whole sequence took less than 3 seconds. Han Lai stood there, his face burning red. Don't freeze, DePaul slapped him from behind. Keep going. Second round, Han Lai learned his lesson. He received the ball and immediately passed to DePaul. DePaul drove forward a couple of steps. Lin Feng pressed him. DePaul faked a move, but Lin Feng didn't bite. They stalled for a second, then Lin Feng's foot slid in from the side and cleanly touched the ball. It rolled to Messi. Messi didn't shoot. He passed back to Lin Feng. Lin Feng advanced with the ball. Han Lai stepped up to defend. Lin Feng stopped abruptly. Han Lai told himself not to move. Yesterday he had been fooled by the sudden stop and shoulder drop 9 times. He couldn't fall for it again. Lin Feng dropped his left shoulder. Han Lai didn't move. Then the ball slipped past the outside of his right leg. Lin Feng came around from the left, took the ball, and shot. Goal. Han Lai turned to watch the ball bouncing in the net. His hands were shaking. Not from exhaustion. It was that overwhelming feeling of utter helplessness. For minutes per round, 6 rounds in total. Han Lai and DePaul's pair didn't score a single goal. Meanwhile, Lin Feng scored 4 and Messi 5. DePaul patted Han Lai on the back. Don't be discouraged. It's normal. The first time I trained with Messi I got wrecked too. Han Lai said nothing. During a break, Han Lai sat at the sideline drinking water. His training shirt was soaked with sweat, and his thighs were trembling. Messi walked past him and suddenly stopped. You have good footwork, Messi said. Han Lai was stunned. But you play with your eyes. Messi pointed to his temple. Use this. Then he walked away. Han Lai stared at Messi's back, the water bottle in his hand crushed from his grip. At 3 in the afternoon train, Han Lai's body was utterly wrecked. His legs felt like noodles, wobbling with every step. Lin Feng sat at the sideline changing shoes and glanced at him. How do you feel? Han Lai leaned against the wall and looked up at the sky. I trained for 12 fucking years, and I'm worse off than you after 3 months. That's not what I meant. Then what did you mean? Han Lai lowered his head to look at Lin Feng. Tell me, how do you do it? That anticipation, that reaction speed. It's not something you can train. A normal person couldn't achieve it even after 10 years. Lin Feng was silent for a few seconds. There are things I can't tell you. What does that mean? It means I do have some. Lin Feng looked at him. But that doesn't mean you can't train to get it. Don't comfort me. I'm not comforting you. Lin Feng stood up. Han Lai, do you know what your biggest problem is? What? Your physical condition is better than mine. Han Lai was taken aback. You're 5 centimeters taller, 10 kilos heavier and faster and more explosive than me. But you play purely on instinct. You have no plan. When you receive the ball, you don't know what to do next. You only react when you see a chance. And you? I know what I'm going to do before I even get the ball. Han Lai fell silent. Lin Feng stepped closer and lowered his voice. You flew 23 hours to get here. Not to hear me praise you, nor to get crushed by me. You want to know how to improve, right? Han Lai didn't answer. When you go back, add 2 extra hours of training every day. Not for footwork, for your mind. Before you receive the ball, think of 3 options, then pick the best one. It'll be slow at first, but after 3 months you'll find yourself playing like a different person. 3 months. It took me 3 months, Lin Feng said. You have a better foundation than me, maybe faster. Han Lai looked at him. Why are you helping me? Lin Feng thought for a moment. Because you flew 23 hours. Han Lai's lips trembled. And also, Lin Feng said, because the long country needs more than one person who can play. Han Lai didn't respond. He crouched down, buried his face in his arms, and stayed like that for a long time. When he stood up, his eyes were red, but his expression had changed. That defiant, stubborn look was still there, but something else had been added. A sense of direction. Han Lai picked up his sports bag and walked toward the exit of the training ground. After a few steps, he stopped without turning around. Lin Feng. Yeah. Next time we meet, I won't lose. Lin Feng watched his back and said nothing. As Han Lai walked out of the training center gate, he glanced back. On the field, Lin Feng had already resumed training. Sudden stop, shoulder drop pass. Over and over again. Han Lai got into a taxi and booked a return flight to the long country on his phone. Then he opened his memo and wrote a line. Add 2 extra hours every day. Play with the mind. 3 months. 3 days after Han Lai left, Lin Feng's signature move underwent a significant transformation. At 5:30 in the morning, when Leon arrived at the training ground, Lin Feng had already been practicing for 40 minutes. He stood before the marker, repeatedly executing the same motion, sprinting forward with the ball, suddenly stopping, slightly lowering his left shoulder, and using the outside of his right foot to flick the ball. Stop. Leon walked over, hands on his hips, watching him. After observing 3 times, he frowned. Lin Feng halted. Stop. Leon walked over, hands on his hips, watching him. After observing 3 times, he frowned. Lin Feng halted. Your shoulder drop is less pronounced. Leon gestured. It's smaller than yesterday. Correct. Why the change? I reviewed the training footage from yesterday. Lin Feng stopped the ball. When the shoulder drop is pronounced, the opponent may be deceived, but they recover quickly. Because the movement is obvious, they realize they've been faked and immediately adjust. However, if the drop is subtle to the point of being nearly invisible, the opponent's reaction becomes hesitation rather than deception. Leon blinked. What's the difference between hesitation and being deceived? Being deceived means they moved then returned. Hesitation means they stayed still, but their mind hesitated for 3/10 of a second. Lin Feng held up a finger. 3/10 of a second is enough for me to make my pass. Leon was silent for 5 seconds, then smiled. With that brain of yours, it's a shame not to play football. Shall we continue? Let's go on. But today, let's add a variable. Leon took a remote from his bag and pressed a button. The automatic ball machine at the edge of the training ground activated, launching a ball every 5 seconds from different angles toward the marker. Execute the moves under interference. Receive the ball, suddenly stop, drop the shoulder pass. The whole sequence must not exceed 1.5 seconds. Lin Feng took a deep breath. The first ball flew in, he sidestepped to receive it, took half a step, suddenly stopped, dropped his shoulder, and flicked the ball. 1.8 seconds. Too slow. The second ball. Receive, stop, drop the shoulder pass. 1.6 seconds. Still slow. The third ball. 1.4 seconds. Passed. Do it 10 more times. Lin Feng executed 10 times in total, 7 of which were within 1.5 seconds. Leon recorded the data on his tablet. Improved by 20% compared to last week. But it's still not enough. What isn't enough? Your passing direction is too predictable. You always use the outside of your right foot to pass to the right front. An opponent can guess it after 3 observations. Lin Feng contemplated. Then I'll add an option. After dropping my shoulder, I'll decide the passing direction based on the opponent's center of gravity. If they lean left, I'll pass to the right. If they lean right, I'll flick it back with my heel. 2 directions. 3. I can also pass through their legs directly. Leon looked at him. Are you sure your foot can make 3 choices within 1.5 seconds? You'll know once you try. At 8 o'clock, Messi arrived. Today he didn't drink mate tea, he walked straight onto the pitch and stood opposite Lin Feng. Leon told me you made some changes. Yes, I reduced the shoulder drop and added a 3rd passing direction. Messi took a defensive stance, slightly bending his knees. Lin Feng advanced with the ball. 3 steps, suddenly stopped. His left shoulder twitched almost imperceptibly. Messi's center of gravity shifted left by half an inch. Lin Feng used the outside of his right foot to flick the ball past Messi's right side. Messi turned to watch the ball roll away smiling. Do it again. The second time Lin Feng suddenly stopped, dropped his shoulder. This time Messi didn't move. He learned from the first lesson and held his ground. But Lin Feng changed the passing direction. With a light flick of his heel, the ball passed through Messi's legs. Messi glanced down at his groin, then looked up at Lin Feng. You little rascal. Want to go again? Sure. The third time Lin Feng suddenly stopped. This time Messi didn't look at anything. He didn't watch Lin Feng's shoulder or foot. He just focused on the ball. Lin Feng dropped his shoulder. Messi remained still. Lin Feng prepared to flick the ball with his heel. Messi lowered his center of gravity, ready to block the pass through his legs. But Lin Feng's foot changed direction just 1/10 of a second before touching the ball, switching to a push with the inside of his right foot. The ball skimmed past the outside of Messi's lower leg. Messi turned, and the ball was already 2 meters behind him. Good, Messi said. He walked back, stood in front of Lin Feng, and looked at his face. Was that third one a last-minute change? Yes. I changed it when you shifted your center of gravity. You adjusted the entire passing scheme in just a fraction of a second. About 2/10 of a second. Messi was silent for 3 seconds. Then he smiled. That smile was not polite, he genuinely found it interesting. This thing of yours is harder to deal with than I thought. Messi patted his shoulder, but there's one problem. What? Now that you have 3 passing directions, the opponent doesn't know which one you'll choose, but do you know? Did you decide before making the move, or did you decide after seeing the opponent's reaction? Lin Feng thought for a moment. I decide after seeing the opponent's reaction. Then that's correct. Messi nodded. The most terrifying aspect of this move isn't the feint itself, but the moment you pass is alive. You're not performing a pre-designed trick. You're engaging in a dialogue. A dialogue. The opponent gives a reaction and you respond with the next move. Whatever they say, you can respond. This kind of thing is impossible to defend against. Lin Feng looked at Messi. But there's a prerequisite. Messi extended a finger. Your bonus reaction time must keep up with your mind. When your mind makes a decision, your foot must execute it within 2/10 of a second. You can do it now. But what about when you're tired? What about in the 80th minute of a match? Lin Feng remained silent. So Leon is right to have you practice under fatigue. Messi walked toward the sidelines. How long have you been practicing this move? 37 days. You have 23 days left. It must be perfected before the league starts. It will be. Messi sat on the sidelines and picked up the mate tea kettle. Have you named this move yet? No. Have you thought of one? Not yet. You need a name. Otherwise the commentators will name it, and it could end up with a ridiculous name. Lin Feng thought for a moment. What should it be called? Messi took a sip of tea. You should name your own move. Lin Feng stood in the middle of the training ground looking at the ball at his feet. Sudden stop. Drop the shoulder. Pass. 3 steps turning into 1.5. What the opponent sees is a feint. What actually happens is a judgment. Illusionary step. Lin Feng said. Messi looked up. Let's call it illusionary step. Messi thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. Not unpleasant to hear. Leon noted down beside him, illusionary step. Success rate statistics, start today. Currently 90% without defense, 70% with light defense, and 62% against top-level opponents with 2 successes out of 3. 2 out of 3. Lin Feng repeated, not enough. Getting 2 out of 3 against a defender of Messi's level is already quite outrageous, Leon said. I want 8 out of 10. Leon glanced at Messi. Messi shrugged. Then keep practicing. Leon clapped his hands another 30 times. Lin Feng got in position again. Received the ball, sudden stop, dropped the shoulder pass. Once. Twice. 3 times. By the 20th time his thighs began to tremble. Leon's fatigue training method began to take effect. By the 25th time the success rate dropped to 60%. By the 30th time it fell to 50%. That's enough. Leon shouted, that's it for today. Lin Feng leaned on his knees, panting, sweat dripping from his chin onto the grass. Messi approached. Dropping 30% under fatigue is normal. But you won't be at full strength in the 80th minute of a match. So keep practicing. Yes. But it's not just about practicing the move itself. Messi squatted down to look at him. What you need to practice is achieving 80% effectiveness at 50% energy. That's the real weapon. Lin Feng nodded. Messi stood up and patted his shoulder. 23 days. That's enough. Your feet learn slower than your brain, but they'll catch up. That night back in his dorm, Lin Feng lay on his bed staring at the ceiling. The system interface displayed side quest blade forging progress 72%. Signature move illusionary step current data 91% success rate. Without defense 73%. With light defense 62%. Under high intensity defense and 48% under extreme fatigue. Day 1 of the countdown for the system mission Throne Defense. Argentina's warm-up match against Uruguay. Not a major tournament, but a FIFA A-level fixture. The data counts toward the system rating. Lin Feng stood in the locker room looking at the custom boots that Nike's RD team had modified after 2 weeks of overtime. The sole was 15% softer than the first version. The toe box narrowed by 2 millimeters, and an elastic cushion layer had been added to the forefoot. He put on the boots and stomped twice on the floor. They fit. Nervous? Enzo asked, sitting beside him tying his laces. A little. Good. Nervous means you care. DePaul called over from across the room. Kid, the stands are packed with journalists today, all here to watch you. Your first official match after the World Cup, everyone's got a magnifying glass on you. I know. Good. Don't be afraid. Just play when the ball comes to you. Messi walked out from the back of the locker room, already in his kit. He paused as he passed Lin Feng. Try that ghost step today. I plan to, but don't force it. Use it when you can, pass when you can't. You don't need to prove everything in the first match. I know. Messi nodded and walked away. Scaloni pushed the door open. 5 minutes. Out on the pitch. He swept his gaze across the team, lingering on Lin Feng for an extra second. Same formation as the World Cup dual core. But one difference. Everyone looked at him. Lin Feng, you're playing attacking midfielder today. Position more advanced than in the World Cup. Lin Feng froze. Why? Because the whole world has seen your World Cup footage as a midfield organizer. They've prepared to stop your passes from deep. So move forward, make them face you at the edge of the box. Lin Feng nodded. And one more thing, Scaloni looked at him. Average rating above 7.5 today. That's the baseline. Lin Feng knew this wasn't just Scaloni's demand. The system mission was clear. If the season average fell below 7.5, the God's perspective would drop to 10-meter range. In the tunnel, Uruguay's players lined up in 2 rows. As they passed Lin Feng, a few defenders gave him an extra. One of them, a center-back standing 188 meters tall with a captain's armband, lowered his head to scan Lin Feng's boots, then looked at his face. Lin Feng recognized that look. Scrutiny. Assessment. Searching for weakness. Stepping out of the tunnel, the roar of 40,000 people crashed over them. It was only a warm-up, but the monumental stadium in Buenos Aires was full. Everyone was watching him. The first match after the World Cup. Whether he was a one-hit wonder, today would tell. The opening whistle blew. Argentina kicked off. Enzo received the ball, and his first pass went straight to Lin Feng. Lin Feng collected it 10 meters ahead of the midfield line, much further forward than in the World Cup. He took the ball with his back to goal, sensing an opponent pressing close behind him. That Uruguayan captain center-back. 188 meters, at least 85 kilograms. His knee dug into Lin Feng's lower back, his palm pressing down on Lin Feng's shoulder. The force was immense. Lin Feng didn't turn. He scanned the entire pitch with God's perspective. Messi was making a run on the left, Lautaro pulling wide at the edge of the box. Uruguay's midfield had dropped back. There was space on the right, but not much. No rush. The first touch didn't need to be risky. Lin Feng used his body to shield the opponent and passed back to Enzo. Simple, safe, but it let everyone know he was on the field. In the 5th minute, Enzo stole the ball and drove forward, then passed to Lin Feng again. This time Lin Feng received it facing forward, and the Uruguayan captain had already moved to his front. The 188-meter frame blocked Lin Feng 2 meters ahead, center of gravity, low legs apart, in a textbook defensive stance. Lin Feng dribbled forward 2 steps and slowed down. The opponent didn't move. Lin Feng took another step forward. The opponent's weight shifted ever so slightly. That slight shift. Lin Feng stopped abruptly. His left shoulder twitched, barely perceptible unless you were watching closely. The opponent's weight leaned left. Lin Feng used the outside of his right foot to nudge the ball past the opponent's right side and accelerated through. The opponent turned to chase, half a step too late. Lin Feng was already in the opponent's half. Instead of pushing further, he sent a lateral pass to Messi and made a diagonal run toward the edge of the box. The stadium fell silent for a second. Then came the roar. Enzo ran up beside him. Ghost step. First time using it, and you took him down. Lin Feng didn't answer. He kept moving into position. Messi received the ball and passed to Lautaro, who was blocked, then returned it to Messi. Messi shot, but the keeper parried. Corner kick. DePaul took it, the ball flew into the box, and the Uruguayan center-back headed it clear. In the 12th minute, Lin Feng got the ball for the second time. This time the captain center-back didn't close him down. He dropped 3 meters, giving Lin Feng space to receive, but sealing the through-pass channels. Lin Feng paused, scanning the pitch. The opponent had adjusted. The captain and the adjacent defender had formed a double defensive line, specifically blocking Lin Feng's forward path. Change direction. Lin Feng shifted right, passing to Enzo. Enzo one-timed a through ball to the left wing. Messi collected it and cut back a pass to Lin Feng. In front of Lin Feng was the back of the captain center-back. The opponent had just run back from the left, his feet, not yet stable, weight on his right leg. Lin Feng made no feint. He simply accelerated straight past the opponent's left side. That direction was the opponent's weak side. Pure speed. The opponent turned and couldn't catch up. Lin Feng drove the ball to the top of the box. The goalkeeper stepped out half a yard. He didn't shoot. Using the inside of his right foot, he slid the ball diagonally to Lautaro waiting in the box. Lautaro trapped the ball and pushed it into the net. Goal. After Lautaro scored, Lin Feng stood motionless at the top of the penalty arc. His teammates shouted all around him with DePaul rushing over to pat his head and Enzo giving him a thumbs up. Lin Feng nodded, then turned and ran back to the midfield. It was just a warm-up match. There were still over 70 minutes left. However, what he did not know was that on the sidelines 8 cameras were locked onto him, not leaving him for a second. Those cameras were not filming the goal, they were capturing every detail before he touched the ball. The day after the match, Lin Feng was having breakfast at the training base. Susan walked in holding a tablet and pushed the screen in front of his eyes. Take a look. Lin Feng glanced. It was an English title that Susan had already translated for him. Attached in the notes, an in-depth analysis of Lin Feng's ball control habits. Only after reading will you understand why he is difficult to defend against. Lin Feng put down his fork. Which platform is this from? A European football data analysis platform, Susan replied. It was released last night and has already been shared 400,000 times this morning. What did they write? Susan opened the content and read it to him. They analyzed your ball control data from 6 matches in the World Cup, stating that you have 3 habits. First, you pause for half a second before receiving the ball to assess the situation on the field. Second, before passing, you habitually use the outside of your right foot for transitional movements. Third, 70% of your passing choices at the top of the penalty area go to the right. Lin Feng listened. Susan continued, this article reconstructs your 17 key passes against England and Portugal using trajectory diagrams to analyze your gaze before each pass. It states that when you look to the left for more than 2 seconds, there's an 83% chance you will pass to the right. Lin Feng placed his fork on the edge of the bowl. How accurate is their analysis? Susan asked him. Probably about 70 to 80% accurate. Susan sighed. Then that could be troublesome. Not troublesome. Lin Feng picked up his fork again. Being 70 to 80% accurate means there are still 2 to 3% they haven't figured out. But 70 to 80% is enough for defenders to anticipate your moves. Lin Feng took a bite, but didn't respond. This article was just the beginning. For the next 3 days, every morning Susan sent him new links. A German tactical analysis company released his heat map, highlighting the 7 areas where he appeared most frequently in each match of the World Cup. A Spanish football blogger dissected the movement structure of his feint step by step in a video, stating that the degree of his left shoulder drop was key to inducing an opponent's shift in weight, and offered a countermeasure: keep your eyes glued to the ball and don't follow the shoulder movement. Another Japanese tactical consultant wrote a long article specifically analyzing the dual-core collaboration between Lin Feng and Messi, illustrating their passing timings and running coordination in a flowchart. It stated that the way to break this down is to apply close pressure on Lin Feng before he receives the ball, denying him that half-second of pause. DePaul saw the article from the Japanese author and threw the tablet at Lin Feng. Kid, you've become famous. Not that kind of famous, DePaul pointed at the screen. It's the kind of fame where you're dissected on the operating table. The whole world is dissecting you. Lin Feng looked at the flowchart. It was drawn in great detail, even marking the subtle differences in the angles of his and Messi's runs during their collaboration. Does that Japanese person's analysis make sense? DePaul asked him. It makes sense. So what are you going to do? Lin Feng handed the tablet back to him. Change. Change what? Change those habits that they analyzed. Lin Feng went to find Messi. Messi was sitting in the courtyard drinking mate tea. Lin Feng handed him his phone screen without saying a word. Messi took it, glanced at it, and handed the phone back to him. What are you looking at this for? Messi asked. I want to know your thoughts. You know whether their analysis is right, don't you? I do. Then that's fine. Messi took a sip of tea. The more accurate their analysis, the more you know where to change. But once you change, you'll be analyzed again. Right. Messi looked at him, then you change again. This is how life goes: being studied, then upgraded, then studied again. Do you think I've played for 20 years without being analyzed? Lin Feng sat down on the steps opposite him. How did you cope? Every season, give them something new to look at. Let them always chase you rather than you chasing their analysis. Lin Feng thought for a while. So it's about always being one step ahead of them. Exactly. The habits you're being analyzed for now are the you from the World Cup period. Messi put down the teapot. That version of you is of no use to them, no matter how thoroughly they study it, because that version is about to become obsolete. Lin Feng lowered his head, pondering this statement. At that moment, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Detected that the host has entered a state of high-frequency research, triggering hidden function unlock conditions. Unlock function evolution learning module. Function description. After each official match, the system will automatically extract the tactical focal points targeting the host by opponents, generating a counter-learning package that the host can quickly internalize during training, increasing learning efficiency threefold. First-time usage instructions activation requires the host to be blocked by at least 3 different targeted tactics in an official match with an average rating of no less than 7. Lin Feng looked up. Messi was watching him. What are you thinking about? Messi asked. Thinking about how to practice next. Lin Feng stood up. Do you have time? I want to add an extra 2 hours of training today. Messi glanced at the sky and set the teapot aside. Sure. Go get the ball. Lin Feng turned and walked toward the training field. The system's prompt still lingered in his mind, but he didn't immediately think about how to activate it. What he needed to focus on now was training. As for that evolution learning module, he had a feeling it wouldn't be long before it naturally triggered. That day after training, Leon tossed the data sheet to Lin Feng and asked, Do you know what day it is today? Lin Feng took the sheet and glanced at the date. 61 days. From the first day you came to this training ground to today, it's been 61 days, Leon said. Your 400-meter time has improved from 59 seconds 2 to 51 seconds 7. Your core strength has more than doubled. Your weight has increased from 57 kilograms to 61 kilograms, all muscle. Lin Feng looked at the sheet in silence. I have been a physical trainer for many years, Leon said, and you are the fastest improving one I have ever seen, bar none. Because my foundation was too poor, Lin Feng replied. The more flaws there are, the greater the room for improvement. Leon couldn't help but laugh. You're a quite optimistic kid. Lin Feng folded the sheet and put it in his pocket. What he didn't say was that he not only had a poor foundation, but had also wasted too much time. 18 years playing soccer barefoot on the cement ground with no one to teach or supervise him. Out of 100 matches, 95 were meaningless without data and no one watching. That evening, Messi knocked on his dormitory door. Lin Feng was sitting on his bed scrolling through his phone, looking at the same chaotic posts on Weibo, which he didn't feel like reading, so he put it aside. Messi entered without looking for a chair, standing directly against the wall. Tomorrow Scaloni is having a meeting, Messi said. What's it about? The plans for next season. And your contract with the club? Messi looked at him. What's the situation with Barca? Still negotiating, Lin Feng said. Jose gave me 3 days, and I asked for 2 more, he agreed. So do you plan to sign? Lin Feng thought for a moment. Most likely yes. Most likely. I'm still a bit hesitant. Messi pulled out a chair and sat down opposite him. Hesitant about what? La Masia is a youth academy, Lin Feng said directly. It's filled with 15 and 16-year-olds. I would be the oldest at 18, it feels strange. When I went at 13, I was shorter and lighter than everyone else, Messi said. It felt strange too. But what's important? What's important is whether you can learn what you need. Lin Feng leaned against the head of the bed, staring at the ceiling. My mom messaged me asking when I'm coming back, he said. She bought the meat for braised pork and is waiting for me to come home to eat. Messi remained silent, waiting for him to continue. I want to go back, Lin Feng said, but I know it's not the right time. When you get back on track, that bowl of braised pork will still be there. She can wait, Messi said. She has waited for 18 years. Lin Feng replied, a few more years is enough. The next morning, Scaloni called Lin Feng to his office. It wasn't a large meeting, just the two of them. Scaloni pushed a folder in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened it. The first page outlined the national team's framework for next season. The second page contained his personal data analysis, and the third page compared the contract conditions from several clubs, organized by Jose. I had Jose organize this, Scaloni said. What do you think after reading it? Lin Feng scanned each page. Barcelona. Is that settled? Pretty much. Scaloni leaned back in his chair looking at him. Do you realize how special your form was in the months leading up to the World Cup? Scaloni asked. With no club, no league, just growing in the national team environment surrounded by players of Messi's caliber. Such an environment is virtually non-existent in professional football. Lin Feng nodded, knowing what he was about to say. Once you sign with a club, the environment will change. In the league, not everyone wants to help you improve, some just want to win, others want to keep their position. You have to learn to grow in a complex environment. I know. Knowing is one thing, Scaloni said, surviving it is another. He stood up, walked to the window, and turned his back to Lin Feng. Do you know how many players represented Argentina in the World Cup final before you? A lot. Yes, many. Scaloni turned back. But do you know how many of them lasted over 10 years in top leagues after the World Cup? Lin Feng remained silent. Very few, Scaloni said as he returned to the table, resting his hands on it. It's not because they didn't work hard. It's because the 2 years following the World Cup are the most dangerous. Fame, contracts, commercial activities, everything comes at once, and it's easy to get swept away. Lin Feng looked up at him. Scaloni said, now you have truly stepped into the professional throne. What came before was merely a stepping stone. From today on, everyone on stage will be watching you, waiting for you to slip up. Lin Feng remained motionless. I won't slip, he said. Scaloni looked at him for 3 seconds and nodded. That's good. He pushed the folder back to him. Finalize the signing with Barcelona as soon as possible. Lin Feng stood up, taking the folder with him. As he reached the door, Scaloni called out to him again. Lin Feng, give your mom a call, Scaloni said. Don't keep her waiting too long. Lin Feng paused for a moment before pushing the door open and leaving. There was no one in the corridor. Lin Feng stood by the window, took out his phone, and opened the chat with his mother. She had sent a message 2 days ago. Fengzi, I bought the meat for braised pork. It's in the fridge. When are you coming back? After sending it, he put his phone back in his pocket and looked up at the sunlight at the end of the corridor. After sending it, he put his phone back in his pocket and looked up at the sunlight at the end of the corridor. From the cement ground of the village to the World Cup final to now this corridor. He couldn't quite articulate his feelings and didn't want to. There was still a long road ahead. He would save those The preseason international warm-up match, Argentina versus Colombia. This was Argentina's first high-intensity official fixture after the World Cup. Colombia, a formidable South American team, with 4 consecutive unbeaten matches, boasted a young, swift, and aggressive squad, averaging 24 years old, but ranking first in the region in running statistics. But more crucially, Lin Feng had seen their formation before the match. A 42-31 with double defensive midfielders, the left central channel, entirely blocked to cut off his passing routes. Before the game, Sushan sent him a screenshot of the opponent's tactical analysis report, 7 pages long, titled Lin Feng Passing Zone Suppression Plan. In the locker room, DePaul looked at the screenshot repeatedly, then put down the phone and said, "Kid, you've only been on the scene for a few months, and they're already writing specialized reports about you." "That's a good thing," Enzo said. "How is that good?" "Being studied means he's a threat." Enzo turned to Lin Feng. "Score and make the report useless." Scaloni pushed the door open and the team fell silent. He set up the tactical board and drew a score and make the report useless. Scaloni pushed the door open and the team fell silent. He set up the tactical board and drew a few lines on it. Colombia's core tactic today is to compress Lin Feng's receiving zone behind the midfield line, preventing him from getting the ball in the attacking midfield position, using double pivot midfielders to block his starting steps in advance. Scaloni clarified the lines. They did their homework and set up according to their analytical habits. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't look up. "So what do we do?" DePaul asked. "Today we adjust the formation." Lin Feng drops back a notch from attacking midfielder to central attacking midfielder, giving him more space to receive the ball. But he must release it within 3 seconds of receiving, no lingering. Scaloni said if they follow him and press, the midfield will be open. If not, Lin Feng has to figure it out himself. 3 seconds. Only then did Lin Feng look up. "Pass to whom?" "That's for you to decide," Scaloni said. "Your eyes see better than mine." Lin Feng finished tying his laces and stood up. At the opening whistle, the first time Lin Feng received the ball, Colombia's double defensive midfielders closed in immediately. Not 1 but 2, spaced 2 meters apart, sealing off his forward path. Lin Feng stopped the ball and sensed someone behind him. He turned his head and glanced. It was the opponent's right back, who had quietly advanced 3 meters to block him from behind. 3 men surrounding him alone. He passed the ball back to Enzo and sprinted to the left. The 3 followed. Enzo received the ball and played it left. Lin Feng collected it, but the right back had already chased from behind, and the 2 defensive midfielders were closing in on him too. Still 3 men. But their positions had shifted. Lin Feng was on the left, all 3 converged on his side, leaving the right flank open. He didn't move, instead he passed the ball back to DePaul. DePaul switched the play to the right. Molina took the ball and crossed inside. Lautaro controlled and shot, but it was saved. Corner kick. Scaloni shouted something from the sideline, which Lin Feng didn't catch, but he already understood the nature of today's. Colombia had their eyes fixed on him. Every time he got the ball, 3 men surrounded him, denying him any space in the attacking half, and using sheer numbers to block all his passing lanes. A 10-win was possible, but playing like this, Colombia's defense would only grow stronger. In the 20th minute, Lin Feng got the ball for the 6th time again, swarmed by 3 opponents. This time he didn't pass back. He controlled, turned as if to go right, fooling the right back's weight, then casually played a reverse pass that rolled past the left back's feet and landed at the feet of the onrushing Messi. Messi threaded a through ball into the box. Alvarez took a unknown shot, hit the post, rebounded out. DePaul charged in for a follow-up, but it was saved. The Colombian goalkeeper slammed the ground and slapped the turf, the entire Colombian team shouting. DePaul kicked the turf in frustration, walked back, and as he passed, Lin Feng said, "How did you calculate that passing angle?" "I calculated it. Such a tiny gap. Just enough for the ball to get through." DePaul stared at him for a moment, said nothing, and walked away. In the 32nd minute, Colombia changed their approach. They deployed the final tactic from their specialized report on Lin Feng, no longer triple teaming, but assigning 1 dedicated player to man-mark him everywhere on the pitch. This player would shadow Lin Feng wherever he went, applying constant pressure at every reception, denying him that half-second of decision time. That player was Armando, 183 meters tall, 82 kilograms, with long legs and a wide stride, specifically trained for this role. When Lin Feng received the ball, Armando immediately closed in, knee pressing into his hip, shoulder against shoulder, and arm across his chest. Lin Feng kicked the ball away and ran left, and Armando followed. Then right, still following. Dropping back, following. Lin Feng ran a half circle across the midfield, but this man never left his side. Enzo jogged over and whispered, "He's been assigned to mark you. Today they have one mission. I know, Lin Feng said. So what do we do? Lin Feng didn't answer. He jogged toward the midfield. What to do? He hadn't figured it out yet, but he knew that today's match, every element the opponent brought, was designed specifically for him. More intelligent and meticulous than any opponent he had faced in street soccer. This was professional football. This was truly the beginning. Armando closed in again, staying tight, beside him, elbow pressing into his side, eyes cold. This man was determined to nail him to the pitch. Lin Feng looked down at the turf. A soft chime sounded in his mind from the system. Evolution learning module pending activation. Current targeted tactic, count 1. 2 more types needed. Lin Feng suppressed the notification, lifted his head, and kept running. The match between Argentina and Colombia reached the 65th minute with the score still locked at 0-0. Scaloni called Lin Feng to the touchline and handed him his headset. Listen. Lin Feng took the headset. The team doctor's voice came through. Messi has a mild left thigh muscle spasm, unsuitable for continuation. Lin Feng looked up at Messi, who stood near the center circle expressionless. Yet when he noticed Lin Feng's gaze, Scaloni said he must come off. You must step up. Lin Feng said nothing and returned the headset to Scaloni. Did you hear me? Scaloni fixed his gaze on him. I heard, Lin Feng replied. But if he leaves, who organizes the midfield? You do, Scaloni said. Today you are the orchestrator. Lautaro and Alvarez led the line ahead of De Paul, and Enzo would support you from behind. Your sole mission. Lin Feng glanced at Messi on the pitch, already at the sideline preparing for treatment. In the stadium lights, that backlit figure seemed strangely slender. At 36, his body had borne the full weight of the match, and now at last his muscles were rebelling. De Paul ran over and slapped Lin Feng's back. How's it looking? Can you carry it? Lin Feng turned. What do you think? De Paul grinned. I think you can, but you've got to believe it yourself. Enzo joined them. He's right. Today the call is yours. The referee blew the whistle. Substitution time. Messi walked off and paused beside Lin Feng. Play your own game, he said, voice low but unmistakable. Don't try to replace me. You are you. Lin Feng nodded. Messi left the field. With him gone, Argentina's attacking rhythm stuttered visibly. Colombian players' eyes lit up. They sensed an opening. At the 70th minute, Colombia launched an attack. Almanto, the same defender who'd shadowed Lin Feng relentlessly all match, intensified his pressing. He seemed to know Messi was off the pitch and that Lin Feng now bore greater responsibility, so pressure had to be applied more fiercely. Lin Feng received the ball in midfield. Almanto instantly closed an elbow, pressing against his waist. Lin Feng pulled the ball back, pivoted, and suddenly halted, his left shoulder dipping slightly. Almanto's body shifted half an inch to the left. That half inch was all he needed. With the outside of his right foot, Lin Feng flicked the ball past Almanto's right side, past him entirely. He'd broken free. Ahead lay open space, and a clear passing lane for a through ball. Lautaro raised his hand, calling for the ball, but Lin Feng didn't pass. He spotted Alvarez wide left, more open. A diagonal long pass arced across the pitch, landing precisely at Alvarez's feet. Alvarez controlled it, adjusted, and shot. Saved. Corner kick. De Paul jogged over, wiping sweat from his brow. Why didn't you pass to Lautaro just now? He was better positioned. Lautaro had 2 markers, Lin Feng replied. Alvarez had only 1. De Paul paused, momentarily stunned. You saw that? In real time? I did. De Paul held his gaze for 2 seconds, then said nothing and sprinted back to position. The corner was taken. Lautaro rose for the header, but missed again. Still no goal. From the touchline, Scaloni shouted loudly, yet wind swallowed his words before they reached Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew his coach was growing anxious. 0-0. Time slipping away, Messi absent, the match tightening into stalemate. Then at the 75th minute, opportunity arrived. Enzo intercepted in midfield and fired a precise through ball toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng received it with his back to goal. Almanto glued to him. Using his body as a shield, he held the ball firm. Then with a deft heel flick, sent it slipping between Almanto's legs. Nutmegged. Lin Feng spun and chased the ball into open space. He accelerated forward, swiftly. Colombian defenders scrambled backward, but too late. Lautaro raised his hand inside the box. Alvarez did the same. Lin Feng lifted his eyes. 2 defenders clung to Lautaro. Only 1 marked Alvarez. Yet he held on. Dribbling deeper, he reached the edge of the penalty arc. The goalkeeper advanced, poised to rush out. Lin Feng cocked his right foot, feigning a shot. The keeper lunged. Lin Feng lowered his foot and gently pushed the ball past the keeper's outstretched leg, rolling it into the open net. De Paul, arriving unmarked, slotted it home with calm ease. Goal. 10. De Paul charged over, wrapping an arm around Lin Feng's neck. You little devil. That fake shot nearly fooled me too. Lin Feng gasped for air. Loosen up. I can't breathe. De Paul released him, but kept a hand resting on his shoulder. Truly remarkable. You scored even without Messi. I didn't score, Lin Feng said. But you created the chance, De Paul countered. Without that feint, the keeper stays put. And how do I score then? Lautaro and Alvarez rushed over. Lautaro tapped Lin Feng's crown. Beautiful pass. Alvarez added, that nutmeg. I saw it clearly from up front. Brilliantly cunning. Lin Feng smiled, said nothing. After kickoff, Colombia counterattacked fiercely. Time was running short, they had no choice but to go Allen. Almanto's marking grew even more aggressive, virtually inseparable. At the 80th minute, Lin Feng received the ball again, this time deep in midfield surrounded by 3 Colombian players. Almanto pressed from the left, another defensive midfielder from the right, and a forward closing in from ahead. 3 men, 3 angles converging upon him. He stood firm, waiting. Lin Feng lowered his foot and delicately chipped the ball over the keeper's head, sending it curling toward the far post. Alvarez arrived perfectly and met it with a thunderous, what now? Lin Feng suddenly nudged the ball forward into the space behind Almanto. Then he burst forward, slipping through the narrow gap between Almanto and the other midfielder. A give-and-go with himself. He caught up to the ball. Before him stretched vast, unguarded territory. A single man had shattered Colombia's defensive line. The goalkeeper rushed out again. This time Lin Feng didn't hesitate. He struck first time, a delicate chip. The ball traced a graceful arc over the keeper's leap, then dropped sharply. Goal. 20. The entire stadium erupted. Lin Feng stood motionless, arms raised briefly then lowered. No sprint, no slide, no celebration. Just stillness watching the net ripple. Teammates swarmed him. DePaul seized his neck again. You little genius. This is your first official goal since the World Cup, isn't it? Lin Feng nodded. I suppose so. What do you mean I suppose? DePaul demanded. It either is, or it isn't. It is. Enzo squeezed through. That ship. How did you decide? The keeper was so far out. He was advanced, Lin Feng said. I thought I'd try. You tried, and scored. Enzo's eyes widened. I tried, and scored, Lin Feng affirmed. Lautaro chimed in. Your mind. How on earth is it wired? I've played this game for years, and never dared attempt such a thing. Lin Feng smiled. I spent years playing street football. Every angle, every trick, I've tested it all. DePaul released him and patted his shoulder. All right, you're captain today. Without Messi we still won. It wasn't me, Lin Feng said. It was all of us. No false modesty, DePaul insisted. This match will be studied for years. Without Messi, Lin Feng leads Argentina past Colombia. I've already drafted the headline. Lin Feng shook his head. It's not over yet. The match resumed. Colombia threw everything forward. They had to score. Argentina's defense strained. But Lin Feng anchored the midfield with serene authority, constantly circulating the ball, orchestrating play, and repeatedly deflecting Colombia's assaults into futility. At the 88th minute, Colombia attacked once more. Almanto drove forward, only to be dispossessed by DePaul, who launched a long pass toward the front line. Lautaro collected it with his back to goal, shielding it while awaiting support. Lin Feng surged forward from behind. Lautaro laid it off. Lin Feng received it. Open space ahead once more. He accelerated, swift and decisive. Colombian defenders retreated, but Lin Feng outpaced them. At the edge of the penalty arc, he lifted his foot again, feigning a shot. This time the keeper stayed rooted. He stood firm, waiting. Lin Feng lowered his foot and delicately chipped the ball over the keeper's head, sending it curling toward the far post. Alvarez arrived perfectly and met it with a thunderous header. Goal. 30. Final whistle. Lin Feng stood on the pitch, breathing heavily, legs trembling. DePaul ran over, not to embrace but to extend his hand solemnly. All right, kid. Today, I respect you. Lin Feng clasped it firmly. Don't say that. No, I mean it, DePaul insisted. With Messi absent, you carried us. Not ever. Enzo stepped forward. He's right. After today, no one will see you merely as Messi's successor. I never intended to be anyone's successor, Lin Feng replied. Exactly, DePaul said. You are you. They walked together toward the tunnel. Lin Feng glanced back. Argentine fans filled the stands, singing with full-throated fervor, their voices soaring resonant. He recalled Messi's words as he left the pitch. Don't try to replace me. You are you. He'd done it. Not as Messi's substitute, but as Lin Feng, winning in his own way. At the tunnel entrance, Messi stood waiting, with a quiet smile. Well played, he said. Lin Feng stopped. You watched the whole match? Lin Feng asked. Messi paused. Bolder. Riskier. I might have chosen the safer option. I didn't think much at all, Lin Feng asked. Messi paused. Bolder. Riskier. I might have chosen the safer option. I didn't think much at all, Lin Feng admitted. Precisely, Messi said. Sometimes football demands no thought. Only action, immediate and instinctive. Lin Feng nodded. Messi clapped his shoulder. Rest tomorrow. Training the day after. We'll drill passing combinations. Yes, Lin Feng said. Messi turned to leave, then paused, glancing back. Oh, and Scaloni told me just now next match versus Brazil you'll start at attacking midfield. I'll rest. Lin Feng froze. Prepare well, Messi said. That's the real test. Then he turned and disappeared down the tunnel, his silhouette fading into shadow. Lin Feng remained rooted, staring at the place where Messi had vanished. Next match, versus Brazil. Messi resting. He's starting at attacking midfield. DePaul approached, draping an arm over his shoulder. What are you spacing out about? Let's go shower. Lin Feng snapped back. Nothing. What's on your mind? DePaul studied him, then broke into a knowing smile. Worried the pressure's mounting. Lin Feng stayed silent. Don't fear it, DePaul said. Today proved something vital. Without Messi the sky doesn't fall. Remember those words, DePaul said. You'll need them often. Lin Feng nodded. Together they entered the tunnel, their shadows stretching long beneath the lights. From this day forward something had irrevocably changed. After training, Scaloni called Lin Feng to his office. Only the two of them were in the office. Scaloni sat behind his desk and gestured for Lin Feng to sit down. Lin Feng sat on the chair opposite and waited for Scaloni to speak. Scaloni looked at him for a moment, then said, I watched the recording of yesterday's match 3 times. Lin Feng said nothing. After Messi went off, you had about 25 minutes as the sole focal point. Scaloni continued, in those 25 minutes you achieved 2 assists, 1 goal, a 92 pass accuracy, 4 key passes, and 3 successful dribbles. The entire opposing team was focused on you, but you held your ground. Lin Feng said, my teammates supported me well. Don't say that, Scaloni waved his hand. I'm not here to praise you today. I'm here to discuss something with you. Lin Feng waited. Scaloni pulled a document from the drawer and slid it across the desk to Lin Feng. Take a look. Lin Feng picked it up. It was the national team's tactical plan for the next season. He flipped through a few pages and saw a page with several lines circled in red. Future core framework, Messi, Lin Feng. Dual core drive, a dual core rotation. As Messi ages, his match load must be gradually reduced. Lin Feng needs to assume more organizational responsibility, becoming the pivot for the team's offense and defense transitions. Lin Feng finished reading and placed the document back on the table. This is the result of discussions within the coaching staff, Scaloni said. It's not just my decision. Lin Feng nodded. What do you think? Scaloni asked. Lin Feng thought for a moment. They'll follow the arrangements. I'm asking for your thoughts, Scaloni stared at him. Not for you to follow arrangements. Lin Feng was silent for a while, then said, I feel I'm not there yet. There yet. The level of being a core player, Lin Feng said. Messi is still here, he's the captain, the core. I learned from him, play alongside him. That's enough. To make me the core now is too soon. Scaloni leaned back in his chair looking at him. You're quite clear-headed, Scaloni said. But reality won't wait for you to be ready. Lin Feng didn't respond. Messi is 36, Scaloni said. He himself knows he probably can't play in 2 more World Cups. He might retire after the next one. Argentina needs a new core, a new leader. We believe that person is you. Lin Feng said, I'm only 18. When Messi was 18, he was already playing for Barcelona's first team, Scaloni said. Age isn't the issue. Ability is. Lin Feng looked up at Scaloni. Coach, why are you telling me this? Scaloni said, what I mean is from now on you need to have that awareness. You are not Messi's substitute, not Messi's shadow. You are Lin Feng, a part of Argentina's future. Lin Feng said nothing. I know you're under pressure, Scaloni said. The whole world is watching you. World Cup champion, 18 years old, a prodigy. These labels weigh on you, you're afraid you don't deserve them. Lin Feng said, I don't think that way. Then how do you think? Lin Feng said, I just feel that the road must be taken step by step. Right now the most important thing for me is to play every match well and practice every move. As for being the core or not, that's for later. Scaloni smiled. Have you said the same thing to Messi? Scaloni asked. Lin Feng was taken aback. What thing? The road must be taken step by step, Scaloni said. Lin Feng shook his head. No, I haven't. When Messi first emerged, he said the same thing, Scaloni said. He said he didn't want to be called a genius, he just wanted to play football well. But look what happened. He still became Messi. Some things aren't about whether you want them, you have to carry the burden. Lin Feng fell silent. Scaloni stood up, walked to the window, and turned his back to him. This morning Messi came to my office, Scaloni said. He told me he had spoken with the Federation officials. Starting next season, he will voluntarily reduce his appearances for the national team to make room for younger players. Especially for you. Lin Feng's heart trembled. He recommended you as vice-captain. Scaloni turned around. Even though you're young and lack seniority, he said the captain's armband will eventually be yours. Lin Feng opened his mouth, but no words came out. He told me. Scaloni walked back and sat down. Lin Feng is ready. He may not feel it himself, but I can see it. He's far better than I was at 18. Lin Feng lowered his head, looking at his hands. He trusts you that much, Scaloni said. You cannot let him down. Lin Feng said, I won't let him down. This matter won't be made public yet, Scaloni said. But you need to be mentally prepared. From now on the expectations from outside will be different. You are no longer just the 18-year-old prodigy. You are Argentina's future. Lin Feng nodded. Go on, Scaloni said. There's training this afternoon. Lin Feng stood up and walked to the door. Lin Feng, Scaloni called after him. Lin Feng turned around. You said the road must be taken step by step, Scaloni said. That's correct. But some roads you must walk quickly. Because behind you are people chasing, and ahead of you are people waiting. Understand. Lin Feng said, I understand. He walked out of the office and closed the door. The corridor was empty and quiet. Lin Feng stood there, his mind a little chaotic. Messi recommending him as vice-captain. Reducing appearances starting next season. Everything was coming too fast. He wasn't ready. Or rather, he felt he wasn't ready. He pulled out his phone, thought about calling Messi, then put it down. What would he say? Thank you. Too much pressure. Nothing felt right. He decided to go see Messi. Messi's room was at the end of the corridor on the second floor. Lin Feng walked up and knocked on the door. The door opened. Messi was in his training gear holding a water bottle, clearly just finished practicing. Something on your mind, Oi? Messi asked. Lin Feng stood at the door looking at him. The coach told me what you said. Messi paused, then smiled. He talks too fast. Lin Feng said, why did you do that? Messi opened the door wider. Come in. Lin Feng stepped inside. Messi's room was simple, a bed, a desk, a wardrobe. On the desk lay a stack of tactical diagrams and a half-finished cup of mate tea. Sit down, Messi pointed to the chair. Lin Feng sat. Messi sat on the edge of the bed and took a sip of water. Why do you think I did that? Messi asked in return. Lin Feng said, I don't know. That's why I came to ask. Messi looked at him, his eyes calm. Because you're ready. Lin Feng shook his head. I'm not ready. What do you think being ready means, eh? Messi asked. Lin Feng said, at least. At least being able to carry the whole team, like you step up at crucial moments, earn everyone's trust. Messi smiled. When I was 18, I couldn't do any of that either. But you are Messi, Lin Feng said. I also came from being 18, Messi said. You can't expect to become something overnight. But you can adapt and learn bit by bit. This World Cup you've already proven you can achieve many things. Lin Feng said, that was with you there. When I'm there you can still do it, Messi said. Yesterday's match is evident. When I wasn't there you still led the team to victory. What does that tell you? Lin Feng was silent. It tells you that you don't depend on me, Messi said. You have your own abilities. I just help bring them out. Lin Feng lowered his head, looking at his hands. Messi stood up, walked over to him, and patted his shoulder. Lin Feng, Messi said. I've played football for 20 years and seen many prodigies. Some shone brilliantly at the start, but soon faded away. Do you know why? Lin Feng looked up at him. Because they cared too much about others' opinions, Messi said. They always felt they weren't good enough, always worried about not living up to expectations. In the end, the pressure crushed them. Lin Feng didn't respond. You're different, Messi said. You don't care about those things. You only care about how to play well and how to help the team win. That's why you've come this far. Lin Feng said, I just want to play football. Exactly, Messi said. Keep thinking that way. Don't worry about being the core or vice-captain. Those are results, not goals. Your goal is to play well and help Argentina win. Lin Feng nodded. As for me, Messi said, I will gradually step back. Not now, but one day. When that day comes, I want you to be the one leading. Lin Feng said, I still want to play alongside you. Messi smiled. We will play together, at least this season, next season. But after that you have to carry it yourself. Lin Feng looked at him. Messi's gaze was gentle but firm. I understand, Lin Feng said. Good, Messi said. Go train. This afternoon, we'll work on passing combinations. Lin Feng stood up and walked to the door. Lin Feng, Messi called again. Lin Feng turned around. Remember one thing, Messi said. You are not my successor. You are Lin Feng. Argentina needs Lin Feng, not the next Messi. Lin Feng looked at him and nodded firmly. He walked out of Messi's room and closed the door. The corridor was still quiet. Lin Feng stood for a while, then headed downstairs. During the afternoon training session, Messi practiced passing combinations with him. The two ran across the training ground, passing, moving, and passing again. Messi didn't bring up the morning's topic, and Lin Feng didn't either. They trained as usual, as if nothing had happened. But something had already quietly changed. After training, Lin Feng returned to his dormitory and sat on the bed staring into space. His phone buzzed, a message from his mother. Fengzi, I saw the news today, said you scored a goal yesterday. Amazing. Mom is cheering for you at home. Lin Feng looked at the message and smiled slightly. He replied, Mom, I'm fine. Take care of yourself. His mother quickly responded, Could you take care too? Don't overwork yourself. Lin Feng put down the phone and lay on the bed. He stared at the ceiling, recalling Messi's words. Argentina needs Lin Feng, not the next Messi. He took a deep breath. All right, then it'll be Lin Feng. Not anyone's successor, not anyone's shadow. Just Lin Feng signed a contract with Barcelona on a Tuesday afternoon. Jose pushed the document over and Susan confirmed each clause one by one, while Lin Feng turned to the last page to sign. The system prompt sounded main quest, the Throne Guardian Battle Phase 1 completed, contract signed with the top European league club. No flowers, no applause. Jose shook his hand and welcomed him to La Masia, then turned to take a phone call. 3 days later, Lin Feng flew to Barcelona. The La Masia dormitory was smaller than he imagined. His roommate was a 15-year-old Spanish boy who stared wide-eyed as he entered, a World Cup champion moving into the youth training dormitory. Lin Feng placed his worn-out shoes on the nightstand and changed into training gear to report to the field. The first lesson was basic passing practice with 15 and 16-year-olds. Those kids passed the ball with precision as if measured by a ruler, while Lin Feng's kicks bore the roughness of street soccer. The coach called for a stop and made him redo it again and again. He showed no impatience. During the first month, he trained for 10 hours every day. His 400-meter time was reduced to 49 seconds, and his weight increased to 63 kilograms. In the second month, he was promoted to the Youth B team, achieving a 100% success rate in friendly matches. In the third month, he advanced to the Youth A team. The blade forging task was completed, granting a permanent increase of 8% to his reaction speed. In the fifth month, he made it to the first team's roster. In the sixth month, he came off the bench in the 14th round of La Liga, playing for 15 minutes and providing 1 assist. In the seventh month, he was a starter. In the eighth month, he scored in 3 consecutive matches. Weibo trending topic: Lin Feng conquers Camp Nou. In the 10th month, during the Champions League round of 16 against Manchester City, he outmaneuvered Walker in the 67th minute and assisted Lewandowski in scoring, earning a match rating of 8.1. Lewandowski patted him on the shoulder and said he would be here for a long time. On the last day of the 12th month, the system prompt sounded: main quest, the Throne Guardian battle completed. With an average rating of 7.7, he exceeded the baseline. Reward: God's perspective accuracy permanently increased to millimeter level. Hidden reward: unlock ultimate passive skill, global control. Lin Feng turned off the panel and booked a flight back to Longhua. Gao Yuan came to pick him up. As the taxi drove into the urban village, it was already dark, and in the alley children were kicking a ball on the cement ground, the sound of slippers clapping. Lin Feng got out of the car and smelled the aroma of braised pork. He went upstairs and pushed open the rusty iron door. Lin Xiaolan was in the kitchen, her apron stained with grease, steam rising from the pot. She heard the noise and turned her head, seeing her son standing at the door, opening his mouth, but saying nothing, turning back to wipe his face with his sleeve. Wash your hands before eating. The meat has been stewing for 3 hours, it's tender. Lin Feng sat down at the small table where he had eaten for 18 years. Lin Xiaolan brought the braised pork to the table and sat across from him, watching him eat. He picked up a piece of meat. Delicious. Lin Xiaolan smiled, her eyes slightly red. If it's delicious, eat more. Outside the window, the night in the urban village was the same as a year ago. Nothing had changed, yet everything had. After dinner, Lin Feng sat on the windowsill, watching 3 barefoot children playing football downstairs with 2 bricks as goalposts. It was just like when he was a child. He watched for a long time. Then the system issued a prompt he had never seen before. Narrative process anomaly detected, accelerating. The previous 103 chapters took 3 months, while this chapter covered 12 months. The data compression rate exceeded the threshold. Remaining story capacity 1 chapter. Lin Feng frowned. What does narrative process mean? What does remaining capacity mean? He stared at that line of text for 3 seconds, and the words vanished. The children playing outside also disappeared. The streetlights were still on, but there were no shadows on the cement ground. The fragrance of braised pork lingered in the kitchen, but the broth in the pot had solidified like a still painting. Lin Xiaolan sat at the table, her chopsticks suspended in midair, unmoving. The entire world was put. Lin Feng stood up, feeling an unprecedented strangeness. Not danger, not pain, but a vast, indescribable emptiness. It felt like sitting on the steps of the corridor after winning the World Cup. Like finishing a marathon only to find. The system panel lit up again, but this time it was not a task prompt, but a line of red text he had never seen before. Host, the story is about to end. It is not your story. It is the story that is writing you. My name is Lin Feng. This is the first time I have spoken in the first person. Everything that befell me before felt as though someone stood nearby, observing and remembering, writing it down in the third person. Now that person no longer writes. The red letters on the system panel still glow. I stand on the windowsill of my rented room. My mother is frozen at the table, and the street below is empty. I tried to call to my mother. My voice went out and returned with no echo, as if something had swallowed it. I looked down at my hands. Still these hands, thick knuckles, old scars, the right middle finger bent into a curve from years of kicking a ball. It is real. I am real. The system panel flashed again with text detected, external narrative termination command. Source author layer. Reason data below expectations, executing book cut procedure. Cutting the book. I did not know what those 2 words meant, but I recognized the feeling. Like a takeaway owner saying business is slow this month, so go home, like a youth coach telling you you do not have the talent and should not waste your time. Someone thought I was not worth continuing. I stood where I was, not panicked. To be honest, in this life, I have been abandoned too many times. At 6, I kicked with no one to teach me. At 12, the sports school rejected me. At 15, I delivered takeout to feed my family. At 18, I wore flip-flops playing street football in the urban village and was mocked by everyone. Every time someone said give up, there is no future. I never gave up. The system panel flashed again, host current choice A. Accept narrative termination consciousness archived. B. The B option was empty. No characters. I stared at that blank B for 10 seconds. Then I reached out and tapped that unlettered option in the air. The panel shattered. It did not vanish, it broke like glass into countless points of light. Fine cracks began to spider across the floor beneath my feet, and words surfaced on the walls. Not system text, but the words of a novel. I saw the words Lin Feng stood at the windowsill printed on the ceiling, the scent of braised pork written into the... I was living inside sentences written by others. I looked down to a line was forming on the floor. Lin Feng accepted fate calmly. I stamped on it. The letters shattered. I refused to accept them. I walked to my mother. She remained frozen, chopsticks suspended in midair. I gently set the chopsticks in her hand down and nudged the bowl of braised pork closer to her. I said, Mom, whether this story goes on or not, remember to eat. She did not respond, but I felt that she had heard me. I went downstairs. The alleys of the urban village were empty. The street lamp threw its light onto the concrete. Those 2 bricks were still there, the same 2 I had used as goalposts when I was a child. I walked to the center of the concrete and stood. The words beneath my feet kept forming, trying to give me an ending. Lin Feng finally realizes it was all a dream. Lin Feng accepts with tears. Lin Feng chooses to forget. I crushed them one by one with my feet. I would not take an ending handed to me. I crouched and set the 2 bricks upright. I touched the concrete. The coarse texture rose into my fingertips exactly as memory kept it. I had been playing here since I was 6, barefoot until my toenails came off, and still I never stopped. Not because someone wrote that I did it, but because I am that kind of person. A string of words suddenly appeared in the air, neither system messages nor narrative text. The font was tiny, drifting in midair, as if sent from very far away. The end. Confetti. Author, don't cut. Come on, Lin Feng. I won't allow you to botch the ending. I looked up at those words. They multiplied, dense and innumerable, drifting across the night sky above the urban village like the fireworks set off the night we won the World Cup. I did not know the people who had written them, but they had watched me play. I stood and spoke one sentence to that sky full of words. My voice was small, but I knew they could see. If no one writes me, I will still play. The words above halted for a heartbeat, then exploded. The heavens filled with cries and proclamations of everlasting gods. I smiled. Then I turned and walked back to the center of the concrete pitch and planted my foot on a football that had appeared from nowhere. The story could end, but I would not stop. There has never been a period on this concrete, just as my mother's messages never hit the right characters, but every word was true. I drew back and kicked the ball toward the gap between the 2 bricks. The ball went in. That kick would not be recorded by anyone, would not appear in highlights, would receive no score, would not trigger any system task. But that was the reason I first started to play. Not for systems, not for medals, not for any script written for anyone. Simply because the ball went into the net, and I was happy. A night wind blew from the mouth of the alley and scattered the remaining fragments of words in the sky. The urban village resumed its sounds. A dog barking in the distance, a baby crying in the next building, a television in one window replaying late-night football highlights. The world moved again. From upstairs came the scrape of a chair. I looked up and saw my mother leaning on the windowsill peering down. Fengzi, kicking a ball in the middle of the night. Her voice was hoarse with sleep, exactly like every time my late-night noise had woken her in my memory. I looked up and smiled at her. It's nothing, Mom, will practice a little then come up. Don't you have a flight tomorrow? Hurry and sleep. I know, she mumbled and drew back into the window. I heard the slap of her slippers as she padded back to the bed, then the spring mattress give a creak. Everything returned to normal. I stood in the middle of the concrete, tucked the ball under my arm, and glanced at the night sky. Clean now with no words left. Perhaps tomorrow there will be a new task, a new opponent, new people trying to pin labels on me. Perhaps not. I turned and headed toward the stairwell, the streetlight, stretching my shadow long. At the stair landing, my foot struck a lifted slab of cement that has been up since I was 6 and tripped me countless times. Today it did not trip me. I went upstairs and gently pushed open the door. Half a bowl of braised pork remained on the table, covered with plastic wrap. Beside it lay a note: eat it warm tomorrow, don't let your stomach get cold. The character for the word Ming had been written incorrectly. I folded the note and put it in my pocket together with the plane ticket to Barcelona. Then I turned off the light, lay down, and closed my eyes. The worn pair of shoes by the bedside sat quietly, 5 cracks, soles worn through, laces broken and tied with wire. They were not worth $1 billion, but they were truer than anything.